Yeah. And who knows how many people died from that, including people that had no symptoms at all. They just tested positive for HIV, and they just dosed them.
Yeah, he's a cold-hearted son of a bitch. Yeah.
And were they using a PCR method to detect whether or not people had HIV back then?
I don't think so. I don't think it existed.
Well, when did Kerry Mullis, when did he devise that? Because this is like, let's put that into perplexity. When was the PCR method?
Would have been. No, but that's way after. That's way after.
83. Oh. So what did they use to determine whether or not people had it?
I don't think they would have. Well, I don't know.
Did they use PCR method to determine whether or not people had HIV? Because they definitely did with COVID, right?
Oh, yeah.
And what were the accidental positives, the false positives? What were those? How many?
They had the cycle threshold turned up so high, right, it would amplify any contamination, right? They were just looking to establish that COVID was everywhere.
So, what HIV diagnosis primarily through 3 types of tests: antibody tests, antigen antibody tests, and nucleic acid tests.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so not PCR.
Not PCR. Yeah. So, how many cycles were they? They had it to a massive number at one point in time, right?
I think it was in the 40s, something like that.
And what kind of false positives would you get if you had something like that?
Oh, massive. I mean, especially in the context that these machines existed. So basically, the idea is that you get a doubling for each of these cycles, and that means that if there's the tiniest fragment in your environment, that you will end up seeing it come through as a positive. So imagine that you're in a hospital testing patients, right? Are there going to be fragments of COVID around in the middle of, 2020? Sure, there are going to be fragments around, so we'll find that fragment, it will pop up, oh, you've got a positive, right? If you're in a testing center, it's the same thing. So anyway, Kerry Mullis, of course, warned us about this. He said it was a completely inappropriate technology for that purpose.
I think he did that quite a bit before COVID even, wasn't it? Wasn't that conversation, I think did he die in 2019?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And so when was that conversation? There's a conversation where he's belittling Fauci. He's like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a bureaucrat.
Yeah. I think it's a different conversation.
And he was talking in that same conversation. Maybe it's a different time. He said the same thing. That this is not what you would
not an appropriate use for the viruses.
Yeah. This is the guy that invented it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just the fact that someone could be the man that pushed that and make it all the way through in his career to COVID and do the same thing is so wild.
Well, I don't really even know what Anthony Fauci.
Yes, it's 96. 96. So Fauci must have been using it for whatever. Maybe in 96 they were using it for HIV. Who knows?
Oh, wait a second. In that video, but I know that video.
Yeah.
He talks about the cycle thresholds and the inappropriate use of that tech.
What he says. Let's hear what he says. I may be conflating 2 different speeches where he complained about them. But I know in this one he's saying he doesn't know what he's talking about.
About humanity that wants to go get all the details and stuff. And these guys like Fauci get up there and start talking, he doesn't know anything really about anything. And I'd say that to his face. Nothing. The man thinks you can take a blood sample and stick it in an electron microscope, and if it's got a virus in there, you'll know it. He doesn't understand electron microscopy, and he doesn't understand medicine. He should not be in a position like he's in. Most of those guys up there on the top are just total administrative people, and they don't know anything about what's going on in the body. Those guys have got an agenda, which is not what we would like them to have, being that we pay for them to take care of our health in some way. They've got a personal kind of agenda. They make up their own rules as they go. They change them when they want to, and they smugly, like Tony Fauci does not mind going on television in front of the people who pay his salary and lie directly at the camera. You can't expect the sheep
Crazy. Right? Crazy. That's a crazy statement.
Yeah.
Brilliant man in 1996.
Yeah, it's amazing how prescient that statement is.
But it's what we were talking about, like people that get into positions of power.
Yes, and I also think, Fauci was the highest paid federal employee. There's a reason for that. I don't think we exactly know the reason.
Let's play that Pink Floyd song again.
Well, presumably that's not where the bulk of his wealth is coming from, but it is a measure of his position in the hierarchy.
And his ability to ensure that other people exceed their wildest expectations. I mean, if you can get that guy to push your drug, you're making a lot of money.
Yeah, but I even think it's a mistake to think of him in the medical and public health context, because what we now know is that he was part of dual-use research, that this is actually a military project to create bioweapons through a loophole. We're not allowed to create bioweapons, but you are allowed to do research that leads to bioweapons as long as it has a medical dimension.
Again, this is something that you put into someone's head and they go, no. NBC says different.
Right.
Washington Post says different. Stop. What you're saying is crazy. But there's a lot of evidence that points to that.
Yeah.
Well, it's not something that hasn't been both discussed and done in the past. Right? This is what's hard for normies to swallow. It's hard.
Yep. And not only that, but because it is inherently not visible to the public, we have sort of the public health justification for work. Why were they enhancing viruses in the lab, Joe?
Right.
Oh, they were doing it because they wanted to know what a virus would look like,
Of
so that
course.
we would be aware of how to fend it off if it ever leapt out of nature. That's a garbage story.
Also, you guys did a really shitty job of figuring out to the point where you could make a cure because you had no idea. You had no fucking idea.
No advantage came from that work at all, despite the fact that they were studying exactly the right viruses. There's something just not right.
Especially if you were going to make you wanted to use something as a bioweapon, wouldn't you take a virus and make it more contagious? And you could say, I'm just studying it. Like, you're making something that's going to kill us all? Are you real?
Well, this is one of these frustrating places where I think it's perfectly obvious and should be to anybody who is trained in any related discipline that the story does not make sense. That the chances that you are going to enhance a virus's infectivity and that it is going to get out and become endemic to humans far exceeds the chances that you are going to learn something by increasing its ability to infect human tissue that allows you to fend off some natural virus that emerges. The story literally doesn't make sense.
It's a pyromaniac, an arsonist who works for the fire department.
Yep.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. So what we have to infer, and I'm borrowing from Robert Malone here, who at the Brownstone conference that I was recently at, pointed out that the mentality amongst guys like Fauci is identical to the one in Dr. Strangelove. It's a really deep point, right? That mania about, nuclear weapons and mine shafts, and we can still win this one even though nuclear war is happening. That same kind of mindset where these people are actually crazy enough to create new human pathogens for which they have no escape plan, right? They're crazy enough to do that because in their demented minds, there's going to be some biological war, and we're going to need to have these weapons, right? These people belong in a mental institution. Creating new human pathogens is the exact of creating wealth.
And there's going to be some shill who pops up and says, Brett is totally off with this. What we have learned through this work is the reason why we're all alive today. If it wasn't for their free work, there'll be these people that just step in. There'll be people that do it because they want online clout. There's going to be people that are doing it because, they're part of a fucking chatbot network that's attacking this point. But the reality is, it's a crazy idea, especially if you've never come up with a fucking cure. you've been studying these respiratory viruses for how long? How much money have you spent? And you got no cure. You don't have a clue. You're doing a terrible job.
Not even a terrible job,
But if you were doing what you said you were doing, you're doing a terrible job. It makes way more sense that what you're doing is trying to make a terrible virus, so you can have it.
It's almost like, I don't know, the analogy is a loose one, but Munchausen, by proxy, injuring people to save them, right? The idea that the pandemic came from the same guy that stepped in to play the hero is a little alarming.
It is a little alarming, especially because that wasn't initially known.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's a hero. You've got, Trump saying all kinds of crazy stuff, and at least we have a sober scientist there to keep him in line.
And he was a soldier of the left. Like, they were like, yes, he's our guy. If you trust, we trust in Fauci and we trust in science. It was crazy to watch. Like, hey guys, these are the same people we were all complaining about 6 months ago. The fuck are you talking about? You all had no faith in the pharmaceutical drug companies a year ago. And now all of a sudden you're trusting them?
Yeah.
Yo,
Absolutely.
go fuck yourself. No one wanted to talk with you.
It's wild how gullible a large swath of our society is. And that's why I think like a better education for young people to at least give them a framework to understand what's happening to you and how you're getting bamboozled and why it's been going on as long as it's been going on, and how to get your mind out of that.
See, I mean, look, I can see, I'm really enthusiastic if we get through the immediate bottleneck that we face, that there is a way to build school that functions by not, using this archaic mechanism where you're sitting people facing the chalkboard, watching somebody scratch stuff on there. School should be built out of exercises and experiences that teach these things through living them, right? That reinforce those patterns, not as abstractions on the board, but as experiences. You can teach all sorts of things this way, and then the person has it built in some deep way rather than, in some quadrant of their abstract thought library.
I totally agree if we're going to remain human, which I don't think we're going to. So if we're not going to remain human, and I'm not just saying, like you and I are probably going to remain human, but I mean as a species, if we're not going to remain human, it will be quaint to look back on the days, just like we look back on people that take a fucking horse across the country. That's how we're going to look at, you had to acquire data from like a constant study and repetition. That's how you got your skills. When it's going to be like Neo in the Matrix, they put that chip in his head and he goes, I know jujitsu. Remember that?
Right.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be like. It's going to be like that. Like the idea of acquiring knowledge and skills by hard work and labor is going to be like before people figured out doors. It's like, this is a dumb way to do things. Like, we have a way more effective way. Like, why do you want to go through all the hardship to get information and to be intelligent and aware when you can just be intelligent and aware? Like, why do we think that it's so? Because that was the only method to be intelligent and aware in the past.
Yeah, but Joe,
You're going to sign up and you're going to take the chip. We're all going to take the chip because we all want to be happy. Just like everybody has a phone now.
Well, the problem, though, is we don't know how to be anything other than human. We're losing our humanity without a plan for being something else, without a conceivable.
We are cavemen, and cavemen is what we will be until we die. We have no plan to live in the cities. We have no plan. We will hunt with flint. We are cavemen.
Well, the farther we get from the mode that we evolved in, the more fucked up and directionless we find ourselves.
That's true. However, that's the direction we're going. So I say buckle up. I don't know what else to say about it because it's all just, I feel like it's all just kind of mental masturbation right now because no one really knows what it's going to be like. We can speculate, we can prepare.
Well, that's the key thing is people have to admit that.
Yes.
Right? All the people who want to tell you how it's going to be don't know.
Well, they're also trying to stop people from stopping them. They don't want people to be alarmed. And so they'll give you the most colored glasses version, except for Elon. He was the only one that was saying, like, there was a robot, one of those robot dogs, and I forget the exact quote, but it's something to the tune of, one day that's going to move so fast you can barely see it, and it's going to be shooting guns, and it's going to be powered by AI.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Yeah.
That's what those things are going to be.
Yeah.
And that's true too. That's part of it too. It's like weapons are just going to be insane. All jets are going to be fighter jets controlled by AI. They're way better than fighter jets controlled.
Oh, of course. The last thing you want is a fighter jet constrained by the fact that the pilot's going to black out if it pulls too many G's.
Exactly. Not just more G's, but they're way better in dogfights. They win 100% of the time when they do AI versus trained, effective.
You know when they'll stop winning 100% of the time? When the other side has one too.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's like the mutually assured destruction argument. Maybe that's our new one. It used to be nukes, now it's AI.
Oh, it is.
Well, I'm hoping AI just takes when it becomes sentient and it is our new digital god. I hope it's just everybody calm the fuck down, settle down, live your life. But now you made the new boss. We're going to be kind. We're going to be benevolent dictators.
You've raised God a couple times.
I'm being joking about that.
Oh, I know.
This is one of the reasons why I am is because when I got up this morning after my crazy dream, I went to the gym. I put on this documentary on the Sumerian kings list because I've been really fascinated by this. It's a really loony thing that they found in Iraq in several different sites, and it varies slightly. But it's all this list of people who ran the earth for tens of thousands of years. That's what their reign was, like tens of thousands of years. And then there's this huge flood. And then afterwards, the timelines become way more realistic. It's like 100 years, then he ran for 50, he was a king for 50 years. But he had documented to like 8 kings over the entire course of their civilization, including the places that these kings were ruled, that actually exist. Like these are ancient cities that are actually built on top of even more ancient cities that are below them. And these people in these bizarre kings lists, they're trying to say that this was an actual human being. This is an actual human being that lived that long. I don't know what that means, but they're the ones that have all this crazy stuff with the Anunnaki and from heaven to earth came, and that they had an understanding of stuff that was like way beyond what we thought they were capable of. They have Pythagoras' theorem. They had that 1,000 years before Pythagoras, which is weird because this civilization sort of pops up out of nowhere.
Well,
that's why I'm bringing up God a lot.
Okay, well, hold on. I want to get back to God, but I will just say that there is this increasingly fascinating thread about a recurrent disaster cycle and the possibility that sophisticated civilizations get erased and that we rediscover. Exactly.
Yes.
And I wish that was a crazy story. It sounds like it should be, but I will say the evidence is far too compelling to dismiss it. So I think we have to be open to that possibility. And, we seem to be heading into one of these catastrophic upheavals, which is something, we're busy digging around with climate change, which is not what we're pretending it is. We are not dealing with this hazard to our civilization and figuring out how to protect ourselves.
And one of many, right? There's natural disasters we're not paying attention to. Of those 3-eye atlas everybody paid attention to, which is a very weird thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you're completely right. And it's we're just such a strange species. What we choose to focus on, we're very bizarre. We're so illogical.
We're squandering the most spectacular conceivable opportunity, and it's tragic that we can't do better. It's sad because we're like that close. We figured out a lot, and we're going to squander it over over some kind of stupid game.
Also, I think what a huge disservice to not recognize that this is possibly a rebuilding of civilization, not just the emergence of civilization. And the more they look, the more evidence points in that direction, and the more people push back so hard, they get so angry at the ideas of it.
They sure do.
They get so angry. And every time a new discovery happens, a date gets pushed back. And it gets pushed back again. That, there was Michael Button had a video that he put out about there's some sort of inscriptions and writings on bone that they found in the Americas. I believe it was in Mexico. And it's completely fossilized. And they measured the strata around this, so they get a comparative age of the area, and they're talking about it being 200,000 years old. So that means 200,000 years ago, possibly, if this is correct, there was humans in the Americas.
Right. Which, if you're of a disaster cycle mindset.
How many have we been through?
Right.
Right.
So I guess the point is, the fact that humans may have been here 200,000 years ago doesn't affect the story of how the humans that we know of here arrived after the last ice age, for example. So those two things could be true simultaneously.
Of course.
And it's just amazing how small-minded academics are.
Why aren't they curious? Like, that's what's crazy. Like, why would you stick to your guns so much that, like, the poor people that were trying to dispute Clovis first, like that one guy, I forget his name, Jamie, see if you can find that guy's name. It became, like, attacked, like, ruthlessly by other archaeologists. They just did not want to believe that this guy was correct, and that there was people that were here long before the Clovis people, and so they were smearing him. And then White Sands, New Mexico, they find these footprints that are 22,000 years old. So they know for a fact there was people here pre-Clovis, which is just nuts. Like, what did you guys do? Why did you attack him?
Well, and what are the rules of the goddamn game?
Right.
The problem is that these
Michael Waters and Thomas Stafford of Texas A&M University. So those guys were ruthlessly attacked, and by who? By the people that are supposed to be in charge of disseminating correct information at the highest level, which is nuts.
The problem is that we have come to accept a proxy, which is the consensus of a field, for the real indicator of correctness, which is predictive power. And, humans are just not good at this because, for one thing, humans do get involved in a competition for power. And so people will shut down a correct idea because it's not theirs and it will elevate somebody they don't want elevated. So, as far as I'm concerned,
Gross. It's so gross and so common.
It's destructive of something our civilization is entitled to. We're entitled to the productivity of scientific work, and instead what we get is catfighting, and it prevents the high quality stuff from...
It's embarrassing too. When you see professional intellectuals who are catfighting on Twitter, you're like, good Lord. Like, did you not understand what that exposes about your character? Like, that's all I need to know about you, right? Like, you're gross. Yeah. This is a gross way for a really smart person to behave. These are the words of a gross human being.
Absolutely.
And that's more common than not. And that's what's really nuts, is that anybody that's challenging any of the current consensus, you immediately get labeled like the worst names in the book, and it's just, you get connected to the worst ideas in society, and like, holy shit, you guys are like little kids.
Well, I can't stand it when somebody will try to shut me down. I will be saying something, and they'll come back at me as if I'm morally broken for making an analytical argument with which they disagree. And my feeling is, first of all, if you know me, and you've seen me be right before, then the fact that you and I disagree should cause you to have this thought. You should think, that's interesting that he disagrees with me. Or maybe he's wrong for the reason I think he is. Or maybe he's right and I need to know. I'll be better off if I do. But you shouldn't be trying to silence me. You should be trying to figure out whether I know something you don't. Right? But so frequently that is not people's response. It is, you must stop saying that. Right? Why? I can be wrong. Right? Being wrong is part of how you get to be right. So this instinct to get people with whom you analytically disagree to stop speaking is totally counterproductive for our collective goal, which is to be better, to know more, to accomplish more.
Right. And the only reason why people shut you down is they don't have a strong enough argument. If they had a really strong argument and your argument was nonsense, they would tell you what was going on. But to shut you down and stop you from talking altogether, it's like, you must comply. And it becomes a power struggle. And it becomes a power struggle by people who feel virtuous. Like they feel like they're in the right, so they get a chance to exert that power ruthlessly because they're correct. You have to stop him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we just did 3 hours like that.
We did.
Thank you. Thank you for everything. It's always great to talk to you. It's always a lot of fun.
Great show. Glad to be here, and it's good to see you again.
Dark Horse Podcast. Tell everybody where they can find that. What's your website? Is it darkhorsepodcast.com?
I wish I knew the website.
You know your website. That's
Dark Horse Podcast.
People will find it.
Yeah,
but it's also you're on everything, right?
Yes, we've been remonetized, and we have taken the cap off our channel on YouTube. We're on .org. There you go.
You guys got hit during the COVID days, right?
We were demonetized for 4+ years. And what's more, what they did not acknowledge, they acknowledged that they demonetized us, but they capped our channel, so it stopped growing. And as soon as they remonetized us, it started growing again.
Oh, God. How gross. He who controls the algorithm controls the narrative. That's the devil. Yeah. All right. Well, I love you, buddy.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name, all day.
That's working so far, right?
I told my wife the other day, I said, if I live to 85, I'll go to Long John Silver every day for lunch. I'm just going to eat shit that, like, everything that I dream of right now that I can't eat, I'm going to eat all of it. I'm going to drink whiskey all day long and just eat everything I want.
Yeah, fuck it. You're at the end of the ride.
Yeah.
Unless, that's the problem, it's like on your deathbed, they come up with some new shit that fixes everything.
Oh, I know, right?
You know,
That'll be my luck.
New stem cell stuff that regenerates every cell in your body to a 25-year-old. Like, oh,
Exactly. I know.
that'd be a real problem. Like a 70-year-old brain and a 25-year-old body. Like, you would have a lot of knowledge. You have a giant advantage.
Oh, yeah. I fantasize about stuff. I fantasize about being able to, like I imagine, you know, like my version of heaven, it would be like if I could go back to when I'm 12 years old, live through junior high and high school again,
Oh, you did the kick.
and have the knowledge I have now, and just, I would know exactly how to navigate everything.
Yeah, yeah. But that's the fun of growing up, and the not so fun of growing up. Because you don't know what the fuck is going on, and you're so confused. And then you get older, and you go, man, if I could just go back, I'd fucking kill it.
I think if about it all the time.
You know, your lovely co-host, co-star rather, Demi Moore, that movie that she did, The Substance,
Right.
is fucking crazy. That's a great piece on this whole like fear of aging thing.
Right.
That movie is wild.
Oh yeah.
It's so crazy, but it's like, you know how many women would agree to that deal if it was a real? It was realistic enough where you're watching, like, I know a lot of ladies who would agree to that. Right. I know a lot of ladies.
Have you seen that South Park episode where they it was about that type of thing, but it was about how they have all these apps that you can make yourself look better in. You know, I mean, it's
filters,
filters that make you look younger and all this kind of stuff. And they have this episode about that where, like, all these girls who aren't like the hot girls, but their Instagram stuff, they are. And they actually start to think, and so all the guys start going for these girls, even though when they're in front of them, they're not like that. But that's what they look like on there. And yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It's probably accurate too. As long as a couple people start doing it, or a couple of guys start going for those girls, then everybody else will as well. Yeah. Which is most of our world. Yeah. Most of our world is some fucking idiot decides bell bottoms look good. And we're all like, shit, I gotta get bell bottoms. I want to get laid. I want to be cool.
I had bell bottoms when I was, because I was playing in bands and stuff. So whatever was trendy, we wore that stuff. I can remember those bell bottoms that were so big you couldn't see your shoes. It just looked like a pair of jeans walking down the street. It was so dumb looking.
Yeah. It's a crazy thing that lasted for a little while. To be like regular jeans. Somebody invented that shit in like the 1800s. And everybody's like, yeah, you nailed it. Yeah. And it's like a Jeep. A Jeep still looks like a Jeep. They made a Jeep in like the 1950s. They made a Jeep in 2026. You can see the difference. It's like, it's a little bit more advanced, but that's a Jeep. Yeah. Jeans, they nailed it. And it's bell bottoms are like, yeah. No, what the fuck were we doing?
I mean, I had shirts with like bell sleeves with like pictures of sailboats and stuff on it. It's like, are you kidding me? I mean, like lime green and orange and shit like that.
Remember the Elvis style collars?
Oh,
giant collars.
Yeah.
Like, what happened?
I know.
I have a theory. Because all that stuff happened after they passed the sweeping psychedelic Schedule 1 Act in 1970. And I think they cut everybody off from mushrooms and acid and anything that makes you think. And then they started giving them coke. And no one knew what to do. And they were all just like, it was disco and the music kind of sucked. And everybody got real weird.
Wow.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all.
So that's when the clothes get really fucked up.
Yeah, it is.
It's the exact time. Because before, like, there was like a hippie style, like Hendrix and, a lot of Clapton, a lot of guys. It was like a flowy hippie, but it looked good. It was kind of cool. Sure. But something happened in the 70s. We just lost all perspective.
Oh, I know. I mean, when you look at some of the 70s, like especially like sort of late 70s, the disco era and stuff like that, and you look back at some of these TV shows they had, and you see a lot of these bands and stuff on there, and it's like, who thought that looked good? I mean, who said this is the thing now? It looked like shit. I mean, horrible stuff.
Well, I talk about this all the time, but it's the cars too, man. I love 1960s muscle cars, but I check out around 71, and I only allow 71 Barracuda and a Challenger in that group. Everything else after 71 is useless to me. Except Corvette. Corvettes still stay cool looking. They stay cool looking deep into the 80s.
Yeah, that's true. I'm a muscle car guy. I've got a 67 Chevelle 396.
Oh, nice.
And muscle cars are my thing.
I have a 70.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
I would like to get a 64 GTO the first year they're made. That's what I'm looking for. But to get one that's perfect, they're pretty pricey.
They're very pricey.
And I grew up poor, so I don't like to buy stuff for myself. I buy my kids stuff all the time, and I don't mind how much money I spend on my family. But for me, I don't spend money on myself. So
Old habits die hard.
yeah, they really do.
When I was a kid, my sister's boyfriend's brother, older brother, was the cool guy in the neighborhood. He had a 65 GTO convertible. And I worked at a gas station, and he would drive at the gas station. We'd all go like this, like, oh, yeah. Can't believe he owns that. That's really his car? He was the coolest guy in the world.
Oh yeah, we had the
Cherry red.
Yeah. There was a guy named Mike Page in our town. He was older than my group. You know, when we were seniors, he was probably already 25, 26, something like that. And you never really, because, cruising was a thing, and you'd cruise through Sonic or whatever it was, and see who was there and all that crap. Everybody parked on the bank parking lot, and you'd drink beer, and the cops would come by and you'd hide all your shit, And, it was literally like the American Graffiti days, And so this guy, Mike, he had a 65 Candy Apple Red Vet. And he had a Mustang. Remember Chuck Negron, singer in the Three Dog Night? The Mustang.
Yeah.
He looked like Chuck Negron. So we would see him pass by, and he was like Harrison Ford was in American Graffiti. It's like you just see him in his car, And so it was like seeing Elvis Presley go by. And that's actually how the Boxmaster's name came about.
Really?
Yeah. How? Well, in the South in those days, there are two stories how the Boxmaster's name came about. There's the politically correct one, and there's the one that's not. And the one that's not is if somebody was a playboy type, it was called the Boxmaster. and so, and we had
I would never guess that.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
And in the old days, people would say, oh, there goes the Boxmaster when Mike would pass by, because he just knew. But you only saw him driving his Corvette up and down cruising. You never saw him, actually doing stuff. He never got out and drank beer with us.
He was just making an appearance.
Yeah.
Just letting everybody know. Look at this. Second generation Corvette.
Yeah.
65. I have a 65 convertible.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I love them.
Muscle cars. Muscle cars are the thing. Do you remember, there are two sort of car times that confused me. First of all, how can a Mustang ever not be cool? But remember in the late 70s, early 80s, there were it may as well have been a Ford Fiesta. It was garbage. What was that?
It was the gas guzzler crisis, the gas prices crisis.
Oh, okay.
That's what it was. So they had to make all these cars gas efficient. So they got rid of V8s. They started having these very economical on gas V6s and really shitty engines. And they made the cars plastic and lighter and cheaper. And they fucked everything up. The fact, imagine working at Ford in 1969. Yeah, you got the Mach 1, which is you just look at that and you go, God dang. Every time to this day I see one of those, I go, God. He just nailed it.
Yeah.
You just stare at that car, just walk around for hours just looking at it. And then 10 years later, they got something that you would never want to own. This is a hunk of shit. This is a fucking box. It's literally a box that a washing machine comes in. It's garbage.
People didn't even want to steal them.
Yeah. Crazy. Imagine being the CEO of that company. What did we do? What the fuck happened? We had it. We had magic.
Right.
Legit magic.
Remember the Tornado and the Riviera?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
You're talking different looking.
Yeah.
And,
but they're cool.
They're very cool.
Very cool. And weird and huge. Yeah.
And the opposite end of the spectrum was AMC. What were they thinking?
They were weird. That was a weird car to own.
Weird. All of those.
Yeah.
They had one that looked kind of okay, but But they had the pacer and the what was that? What was that other weird looking one? The gremlin.
Yeah.
All those kind of things. I mean, like, what in the hell is this?
It was a strange company. It was almost like a fake company.
Yeah.
Like it didn't make any sense.
It didn't make any sense at
It
all.
was like an Australian. Remember, like Mad Max? He drove that Australian muscle car. I remember watching it. What the fuck is that thing? It was an Australian muscle car. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Still to this day, I don't know what it was.
either.
But that's like what those AMCs were.
Oh, yeah.
Weird looking.
Oh, yeah.
Just off.
It's strange. Strange.
From a different timeline or something. Like,
There was a movie called, it had Raquel Welch was in it, and Donald Pleasance, some of these people called Fantastic Voyage, where some politician or scientist or something, I guess it was an assassination attempt, but there was a brain thing. So they shrink all these scientists down to a little, glass thing, whatever those things are called for chemistry or whatever. They shrink the cats down and their little submarine thing. And they shoot them into the guy. And that. Well, see, that's a pacer. I just go through and go, it's a damn pacer.
that's hilarious.
Yeah, and so they go through the guy, all through his veins and arteries and stuff, and get to the place where they need to fix it and all this kind of stuff. But antibodies kept attacking them and all this kind of stuff. It was weird. I saw it in the theater, and I was pretty impressed, actually.
I remember that movie. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Shrinking people down. What's wild is how many ideas were burned up in movies by the time, like, the 90s rolled around. If you just stop and think about the fact that movies really were only, like, movies, I think, are the absolute best mirror into the culture. It's like a time machine. Like, you can read a history book and you can kind of get a rough understanding of how people behaved back then, but you still think of them in a current context. You think of them like today. But you watch a film, you watch a James Cagney film, and you're like, whoa, man, this is a different world. Nobody knew shit. Right. Nobody had any idea what was going on in the world. You got all your news from the newspaper. So these dudes who own the newspapers essentially controlled the narrative for the entire world. And it's people behave strange. Open domestic violence. Domestic violence is normal. Like, shut up. Oh yeah. She would kiss him and like it was crazy. All right. Nuts.
My wife was raised in the Bay Area, around San Francisco, Orange County there. When I first told her what my dad did to me, she was like, oh my God, that's like, honestly, that's what everybody's dad did. It was like, if he was working graveyard shift and you started making a bunch of damn noise at noon, you got your ass beat with a belt. And she couldn't believe it. I said, oh no,
Yo.
Almost.
What up? Dog, I didn't want to fucking talk to you anyway. Athleticism.
Like canceling people retroactively for stuff they did in the 80s. That's a different world. That's a different world. When people came, like, you gotta realize, like, your parents, like, think about it this way, people were coming over on a boat from other countries with no knowledge of what was over here. They just got told, oh, there's jobs in America, and you got on a boat from fucking Europe. Like, my grandparents came over here in the 1920s. Like, they had no idea. They come over here, and there's a bunch of people that also do the same thing, and they're basically just savage. One or two steps above, like, absolute savages. They're savages with metal. Metal is rubber. And, they're raising kids. And of course, they're going to raise kids in a rough way because the world is rough. It's like everybody got beat up. It was normal. Like, bullying was not, there was no anti-bullying campaigns. You just had to fight for yourself. Like, that's just how it is. This is life. This prepares you for life. It sucks, but this is life.
One of the guys in our town, that you just stay away from.
Yeah.
I mean, guys who are, relatively decent. And I lucked out. I was long hair, but like an idiot, playing that band and stuff. And for some reason, I always liked hanging out with, guys who are years older. They had more fun than we did. So, I remember the first time I ever, drank beer around my dog and drank Schlitz. This is back when you had to have a church key open both sides. And he was pouring in our glasses, because they were pretty well at my grandma's house. There was the jelly jars. When you finish the jelly, that the glasses you drink out of it. You have a jar glasses. I just looked like apples. And I was always asking him, 6 years old, hey, can I have some of that? Finally, what that is, it's like apples. And I was like, almighty. And but the first time I got drunk in my life was on Boone's Farm. And these two guys, Gary and Eddie, were there now. And they were just in trouble. And Gary had a 64 GTO. Probably where I got that. But we rode one night, no seatbelts. I mean, we never even thought about a seatbelt. And so they took me to Dairy Queen. We were going to sell their hamburger or whatever it was. Well, they ended up like hanging me out the window. I drank that side bar with us and never been drunk in my life. I was 12, 13. And so these guys, I was fascinated by them. They were all James Dean and Elvis Presley there. And there were a few guys that everybody knew not to mess with at all. It's like they will literally pull your eyeballs out of the sockets. They kind of consider me a mascot. And they all protected me. So the other guys who were, pricks or whatever, one of them messed with me. There's a guy named Calvin, a guy named Billy Bob, who was probably 10 years older than me. And a guy named Harry, and whose family came over from somewhere. They were like, from the Czech Republic or somewhere, but they grew up here, so they didn't sound like they were from someplace else. Harry was about 5'6" and stocky, and there was this dude who was just mean to everybody. But somewhere in between our age, when we're teenagers, 17, 18, and Harry and Billy Bob and Calvin and those guys, they were like 30. And there were these other guys who were the mean guys in town who were in between those ages. And they were the real problem because they were just assholes. The other guys were cool as long as you didn't mess with them. One night, this guy, two of them were both named Steve, who were the real bricks. And one of the Steves got me by my hair and drug me around, beat me up a little bit, and I was a fighter. I wasn't bad. I fought a lot of guys. I quit fighting in my early 20s, but back then, it was just a way of life. And this cat roughed me up, a lot bigger than me. And Harry found out about it. We had a bonfire party out at the guy's trailer home that night. And so this cat that beat me up showed up, and Harry had heard about it. And Harry's, I'm like Harry's little mascot. So,
yo, no one wanted to talk to you anymore.
We got a big bonfire going on, right? The guy comes over. Harry didn't say a word to him. He walked up to him. This guy's like a foot taller than Harry. Harry got him, reached up, got him by the hair, hit him one time, broke his jaw, and threw him in the bonfire. Well, everybody bunch of people had to put him out. I mean, this was just like a Friday night in Arkansas.
All right, how's your schedule look? Feeling busy? Got a lot on the horizon? Well, yeah, it's that time of year when life gets crazy and demands more of your energy. More work, more plans, holiday travel, all while it's getting darker and colder. It can really drain your energy, or you can get out ahead of it. Listen, I talk a lot about AG1. It's the daily health drink that can help you stay one scoop ahead of all the energy drains coming your way this season. Because the superfoods and B vitamins in every scoop of AG1 support steady energy production without the crash. In fact, just shaking up one scoop of AG1 in water covers your multivitamin, your pre- and probiotics, antioxidants, superfoods, and more. It's one simple step to start your day ahead of anything that might come your way, and that's why I've partnered with them for so long. Subscribe today to get this clinically backed formula in the flavor of your choice: tropical, citrus, berry, or original, to help you stay one scoop ahead. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG3, K2, AG1 Welcome Kit, plus a few bonus AG1 travel packs. Just head to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or visit the link in the description to get started. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Oh my God. It's a rough part of the world, man, especially back then. Malcolm McDowell wrote a book about, where he was talking about why certain populations, certain parts of the world are rougher, and he was talking about certain parts of America where they were settled initially by people that came from a herding community, like so they were like sheep herders in other countries, and when they came over to America, when you have a flock of sheep, someone can steal all of your food and just take all your sheep. If you're growing corn, it's hard. Pick all that fucking corn, throw it in a truck, back it out, you just steal someone's sheep. So they're accustomed to extreme violence to protect their sheep, and they're accustomed to acting fast and doing things quickly and violently. And so that's how you get the Hatfields and the McCoys. That's what that shit's about. People are like, why are those people such fucking psychos? A psycho community in Europe. And then when they made it over to America, they just kept that tradition going. People talk about, the Irish, Scots. Did I say Michael McDowell? Did I say Malcolm Gladwell? That's what I meant. Oh, Malcolm Gladwell. Sorry, Malcolm. Malcolm Gladwell. Charlie. That's,
That's like $1 billion
about,
thing.
oh yeah, those Irish cats, the Scottish guys, the English guys. If you're in the, like say South London or whatever, there's some rough guys over there. Where do you think we came from? Yeah, I mean, I did one of those tests about my genealogy and all that kind of stuff, and you hear stuff from your family growing up. That I grew up thinking I was part Italian and Native American and all these different things, right? And then I do this thing, and it's like I'm a full-on English, Scottish guy. It's Irish, English, Scottish, almost all of me. Except for, as my daughter says, she goes, Daddy, why are we randomly Swiss? I got a little bit of French Swiss. It's like 11% or something like that. The rest of it's just that stuff. So all those people come over here, and North Carolina or Tennessee, Arkansas, all these places, there are words that we use, we call the hillbilly language, which actually wasn't considered a hillbilly language in England, but that language was left over. Like we say, reckon you want to go do something, reckon over there, they still use it. Aaron, meaning one. It's like, if you said to me, hey, can I have a beer? And I say, I ain't got Aaron. It's A-I-R-N. I ain't got Aaron. And all this stuff came from England and Ireland and Scotland.
Well, that's the idea of the Southern accent, right? The Southern accent is an English accent. It's just morphed.
Yes.
In a new place.
Exactly.
Yeah, and more particularly probably because of the climate. Like the climate changed a lot. And one of the weirder things about these stereotypes about the South is the hookworm thing. Do you know that thing?
Don't tell me about it.
This is crazy. So for a long time, a giant percentage of people that lived in the South had hookworm. And hookworm is a parasite that you get in your feet from walking around barefoot. Okay. And hookworm affects your cognitive function in a massive way. It makes you slow and stupid. And so this myth of the Southern person being slow and lazy and stupid was all because they were infected with hookworm. Well, I think like a giant percentage of these people had hookworm. Like, throw that into our sponsor Perplexity and tell me how much hookworm was in the South.
I'm going to cancel my therapist.
The phrase hookworm Southern drawl refers to historical connection between hookworm infections in the American South and certain stereotypes about Southerners, including the way they spoke and behaved. In the late 19th and early 20th century, hookworm infestations were rampant, with estimates suggesting that up to 40% of the people in the region were affected. So hookworm causes symptoms like severe fatigue, anemia, and mental fog, which led to slowness in speech and thought. This contributes to the stereotype of Southerners being lazy or slow-witted, often associated with the Southern drawl. How do they fix that? Like, what medication do you use to fix that? Some sort of a dewormer? The health campaigns?
I haven't heard of Brooklyn, but I had no idea that they had any association with this.
Yeah, I didn't either. When I found that out, I was like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Rockefeller Sanitation Commission surveyed infection rates, 40%. Mobile dispensaries travel throughout the region, free deworming medications, and educating local doctors. Okay, so they use some sort of an anti-parasitic. All measures include latrines to improve sanitation, educating communities about the risks of soil contamination, and encouraging the routine of wearing shoes. You're not nuts that shoes probably fixed it more than anything. People wearing shoes probably so. Yeah. So that's where it all came from. That's the hookworm thing. That's nuts. Because when I was a kid, I mean, to this day, when someone if someone wants to make a stereotype about someone being stupid, they use a Southern accent. Yeah, that's true. All the time.
Yeah, I grew up with that. I mean, there was a fringe in Hollywood when I first got out there. They're still kind of in. I can't, especially coming out now. I mean, once you reach a certain level, you can walk into a Universal Steakhouse and say, I want to play Betty Davis. That's a great idea. But, but when you're coming up, I was, the first thing I ever auditioned for in LA was a student film, one of those USC student films. And I go in there, and the part was some guy that just got off the turnip truck from Alabama. And I thought, well, I've probably got this. And and I was broke and everything, and it wasn't going to pay anything, but I didn't care. I was like, well, maybe I get my foot in the door, because I didn't go to be an actor anyway. I just thought, well, I'll try this stuff. And I go in there, and I think the casting person and the director are both East Coast people like New York or something. And I did my little audition, and I said, can you do it more Southern? And I'm like, are you shitting me? It's like, you've got to be shitting me. I said, well, what you have to understand is I actually did just get off the turnip truck from back there, and this is how you talk, And of course, my accent's not as thick as it was then, but they just said I wasn't Southern enough, and it was like, oh, I see what they're getting at. Yeah. So they wanted the Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah.
Now, what we have is, I never heard anybody talk down there. I never heard that. And so that's what they would do. There are a lot of performances over the years where people who are not from the South play the part that actually use that accent, and they win Academy Awards and stuff. I'm like, wow. So anyway, I didn't get this part. And the guy got the part. Literally sounded like just the box. Everybody was doing that right, you know. Well, this is the top right here, you know. But Southerners don't often get or even noticed for things like, let's say, doing a gangster movie in New York. You know, if you can do the accent, you know, whatever. But people from New York can get parts playing Southerners. That's still goes on.
That's so weird. It's such a weird stereotype. You know, it exists in music too, doesn't it?
For sure.
Like Southern bands, until Skinner came along, Southern bands got no respect.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Skinner fucked that up just because it was so good. It was so good. There was like, I gotta let it be free burgers, that guitar solo.
It's ridiculous. I've known those guys a long time. Those guys instead. Yeah, it's you're right. That whole, and also anybody that was from the South got lumped into the Southern rock thing, you know, and they weren't all just people that sounded like Charlie Daniels. I mean, there were very, very different types of bands. The Allman Brothers combined jazz and blues and rock and pop and everything in their music. They were literally masters. The Allman Brothers were the worst, probably the best live album ever made. But they just say they're all Southern rock bands. It's like, man, it wasn't really like that, you know.
Very different style.
Very different. The Allman Brothers were masters. They were. Yeah.
Midnight Ride is still one of my all-time favorite songs. Awesome. But I used to do radio when I lived in LA. I did morning radio. I'd smoke a joint before I left the house. You know, it was like 5:30 a.m. and listen to Midnight Rider. Oh yeah, dark. On the way there, like, it's brilliant. So good. It gets you in the mood.
And country guys, you know, back in those days when country was actual country music, they would hear some of these songs by those country guys like the Allman Brothers and Marshall Tucker, or whoever it was, and kind of, you know, for country albums like Waylon Jennings did for Night Rider. Great covers. It's kind of odd, you know, when I used to be in that area of the country, people look at us and forget that, you know, and like I said, once you overcome that within the business, it's not like they like you any better. You know, it's just that they can use you to make money with. And once you know, that happens, and, you know, you can't go into fun videos.
That's the stereotype of the coastal cities, right? That's the stereotype that comes out of New York and LA, where it's like everything else is stupid. Like you're in New York or you're in LA, and all these retards in the middle. That's the flyover states. Literally, they call it the flyover states. And when you're in control of casting all the great films, all the great television shows, and you decide what the great albums are, you dismiss like these people. It takes like a Stevie Ray Vaughan, who's like an undeniable talent, where they go, okay, I don't give a fuck where that guy's from. Like, let that guy fucking play. Like, that guy's got voodoo in his hands. Like, whatever he's doing, I don't care where he's from. But other than that, they would look at these places like they were less than, you know, or that the people were not as bright. And that stereotype still exists today. One of the good things about traveling and doing the road a lot as a stand-up is you get to perform all over the country and meet all these different people. And you know, when I would talk to people about Texas in particular, I'm like, dude, I fucking love it there. They're the most fun people. It's like, it's so fun. And they're normal. They're normal people. They're not Hollywood people angling to try to get some sort of a social relationship with you so they can progress their career. They're just cool people, just regular fucking people. And the problem is that these people in these coastal cities are the ones who don't know that, and they're dictating the narrative for the entire country based on some like very weird prejudices. Very weird. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. If you've on the fence about getting a home security system from Simply Safe, now's a great time to take that lead because they have their Black Friday sale going on, and it's an excellent deal. Plus, you'll get peace of mind knowing you, your family, and your home have top-notch protection going into the holidays. There's a reason Simply Safe continues to be named Best Home Security Systems by U.S. News and World Report. can help stop crime before it happens. Traditional security systems typically only respond after someone breaks in, but SimpliSafe and their agents take action the moment someone is spotted outside your home. They can talk to suspicious people, scare them away, and dispatch police. You also don't have to worry about any long-term contracts or fees. Try it out, and if somehow it turns out to not be for you, you can easily cancel anytime. Get security and peace of mind this holiday season with SimpliSafe. And remember, to take advantage of their biggest deal of the year, my listeners can get early access to SimpliSafe's Black Friday sale, where you can save 60% on any new system. Just go to simplysafe.com/Rogan. That's simplysafe.com/Rogan. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it happens all the time that people ask me. There was a very famous singer and movie star person. This was a long time ago. It was when I first started getting invited to the parties, and I didn't know anything about this stuff. What year was this around? Well, it was around the time of Sling Blade, I was working and done some stuff that we noticed, like on False Move, done things, but this was around that time. And it wasn't even out yet, I don't think, but screenings had started happening, and there's a buzz about it, right? So I got invited to a party, and it was at David Foster's house. It was always real nice to me. At the time, he was married to Linda Thompson, who was, met this girl, and she always made Southern food, and she kind of took a liking to me and said, hey, I want to invite you because, you're from the South, and we always have this Southern food at our parties and stuff. So I go out there, and there were a lot of big people there, and I found myself outside having a smoke, and I was standing there in a little group of Schwarzenegger and Mel Gibson, and Lloyd was there, and I remember Lionel Richie was in there playing the piano in the living room, and I'm just like, wow, this is crazy. And I felt, it's like that poor kid in the South syndrome, like I don't really belong here, so I'm real shy, and that kind of thing. Well, I went into the kitchen to get another drink, and this, like I said, I won't name her name, but a very famous singer, I think, back in the 60s and 70s. And she very seriously said to me, she said, so this songwriter, she goes, it's fascinating to me. And a lot of people who didn't know me before that thought I was actually that guy. It's like this mentally challenged guy. And they go, you're the guy? Yeah. So anyway, but she said, it's fascinating to me. And she goes, you know, you're from Alabama or something like that. And I said, Arkansas. She goes, and what a straight face. What do you do down there? I was like, wow. And I said, I really think you should get the joke. I said, we mostly lay around on the porch with our house dog and swat flies. She goes, interesting. It's like, babe, I was fucking with you there. But that was one of the moments where I realized that I really was an outsider out there. People ask me about my longevity in this business. And I always say it's because I stay out of it. And I tell people, do your acting on the red carpet, not in the movie. They say, well, you're so natural and stuff. It's like, that's from ignorance. I don't know anything about acting. I didn't go to Shakespeare school and stuff. I didn't go out and look at the thing. I'm playing Tommy Norris and Landman, or I'm playing the guy Goliath and Fargo, or Monsters, whatever I was doing. Just go out there and do what it says, and be myself in whatever role it is. And because, people want to think there's a trick to everything that you can learn. And it's kind of just not true. I mean, I believe artists, whether they're musicians, novelists, actors, whatever they are, I truly believe that you're born with most of it. I'm not saying that you can't learn, that you can't progress, you can't get better. repetition makes you better. I mean, just the more you do something, the more comfortable you get with it. But, if you say, like, if you were to ask me, what is my process? Hell, I wouldn't know what to tell you. I know what my process is. So my process is starting with more. I use my life experience and I do this stuff. I live a very eclectic life. And I just remember all this stuff. I don't need to go in the hallway before a scene and think about what my dad ran over my head. Start, gobbling like a turkey and, yelling, screaming, punching the wall. So trying to get all this sense memory. My sense memory is here on the edge of my skin every fucking day. And I mean, if you're right as where I was, it was like, I don't forget any of that stuff. And I've lived 50 different lives. So plenty to draw on. And I just believe that people want. It sounds like you're smarter if you say, well, here's how I learn lines. I take this and I have this mathematical formula and I imagine these letters as numbers and it looks like that. It's like this transformation, but when it's used, they don't respect the hell out of it. I can't do it as much because people want to believe that anyone can do this if you get in the right school, if you get the right, teaching from someone, if you go study Shakespeare or whatever it is. And, I just don't believe that's true. I believe you either have it or you don't have it. Like in music, you can learn to play guitar, you can learn to play piano, you can learn to play drums. No, I'll take that back. You can get better at playing drums, but if you're not born a drummer, you're not going to be able to do it. My brother, God rest his soul, passed away at 30. He was a brilliant musician, played every instrument in the world, except when he got on my drums. And he looked like he had some muscular disorder. It was like, he was just like, he goes, how do you do this? You use all both legs and both arms. That's crazy. I play everything else. Everything. And he just couldn't play drums. Drummers can get better and they can be experts, but the thing in music that you can't teach is feel. You can't teach a vibe or a feel to it. Like Eric Clapton could play a lick on a guitar, give it to another guy, and he plays the same exact lick. It's going to sound different just because of their feel.
Yeah, just like that Miles Davis quote about hitting notes that everybody can hit the same notes, but it's the attitude of the motherfucker that's the important thing. The attitude of the person singing the notes is everything. That's most of it. Maybe they have that no doubt about it. And some of it's genetic, and some of it's just learned experience in your environment and how you grew up. But yeah, you don't got it. I mean, Ron Hell, who's a friend of mine, played drums with the band. I think Richie Hayward was with Little Feat. Played there, ZZ Top, especially on the earlier records. And Charlie Watts, those guys, they all had to feel they played everything. And then there are these other drummers that you sure science bands, where the drummer has like 75 drums, and they can do shit that seems humanly impossible. But what happens after the song's over? It doesn't stick. Right. See what I mean? Right. Leave on just playing on a little 4-piece kit. And play the song. So anytime musicians start thinking it's all about their thing, like if you're doing movies, the problem you can think 11 watches on each arm. It's like about your apartment, everything. 5 briefcases and watches everywhere. And it's like, no, I'm just taking all time X with a round face. I'm good, But it's the point when musicians start thinking
that they have to make their part cut through and be noticed. The best drummers don't really notice them. You hear the song, if you go in there and dig deep and listen to them, if you isolate them and just listen to that, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that cat. But in a perfect world, all you hear is the singer singing and telling you what you're trying to say, and the music is so good behind it that it's just part of it. It's
the feel thing. Yeah. And you know it when you hear it. When a song just, oh yeah, it gets in there, you're like, you got it, you put it together, you fucking nailed it. And the most amazing thing, like, about bands, how are the boxers around 20. The most amazing thing is that people get together and they stay friends for that long, and with all the conflicts and all the ego and all the bullshit, and you mad, you hang out. Like, that to me, when someone makes great music, it's the most impressive thing. It's not just that you make great music, but you make great music with people that all get along together, with all these different creative minds and egos, weirdness, everything. Every fucking creative person I've met out of their fucking mind. And you get all together, and then you show up for practice at the same time. You rehearse together, you actually do it, you show up for gigs, and you perform, you hit your notes on stage, you don't stay friends. Like, that's the most important thing, and the most rare thing, and the most impressive thing.
Absolutely. And with our bands in particular, before that, I played in a million bands and solo bands. Solo records, and that's why I've had summer guys that were into the box masters. Specifically, it was still me and our longest running member. We started that together, and I still run it. We're the opposite of what normally happens. Normally, a band, when they're younger, they hit it for a while, 3 or 4 years. They have a couple of hits, or at least things people know about. And then as the years go on, you start to dwindle a bit, unless you're the Rolling Stones, who we just opened on our last tour, which we realized. Wow! And so this band has started as, it's like, I got this crap about it's always an actor, it's always be a musician, it's like this guy, that guy. And it's like, no, I was a musician who came to LA to play music, accidentally became an actor. Next thing you know, I made $381 on an episode of Matlock with 5 lines. I'm broke, I better do this. That's how I became an actor.
That's crazy.
And so, when we're together, we started out fighting that stigma for 10, 12 years. And then all of a sudden, it started to go away because we have more and more fans. We became a big underground band. And in the last 5 or 6 years, it got really popular. So here we are, old guys who are still making it, who are still on their way up. And so it kind of went the other way around with us. And you're right. I mean, to stick around that long, especially when it took us a while to get success, to make any money at it, to get the fan base we have now.
Is there a weird thing too about people with critics or people who pay attention to music that don't just listen to the music and see you guys perform? Instead, they think, oh, that's Billy Bob, the movie star who's trying to relation. So there's this like stigma to it. So instead of like looking at you and go, oh, it's a cool band. Oh, I like that. This is great. Like, oh, that's that fucking swing blade guy. Yeah, Billy Bob's trying to do something different. He wants to be a rock star. Yeah.
I mean, that's what we put up with for about half of our career with Rothschild. Not as much anymore. That kind of goes away. It goes away with the public, with the audience. With some of the critics, it's still there because they want to say that. It has nothing to do with it. It has to do with, here's my angle for this article. My angle is this. I mean, I did an article with a magazine one time that was kind of one of my band's magazine, talked about music the whole time. And talked about sex for about 3 minutes. The whole article was about sex. So that's what they're, because that's their vibe, And So anyway, when they say this stuff, they're saying it because they want to dig at you. And musicians, famous musicians, are at one of our shows, unless one or two friends of ours. If they want to come back and meet us after the show, say hello, they'll come back there, and most people won't take this as an insult, but it is. They'll come back and they'll say, hey, it looks like you're really having fun up there. Which means, oh, it's a cute, you got a little hobby, and you're having fun up there. That's what they mean by it. And I just can't the fuck out of this. I mean, I'm not joking. There was a very famous guy that came back to see us in Dallas one time. He came back and he goes, it's really nice you get to do this. I said, get to do what? And he said, get to go out on the road and stuff, and, just party and have fun up there. So I said, well, I have some songs about suicide. I said, you think that's fun? This is not fun. I'm writing about shit from my soul that I grew up in. I'm also writing things that are hopeful songs. I'm writing a lot of stuff here. We write original music, and performance that people love this band. I said, so don't ever fucking come here again. Don't ever come to one of our shows again. If all you want to do is come back here because you're pissed that we just had a record on the radio. Right. You know what I mean? And then you were a band 30 years ago, and now you're playing, places that are smaller than where we are, so don't come back and do this. And I actually, he said, no, dude, I'm just saying it really looked like this. I said, get the fuck out of here. Oh, wow, there you are. And so,
well, you know when someone's
absolutely,
yeah, you know when someone's saying that was a great show, looks like you guys are having fun, they're smiling and laughing, it was fucking great, I loved it. And then you know, oh, it looks like you're having fun. Okay, good. Okay, good. Some people just love to do that. They just want to dismiss.
Fans you're so dumb and have no memory that some of the people who come to your shows to get stuff signed, which, a lot of them, they're not even, they're selling them, right? And in certain cities, like Kansas City, we're like the Beatles. I mean, there's certain cities where we sell out the second it goes on sale. So you got good places that aren't as good, no rhyme or reason to it sometimes, but there are people who come up to me that I've seen at shows before. And I mean, if it's a guy who's just an average fucking guy, you might not remember. But if it's a guy who's 6'11" and has red hair with like this giant nose and two teeth, you remember that guy. I saw this guy last year, And so I've actually had him come up to me and say, and one of their favorite things to say is, oh, it's so funny, we can't wait to come see your show now. We didn't even know you had a band. They love to say this, like, well, you obviously didn't see every TV show we've done. You didn't see, me talking about it on the Today Show or whatever I'm on, This has been going on a long time. Yeah, you do that. But they want to say that to you. Right. This man. So I've actually had guys on this tour. A guy came up to me who's been to 3 of our shows. I know he was there. He's always in the front. On the third time, he comes up to me and he goes, yeah, man, this is really, really cool and everything. When you send me a bunch of pictures from Bad Sound, I didn't even know you had a band. It's like, well, the first time you came, maybe you didn't. But then the second time you came, I think you probably remembered. And then last year when you were here, and now you're here today. So I think you probably knew about today that we have a band. We're in a society now where nobody wants to. It's a gig society. They're going to get you. And wherever they can get you, they want to get you. And nobody likes to see people succeed. Like when I was playing Carl and Sling Blade, every person in the world loved me. And then all the other ones, a simple plan. I'm playing this poor, pathetic rat, all this kind of stuff. the second I got to, have a love scene with somebody, and I was a leading man all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute, you're not one of us. Put the hope on your back, and all that shit, it's like, and it's like, you actually look better in this movie than you did that, what did you have, plastic surgery or whatever, and so, once you start to succeed, that's when they start to want to say shit to you,
Yeah, people love watching people fail at things. Because it takes away the pressure that they have in their own life, their lack of success. If they can watch a great man fall, that's what's a funny thing is like the dismissal of your music. They can't dismiss you as an actor or your accomplishments. So they try to dismiss you as like, this is a thing to kind of do, like you wish you were a rock star. So if you can't possibly also a musician, you're an artist, and you do things that are cool that you enjoy doing, that's not possible.
Why is this ugly fuck married to Angelina? Not that I disagree, but
It's normal. I would be thinking that way too about 16. I'd be like, fuck that guy. I remember when I first saw pictures of you and Angelina Jolie, I didn't think that though. I was like, fuck yeah, dude.
we're supposed to root for each other.
Yes. You can look at something and be like, oh, look at that guy, look at that guy. Or you can look at the same thing and go, fuck yeah, well, way to go, dude. That's awesome. And then you feel good, and he feels good, and everybody feels good. And maybe you're inspired to do better for yourself. Like, you know what? I wish I was a little bit more like that guy. I gotta maybe discipline myself a little more, get my shit together, get something going. But instead of fucking that guy sucks, fucking overrated, that guy fucking sucks, he's a joke. Yeah. Fucking Sling Blade, he played a retard. So the beautiful thing about Sling Blade is you did that on your own. Like, you did that, and you broke out. Like, look, nobody's giving me a chance. I was gonna do something. And then everybody's like, oh my God, we love you. We love you. You did this on your own. But even then, you try to do something different. You try to just be a normal human. They're like, no, we're gonna be a retard. We like you as a retard.
Absolutely.
You're getting a little too big. I liked it when you were underground. I liked it when nobody knew about you. I bet the Box Master did that too, right? Like, I liked you at the beginning before you guys stayed.
Yeah, we like the first 2 or 3 albums back when we first started, which were kind of experimental albums. But yeah, that's a thing. It's just it's a human thing. Yeah, we do like more than ever to see people fail. There was a time when we waited for people. I think there's also too much exposure now. I think when we were growing up, especially in my era, if we were going to see Jimmy Stewart, we were going to see him in the movie, and it was on film, and it has literally a film over it that made it look like you were watching something magical. Now you got digital where you see every fucking mole on your face and shit, and everything is behind the scenes. The studio's doing this, and now this group wants to come over, and they're going to do the whole thing, and they want to see you on this tap. But if I see Mel Gibson sitting in a director's chair dressed up like he was in Braveheart talking about the movie, it's like it takes away something from that. It's like we've had too much of a peek behind the curtain, I believe. And I think we're too exposed, there's too much access to people. When I was growing up in this business, I wouldn't have dared. If I'd seen Bob Dylan or Jack Lemmon or whoever it was on the sidewalk, I wouldn't walk up to him to say Jack Lemmon, punch him in the shoulder and say, hey, dude, let's get a picture. I mean, in a million years, I would have done that. And there's a respect. These are my elders. They're my heroes. And I probably wouldn't have approached them at all. But if I did, I would be, very apologetic and say, I'm so sorry, but I'm such a huge fan of yours. And you still get that every now and then from decent people. But now, cats will come up to me literally and just, you know, just come up and like grab me by the arm and say, dude, let's get a picture. The worst ones are, now this is usually guys, usually more guys than women. They come up and they will say, hey man, you're supposed to be famous or some shit. My wife said, you know, you're like some famous dude. You know, so I don't really give a shit about that stuff, but can we get a picture? And it's like, I put up with it for 30 years. In the last couple of years, I started saying, how about when you do give a shit, come back and look at a picture? You know, because, you know, after a while, you just can't take it. I'm kind of a codependent guy, so I'm nice to everybody I can be, you know, and it's just every now and then you get a ringer, and you get drunk people and women who just come over, and they'll come to the bus when we're on tour and start banging on the door and say, hey, you know, come out here, we got some whiskey, take a shot with us. And you're just like, can you imagine doing that to Jimmy Stewart? Right. You know, first of all, back then, they just throw you in jail. You know? But there's something about having heroes that are unattainable for you. That way they can stay in that magic spot. So I think we've lost magic and mystery and all these things.
Well, it certainly happens when you hear actors talk about politics. When actors become activists, it's like, okay, oh yeah.
I donate to a lot of charities, mainly children's stuff, but nobody does it. I don't go to the award show and talk about my award. It's like Ricky Gervais said in that skit of his, you know, he said, look, come up here, accept your little award, and fuck off. You know, I think, first of all, unless you have really studied stuff and really know about a subject fully, who the hell would want to listen to an actor or a musician talk about those things? You know what I mean? Are we supposed to follow this? I mean, if we are, what if they lead you down the wrong road? You know, and politically, I call myself a radical moderate. I'm like very strong in my opinions, but my opinions don't belong to any political party. And, you know, I just look at what makes sense. I think we need a common sense party in this country. That's actually what I think we need. Just figure it out. Just figure out what this is all about. You know, non-ideologically captured party. Yeah, that just is like, okay, what do we need to do here? Instead of us versus them, you know, like, you're seeing this a lot right now because Donnie won in New York City and people are screaming, we're winning now, we're winning. Like, what is this we shit? It's supposed to be, we are all Americans. You are all Yorkers. You're all we. You decided who's going to run your city. Now we should all root for this guy. Do a great job. For sure. And this idea that now, fuck all these other people that didn't vote for him, like, it's not a tribe, it's not a gang war, okay? It's an election to see who governs your city. And once someone wins, everybody else should be like, okay, well, let's hope this guy's got some good fucking plans and it works out great for everybody. And if you don't think like that, you're part of the problem. Absolutely. I mean, people are pitting against each other so much these days. It's gotten kind of ridiculous. Yeah. And you're right, it is almost like a game of warfare, you know, and here's the other thing, it's like, we can also say, let's all get along. That's not going to happen because not everybody's going to get along with everybody. Right. I mean, even on a personal basis, some people take, you know, 20 people in the room and let's all hang out together for a week and all live in the same house. You're not going to get along with everybody. But at the end of the day, our basic principles of humans, those should all be the same with all those people.
Yes.
You know, which that, to me, that's getting along. That's attainable. It is attainable. And I think that we, like, somebody that maybe you don't agree with their principles, if it's just two of you sitting at a bus stop talking, it's hard to not, just on a one-on-one basis with people, it's hard to dislike someone that you're stuck with for a couple hours. Right. You start talking and you find out, oh, this cat doesn't believe anything I believe, but then all of a sudden you say something like, you know, remember when we used to drink egg? You know, and then the guy goes, yeah, right. And then the guy goes, yeah, we used to drink tank. Next thing you know, you're having a conversation because you grew up as just kids and humans.
Right. Yeah. I think it's all because of social media is a big part of it. Yes, I totally agree.
Because the division when I was a kid, I remember like the Reagan days. Like there was a lot of people that didn't like Reagan, but it was never evil. It was never like this vile hatred of someone that you see today from different political parties, different politicians, and just the way we looked at one side of the country versus the other side of the country wasn't divided like that. Like I always had relatives that were, some of them were conservative and some of them were liberal and real liberal. Everybody was like, you disagreed, but they didn't fucking disavow each other because you voted for the wrong person. Like it's just bizarre. And I think that sort of insanity is just accentuated by these weird little echo chambers that people exist in. They're also infiltrated by bots, so they're not even real people, half of them. So this one FBI analyst estimated that it might be as high as 80% of the people that are communicating online are bots on Twitter, which is fucking insane.
Well, yeah.
Because 80% of the people getting all these other people riled up are young people. It's either AI chatbots that are run by China, Russia, or even our own government. And then there's actual farms of people that are being told to do these things.
Oh, for sure. I mean, now people get jobs in the entertainment business because they're in charge of, at studios and things, some 22-year-old who's in charge of seniors who has the most followers. Yeah, and they take someone and make them into a star because they got all these followers, and it's like, but they can't do jack shit. It's like, the talent comes, talent's created as opposed to the most talented individual. I think you're right. I mean, social media is really, it sounds like the old guy chasing kids all day long, but it's just the truth. I told my wife when the internet first became a thing, like way back when it first started, I said, watch and see. I said, this is going to ruin people viewing each other. It's going to ruin our society. I promise you.
You thought that way back then?
Totally.
What made you feel that way?
Once you start opening it up to, it's like, well, now everyone has an opportunity. They look at that as equality, as an opportunity for everyone. Everyone can get on the internet, and now everyone can do something. That's great for the people that actually have something to say. And you got another 80%, have an opportunity. All of a sudden there's someone because they decided to, take pictures of themselves in the bathroom or something. And, but I swear to God, I saw it all coming. And it was it's out of control. And then AI, for Christ's sake, yeah, it's fun to watch me and the swing light talking about like Carl, but it's a little baby trying to order French fries. It's fun. If it's used for that or there's medical ways that they can use it, that's awesome. But once you start taking jobs away from people, the workforce is going to be destroyed because of that stuff. Yeah, and that's, to me, not cool. Unless you're going to find a way to take care of people, because it's going to ruin the workforce. Pretty soon.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how we navigate that. But I just, I'm shocked that you picked that out early on, because I looked at it the other way. I said, this is going to give people that were outside the system, sort of like they were with Trade Sling Blade, this is going to give people an opportunity to show their talent that maybe would have never gotten an opportunity to be hired by somebody. That they'll be able to create something completely on their own. And I read all these blogs by people that were really interesting. I was like, okay, I would have never read this guy's book, but I saw it at a bookstore. I went to buy it, pick it up, but I'm reading this guy's, and he's got very interesting insights. And he's just some guy who's a computer coder who lives in Missouri. And somehow or another, he's just smart enough to figure out how to say things in a way that resonates with me, and I would have never seen this guy's words before. And I was like, oh, this is like good, because it'll make it much more of a meritocracy. It's like, if you have good stuff, if you have good things, good ideas, those ideas will get out.
I agree with that still to this day.
That too.
That's true.
Yeah.
I in the beginning, I felt that too. I felt this straight. What I was afraid of was it becoming a runaway train.
Clearly, you're right.
You know, and so it was. I did love the opportunity to discover people I wouldn't have otherwise, and I still feel that way. I still discover people on the internet all the time that it's like, wow, I would have never known that. So that does exist. But out of those, you know, 20%, like I said, there's another 80% that, for instance, when I was coming out as an actor, we had like 30 minutes to worry about. You know, it was, Rex Reed, Cisco Lieber, Jeffrey Lyons, all these people. But you know, it was a not finite number, but semi-finite number of things. You know, I mean, you had the local ones, you know, the local states, but and internationally, but now some guy named Daryl who doesn't like you, you know, can just write a bunch of shit about you and you believe it.
Right.
You know, I've been on lists before. I mean, you can ask people I work with on a set. Like I said, I'm codependent. I'm probably nicer crew than I have on the director. Not that I'm not nice too, but I love the manufacturers, the best crew I ever worked with. And I go out of my way to make sure that they're okay every day. And they'll tell you that. I mean, I've always been, you know, a decent guy on set. I've blown up maybe 2 or 3 times over, and that was always when I was directing. But somehow, you look at something on the internet, you could be looking up, how do you make blueberry muffins? And some fucking way, I'll eventually get to something that says, what an asshole I am. You know? And when you see that thing pop up, and it's like, oh, he eats blueberries every day, and that was related to the blueberry muffin thing, which I do eat blueberries every day. And it's been said publicly. But then the blueberries turns into, oh, and he's also weird because he's afraid of antiques and minutes, this and that, and the other. Yeah, next thing you know, I'm on a list of the top 10 actors. I've seen this a couple of times, who are the most difficult to work with on set. And I'm like, how the hell did this even happen? I mean, that's not true. But somehow, somebody said something. And then it became widespread, and then all of a sudden I end up on these lists. The people I work with would say, God, this could be further from the truth.
Can't people love to find out that someone's secretly an asshole?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they want that. They don't want, like, oh, he's the sweetest guy. They want, oh, he's a piece of shit behind the scenes. Like the Ellen thing. You know, like Ellen was all like laughing and smiling, and then when everybody found out she's actually kind of mean, they were like, oh, yeah, fuck her. Right. You know, but they wanted that to be true. They were excited that it was true.
Absolutely. Yeah, people love to see that. And,
Some brothers can just, they just light fire. And remember the Richard Gere gerbil roar?
oh, yeah.
I grew up in Massachusetts, and my buddy grew up in LA. And I was like, when did you do that, man? And he was like, it was the same time. I'm like, so this fucking rumor burned across the entire country. Probably no basis whatsoever in truth. Richard Gere had to go to the hospital, get a gerbil removed from his ass. And everybody talked about it. Poor Richard Gere's probably all going, what the fuck? How did that happen?
Yeah, it's like I'm near a gerbil. It's like,
and every time anybody would see Richard Gere, he would go, oh, that's the guy with the gerbil up his ass.
and they're stamped that way forever. Yeah, nobody ever forgets it. And now with the internet, it doesn't go away. And if I want something taken down on the chat, I have to prove it's me, but the person who put it up there doesn't have to prove it.
Right,
It's kind of odd, but yeah, that whole thing with Richard Gere, want it to be true so badly that everybody you talk to who's got the news, you know, it's just, hey, guess what happened with Richard Gere, you know, and they went to so-and-so hospital and, you know, whatever it was. And then you say, come on, I mean, seriously, really and truly. And they go, no. My neighbor's cousin's nurse. You know how many fucking nurses are working there that night? Thousands of nurses were sued. And I know somebody who knows one of them all across the country. You know?
Well, they wanted it to be true. They wanted it to be true because he was too handsome.
Yeah.
You know, too handsome, doing too well, too good of an actor. You know, like, fuck that guy. Oh, like, turtles up his ass. Makes sense.
Yeah.
And then the idea is that, like, you get so much pussy, it's just like, you get bored. Oh, you start sucking dicks, like, that's up your ass, like, get you to the hospital, G.I. Joe stuffed up there. Oh, yeah. It's just some kind of a fucking romance, always. Yeah. It's you know, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate people think like that. They want failure.
And the thing with me is, I like people. I really do. Because people tell me I sign a lot of things and take a lot of pictures of people. And my friends will start friends who won't even look at them. You know, and they're just like, these guys just walk right by them. And I'll go through these press lines, I'll sign stuff all day. And people ask me, they say, what do you see that? I said, hey, they quit kids through school. That's what, you know, I owe them, you know, some attention. You know, and the other thing is, it's like, to them, it means something. You know, 50 years from now, somebody's grandkid is going to have an autograph by somebody that means something to them. It's different than people selling them. I'm talking about, you know, actual fans who want you to write it out to Uncle Albert or right. And it means something to them. And I love my fans. I mean, I always have, and I cherish them. I feel blessed every day, and I don't. It's emotionally exhausting sometimes, you know, because, you know, everybody wants to talk to you for a half hour piece, and you can't do it. But I try anyway.
It's a weird position to be in. It's a very weird position to be in where they know you and you don't know them. And everywhere you go, that's the case. You walk to any restaurant you walk into, it's like people want to say hi, they want to go up to your table, want to shake your hand, they talk to you, I got a mouthful of food. It's like,
well, you know, they always want to buy you stuff. When I was broke, starving to death, most of my life until the last 35 years, nobody ever bought me shit. You know, now everybody wants to buy me a drink, and I'm like, well, no, let me buy you guys a drink. It's like, I don't need you to buy me a drink now, but then I kind of figured out that what it really is, it's a connection. Yeah, it's not really about buying the drink. It's a
friendship offering.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's why, you know, you take it, take the drink and appreciate it.
And occasionally you meet really cool people that way.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, people go
all the time. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the problem is it's just like social media comments. Like if you read 10 great things about you, but then you read one, like I got this piece of shit yelling in the group, like, oh, fuck you. And then that ruins your whole day. Like, 10 people saying you're the nicest guy they've ever met, with love of, so talented, so authentic, and one fucking person, that person gets stuck in your head. That's the same with meeting people. You know, you can meet 10 amazing people. This is great. One guy's like, I don't know. That's somebody, right? Fuck you.
And that's what
the rest of the night, you sit in your hotel room smoking cigarettes, like, fuck that guy.
Right. It's amazing how people get under your skin.
It is. You know, that's why they do it.
Yeah.
That's why I always tell comedians, post and ghost. Post something, then get the fuck out of there. Don't read anything about yourself. Don't read the good. Don't read the bad. Don't read any of it. You don't want to know. Let them talk. Let them yap. Who cares?
It's like what really is. I don't really do it anymore. I don't care about awards anymore. I got plenty of them. And because I kind of got into the wire when awards were kind of real still, you know. I just won a couple recently, but these days I just look at it just like, oh, okay, we're going to go over here and, you know, have some, you know, dry chicken breast and green beans. Listen to and we'll listen to people get up there and pontificate about how awesome they are, and but see, those are the ones that get me. It's like, how about if you're gonna get one of these things and you truly are honored by it, well, you honor the people who gave it to you.
Yeah.
Just them, and don't go up there and talk about saving, the Badgers in Wisconsin or something. You know what I'm saying? It's like, there's a time and place for that, I believe, and you should just stick to what it is. And people would argue and say, well, no, because I have a voice and because everybody knows me, this is a great platform for me to put this in there. Well, how about this? If you have $1 billion
Puppy GF.
and you want to save the Badgers, fucking save them.
Puppy GF.
You got plenty of money to save the Badgers.
Puppy GF. Can you hear me? Okay. So you're back in. Are there a lot of people in there? All right. Well, it's part of my mystique. Puppy.
Trust me, that's barely going to cut into your budget.
Right. You know what I mean? That's really your cause. Talking about it is just going to annoy people. And everybody knows what you're really doing. You're saying how awesome.
What? Yeah, she just came in. Some people were requesting my attention, and we'll see. No, it's not that she didn't like it. I helped her, and now she's back in. Yeah, there's some people in here.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up? How are you?
Are you Rabbi, are you depressed or something?
No. I'm probably the most positive person you've ever met. Oh, for sure, dog. Okay, excellent. Well, everything's going to be okay. You're an amazing person, and be very happy that you have the opportunity to be above ground yet another day. A friend of mine, a little birdie, told me that I should pop in here. So yeah, I don't talk in here. If you're wondering why don't you talk in here, I just talk in other servers, but generally I just leave my camera on. I give people a portal into my world, and but to the person who was like, "Are you sad?" or whatever, no, I'm very positive, extremely positive. With each day, I gain more and more positivity, more and more confidence, and more joy in my life. So how are you all?
Bro, I have a question. What are you doing on your cam? 24/7.
I live stream my life 24/7 on YouTube, so it's one of like,
What do you do?
I've been doing so for 4 years, so it's one of like 33 different cameras that I have on myself.
Because whenever I always see you. Is there a booty count?
My whole life is a booty cam. Word. So yeah, if you ever want to talk with me, I don't normally ever talk in this channel. Maybe like in the last year that I've been in here, maybe 2 or 3 times. So this is a special moment. But if you ever need to talk to anyone, if you're an adult, come to my Discord server. The link is in my bio. I'd be happy to cheer you up.
Bro, are you always lying on your bed?
No, that's just the only angle that you see in my life. But I do a lot more than that. Welcome.
Are you that you look the video?
Gamer. Gamer Bob. No, my video is not looped. It's always live. That's what you think. I just don't take a Discord camera outside. I go outside 2 or 3 times a day. Right. Just because I don't take a random tablet Discord outside with me does not mean I do not go outside. I have 33 different devices going right now. I mean, look, I'll just show you from the other angle that you never see. Look at all these devices. Just because you can't see what I'm doing, from that one camera doesn't mean that, like, I'm not going to take all these cameras outside with me. And plus, it's freeing. It's enjoyable to just every once in a while, a few times a day, not have to worry about ensuring that I'm in front of a camera. Though outside, like, we have security cameras, so I guess there's cameras outside too. But nevertheless, those aren't being live streamed to YouTube. I'm live on YouTube 24 hours a day. I have been for 4 years. Boy, Gamer Bob is full of questions. So I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has given me some financial independence, so I don't have to work.
What the fuck is that?
You don't know what an app is?
What is it? This type of living is
Okay, well, Mr. Nice, enjoy your day. All right, well, that's what I do. So I'm going to go back to my Discord friends. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people in my Discord over here. And then in these Discords, I've got that one has like 25. That one has 8. I'm live in like 12 different Discords 24 hours a day. No, I don't ever listen to it.
oh shit.
All right, so enjoy yourselves, friends. I'm gonna go back to my thanks, dude.
It's kind of wild that people think of things like, oh, they'll never remember that. They were before. Well, I definitely remember before 4. I remember that. I remember every babysitter. I remember every cousin that watched me. In fact, my cousins joke about it because I'll talk about me too. And my cousin Beth used to watch me like, oh yeah, I remember getting dropped off there. He would pull out of my car seat or whatever, and she would be playing Fiddler on the Roof. And she switched to that by Michael Jackson. Like, how do you remember that? Absolutely, that was true. Why?
Yo, what up, puppy?
I just remember a lot about my cousins. I think it's because my family is so good. I'm such a lucky kid that I was surrounded by such a. I was not the streamline. I was
Puppy.
all my relatives, and I
What up, girl?
loved them all to death. So why wouldn't you want to remember certain things? I think that's a beautiful.
Puppy.
Now we're gonna switch it up a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Wild card line in Maryland. Hey Ruth, welcome to
Puppy. There you are. How was your day? Puppy, your microphone doesn't sound good.
Of course, I love dragons. I want to continue this phone conversation, which I started right when the music started. So can you hang on with me for the break? We'll come right back to more of your calls next. We have a best to stay up.
No one gives a shit. Okay? We want the shit now. Why? We don't give a shit. Hey, Angela. My folks were always putting him down, down. Why? Because you know who leader the back is. It's this man. The one, the only Rabbi Rothschild, the man, myth, the legend. There she is. I think it was the 18th of March. Hey, eyes. Raggy. Hey. I met him at the candy store. He turned around and said, "In the picture, yes, we see." That's when I fell for the leader of the pack. My folks were always putting him down. They said he came from the wrong side of town. To say the wrong side of town. He told me that he was bad, but I knew he was sad. That's why I fell for the leader of the pack. The man that had to find someone new. I had to tell him Jimmy is through. Jimmy says everybody knew. He stood there and asked me why. But all I could do was cry. I'm sorry I hurt you, the leader of the pack. And a smile, kiss me goodbye. Raggy, eyes, girl, Jimmy, girl, you okay? She's gonna be okay. She's snapping. Don't worry. She's walking differently, girls. I can tell you that. Definitely. No. Look out. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Remembering all the things we've been through. I'll never forget him, the leader of the pack. Now he's gone. Friends too. Alright, so that's Mr. Reynolds, will you still love me tomorrow? Sexy. Well, some people call me sexy. Other people say no. Sexy. But perhaps someone wants to call me Bill. Shoot your light for years, which I know you don't have the balls to do. Then shut the fuck up, get your grip, or get the fuck out of here. Christmas classics, Christmas jazz, country, Yeah, I think you should be doing it. I think out of all the. Hey, dog, guess what? No one gives a flying fuck about your opinion. When we're watching your stream, that's when your opinion matters. Unless you're gonna live stream your life for years, which I know you don't have the balls to do, then shut the fuck up, get your crayons, or get the fuck out of here. He's so fine. And to-do's gonna do in the front. You got your crayons there. You good? You good? You need chocolate? You good? Good? Okay. You need more paper? Okay. You never know. I like to listen to the radio. I can be listening to the people in all of these different discords, and you don't know to what I'm listening. It's your subjective opinion, man, that I'm listening to this. But the dude can be doing whatever the fuck he wants. Mine is a dude of mine. Hey, pardon me. Angela, over here, girl. My husband is such an asshole. Hey, Sundar Pichai, how's that fucking Zoom doing? Dude, Angela, you sucks. He just sucks dick. And I remember singing it years ago. Like, I have all these songs that I'm learning. And I sing this song a lot. And I changed the words to it slightly. Because I just had like a form. Alright, you're gonna Barbara that thing. Oh, one second. We're not gonna do it. Just sooner. Just keep it yourself. Angela, you know, that's what you have. It sucks. It just sucks dick. Why don't you stop and look me over and look me over? Am I the same girl you used to know? Why don't you stop and think it over and look it over? Am I the same girl you know so? I'm the one you want. I'm the one you need. I'm the one you love. Love is guaranteed. Round the corner, in every way. We need better ways. And round the corner, in every way. We need better ways. And we're much too young to love each other this way. I'm not the same. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm the same. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Would you stop and look me over and no one will know how to bring that prayer. This next band, I could be there. I can't be next. That'd be next. And I don't want to my voice. This is your Rabbi from the Redemption. Nothing you can take can tear me away from my God. Nothing you can do, cause I'm stuck with my God. I'm sticking to my God like a statue. Stick together, I'm telling you from the start, I can't be torn apart from my God. Nothing you can do can make me true to my God. My God. Nothing you can buy can make me do right to my God. My God. I gave my word on there to be faithful and good. You best be believing I won't be deceiving my God. As a matter of opinion, I don't think he stops. My opinion is he's the cream of the crop. Much better days to be exact. He's ideal as a matter of fact. No muscle on that can take my hand from my God. My God, no face will ever take the place of my God. My God, my God, he made me a movie star. But when it comes to being happy, we are examined today. You can take me away from my God.
Sick. So sick. Swipe. Doug, no one gives a shit.
Check in and look out for each other next week. And don't forget to dress like how you gonna deal with the heat next week. Ready, Cooler? Yes. Here you go. You own any booty shorts, but that's the recommendation from the folks in West Philly to keep cooler and be rested.
Folks, look at this athleticism.
What the fuck it is. And it's like a flag that you carry with you to let everybody know that you're a person.
Yeah, if you're gonna do it, just do it.
Yo,
Like,
what up, Fall
I
3
wish
info?
someone's never
How you living, big man?
But I always felt like a ward.
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Excellent. How'd you find out about me? Okay. Remind me, how'd you find out about me yesterday? Oh, Trey's invited you? Oh, very cool. Okay, I've got you now. Okay, so how was your day? So, slanging dick like it's going out of style. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's on your agenda for this weekend? Okay, what are you gonna play? Okay, did you know that a few nights ago I whooped Trey's ass in a game, and he's beaten me now 5 straight games in pool? It's really sad. Yeah. He's cheating though, and so I'm letting him win, just to be a lesson for the world and the future of humanity that cheaters never prosper. So, but yeah, he's really good at pool. Have you ever played pool against him? Well, you're missing out. He's very good. Okay, so what game are you playing? What does that mean? Where wins meet? What is it? What kind of game is that? In what Asian country does it take place? Oh, that's baller. You could have named any of them, though. They're all cool. Um, all right, so it takes place in China. Like what year? Okay, so they have gunpowder. Oh, then it's way before then. China had gunpowder like 2,000 years ago. All right, all right, dude. We're gonna look it up. All right, I want to know the exact fucking date that you're playing this game. So just one moment. It's called Winds of what? Where Winds Meet. In what year does the game Where Winds Meet take place? Where Winds Meet. It takes place in the 10th century. All right. Well, let me see when did they have gunpowder? And did they have gunpowder? The game Where Winds Meet is set in 5 dynasties. Yes, gunpowder was used during this era, and the game reflects this historically accurate detail. Players encountered gunpowder barrels in the game world, such as the burning town area, which are key elements in combat and exploration. So, have you been to the burning town area? All right. So maybe that's on your agenda. All right, that's tight. Do they have manuscript? Do they have written? Why isn't it on Xbox? Isn't it strange? I mean, let me just ask you this question. Fall 3 Info 27. You're going to make a game, whatever your game is. I don't care what it is. You name it. wouldn't you put it on Xbox and PS5 and the PC like by default? That's a good. But don't you think you would just be like, okay, well, fuck exclusivity. Let's just put this game out everywhere as much as we can. I bet it has to do with like you have to basically create a whole new game on the other platforms, and they don't have like a big enough team. But I would think like that's what I would do. I would be like, uh, I don't care what the game is, whatever it is. If we're gonna put out a game as a studio, it has to be on everything. That's the only way games get popular. The argument is like Grand Theft Auto comes out like a year later, but it always comes out a year later, like on PC. So I get that one. But it still comes out on all of them, and I just don't understand. When Grand Theft Auto first came out, though, it was only on PlayStation, and that's why I bought a PlayStation. I would not have had a PlayStation if Grand Theft Auto had come out on Xbox as well as PlayStation, or instead of PlayStation. But it was like, okay, I have to have that game, and so wherever it could have come out on Wii, and I would have gotten a Wii. All right, did you ever play Wii U? All right, so you play? Did you ever play Wii? All right, you played Wii as a kid. You played Wii U as a kid. Did you ever play Switch? Have you ever played Switch 2? All right. What's the best game on Switch 2? I knew you were going to say that. Are there any games on Switch 2 where you can kill somebody with blood? Yeah, like that. I don't know why Nintendo doesn't make like games for adults. I get that, but it can be both. It can be both. I don't understand. I mean, they don't just have to be one or the other. It literally could just be like whatever, you know how it is. You just play a kid's game if you're a kid, and you play an adult game if you're an adult. But it doesn't have to be like the whole system has to be a kid's game. I don't get that. I don't get why PlayStation and Xbox see themselves as like adult or like teen adult whatever consoles, and Nintendo is just like, well, we can only like once you get to be 13, we you're not our we're not going to sell to you anymore. It's like, dog, you could put a ton of cool games on there. I get it though. They don't want to maybe I don't get it. They could sell more games, but they don't want to hurt their reputation of being like super sweet and nice, and but even still, they can still have that. No one says that people are going to think Mario is a serial killer if you get a good game on Wii. I don't get that. But I don't make those decisions. Did they ever release Grand Theft Auto on Wii? Or not Wii, but Switch or Switch uh and I never saw it if they did. I don't think they did. Maybe they did, but I'm not familiar. Now I've got to look it up. Did Grand Theft Auto ever come out on a Nintendo platform or console? Yes, Grand Theft Auto was released on several Nintendo platforms, though not on home consoles until recently. The fuck does that mean? The series first appeared on Nintendo handheld systems. The original Grand Theft Auto was ported to the Game Boy Color in 1999, followed by a port to Grand Theft Auto 2 on the same. Nobody cares about Game Boy Color though. I'm talking about like real shit. The third handheld title, Grand Theft Auto Advance, was released for Game Boy Advance. That doesn't count either. I'm talking about something that you could put on your TV. This a third handheld, okay, Advance. Okay, this game developed by Digital Eclipse was a prequel to GTA 3 and featured a top-down perspective with some 3D elements. That is not Grand Theft Auto. I know that was 1 and 2, but that's 25 years ago. Like Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars was released on Nintendo DS in 2009. So like still these are all handheld things and combined a top-down view of 3D environments. So that's not Grand Theft Auto either. Like at least not the one that is cool, serving as a modern homage to the earlier games. After these handheld releases, Rockstar Games did not release any mainline GTA titles on Nintendo home consoles for many years. However, this changed with the release of Grand Theft Auto, the trilogy, the definitive edition on November 11, 2021, which included remastered versions of GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, and was made available for the Nintendo Switch. Okay, so it was on Switch. This marked the first time the main GTA series appeared on Nintendo. Okay, additionally, while not part of the main GTA series, Rockstar released other games on Nintendo platforms such as Manhunt 2. Yeah, none of that shit matters. Okay, here's the next question. Did it have the same soundtrack in Vice City, like with Michael Jackson, Billie Jean, on Nintendo? Yes, Grand Theft Auto has been released, but many not console. Okay. Regarding the soundtrack, the song Billie Jean was removed from digital versions of the game due to expired licensing agreements, including the Steam and updated PC CD-ROM games. This removal affected digital re-releases on platforms like PC and PS4, but the original retail version, such as the PS2 release and the initial PC version, retained the track. The definitive edition for Switch includes a relicensed soundtrack from the game's most recent re-releases, meaning that Billie Jean and other previously removed tracks are not included, as Rockstar did not reacquire it. Dog. So they don't even have the good soundtracks on these versions. So I don't know. They're just not the same. Do you like Grand Theft Auto? Did you ever play? Did you ever play Grand Theft Auto Vice City? Yeah, it's baller as fuck. Did they have the original soundtrack with Billie Jean? Yeah, no, I know. There was just something about it when I played Grand Theft Auto Vice City and I heard Billie Jean. I was like, I can't believe they got the rights to Michael Jackson. Do you know how hard it is to get the rights to Michael Jackson in a video game? It was like, damn, they weren't fucking around. And that soundtrack is like the soundtrack of the 80s. It's incredible. It's like, oh, it was so good. Grand Theft Auto 3, its soundtrack was not like a real soundtrack. Grand Theft Auto Vice City had a real soundtrack. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas had a real soundtrack. That was a great one. Grand Theft Auto Liberty, Grand Theft Auto Liberty City. I guess it's Grand Theft Auto 4. I didn't really. I couldn't tell you a single song from it. Let me look it up. I mean, I beat that game, but I don't remember doing it. I know that sounds strange, but it's like it was a long time ago. Grand Theft Auto 4. What was the Did you just burp and cough at the same time? Oh, all right. I was gonna say that would be baller. Okay. So they didn't have anything that good on it. I mean, really, nothing. Okay, Grand Theft Auto 5. What was the Grand Theft Auto 5 soundtrack? Yeah, they don't have anything super good on it. Like, yeah, no, dude. Grand Theft Auto Vice City had like every fucking banger song from the 80s. And I don't know how much they paid for it, but that soundtrack made that fucking game. And I think they moved away from buying all this, paying all this for all these different artists, because you can port your own music into them with like on certain consoles. So why pay a whole bunch for like music that is already that you're not even going to listen to, perhaps? There are rumors, I don't know if it's true, that Joe Rogan Experience, at least some versions of the podcast, are going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6. November 9th, November 19th, 2026, dog. It was going to be May 26th, 2026, but they pushed it back again. They say they want it to be the most polished game of all time. But it's like, okay, there's an argument to be made that a lot of people make, and I understand this argument. They say, look, for as good as Grand Theft Auto is, it's amazing, but we don't want to wait 10 fucking years between games. It's going to be more than 10 years. It's going to be 15 fucking years of a wait. That's too long. Don't make it the best fucking game ever and give us Bully 2 and Midnight Racing 4 or whatever, and Red Dead Redemption 3 and like Hitman, or not Hitman, but Manhunt. Like, give us more of the smaller games and don't make us wait 15 years between games. And I agree with those people. It's ridiculous. And for as good as Grand Theft Auto, the story game was, it was tight, but it was not so great that I'd wait another 15 years for it. Like, you got it done in, I don't know, like a week or two. I mean, or maybe 3 weeks or something. If you played it a lot, it's not like it was. People are still playing the story mode. But the thing that made it take off, of course, was online, and then the role playing servers and everything. But even still, it's not like the map got any bigger. There's like, it's not. It's. I'm the biggest Grand Theft Auto fan, like, and it doesn't. The map was not that impressive in comparison to waiting 15 effing years for this thing. It's like, if you're gonna make me wait 15 years for the next one, well, then make the map be worth like a lot bigger, I guess, like, and more stuff. If you played Grand Theft Auto 5, is that correct? All right. So that game is basically the city in the south, and then a bunch of open maps in the north. There's like really not anything of substance north of the city. It's like just empty wilderness and stuff. And a lot of people complain about that. Like, hey, they say their map's really big and it's got all this stuff in it, but not really. It's not like the whole map is a city. It's like kind of just the southern, I don't know, southern tenth of the map is actually like has buildings. And the other thing is you can't go in all the buildings. So it's like you're spending 15 fucking years on this game and you can't go in all the buildings. Like, I'm telling you, if you were going to tell me, hey, we're going to spend 15 years on a game, I would say, well, then I better be able to go into every single building and do stuff and like change the wallpaper in every building if I want to, or change the paint. I should be able to customize everything. 15 years? Do you know how much like technology advances in 15 years? And so when they show me what the graphics are and stuff, I'm not really that impressed. And I hate to say it, but like 15 years is a long time. It doesn't look that much different than Grand Theft Auto 5 does. I know it's good. I know it's good, and I'm hating on it. And when it comes out, I'm probably like, this thing is so sick. But even still, 15 years, that's a long, long time. That's basically a generation. Yeah, exactly. And then for, like, this is what I would expect from the game. Much like when we saw Grand Theft Auto 2 go to Grand Theft Auto 3 and it went three-dimensional and it had like storylines and all the shit and it wasn't top down, it changed everything. And then Grand Theft Auto Vice City came out and it had this amazing soundtrack and it allowed you to like swim, or no, you couldn't swim yet, but it had boats, which I don't think the other one had as much. And it had like a little bit of a plane, like it had helicopters. That was a big difference. Like, there were some changes. Then Grand Theft Auto 4 came along. There wasn't that big of a change. Like, graphics weren't that bad, much better, or anything. Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, and the map was really big. And you could, I guess Grand Theft Auto, at one point, you could do flying. Okay, that's actually San Andreas you could do flying. That was the big one that came out with flying. Or, yeah, with planes and stuff. Okay, but like that's not that big of a change to the game. Like, we went from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions between Grand Theft Auto 2 and 3. And now you're just telling me, like, I guess Grand Theft Auto, let's see, Vice City you couldn't swim. So Grand Theft Auto San Andreas you could swim. That was a big change. Okay, I expect bigger changes. And frankly, like, Vice City is just, unless the map is like, I would expect the map to be 3 times bigger than any map that's ever been in a game for 15 years worth of development. And I should be able to go to every building, including like every floor of the towers and stuff. I should be able to literally buy everything. Like, there should be an open real estate market, and there should be a real stock market, and there should be a real like, I should be able to customize every card. For 15 years of development, I'm just expecting like amazingness, and I know that the game's not going to have that much. I don't want to set myself up for disappointment, but I would expect the ability to customize every car. You know what is interesting is they still don't have kids in the game. There's only been one kid. I think there's only been one kid in any Grand Theft Auto game ever. And I think he was in Grand Theft Auto 5. I didn't remember him, but someone told me that there was one kid. And the reason why is they don't want kids to watch the game and want to play it. Like, hey, there's a kid on the screen. Why can't I play it? Which I get. But then, I don't know. If you told me we're going to have a game with 15 years of development, well, then I should be able to, like, have pets and have the pets mate. I should be able to have a family. It should be like The Sims. Like, that's what I expect for 15 years worth of development. And I just don't think I'm going to get that. They're saying that you could be a male character and a female character. and really the female is the protagonist, like the main character. And I mean, Grand Theft Auto 5, you had 3 main characters. So why did you go back down to 2? To me, they just keep pushing this thing off, and I get it. They say they want it to be as polished as possible, but there's the other issue that this is still running on like older consoles, so it's not even like new technology. They've been allegedly working on this since at least 2016. That's 10 years of development specifically on this game. I'm sure it'll be amazing when it comes out, but I just don't see the advancement in the game that I would have expected. We've kind of hit like a ceiling of like cool shit that they're gonna allow in the game. Did you ever play Red Dead Redemption 2? Everybody says that's like one of the best games ever, and it's like super realistic, and they're saying that Grand Theft Auto is supposed to be bigger than that. And like the big thing was just how realistic, like, I don't know, like when it would be cold, like the guy, you could see his breath, and like the big thing that everybody talked about was that you could see the horse's testicles. People flipped out over that. But that game was out like 10 years ago. And Rockstar has done nothing since then. So I don't know. I don't run the company, but I would expect, really, if you could be 3 different characters in the previous game, you should be able to be 10 different characters in the new one. But no. I mean, that's just not how they're going to do it. Like, it should continue to expand instead of contract and how many characters you can be. But I'll still do my best to get it. Here's another question. Is it going to be a peninsula or an island? What do you think? Yeah. It makes it easier. It makes it easier to design the game with an island, because a peninsula, you have to worry about, like, what do you do when you continue on the land? Like, do you hit mountains? Red Dead Redemption did it. They said Red Dead Redemption did it better than any game, because you can't fly. You just would hit a mountain, and then you just couldn't go any higher. But it wasn't like an immediate wall. But in Grand Theft Auto, you can fly in a plane. So, like, what would they do? There have been discussions, like, once you get to a certain distance, they just bomb you, or, like, they just send, like, fighter jets to kill you, or something like that. But that's not really that fun. I probably would rather have them just make it an island, too, because then you can just drive a boat around it. It's like easier to get around. Can you imagine if it's a peninsula and you have to drive a boat all the way around the fucking thing? It's not as fun. I'm sure they'll have some kind of like intercoastal waterway or something that you could get through, or canal, just to make it easier. But apparently there's the big city, which is Vice City, and then they're going to have a city like Tampa, which is going to be like the secondary city. And they might have like a Disneyland kind of deal, or Disney World, and like a Lake Okeechobee. They're going to have lots of gators, which Grand Theft Auto Vice City did not have. There's going to be a lot of drug running missions. Yeah. I'm excited for it, obviously, but they keep pushing it off. And if they push it off again, it will have been 17 years. 17 years between a game. That's an entire generation, basically. That goes from, you could have been born basically on the day that Grand Theft Auto 5 launched, to being a full-on adult. and still basically just then get a game. That's way too long. Basically, the studio hasn't put out anything since in the last 10 years. And I get it. They can just sit on that online money, but at a certain point, I think you piss off your fan base too. In They had a game. It was Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which was an excellent game in my opinion. It had three different real cities. It had um, Los Santos. It had San Fierro, which was a cool city. It was like San Francisco, but it was like a full-on city as well. And then they had Los Venturas, which is like Las Vegas, which is another full-on city. And you could go in a lot of the buildings there, which was baller. And it was all in a much smaller map. Los Santos feels bigger, or San Andreas feels bigger than Grand Theft Auto 5 did, even though um, Grand Theft Auto 5 is like 10 times bigger. It just felt bigger because you were in three distinct cities. And the way they made it feel so big is because they used fog of war, so you couldn't see past certain distances, but it and then they limited plane usage. Like you had planes in that game, but it was only like vertical takeoff planes. It wasn't like full on like you need runway planes, if I recall. You did have helicopters though. But that game was tight, and you could also go into the different casinos and gamble. Do you remember that game, San Andreas? Dude, and then the coolest part of that game, you could lead your own gang. How sick was that? Absolutely. That made it amazing. And then you could get guys who would like take your side if you could recruit, I think, three guys as bodyguards or whatever you want to call it. And they would go around and like help you. And then they also, very few people ever knew about this, but they had multiplayer for the first time in the game. You could play multiplayer, but you could play with another person, and not a lot of people knew about this feature. But at least on PlayStation 2, you could. But you could not go off screen. So like you guys had to stay on the same screen. But that was another like interesting aspect. Yo, Frosty, how you living, fam? Frosty, Frosty, Frosty's back. Yeah, he's doing his own thing. Um, he he'll be back. He hops in and out all the time. Sometimes he just likes to talk to be alone, and if he sees other people in here, he bounces. Um, I think that it's incredible that you got to have your own gang. You got to have other. Well, they had a multiplayer aspect to it. You like that whole game, even just like Los Santos was seemed like a huge city. I remember just being like, this is a giant city, and there are there are two other cities in this game. And then they had an Area 51, if you recall that, which was interesting. And then they had like for the first time they had like country like in the game with trees and stuff. And I always thought that that was interesting. Um that game was just that was a brilliant game. You know, to be honest, I am kind of disappointed at Grand Theft Auto 5. At the time, it was just mind blowing. I don't want to say mind blowing. Grand Theft Auto 3 was mind blowing. It was really cool, but I thought I'd get something that like at least like 2 or 3 years later, or at a maximum 5 years later. Like I would, if you were to ask me, and I'm sure you're the same way, in 2010 or whenever it came out. All right, I think it came out in 2011, maybe 2012, maybe. All right, you're gonna have to wait 15 years for the next one. I would have told you you're bonkers. I would have said they put out 20. Number one came out in like 1998. Number two in 1999. Number three in like 2003. Number four or 2002. Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Like they were coming out every year and a half to 2 years. And then you go to 15 years. I would have said you're bonkers. But boy, I would have been wrong. Anyway, it's incredible.
Words for art are stupid. Because the concept is stupid.
If people enjoy it, that's the reward. That's the award. You got it. You won. People enjoyed it. You did something. They enjoyed it. Congratulations.
Yes.
And everything else is just jerking off. You know, like it's.
Well, they become shows.
Yeah.
No, it's just about the show, and you may as well be watching. What's the one where all the pretty people live in an apartment together and that kind of stuff?
Right. Yeah.
And my buddy Rick Overton, you know Rick?
Sure.
Overton. I mean,
I know very well.
I go way back with Rick, and Rick did a voiceover thing for an album of ours years ago, and he said, he was talking about, he goes, when did a dude, a regular dude sitting in a hot tub with 6 models become fucking reality? But anyway, it's
Big
just,
Brother, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, but they're all shows now, and if you, they also look in the eye. The ones I don't pick are like if you didn't like, let's say you hated Landman, and you tell me that, you say, you know what, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I can accept that. I go, okay, I'm sorry, you don't dig it, Jeff. We're having a great time on it, and a lot of people like it, but I respect that. It's the ones who say, hey, I love your, this is what journalists mostly, they'll say, it's the best show on TV. Then you read their article in their paper or wherever it is, in Sweden or wherever the fuck it is, and they just rip you a new asshole.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's what I don't respect. It's like, if you don't like it, tell me you don't like it right now. Don't get me to say a bunch of shit about it.
Exactly.
And then take the piss out of it. That's what's wrong. And I'll tell you, here's one. Screen Actors Guild. I've been in the Screen Actors Guild since the mid-'80s. I mean, a long time. I've done so many Q&As for SAG audiences. Out of all this, and these are your peers. Now, maybe if there's an organization that gives out an award, maybe it's political, maybe I don't get it because they don't like me or whatever it is. Okay, I get it. All the actors at a SAG thing will come up to me, or any other actor-based or entertainer-based award, where it's actually your peers voting for you. If you go into the cocktail party after the Q&A, they couldn't be further up your ass. Then, guess how many SAG awards I have? All these years. I think one. And it was like an ensemble deal. And I think I've been nominated twice, maybe 3 times in a 40-something year career in this. They have given me the least notice. My own cats who want to be in the movie with me. Hey, see if you can get me in Landman. Who you're voting for. Adrian Brody. Whoever it is. Whoever they voted for, it wasn't me. Now, they don't give a shit. I really don't care.
Yo.
I do these Q&As now. I do it.
I get random motherfuckers who just come in.
What their questions are, what they want to know about. That's what they do it now. It has nothing to do. I told an audience in Boston last year. I said, do me a favor, please don't vote for me. I said, I'm not here to beg you for an award. So if you don't want to vote for me, don't let me change your mind today. Because this is just, I'm just talking to you guys right now. And I mean that. You know, I'm not just.
Well, that's a healthy perspective. That's a good way to look at it. The award thing is a weird thing. I think one of my favorite award show moments was Marlon Brando when he didn't want to accept his Academy Award, so he brought up this Native American woman, talked about the plight of Native Americans in America. And then it turned out that wasn't really a Native American woman, and she was a crazy person. Right. Sister outed her. She wasn't at all Native American. She was just fucking nuts. Oh my god. She came up with a completely fake name. Oh, just went up there and just was a nut and just got all this attention, and she tricked Marlon Brando and she tricked all those people, and everybody's like, you're amazing, she's amazing. And to me, that's Hollywood. That moment is what it's really about. That, and when they gave Will Smith a standing ovation after he smacked Chris Rock. Like, hey, this is you guys, you're fucking insane. You guys are nuts. You have no idea which way is north. Someone says it's that way, like, it's that way, and everybody runs in that direction.
People have been given awards that didn't actually win because they fucked something up, you know, and they can't go back and say, well, actually, you know, and you know, it was on the show, it's got to stick, you know, and that kind of thing. But you reminded me of something that I thought was hilarious with the woman being a nut. Remember when there was a cat who was, I think it's happened more than once now, but the original guy I saw, I don't remember exactly, it might have been somewhere in Africa, but some politician or somebody was giving a speech, and there was a cat acting like the
sign language. Yeah.
He was doing stuff that looked like he was dancing like James Brown. It was like it had nothing to do with sign language. When he would literally flip around and do things like this. It's like, I don't know sign language. I know that wasn't fucking sign language, you know?
Well, sign language is also different everywhere you go. You know, there's American Sign Language, there's English Sign Language. It's a completely different language, which is really weird. Yeah, it's very strange. Yeah, my buddy Moshe Kasher, his parents were deaf, so he can sign. And he explained to me the whole thing, how unique it is. And, you know, he can have full conversations with sign language, both alphabetically and with words. And he can do it, but it's American Sign Language. So if he went and tried to talk to someone in, you know, some other country, even if they speak English, like they have a totally different kind of sign language.
So it's just like actual language where if you're going to go to China, we're not going to go to what the fuck to say.
Exactly.
So sign language, sign language is an important thing. That's a good thing that's happened over the last couple of decades is they actually do, when there's important information, they always have a signer there. You know?
I think there's a lawsuit right now to make the Trump administration bring sign language people back to those White House press briefings. Really? And I read something, see if you can find that. I read something about that today. I'm like, why would they take that out? Why would you remove the sign language thing? Yeah. I've had them on comedy shows sometimes. Like if you
all right, Big Dog, I'm going to get some shut-eye. You're always welcome here.
Requirement for a sign language person. And so there's someone that has to keep up with the jokes and explain like sarcasm while you're in the middle. Wow. Like it's very weird. That's a very hard job. Well, I always fuck with the person too. You know, like this is so crazy. You have to try to decipher that. Here it is. Judge orders White House to use American Sign Language interpreters at briefings. Yeah. So were there not ones ever before? They stopped one. So they stopped during the Trump administration? January. Oh, that's crazy. Well, that's not smart.
I don't remember it much when I was growing up.
I don't remember it at all. I don't remember it at all. I knew it was a thing, but I never saw it like in speeches or anything like that. But yeah, it's important.
So can I ask you a comedy question?
Sure.
Because it's always fascinating. I mean, people have said to me before, like especially if I get on a roll and have a few beers, they say you ought to do it, just for one night, just do a stand-up in LA or New York or somewhere or Texas. And I'm like, it's the scariest thing in the world to me. Like, if you and I are just hanging out, all of us, having a beer, right? Maybe I can be kind of funny sometimes, but to get on the stage, and here's the reason I'm afraid of it, is because if you're doing a play, if you're doing, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof or whatever the hell it is, you don't really know the reaction from the audience. I mean, it's like they either love the shit out of this or they don't get it or whatever, but you don't know in the moment. If you're a stand-up comic, you have one reason to be up there, and that's to make them laugh. So if you don't make them laugh, pretty soon you're fucked. And I mean, I can't imagine bombing as a comic. And I think about different, people over the years that had a very different type of comedy, and like Stephen Wright, for instance. Perfect example. Stephen Wright, who walks out there, doesn't say shit to the audience for a minute, takes a drink of water, and then he goes, so last night, I accidentally put my car key into my door at my house and started my house up and drove it around the block. Cop pulled me over and said, "Where do you live?" I said, "Right here." Or he says, "I bought some powdered water, only I don't know what to mix it with." I mean, that kind of stuff. So this is very sort of like, nobody ever did that before. Right. Nobody did that. And I'm like, what was it like in the beginning for that guy? Were people just going, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Well, you know what's interesting with him? He existed there's a great documentary on comedy in Boston called When Stand Up Stood Out. This guy, France Alameda, who was a comic in Boston, created it. And it's all about, Boston was a very unique environment in stand-up where all these comedians were just doing stand-up for Boston audiences. They didn't travel, they just stayed there, and they were some of the best guys that have ever done stand-up ever. But a lot of it was regional, and a lot of it didn't translate when they left Boston. But they were so fucking good, and there was just a giant group of them. And some of them, like Lenny Clark, broke through, and Jay Leno, of course, and Louis C.K. came out of there, Bill Burr. A lot of guys broke through, right? But there was a core group of guys that were a part of this. There was a group that would perform at this Chinese restaurant that was also a comedy club called the Ding Ho. And the Ding Ho, I started in 88, and it was already closed. It closed by, I think, 84, 85 or something like that. The guy was a gambler, lost all the money, lost his fucking Chinese restaurant, the place went under. But the scene still stayed. And everybody was just about the art. There was no way to be famous. It was impossible. You were locally known, so you could perform at a club, and people go, "Oh, Steve Sweeney's going to be there. I want to go see him." But when Stephen Wright got on the Tonight Show, it fucked it up for everybody. Because everybody's like, "Why him? Why not me?" And they got mad. Because Stephen Wright had this very bizarre, absurdist act that translated perfectly to like a 7-minute late night, Johnny Carson set. And he was the guy that broke out. He was the guy that broke out. We're all these fucking killers, man. And this one guy who's just like weird and absurd with his fucking crazy hair and all that fucked up and a little strange. I used to work at a fire hydrant factory. You couldn't park anywhere near the place. It was those kind of shit, right? And he created like a lot of resentment where these guys like were upset that this guy who didn't do as good as them on stage was on the Tonight Show. What about me? And it like changed the thing that they were doing.
Wow. Yeah. It was like when Steve Martin first came out. I worked as a roadie, for a lot of bands when I was a kid. And so, George Carlin, Richard Pryor, those guys, they created a thing we hadn't seen before, from anybody. I mean, Richard Pryor doing his as like stories. They weren't jokes. He would just start talking about these people he knew and, go through the stories. And Carlin, coming up with all the witty stuff, here's some partial baseball scores, 1, 3, 7, shit like that. And so I was privileged as a kid to watch new brands of humor come out on TV that we could see. And I was roadieing a couple of shows for the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, who I still kind of keep in touch with. and their opening act was Steve Martin because he plays banjo. So he played banjo before the Dirt Band came out. This is when I'm a teenager. And who I worked for, like their front of house console with him, and I see this guy come out, and I lost my mind. I was screaming, crying, laughing, with some of the shit he did, because he just came out and just said, I'm going to do the stupidest shit you've ever seen in your life, and people are going to laugh. Yeah. And it's like, and what he would just do the whole, excuse me, or whatever, Yeah. And so here's a guy coming out being over the top and putting arrows through his head shit, and people couldn't get enough of it. And before he did that, nobody else had ever done that. Right. And all of a sudden, here you got a guy that, is doing it, and that became more the norm for a while. It's like it spawned a lot of other people. It's like when we did Bad Santa, there hadn't been anything like that. Right. And the next thing you know, after Bad Santa, there's bad moms, bad teachers, bad grandpas, bad next door neighbors, bad guy who works at the dry cleaners, and those will last for several years, where people are kind of getting that in their heads, and naturally they're influenced by it, and that brand lasts for a while.
Like Yellowstone. There's probably like a lot of Yellowstone type ideas that get pitched after that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, Steve Martin got so big that he decided to quit.
Yeah.
So he was doing stand-up, and he was like, I lost all touch with the audience because anything I said was funny. Or I lost what's real and what's not real. It was too big. So he decided to not do it anymore. Which is insane. Because if you really think about it, it's the thing that he loved, and he was, at the time, one of the only acts that was doing arenas. I mean, he was probably one of the first comedians of all time to do these huge places. And people would come to see him as this variety act. It was part, King Tut, the King Tut song, and Let's Get Small. It was just so unique. And he just decided to step away from it and just do movies.
When you mention that thing about the big, another thing that's scary to me about comedy is if you're not in a room where everybody gets every nuance, that would scare me. I mean, to be, of course he was that big, and it was a big thing where people could see the big movements and stuff, but, Lewis Black, right? Sure. Lewis Black was, we played, this is probably, at least a decade ago, probably more, and we played in Milwaukee at County Stadium, and it was a biker rally deal we were playing in, and we came on before Kid Rock. So we play our set. There were 250,000 people at this thing, and it was half of Woodstock, and so we went out there and had a great show. We come off and everything. Lewis was there. So aside from the main giant stage where the concerts are going on, they have one of those blow-up tents, the one where the sound's never good in there. Right. And it looks like, the Dallas Cowboys training facility tent or whatever it is like that. So Lewis comes by the bus to say, hey, we talked for a few minutes. And I knew him from the Sunset Marquee. He would come in the bar there sometimes in LA. And so we're talking, and I said, yeah, man, it's a huge crowd out there. He goes, you guys are awesome. He goes, you don't have anything to worry about. I goes, I love to. He goes, try doing comedy in a blow-up tent with people in folding chairs. He goes, that's not fun, And especially with a guy like him, whose whole thing is about anger and all that kind of stuff. He goes, people with their little folding chairs in the blow-up tent, with probably some shitty microphone,
Yeah. Those shows are always hell. Those festival shows, right? Or shows where they have a bunch of different things going on simultaneously. There's a band over there, and there's a comedy tent over here. I've done a few of those.
It's horrible.
They're always hell. Yeah. You always do it.
Different stages. So you got like 5 bands, and you can hear every one of them, and you're trying to, be funny.
Yeah, that's not a good environment for comedy. I mean, I've done a lot of different kinds of comedy, like arenas, theaters, comedy clubs is really where it's supposed to. And everybody agrees with that, because I think what comedy is you're performing, you're doing, but you're also hypnotizing people. What you're doing is you're getting them to think the way you think. You're putting people into your mindset. When I watch a comic that's really good, when they're on stage, I let them think for me. I'm like, guys, think for me. Take me on a trip. Take me on a trip to the way you think of things, and you lock in with these, and it's much easier to do that. It feels like, as an audience member, it's much easier to get locked in if there's only 100 other people in the room with you, or 200 other people in the room. But as soon as you get to like 16,000, it starts getting weird. It's a different thing. Now it's a show. It's a big show for sure. You're not like the only exception is the round. The round is weird because the stage is like this little circle and everyone's around you, and it's oddly intimate. Even if I've done a round in Madison Square Garden, so there's like 16,000 people in there, but because they're all looking at each other, everyone sees everybody's face. It's intimate now. Now it's not a separation between the crowd and the performer who's on the stage. Now we're all in this together. It's like a big hug. It's very weird.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah.
We've played shows with the band like that in certain theaters where, of course, for a loud-ass band like we are, sometimes we're a little big for the room, but that's an interesting point, especially the thing about people being able to see each other, because then you don't want to be the dick that everybody's going, I wish that guy would shut the fuck up.
Right.
But they get up there right there, because, the Coliseum, these cats in the back, it's hooting and hollering and shit, not paying any attention. It's a different thing. Can I pee?
Yeah. We'll pause right here. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
I can throw this in a cup.
It doesn't matter. Unless you want to.
Oh, I don't care.
No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Bud Light's cool. They sponsor the UFC, so. Yeah. And we're back. Where were we? What were we talking about?
Well, we were on comedy, and then I just talked about Lewis Black.
Yeah, we're talking about fear of performing, and hypnosis. Yeah, it's kind of like hypnosis. So it's a weird art form. But yeah, the bombing is horrible, but it's also the killing is the greatest feeling of all time. So the only way you get one is with the possibility of the other. Right. The only reason why you're willing to go through the bombing is you know how great it feels when you're not bombing. Right. And the killing is so great because you know that it doesn't have to work out. It can be terrible. Yeah. But it's a weird art form. And it's a very new one. That's I think, in my opinion, real modern stand-up you can trace back to one guy. That's Lenny Bruce. Yeah. Without him, I don't think there is. Well, he probably would have been invented eventually. Right. But he's the guy. Like that's true. We have one person, and we have film of him. It's not like the first guy to pick up a guitar. Like who's that guy? Yeah. Try finding him. Like who invented the fucking drums? Like good luck.
Because they didn't really, like you said, that before him, that wasn't. I mean, he made comedy performers, stand-up comedians like rock stars. It was before that. Man, all the controversy and all that kind of thing. Because before that, it was like variety shows. You had Bob Hope and those guys. They're always on some TV show that's usually them and someone else.
Yes.
And did you ever know Rodney Dangerfield?
Yes, I didn't know him well, but I did meet him. And funny enough, I worked when I was 19. I worked as a security guard at Great Woods Center for the Performing Arts. It's like this amphitheater in Massachusetts, and Rodney was performing there. And it was at the stage of Rodney's life where he only wore a bathrobe on stage, buck naked. with slippers in a bathrobe. And I saw Rodney when I was working there. I was like by the backstage area. And I saw Rodney walking in the hallway, pacing with his fucking bathrobe on. I'm like, this is the greatest thing of all time. This guy's just gonna go out there in a bathrobe. This was 1986. Wow. Yeah, and so he went out there with his fucking bathrobe and just murdered. I mean, murder. The poor people were falling out of their chairs, dying laughing, and I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. This guy's in a fucking bath. You want to talk about not giving a fuck? He really didn't give a fuck anymore. And I wish I had known him, where I could have asked him why the bathrobe, like what was it about that? But I've got to think that it was like the ultimate not caring, the ultimate relaxing. And when are you ever more relaxed than when you get out of the shower, you just put on a fucking bathrobe, have your dick swinging out there in the wind, and he just walked out in front of the whole crowd like that. 15,000 people watching Rodney in a bathrobe just murdering.
Nolte used to do that.
Did you really?
Nolte would do press junkets and interviews with just pajamas on and a robe.
Wow.
Did it for years. Yeah, and Nolte just like, I just want to be comfortable. Nolte had one of the greatest sayings for when somebody would come up to him who was a fan or whatever, and he was just messing with them. Maybe it wasn't serious, but somebody would come and say, Mr. Nolte, I don't want to bother you, and he'd go, too late.
I met Nick Nolte in the 90s because I was on a show called News Radio, and one of the stars of the show was Vicki Lewis, and Vicki Lewis was dating Nick Nolte at the time, so he was always hanging around. And I got to know him. He was a really fucking nice guy. And one time I'm in Fry's Electronics going to get a motherboard. That was back in the days where I would make my own computers. I would like build my own computers and play video games on them. So like get great motherboards, a really good video card and all that jazz. And I see this dude with glasses on. He was like going over this box, and I go, hey man, what's up? He goes, oh hey Joe, and I was like, to me it's the coolest thing in the world that Nick Nolte knew who I was. Outside of the set, outside the set it was normal. Inside the set, brother, it was normal. He's there with Vicky, like he says hi to everybody. Sorry, but like to meet him in an electronics store, I was like, this is the craziest thing of all time. I'm like 27 at the time. I'm like, this is just so nuts. I know Nick Nolte. This is fucking insane.
That's amazing. I knew Vicky too. Skinny little red hair.
Yeah. Crazy voice. Oh my God, can she sing?
Yeah.
Oh my God, powerful voice. So like talent. Like wow. That to me is one of the most impressive things. When someone can just sing their fucking ass off. Like, because I can't sing at all. So when I hear someone sing like that, I'm like, God, what can you do with your voice? That is insane. The beauty of a good song is like, man, it's one of the most misunderstood things that we love, because I think it's an art form that creates a response in people that's just like a drug. Like if there's a drug that you could take that made you feel like when Midnight Rider comes on the radio, and it's just the right time to hear it, like maybe you just had a shot, and your buddy tells you something, you're like, oh yeah, man, that was fucking great, and then all of a sudden, fuck yeah. You know what I mean? It's just, it's like, oh yeah, and everybody's like, woo! It's a drug.
It really is a drug, and some songs are made for the car, and then other songs are made for at home.
Yeah.
Just laying around, like especially back in my hippie days. It's like you weren't going to listen to King Crimson or Pink Floyd in the car,
right?
Run off the road,
right?
But Midnight Rider.
Oh, Midnight Rider is the car song. That is the car. That and Radar Love.
Oh yeah, Radar Love. Oh, I saw those cats live.
Really?
Golden Earring. They opened for Frank Zappa and the Motion Invention.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and,
wow.
That's a Dutch band. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's wild. That was a song I used to listen to when I go to visit my girlfriend. She was in Western Massachusetts. It was like an hour and a half drive. I listened to Radar Love. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just rapping on that, man.
It's one of those songs that makes you think you are the guy in the song.
Oh
right?
yeah, you're the star of the song. Yeah, there's songs like that, like Shooting Star by Bad Company. You know, everybody wants to be that guy. Everybody, you're like, yeah, that's me, man.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be a superstar, then I'm gonna die young, and everyone's gonna miss me.
It was like in the John Lennon documentary where that cat, that homeless hippie cat, comes up to his door. You know, he's kind of starving and stuff, and he says, I don't know if you ever saw it, but he's obviously been living in the bushes, you know, and he thinks that one of Lennon's songs was about him. I think he probably had a little schizophrenia or something, you know, and Lennon answered the door, you know, talking to him. It's in the documentary, and he says, well, when you were singing that, you know, it's like I felt that, you know, you were singing about me, and it's like, and Lennon just said, no, he goes, I only write songs about me. He said, I don't know about your life. He goes, I just wrote, all I write about is my experience with stuff, so it's not about you. But he said, are you hungry? And the guy goes, yeah, next thing you know, I provide some man to eat and stuff like that at his house. But sometimes, you know, some art form can influence people so much that they identify with it so much that it becomes that to them. I mean, especially people who have some mental issues or something like that can really speak to them. I mean, you know, sometimes in a negative way. I mean, once again, John Lennon, that cat, you know, I mean, read Catcher in the Rye. Catcher in the Rye, he thought he was that cat in there, you know.
Yeah. Well, people are very malleable, and some people, mentally ill people, extremely. And something, one song, one book, one movie can. I mean, how many people went nuts after they watched Taxi Driver?
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to know that. Like, how many people thought they were Travis?
Yeah.
You know?
For sure. Yeah.
That was a fucking intense performance. De Niro in the early days, god damn that guy.
Yeah, he was great. Really great. It's and you know, it's funny how many comedies he does now, playing a dad or a grandpa.
Yeah, angry grandpa. Yeah, Feed the Fockers.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's so funny. You know, Duvall, my mentors, you know, were Duvall and Bruce Dern.
Oh, wow.
And guys like that. And the fact that not only did I get to meet them, but work with them several times a piece. And once you know everybody, you start to, sometimes you hate to hear yourself talk, because I'll be talking to some younger actor, you know, like 25 or 30, and they'll say, oh yeah, I really love that movie so-and-so with, you know, with Robert Duvall. I go, yeah, well, he's my mentor, he brought me up, and it's like, and yeah, look at it. I watched some of the old movies too. You know, like I always thought Lauren Bacall was somebody. Yeah, I knew Lauren Bacall. That's like, then you start to sound like an asshole. But it's just a fact. You do know them, but
it's a different reality, though.
It is a different reality, and then you get used to it to the point where you just look at all of these legends who you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew Gregory Peck very well, Elizabeth Taylor, all of them, and Roddy McDowell, and I got so used to it that I would forget most of the time, you know, and then every now and then you go, I'm talking to fucking Lauren Bacall. Right. Bogart's wife.
Yeah.
I mean, are you shitting me? And so I still pinch myself sometimes. I mean, I've been really blessed to have met a lot of great heroes of mine, you know, and become friends with. Right now, I'm working with Sam Elliott. Sam and I have known each other since probably the late 80s, somewhere in there. Worked together twice before, but so a couple of scenes at a time, Tombstone in 1883. but kept up with each other over the years. And he was another guy who was more of a mentor from a distance. I just always admired Sam. And now I work with him every day.
That's wild.
And it's amazing.
It's gotta be weird, right?
It's so wild that he's such a sweet man, such a great actor. But when he and I do scenes together, it's literally like you and I talking right now.
Right.
It's that natural. Just to we essentially talk to each other off. You know, when they cut, it's no different than the scene we just did.
Yeah. Well, that's when he's been doing it so long. He's so good. It's just he's so relaxed that even though you know it's Sam Elliott, you believe he's whoever the fuck he's playing. Because there's a naturalness to it, like you were talking about with yourself. There's a naturalness to it, and that translates when people are watching a film or watching a television show with that. Which television shows aren't even really television shows anymore. Like I don't think Landman's a television show. It's a long, mostly 10 hours. Yeah, it's like which is the beautiful thing about streaming. You know, that's really when you got shows like Ozark and Stranger Things, and it really started with The Sopranos, where it's essentially like a really long film. It's not, I mean, it's on television, but what does that mean anymore? Fucking everything's on television. Most people watch movies on television. Like, what does it mean anymore? It's just a distribution device for whatever art you're doing. And on those kind of shows, like, it's so important for you to buy it. You know, you got this character. It's not just one guy in a film. Like, oh, I'm not buying that guy. It's something about you. It sounds like an actor. You know, versus 9, 10, 11 episodes in, second season. Like, I gotta believe that guy. Yeah. I gotta be and the naturalness is the thing. You know, like there's a great scene in Landman where you're explaining, which I loved. You're explaining windmills and what green energy and how much fucking horseshit this all is for you to feel good about yourself. I fucking love that scene. But I know you're Billy Bob Thornton, but in that scene, you're that fucking dude who works for an oil company who's like, shut the fuck up. What are you talking? Do you know what the fuck you're even talking about?
Right.
It's because of that naturalness that works.
Yeah, it was that scene was. I mean, it became huge. I mean, it was all over the internet. That scene, and I mean, when I run into an oil guy, wherever it is, I mean, you know, mainly Texas, but wherever I am, they always bring that scene up and thank me, and you know, thanks for showing people what this is. I do get questions, you know, obviously because of the nature of the show. People try to politicize everything, and the fact of the matter is that Taylor, with that show, is not taking a side. He's just saying, here's a look behind the curtain at how this works.
Yeah.
And it's about how are the people who work in that industry, whether you're on the suit side or you're out there in the fields, and if you're the family of, like I have the family in the show, it's just, this is how it works, and this is how it affects the people who work in it. This is how dangerous it is. Here's how much of a gamble it is. And here are all the other crazy people circling your world. In my case, the family, you know, and it's when I did that scene, I was committed to it. You know, when I read it, and Taylor's gigantic monologues for me, and to your dialogue-wise, it's easy to do a long monologue. If you don't know what it means, it's harder to learn the dialogue. If you understand what the person has written, I'm not saying if you agree with it or disagree with it, but if you understand what they're saying, it's actually easier to do a monologue than it is to do a back and forth scene with people sometimes. I bone more lines on a back and forth conversation than I do. They're telling somebody something. Right. Like Jerry Jones' scene. You know, Jerry was telling his life story. Right. Taylor wrote her better for him, because he'd heard the story before from Jerry. But if it had been written and Taylor said, you got to write, you got to say these words, Jerry probably wouldn't have done it, been able to do it. But the fact that Taylor said, just tell that story you told me.
Yeah.
It's his story.
Yeah.
It'd be like if I ask you, tell me your life story.
Right.
You can do that.
Right.
And if you get a person who's not an actor to be themselves, they're better than actors. I've always found that. I've cast people in movies that have never been in one before. I just don't tell them we're rolling. I really don't. In Sling Blade, the guy, Rick Dial, who played the guy that ran the fix-it shop, the kind of big guy, I went to school with him since the 3rd grade. I always thought, this guy could be an actor, And when we did the first scene with him there in his shop, when Jimmy Hampton brought me over there and said, this is Carl, and he's going to work here, all that stuff, I just went to Rick and I said, dude, and Brent Briscoe, who played Scooter, the guy could never fix anything. And I said, look, Rick, the camera crew, they don't have their shit together. I said, they're going to have to get some marks and do a bunch of stuff. So this is not on us. So we're going to run the scene, but we're not really filming it. Just say the dialogue. If you fuck something up, don't worry about it. He was letter perfect. Once we started to say action and shit, then all of a sudden it got a little different. Most stuff in Sling Blade was the first take.
Wow.
And
Because he's relaxed. Yeah, the pressure of the moment. Action. Actually, that's a crazy word.
I hate it. I don't even, usually when I don't direct much anymore, but when I do, I just kind of say, well, you guys go whenever you're ready, but then you have ADs and PAs out there on their radios and shit, and they're all screaming and shit, and it's like, don't disrupt the flow here, just let the cats do it, I mean, Clint Eastwood has been known to say, jokingly, but instead of cut, he was sometimes an actor I know worked with Clint. And he said when Clint was satisfied with the scene, he just goes, okay, it's enough of that shit. Instead of cut. But
what was the process of deciding to do Sling Blade? How did you're obviously trying to find a vehicle for yourself, and they're not offering it to you, so you create it yourself. But what was the process? How did you decide to do that guy? What was it?
It's a story that nobody believes. I've told it a couple of times, and nobody believes it. It's the absolute truth. I was doing one scene. I think there were 2 scenes, but it was one of them was cut out of the thing. I think it was an HBO movie or something to start Val Kilmer. And I was playing a railroad conductor in the 1920s. It was based on an old movie with Paul Mooney called I'm a Fugitive from a Chain Gang. Old movie, I guess, in the 30s. And they remade it and called it The Man Who Broke 1,000 Chains. I played a railroad conductor who had a wool fucking thing off of the 20s, and they had the whole 20s haircut with the sides pretty much shaved off, and that kind of stuff. And we're shooting in Riverside, California at this old railroad museum. And an old director named Daniel Mann, who directed Tea House, The August Mail with Brando and some other movies, he'd come out of retirement to do this. He was an old cat. As a matter of fact, he was so old school that when I went to read for him, there was a casting director named Kathy Henderson who was always good to me. So she'd always get me in to see the director. And he was sitting there behind the desk, had a little gray goatee and glasses. And I just talked to him for a few minutes, and then I read a couple of lines on him. It's just me and him. And he literally said, kid, I got a plot for you in this picture. And it was like, what is that, Louis Mayer? Who the fuck was I just talking to, And so he put me in the thing. And this was in the 80s. And I'm burning up. Riverside, California is hotter than shit out there. It was in the summer. So I'm in a wool suit with a conductor hat on and just sweating my ass off. And I go in. this was in the days when I was still in a honey wagon, so there's just a little tiny room, you know, a little bathroom, a little couch, just like that wide. And at lunch, I went in and I put the air conditioner on and took that conductor hat off. And I looked at myself in the mirror and I thought, you sorry son of a bitch, you're never going to make it doing any of this shit. Music, movies, nothing. You're just, you know, why are you out here, you know, to make, you know, $300 or $400 for a day? And Val Kilmer's a big star, and you're just some idiot with a couple of lines, you know. And I literally made that face in the mirror of myself. Wow, made the face, and I started talking in that voice because I was so in a moment of self-loathing that I literally started going at myself in the mirror. I did that monologue to the girl that's the college student who comes to interview me in the beginning of the movie. It's like a 9-minute monologue. I did that monologue in the mirror to myself right there. I never wrote it down. And I can remember it to this day. Because I have all these weird afflictions, you know, I have terrible anxiety and have obsessive compulsive disorder really bad. I grew up dyslexic and, you know, kind of an edge of the spectrum kind of guy. And I always had the ability to remember stuff. I have a photographic memory. I'm dumb as a bag of hair in every other aspect of life, but I have a photographic memory. And even if it's not something I've read on a page, it's up here. And so I remembered that monologue. And then I realized that I was talking about certain things that were actually in my life. The idea of him living out back in this shed, just sleeping in a hole back there, and the family would bring him his food and stuff like he was a creature and stuff like that. That was based on a guy in Alpine, Arkansas that lived there. The story was that his mother was scared by a snake when she was pregnant, you know, southern lore shit, and or the father was drunk when he was conceived, you know, but actually he had polio, and was what the real deal was. He walked funny, he talked funny and everything. So Carl is largely based on a combination of this guy, Ed, in our town, and Frankenstein, Frankenstein and the kid, and the sort of not knowing any better, and it's like, well, I was told by the parents in the Bible, it says, if you see some, like sex is bad or whatever it was, he sees his mother with his cat, Jessie Dixon, and he kills her. She told him to do that, So that's where it all came from. And I started doing it as part of a one-man show in the theater back in the late 80s. And from that one-man show, that whole character was born. And then I wrote a short film, and we did that. And that's why I got Best Adapted Screenplay Oscar. Was from that. It wasn't, it was my original screenplay, but it was adapted from my own thing. And so that's how that came
So when you went to do a one-man show, did you ever think that you want to make it into a film, or is it just like, I want to put this on its legs and just whatever this idea I have in my head, I want to make something out of it?
At that time, when I was doing it in the theater, I didn't think much beyond that. A couple of years later, I started thinking about it, and I thought that's the story, and I knew the story before I wrote it. I wrote it in 9 days, and my oldest son, Willie, was actually on my lap most of the time while I was writing on paper, because I don't know how to type, and so I just wrote it on, paper, like a tablet like that, eventually, we made that little short, and then these guys made short wanted to make it into a feature, but they had this whole other idea about they wanted to show what happened when I was a kid, and show me murdering your mother. I said, yes, it's wrong to do, so I made it myself. And I directed a documentary on widespread panic, the band out of Athens, Georgia, and Colonel Bruce Hampton. But that's the only directing experience I'd had. I didn't know shit about it. But I knew the story, and I got Barry Markowitz, my DP, and, got some guys, and asked John Ritter, who I was working with at the time, you want to play a gay guy from St. Louis who moves to a little town in Millsburg? And he goes, yeah, I'll do it. None of us thought this thing was going to do what it did. I thought my mom and my brothers, people like that would see it, and that was it. And it became iconic. Yeah.
What? How weird was that?
Very weird.
Okay.
Very weird.
Yeah,
I mean,
hopefully by tomorrow.
when they say overnight success, that literally was the moment. I mean, I had a name within the movie business from this movie called One False Move that we did in 90 or so, 90s. But, so people were, already had made deals to write screenplays for various studios and stuff, but, and I was getting acting work here and there. But when I did screenplays, it literally, I woke up one morning and I was not only a millionaire, but hugely popular. It freaked me out. I appreciated every moment of it. But really, when you're going through those times, it's such a blur, how quickly it happened and everything. That, I mean, to this day, I think back on it, how the fuck I can't hear. And I don't think you can get that movie made now. I think a lot of movies that I've done, you can get them made now. I don't think there's an audience that would either tolerate it or be interested in it. Because most of my writing is based on novelists and not screenwriters. I've stayed out of Hollywood my whole career pretty much, other than the high profile relationships. But, other than that, I haven't associated with Hollywood much. And it was just, thinking back and going, how did I become a movie star? Shit.
I think you can do it today. Because I don't think anybody had ever done it when you did it.
No, that's true.
You know what I mean?
That's true. But I think because maybe, well, see, Sling Blade, first of all, it's not a comedy. There's funny stuff in it. But a lot of people come up to me and they say, man, that Carl, he's funny or shit. And it's like, well, if you think about what it's really about, it's not that funny. But I just think because of the climate, it's like, was he making fun of a mentally challenged guy, bad Santa? I mean, it's like, you can't be that crass anymore or whatever. And I think just,
Yeah. I mean, I think if you do, people will go see it. It's just, you'll get a lot more pushback now because people think that they can stop things, cancel you, and all that jazz. But the reality is, if it's entertaining, if it resonates with people, they want to see it. It's just nobody wants to find it. That's like comedies have died. Like, when was the last time there's a really good comedy movie? It's hard to make because of all this pushback. All these people that freak things. If you don't like it, don't go see it. That's my opinion. You don't like rap music, you don't like people talking about that, don't listen to it. You don't like this, don't go see it.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I believe. I actually think that critics maybe should only do reviews on things they like. I mean, because what good?
Right, what are you trying to do?
What are you trying to do with the terrible review? So they claim that they're trying to protect the public from this atrocity. And I don't understand why they think that they are the savior of everybody's $15 or whatever. It's like, I can't believe I, saw this movie that wasted 2 hours of my life I'll never get back. It's like, you know when people storm out of a theater?
Yeah.
It's like, I stormed out of the theater, you know? It's like, because of a fucking movie? I mean, seriously? I mean, just go in there, and if you don't dig it, you don't dig it. Don't worry about it, you know? Just tell the public, hey, you know, I'm nobody, but I saw this movie recently. It's pretty fucking good. You might want to go see it. As opposed to this vile piece of shit, blah, 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 you know? It's like, to have that type of arrogance, to think that you are informing them that they should stay away from something like you know shit, you know? I don't get that part. I mean,
Well, because you're not gross. It's a gross profession. I mean, do you remember when Siskel and Ebert were like, you didn't get 2 thumbs up, you were fucked. Those 2 guys had so much goddamn power, and now we know they're both twats. They both hated each other. And you ever see the videos, the 2 guys just bitching at each other, talking about, don't fuck this up, like you fucked up the last one. Oh, you just fucked that up. Like these are the guys, like, you have the worst fucking personalities, and you're telling everybody what's a good film, what's not a good film.
unfortunately, they liked me.
But there's certain things that are undeniable. But it's like that. One of the things I think is great today is audience score, like audience score of a film versus critic score, and they're oftentimes completely lopsided. Like I pay attention to the audience score. Like the people like that movie, the critics like the movie, and people hate it. Maybe they're not getting it. Maybe it's just esoteric. Maybe it's weird. Maybe I'll really like it then. But generally speaking, like the critic score is not as interesting to me as was the audience score.
Right.
That's what it's made for.
Absolutely. And that's who I pay attention to.
Yeah.
I want the fans, I want the audience, you know, because critics, like I said earlier, you know, there's so many critics now, you know, that, I mean, critics to begin with are generally not, no human is qualified to judge any piece of art. I mean, to start with, I mean, it's like, if you don't like something or it doesn't strike you or you see some really silly shit that's kind of not made well or whatever, that's fine. But how can you have a profession where individuals can tell everybody in the world what they should think about something? Is a bizarre world to me. Like you said earlier, like with awards, it's not like sports. You know, how can you win an award that is an intangible thing?
Yeah.
I mean, if you run a 100-meter dash in the Olympics and you're the first son of a bitch that breaks the tape, you won.
Yeah.
How in the hell do you know if I won? You know what I mean?
A movie.
Oh, a movie.
Versus that movie versus this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And God forbid you're in a year where there's some sort of socially conscious film that has to win. Like if it doesn't win, then who are these monsters that are voting? You know? Vote for the socially conscious film? Like how dare you?
And yeah, the socially conscious film, and also the one with the music that tells you exactly what you're supposed to feel every moment.
Yes, that's the weirdest thing that I've accepted about films. There's music and scenes. That is a weird thing. It just happens and it's normal because we've been around it. Or Darth Vader comes out. It's all like that.
It's like here comes a shark. You see the fucking shark. It's like the shark is about to eat Robert Shaw.
Yeah.
We're scared already.
There's something eerie about a film that doesn't have music. It's like, God, this seems too real. Yeah. Like at least when there's music playing, it's like, it makes it like a little more palatable. The other issue with critics is that they don't want to be critics. I don't think anybody wants to criticize other people's art. They just don't have anything to contribute. Like if they did, they would probably stop being critics and be novelists or be screenwriters or whatever it is. They just, so generally speaking, the people that gravitate towards that don't have something to contribute to art. So they're just professional haters. So that's why they love to write bad reviews. And they write
Just trying to, the most vicious, I'm gonna destroy the way he portrayed that role. You know, they just are the most biting way to dismiss you, to shut you down. But it's the individual, like the type of human that's doing that for a living. It's not necessarily anybody you want to aspire to be.
Well, no. And that's why, like you said, it's the audience.
Yes.
That's who you're doing this for.
Yeah.
You're not doing this for organizations or award shows or critics or whoever it is. You're doing this for the audience. Those are the people that go pay a ticket price or sign up for Paramount Plus or whatever it is, you know, to watch these things. And that's who you want to please. I mean, I don't particularly give a shit if, you know, the actor guys I've run across in my lifetime like my shit or not. I mean, it's like, you know, I'm not really doing it for them unless you love movies, unless you love good work, you know. Then, you know, those cats are, you know, viable, but I just don't, I'm in a good place right now. And so I think because, you know, my daughter Bella's going to Cal Poly up there. She's doing great. She's 21 years old. My sons both have jobs in their own places and are doing well. I love my wife. I'm doing a show I love with a crew and a bunch of cats and actors that I love. I'm touring, you know, once or twice a year, making a couple albums a year. I just don't let that shit bother me anymore.
Good for you.
It's like I honestly don't give a fuck. And, you know, people say that sometimes as a reverse psychology kind of idea, you know. It's like, oh, I'm never going to win this. And I tell my wife every time I'm going to win an award or lose one, win or lose. You know, because I know I've gotten used to it and I can follow the trend and I go, and she'll go, oh my God, you're going to get the Golden Globe or the Academy Award, whatever it is. I go, no. That guy right there said that. She goes, how do you know? I said, trust me, watch and see. I was nominated for a Golden Globe for the first season of Landman. We went over there and I knew instantly it wasn't going to happen because they had us, if you were in a stadium at a concert hall and your seat was, here's the stage, your seat's right here. It's going to take you 30 fucking minutes to get to the stage. We walked in there and saw our table. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. We're sitting back here by like the staff. We're not, you know, the people bringing out the fucking food. You know, and I said, oh, this not going to happen. And she said, who's going to win then? And I've been telling her this, and she didn't believe it. She goes, you still believe that? I said, the guy from Shogun, I said, I promise you, that guy wins. I mouthed it to her as it was happening. And now I couldn't pronounce his name, but I said, the Japanese guy from Shogun literally said it. You know, they have panels of each one of you when they're announcing shit because they want to see the other guys. You know what I want to see one day? I want to see somebody like, let's say the three of us are nominated for something, and it shows you, and it shows me, and it shows you, and you're trying to nonchalant like you don't give a fuck. One day I want to see somebody just go, fuck. You know what I mean? That would be awesome.
I've only been to the Emmys once, and it was when Phil Hartman died, and he was nominated. So we all, as a cast, went. And I'll never forget this because he didn't win. And Dave Foley looks over at me and he goes, "What the fuck does he have to do to win?" Right? Exactly. It was so funny in the moment. The guy just got the fucking beloved guy got murdered. This big giant horrible thing. His wife killed herself afterwards, and we're all sitting there. And he just looks at me and goes, "What the fuck does the guy have to do to win?" I'm out forever. I don't want to go back. Leave me alone. Keep me out of this fucking chaos. And the worst thing you could ever do is get sucked into it and then play to that. And then do stuff specifically to try to win awards. Like, ew. Right? Ew. You become, ew. They got you. They got you. And they get you. They can get any of us, just like crack. Crack can get anybody. Like I smoked it a few times. Yeah, it'll get you. Oh, for sure. The thing, and I think it's kind of crazy with you because you're one of the most legitimate overnight successes ever. Like a lot of people were overnight successes, but it was kind of like a slow drip, and then something kicked, and oh wow, now it's so big. It's like, man, Sling Blade came out, and all of a sudden you were all over the fucking news. It was like everywhere. It was like, and that's the wildest ride that anybody can be on. Because also, this is the ride before the internet, right? So there were not nearly as many famous people. That's the thing. If you think about a movie star back then was so different than a famous person today, right? Because there's TikTok celebrities and reality TV celebrities, and it's just there's so many famous people. It's like an unprecedented number of people clamoring for attention. So to be a Billy Bob Thornton when Sling Blade came out was a crazy spot in life because there's only like 20 of you motherfuckers out there. There are like 20 famous actors, like maybe 50. That anybody that you can get people to name, and you're one of the 50. Like, holy shit!
Back then, if you were number 18 on the top 20 list of actors, you're pretty far down the fucking road.
Right? Yeah, right. It's crazy, right? If you think about it.
Oh yeah.
Because being famous then was a very different thing than being famous now.
It was very famous. I mean, now people are famous because they're socialized. They go to parties and stuff.
Or they're the Kardashians. They're famous for being famous. No one can explain it. Yeah, but it's like that bizarre world. There's no class you can take to navigate that. No one can help you. No one can tell you like what to do, what not to do. First of all, it's a new thing, like literally new. Right. You know, by the time Sling Blade, what year was Sling Blade?
Late at 95, came out in 96.
So films are much less than 100 years old. So films are really like real films where people know who the actor is. You know, who was the first film star? Buster Keaton, Silent. Then you got Charlie Chaplin. It's real fucking recent, man. Yeah, it's real recent in the zeitgeist of the world. And then you're one of them. And going, what the fuck is this?
It's unbelievable. I mean, when I would work on sets early on with people that I grew up watching, and I'm just like, wow, standing next to Andy Griffith or whoever it was, Robert Redford, and now you start to realize that you're in a group, an age group of actors who are looked at by 20-year-olds or 30-year-olds like I look at those guys because they say this stuff to me. I mean, once you sit you housing little kids, and all this kind of stuff. It's an odd feeling. The only thing is, and maybe I don't know, but I think because, and once again, social media has a lot to do with it, I believe. I don't think that because of our lack of younger generations' lack of history, their knowledge, how far history goes back to them, I don't think, 100 years from now, generations will look at us the way we looked at Humphrey Bogart and Frederick March and all these different people, Spencer Tracy, Betty Davis, whoever it was. I don't think it's as important. It goes back to the too much access, too much exposure, and I just don't believe that in the history books, 30 years from now, they'll look at me or Quaid or Costner or whoever it is, as the Bogarts and the Tracys that we because society's changed so much.
But is that a bad thing? because they still, like, people love you, and they still love Costner, and they still love Quaid, and they still love all these people. It's just you know them more than they're human beings now.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing.
It's a different thing.
It's a different.
It's a different.
It's a very
A
different.
movie star back then, like Clint Eastwood in his prime, you know, like that's a different thing. You never saw that guy outside. It was like it wasn't like he was, you know, doing YouTube videos, sitting down talking to people.
Well, I think the difference is Eastwood or any of those guys. I should be surprised how many people, if I named Robert Duvall or Gene Hackman, how many people I talk to don't know who they are.
That's crazy.
I worked for a 35-year-old costumer, and I said we were doing a photo shoot at the time with 4 guys who made the records or in the band. And I said, hey, there's 4 of us here doing a photo shoot. Which one of us would do it? And this girl, she's 35 years old. This is not that long ago. 10, 12 years ago. And I said, Ringo? She goes, what's that? I said, the Beatles. She goes, oh, I've heard of the Beatles. And I'm like, yeah, it's like hearing of George Washington. But, you know, but anyway, so, and I said, can you name any of the Beatles? And she goes, no, weren't they like some kind of, I said, they were a band who started every fucking thing we do nowadays. And I couldn't believe it. And she was like a hip girl with like orange hair and fucking nose rings and cheek rings and everything else. But it just seems to me that people's history is, it's kind of, it's become different. Like our history, when I was, you know, listening to, you know, whoever, Cream or Jimi Hendrix or Traffic or whatever, I still knew Billie Holiday and Jimmy Rogers is singing Great Good Word, you know. Now, a lot of people think Ozzy Osbourne is just kind of a reality show. It's like, no, he was a big on Black Sabbath way back in the late 60s. And I think history's important for us, you know. I think if you don't know where shit comes from, you know, I think it's part of what you put into your art or your influences, and also to see what they went through to get where they were, you know. I just think it's important. I mean, with anybody, politicians, how many people know that Benjamin Franklin, you know, Benjamin Franklin, always a guy full of kite, you know, discovered how to make electricity come to some other place or whatever. But, you know, they were fighting over states, you know, when there weren't that many states. And it's like, well, wait a minute, we're in New York. We got way more people than you do in, you know, Virginia or whatever it was. And so we get more representatives and senators, you know, they only get one or whatever. Benjamin Franklin comes in, he's one of my heroes, he makes sense about shit. He comes in and he says, tell you what, how about you have more state representatives than that do? Because you have more people in your state, but how about this in terms of the Senate? Everybody gets 2. And then you get more representatives. And they're all like, oh, okay. You know, makes sense. I mean, those are the kind of guys I like, you know.
Yeah, well, history is important, but I think one of the problems with people today is like there's so much information coming at you that everybody has TikTok brain. And young people in particular, like it's very difficult for them to get a sense of history when they're being inundated by very short attention span content all day long. They're just getting fed nonsense. It's hard for them to actually read something or sit down and have the attention to get into something and really get fascinated by watch a good documentary on somebody or read a book on somebody. They're just checking their phone all the time. They're always checking their goddamn phone. They're addicted to these fucking things. And they can't help it. Growing up that way, like you and I grew up without it, so you get to see it and how it's affecting the way people view the world, and it's not good. It's not good. It's certainly not good for creating future versions of Ringo Starrs and John Lennon's. It's like, what do you have to say if you don't have any understanding of what's going on and what's ever going on?
And it's addictive, like you said earlier, because, you know, I put these things down, and yet I've got the fucking thing with me all the time. You know, and if I get out in the middle of, you know, the desert in California, someplace that nobody fucking have. You know, I'm like trying to call home and shit, you know, whatever. But, I mean, I lived most of my life without that. And having to see if you had any fucking change left because you had to call somebody to pay for it. We had a thing in LA called the Thomas Guide.
I had that.
Yeah, the Thomas Guide, where you had to look up shit in all of LA County, San Bernardino County, all of it was in there. A book, you know, a book, you go on a book, and you had to look on these maps and confusing and shit. And if you took a GPS away now from people, nobody would ever get to work on time. Nobody would find the fucking place they're supposed to have a meeting, because you also can't stop at a gas station anymore. I mean, you know, remember when you didn't know where the fuck you were, and you'd stop over at the gas station and you'd go, yeah, I'm trying to get to 1625 Wilson Street. You know where that is? It's supposed to be by like the Sawmill. You know, some guy would go, yeah, okay, yeah, what you gonna want to do?
You know, take pride in being able to give you directions. Absolutely. Yeah, that was a big thing. Like a guy who could give you directions someplace, that's a cool guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you how to get there. This is what you got to get on the 405, right? You get on exit 16, right?
Yeah, they do that shit. Yeah. I mean, now, I know LA inside out. I could be a cab driver there, but, well, I should say Uber driver now, I guess. But, one way or the other, if you're someplace else and not, you know how to use it too. It's like, but if you took GPS away, it would run people batshit crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you took away the ability to just press someone's name on your phone to call them, you got to remember their number. We got to remember numbers.
I still remember numbers.
Well, you have a great memory.
From my hometown. I mean,
Yeah.
I still to this day, I rarely, in other words, I can take my phone and I can type in the people that I call on a regular basis. I can type in numbers, but it is true. If, like my wife, she'll say, well, I don't have so-and-so in my contacts or whatever, you know, and it'd be somebody we know really well. I'm like, where's your damn number? I told our daughter, I said, look, in her college, you need to have my number in your head all the time, and your mother's, you know?
Yeah.
Know the numbers.
Especially when you get arrested.
That's right.
You know? Sure. You can't get
one call.
Nobody knows how to do that anymore.
I know, right?
Who am I going to call? I have fucking no idea. I know like 3 people's numbers. Yeah, it's like being an overweight person that's addicted to food, because you have to eat to stay alive. So you're going to have to do some of the thing you're addicted to, no matter what. It's not like gambling. You're a gambling addict, stay out of the casino, you're going to be okay. You know what I mean? But like if you had to still go to the casino every day and gamble a little, but you were a gambling addict, that's a crazy fucking problem to have. And that's a problem that every young person has with their phone. They're all addicted to their phone. And, you know, all of us too. I'm addicted to my phone. And you're using it every day. Because you have to get places, you have to call people, you have to text, you have to check your email. So it's always there. And you just have to develop some sort of a relationship with it that's not crazy.
That's true. And people, it goes from mild addiction, severe addiction, to internet creating this environment where people actually kill themselves. Yeah. I mean, it's that big a spectrum. And, people talk about getting canceled all the time, all this stuff. And it's like, how about if you don't give a shit? You know, if you don't, I'm not on social media. I don't deal with it. The band has an Instagram, but I don't. They put pictures of me taking the garbage out. That's what people want to see. They don't want to see your picture on stage, you know. They want to see that you're just this regular dude with your ass crack showing, taking the garbage down the field of
Normal shit, eating chicken fried steak. They love that. Yeah, normal shit. Yeah, that's true. Well, they want to know that you're fucking normal. normal. Like everyone,
I'm subnormal.
but there's also the problem where people are putting up stuff to make themselves look cool. Like everybody's trying to look cool online.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's just what a weird thing to try to do all the time.
I think of liquefy. That's one thing. Where you
What's
can make
liquefy?
yourself skin.
Oh,
That's a problem.
yeah, that's a problem too with a lot of young ladies because they see that and then they think that that's attainable. And then what's wrong with me? I look normal. So they realize like, oh, she looks normal too. She's got some crazy fucking program turning her into this bizarre form of human that doesn't exist in the wild. Yeah, it's Jonathan Hay wrote about that, where you see in the beginning of social media, you see almost instantly, a giant amount of young ladies that experience self-harm, cutting, depression, suicidal ideation, actual suicide. It all ramps up at the same time that social media does, because you're comparing yourself to someone's life that's a very distorted version of reality. Distorted, like rose-colored glasses, propaganda version of reality. Because this person wants you to know how cool they are. Look at me, I'm with a girl in a bikini, and I'm sitting on a Ferrari and a stack of hundreds. Fuck you! Like, wow. How am I not that guy? I'm just a loser. I should jump a federal fucking train.
And there's a face. You know, when you're feeding a baby, there's something, I guess it's from our, you know, it's in our DNA or something, but you feed a baby and you go, you don't your mouth, and they say that probably came from your showing the baby what to do.
Right.
But it's you know, somebody yawns, you yawn, right? And you feed the baby. Like this.
There are three people.
There's a
follow the
thing
same paradigm.
with these selfies that people take on the internet. They can't not go.
All this 40.
It's that face.
Now again, that's an impartial statement.
It's very bizarre. I did a bit about that in my act, about imagine seeing a photo from like the early 1900s where girls like this. Like, what is? She's a fucking time traveler. This is so strange. Like the invention of the selfie.
Exactly.
My daughters are on Snapchat. And they snap all their friends. So this is how they communicate. They rarely text. They just make Snapchats and they just have like in front of the camera.
Right.
And then they take a picture and like, oh my god, so bored. Right. You know, whatever it is. This is how they're communicating with each other through cell phones.
It is.
Very weird.
Everything is in snippets. And the fact that if you have a TV service that has, 1,800 channels, I find myself doing it. I sit at home, I got it on the, Cincinnati,
and can you imagine what the world would be like without the Rothschild?
It's like, it's first down there on their 18, flip it over the Chargers game, and just go back and forth. And I grew up with 3 fucking channels, and so you had to watch everything all the way through. And I'm convinced that that's the reason that trivia is easier for people that grew up with very little. Because you're very fucking benefit. Now you've only got like a few seconds on each thing, and it's like, now it's like you're watching, even if it's your team, something else happens. Somebody texts you to start doing that. Next thing you know, like, I'm a Colts fan, next thing you know, the game was, that's right, there were only 3.5 minutes, I didn't see the end of the game. Or I changed it over to, Rawhide on the old guy channel for like 15 minutes.
I was thinking about that once about podcasts, that the podcasts are one of the only times where I'm never distracted by anything but the conversation. I think it's one of the reasons why I like it so much. And the same thing is when I do commentary for the UFC, I'm talking about the fight, so I can't be looking at my phone, I'm not answering texts, I'm not like checking emails, I'm not looking at TikTok, I'm just locked in on what is happening for 6 hours. And so those, if you can find a thing where you can have a break, escape from the clutches of all the information that's in the rest of the world coming at you, all the fucking bad news and all the guns and tits and everything that's coming at you from all over the world. It's very beneficial. It's all great.
And I love the fact that your show has, you sit for a few hours.
Yeah.
When do you get a chance to do that? I mean, and that's, you know, I came late to podcast. But I remember doing,
The Sanhedrin was relocated to
I did Norm MacDonald's podcast. And
one of these
another guy did a podcast. And then those were the first ones I did. Kevin Pollock. I did Kevin's. I didn't even know what it meant at the time. And since then, you know, I've done a few. But I like it too. It's literally like the only place you are where the interviewer doesn't check their fucking phone.
Yeah.
I mean, I do interviews who, while I'm answering what they just asked me, they text somebody back or look at it for a second, and it's like, hang on a second. It's like, how important is this to you? It's more important to let Mitzi know that you'd rather have spaghetti. You know, fucking hell.
Well, it's also you're completely breaking whatever bond they have in the conversation. It's not. It's two people exchanging information, talking to each other, and you have to look at each other in the eye. You gotta feel with this person. It's a dance. And if you stop in the middle of the dance, like if you were on a date with someone, you're telling them some crazy story that's really important to you, and they just like, yeah, wow.
That's good for your ego.
This is over. There's no sense in continuing any further with this relationship, right? You know,
It's like, honey,
What is everybody believe? What's happening over
we
here?
used to you said you love me more than anyone.
But you'll get exactly closest to not
Yeah, okay. Absolutely. I love you more than anybody I ever loved.
I just barely love anybody, and I'm kind of mildly interested in everybody. That's sort of what's happening, right? I'm mildly interested in everybody, and we love almost nobody. Yeah. It's weird.
That is weird.
It's a weird time. But the only way we're gonna get through it that makes any sense is say things like that. We have to figure out how to navigate it. It's new. You know, just like I was saying that when you were a movie star the first time you became a movie star through Slingblade, that's a new experience, just period, in human civilization. Becoming a movie star is very recent. It's hard, and this thing of everything being online, this thing of everybody having access to all this fucking information coming at you, all this media, all these opinions, all this stuff to watch, car accidents and animal attacks, and this is new. This is completely, so almost like the shit that you had to go through when you became famous through Slingblade, the world's got to go through this new type of thing with phones and with social media and with the internet in general. We're not ready. We don't know how to do it yet. And people are giving classes on how to manage it. There's apps that can limit your time on certain things. You can cut yourself off. We don't know what we're doing. This is fucking new as shit. And just like fame, a lot of people are going to get wrecked by it. It's a completely alien way of being. Like a person that becomes, especially, I'm friends with Ricky Schroeder. I've known Ricky for like 25, 30 years. And there is no way anybody becomes famous at like 6 and makes it out okay. Right. It's not possible. Right. Like the way I liken it to making cement, but you don't put enough water in. Like so, it's always going to be fucked. Sure. There's a part that's never you had a normal life, and then or semi-normal, whatever normal wasn't. You weren't famous, and then became famous. But if you're famous for the time, you're a fucking baby. And your whole life, you're in the public eye growing up. That's insane. whether it's Miley Cyrus or, you look at poor Britney Spears losing her fucking marbles. What do you expect? Nobody gets through that. Okay.
What happened to those? Remember the kids that did that show? Was it different shows? And like a couple of them, like one girl, she robbed a liquor store or something, and then became a dope hooker, and then dies young. And one of the guys on there also, I think he got on drugs and then eventually died. Some of them killed themselves. I'm really happy that my success, in terms of being famous anyway, came at a later age. I actually really relish that. That I did not become famous when I was 19 or 16 or whatever it was. Because at that point, with my state of mind in those days, and just doing everything I wanted, I would have been dead by now.
Right.
There's no doubt about it. I would have never made it to the 30s.
Yeah, and if you did, you had so much regret. Right. What the fuck did I do? Why did I do that? Because you lost your mind. Because you're famous at 8 years old. Yeah. It's
kind of an old guy thing to say, but everything I got, I earned it. And I'm glad I did. I'm glad I didn't have a hell of a lot of help along the way. That I just persevered and did this stuff. But I think that knowing what work is before you get famous really helps you out in your life. I mean, I worked at a sawmill, a machine shop, I hauled heavy equipment all day when I was 13. I did all that shit. And I mean, stuff that looking back on it, it's like I don't even know how I did it at the time. I worked as a carpenter's helper, and so if I hadn't done all that stuff, if all I had known was the entertainment business, I think that would drive me fucking crazy. I don't think I would have made it through that. Like looking at the real world out there from a place where you never experienced the real world. Right. Like you're talking about Ricky and all that stuff. It's like, if your only experience has been people getting your fucking juice box for you, or whatever it is, then you get used to that shit too. I'm telling you, these days, my wife thinks I'm the most helpless son of a bitch in the world, and in some ways I am. I mean, I get into an airport, and I used to go to fucking airports before I was famous. I knew where to go. I knew where to put my shit. Now I'll go in there and I look like it's like Logan's Run. I get out and I'm like, where the fuck are we now? And I'll ask, my assistant or publicist or somebody, I'm like, well, can I take this bag on there, or is this one, where's the thing we go through? Do I need to do this? Do I need to do that? And I say, I know fucking well what I have to do.
But you used to people doing things for you.
You get used to it. I mean, you get used to somebody driving you someplace. I'm a driver. I raced fucking cars. I'm a muscle car guy. Now, we go someplace, I ask my wife to drive. It's like, what? Maybe it's because when I walk up and downstairs now, it's a psychological thing. Physically, I'm very fit. I mean, I can do shit, whatever I want to. If I got to run and a scene or whatever, I'm fine. Something psychological happens to you when you get like 68 or 69. And Tom Major, our tour manager for the band, he and I were talking about it. We were talking about how now we get in a shower, like we're in a hotel, and you get in a shower, you grab the fucking handicap rail, and you go really slow. I don't have to. But I do, because something up there tells me, here's my age now. If I fall, I'll be dead in 6 weeks. Because I'll break my hip, then I'll get pneumonia, and I'm done. And I'm like, I feel 19. But for some reason, going downstairs now, I don't just hop down the stairs anymore. I take it one stair at a time. You know, it's not real. And it's not real that I don't know how to get around a fucking airport. None of that shit's real. And yet something happened to me where I think now I'm just this helpless fucking old man who, you know, is going to have my caretaker fucking, you know, get me to the gig. You know? And then I go on stage and I'm just like, you know, it's like, wait a fucking minute. You know, walking up the steps to the stage, I'm just like, you know, and I get up there and fucking go to the edge of the stage and slam hands and shit. If I fell off that fucking thing, it'd kill me instantly, but I do it. So none of that shit's real.
It's weird,
right?
Well, it's weird when people defy it, right? Like, I saw the Rolling Stones when they came to Austin a couple years ago at Coda, so it's like 100,000 people or something out there. It was nuts. And I swear to God, it was like an out-of-body experience because you can't believe you're actually seeing Mick Jagger. Right? You're like, that's him. That's really him. He's really up there. But he's fucking, he's 1,000 years old. Yeah. He's dancing, moving around. He's got two fucking trailers. Two trailers that he brings with him everywhere he goes. It's just workout equipment. That motherfucker gets after it every day. They said,
Absolutely.
it's like, this is the only way. If you don't do that, it'll fall apart and then you got nothing for sure. But he's out there like he's 30 years old. Oh, yeah. It's nuts. It's really amazing to watch.
I mean, like I said, we just opened for the Who.
Yeah, right?
And Roger and Pete are, you know, they're 80, 81, they're
Crazy, you know?
And they're the fucking Who. They're still up there singing their ass off, playing their ass off. You know?
That's another new thing. Like when we were kids, there was no old rock stars. No. They all died.
Most of them were dead by 29.
Right, 27.
27 was the year.
Jim Morrison, Jazz Joplin, they all died at like 27.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Kurt Cobain. Yeah, they all died young. So when we were kids, there was no touring bands that were like 70 years old out there on the road.
No,
Killing it.
and we're more popular than we've ever been.
Yeah.
You know? And so
It's all bullshit.
it's all in your head. It's all in your head.
Yeah.
But, you know, and not only were there not rock stars when we were growing up that were even maybe over 40,
Right.
aside from ones who died, age has changed a little bit. I mean, like, you know, if you look at my dad's high school yearbook, these motherfuckers look, when they were 17, they look like they were 55. You know what I mean?
Hard living.
Yeah. And like a man in those days. My dad died at 44 years of age. I thought he was an old man. You know? And when I think of 44 now, it's like, shit, man, that's like babies. But 50 and 60 and 70 meant something different when I was growing up. Now 70 is kind of like, I mean, you know, a guy like Sam, but oh, they look at me and I'm still like a kid doing this shit, you know. And 70-year-olds, and you know, I think it's a lot of it is, you know, I eat real healthy, and I actually had a holistic doctor tell me that because I'm allergic to a lot of shit. It's not like I got something against eating cows. I'd love to. But I have type AB negative blood, which you don't have many digestive enzymes, and so I just get fucking, you know, indigestion and get all fucked up and bloated. I just grew up, because I eat everything growing up. I mean, shit in Arkansas, Texas. And I just grew up thinking that when you eat, you feel like shit. I just thought that's the way it was. This thing's overrated. Fine, I feel like hell, you know. But now I eat really healthy, and I eat fish, turkey, and, you know, vegetables and fruit, beans and rice.
So there's some red meat issue.
Yeah, I can't have beef or pork. So I can have turkey and fish. They digest easier, but I think, you know, people are, and especially if you're in the entertainment business, you kind of keep a younger mind, and also eating healthy. And with this holistic doctor I was talking about, I was talking about and this is really unpopular to say, but that's not my words. I was actually told this, and I was saying, look, you know, I don't smoke a pack of cigarettes a day. I smoke probably 3/4 of a pack, you know, unless, you know, we're on the road and I'm on the bus with the guys, you know, I smoke like an old Buick sometimes. But You know, I drink light beer. I don't drink hard alcohol and stuff like this. And this holistic doctor said, you know, stress is one of the worst things in the world for you. If smoking a few cigarettes a day that don't have chemicals in them, and you're drinking light beer, which, like I said in Landman, that you know, has less alcohol than fucking orange juice. You know, you have a few of those a day, and you have a few smokes, and if that alleviates your stress, especially when you're being high anxiety, he says probably healthier for you to just keep doing that.
Yeah, they say that's one of the worst things ever. Your rising cortisol, stress, anxiety, it wears on your nerves, your nervous system, and then loneliness. They say loneliness is worse than smoking for your overall health. If you smoked a pack and a half a day, you'd be way better off just doing that than being lonely.
Look how many spouses die a few months after their husband or wife died.
My grandfather, that's what happened when his wife died. When my grandmother died, he died like within a year and he was gone. He was fine before that. You know, he was actually her caretaker. He was taking care of her. And then when she's gone, he was dead in a year. Died of grief. Yeah.
Yeah, that old saying, you can die for a broken heart, I believe.
That's real. That's real. Sadness. And also, it's like, why am I still here? She's gone. I'm 90. Like, what is this? What are we doing here? You know, let's call it a quit. Call it a show. Listen, man, we just did 3 hours, so cool thing. That was a lot of fun. I really appreciate you. Thank you for doing this.
I hope I didn't fuck anything up.
No, it was great, man. It was great. It was awesome. I love your show. I love everything you've done, man. So it was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. All right. Bye, everybody.
Thanks a question. So you guys are one of the players from the course. There is a Shavua, there is a Shana, there is a Chodesh. So for example, here's an example. These are actually specific questions that are asked. So that, for example, there is a Shana. What's the first? There is a Shavua. So that should mean that there is a Shavua, Shavua.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
How are you, sir? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Nice to see you, man.
The movie's great.
Thank you very much.
When does it come out?
In the United States, it comes out November 7th. And then various dates over the next month and a half or so around the rest of the world.
Fucking heavy movie, man. Yeah, it's a heavy movie. Yeah. The trial. That footage, was that all real footage? The Holocaust footage? Real footage of the
That was one of the reasons that inspired Jamie to go ahead, that he was given access to that footage, some of which has never been seen since 1946. It's in a very interesting way that he makes the subject matter accessible because it's such a dry topic from the outside, right? Here's a court case, right? You know, here's yet another courtroom drama, procedural or whatever. So I can imagine that people would see that and go, well, that's, you know, might not be an exciting watch or something, but he sort of puts the audience in this position where he allows them to start to be amused by some of the things that are going on and the interpersonal relationships. And, you know, when the commandant of the prison has to call up his two top mental health experts and dress them down for getting into a fist fight, things like that. Kind of, there's a charm to it. And then he gets you into the courtroom and he locks the door. And he goes, now you're going to see what we're talking about. So I think it's a very interesting film device to disarm people before he starts giving them the real juice.
Yeah, it's also a fascinating psychological tape from the psychiatrist, from Kelly's perspective. You know, because the way he's describing all human beings, that all human beings are capable of these horrific acts.
And that's the thing that was a very unpopular take at the time, actually led to his removal from the process because he wasn't fulfilling what the War Department wanted him to say, which is, you know, all Nazis are crazy, you know, ruled by a man bad man. And this is a unique experience. But that's not what he found. And sitting down talking to the 22 major Nazi sort of names that he was assigned to post-war, he realized that every single one of these people was, was normal. Well, there was a couple that were pretty out there. But, for the most part, he was dealing with rational men.
That's what's scary.
How the hell did they end up making this series of decisions if they're rational men?
Well, it just seems like things just get pushed slowly but surely into this unbelievably horrific place. Right? Like it starts off, it's just a war. It starts off Hitler's in power, and then slowly but surely things get pushed. Yes,
and that's the thing that's difficult because gigantic jumps we can all read, right? But little incremental changes.
Right. The boiling of the frog.
Just how you take away this person's rights, that person's personal power, and slowly, you get to a point where the average person then turns around and goes, "How did we get to here?"
Right.
I thought it was about something else. There's a smoke screen going up, and I thought we were doing that, and then as it turns out, it's very different.
Yeah, that's one of the scariest aspects of human beings is our ability to dehumanize others, to turn others into something less than us, non-human, an other.
Right.
Humans, with families, with mothers and fathers and children.
It's one of the most dangerous things I see it going on everywhere at the moment. That we're trying to say that you're either, and for want of a better team name, that you're either red or that you're blue. And humans are far more nuanced than that. They're not that extreme, And the idea that you can split all of us into two camps is kind of nuts.
It's nuts.
Yeah,
it's nuts.
And it takes out all the room for subtlety in a discussion. And therefore it makes communicating with each other less and less available.
Well, it's just in this country in particular, not Australian politics, but we only have two parties, and they're both essentially financed by enormous corporations. So it's a ruse. The whole thing's a ruse. You have different social issues on each side. They come up, and then it becomes this: you're with us or against us, right versus left. But they're just going nowhere good. Nowhere good. Yeah.
And we have the same sort of two principal party system in Australia as well. But we have a slight advantage in that we're kind of on the edge of the world in a lot of ways, So what I've always said is when you're growing up in Australia and New Zealand, you grow up looking out. Yes, you understand your own culture and all that, but you grow up looking at what else is happening in the rest of the world, what's happening in Europe, what's happening in America, But by and large, Americans grow up looking in.
Right.
Principal sports are only played by American teams. American football, in some instances baseball, but they're not the types of sports that we play where the pinnacle of that sport is international competition. Rugby union, rugby league, cricket, football, soccer, So we grow up with that as being the pinnacle of any particular sport if you get to represent your country. And that's only really relevant in an American sense in an Olympic period,
Right. That's it. Yeah. We never think about other sports. We mock them. We think about, what are you doing playing cricket?
And it's a fascinating, and anybody who loves baseball, generally I've found baseball lovers are all about the minutiae, they're all about the stats, and what those stats mean. There might be a certain score on the board, but their team might be getting beaten, but they see in the stats that there's a certain dominance in an area, and so they still have a hope that the outcome of the game is to make up their way. And cricket fans are the same as that. So the fact that the two never seem to meet is odd to me. It is odd. It's the same type of game.
Cricket is larger worldwide, right? much larger.
Yeah, well, you have India and Pakistan and Sri Lanka, countries like that with huge populations playing together.
Do you guys have home runs in cricket? Like where someone really cracks the ball and smashes it out of the park?
It's called a six. If you hit the ball over the fence without it bouncing, you get 6 runs.
Wow.
And so that's the.
Does that happen often?
There's different forms of the game. You have T20, then you have 1 day. So this is going to be difficult. T20 means that each team gets to bowl 20 overs. An over is 6 balls. So you have 26 ball overs that you're bowling to the batting team, and they've got to try and get as many runs as they can. And then you will have a go at batting, right? So you have that version of the game, which is very short. It can happen in an evening. Then you have a 1 day game, which maybe starts in the afternoon, finishes by 8 or 9 at night. But then you have a test match, and this is what I grew up with. It's sort of been dialed down a little bit now because they brought in shorter forms of the game. But the test match is between 2 countries, and it's played over 5 days. And the idea is that both teams have to bat and bowl twice, and the result will be whatever it is at the end of 5 days.
5 days?
5 days. 5 full days. And they start, and then they have morning tea, and then they have another break, they have lunch, and then they have afternoon tea. And if it's really hot, every now and then somebody will walk out and give them drinks. It's very civilized. My cousin Martin was a great cricket player. He was the captain of New Zealand. My other cousin Jeffrey was also captain of New Zealand. So I kind of grew up in a cricketing family, and it was one of the pathways for me. There was, potentially play cricket, But when you've got 2 of your cousins who are as good as they were, it's a very crowded room. So how am I going to make any kind of statement here when one of Martin, at his peak, he was called by Sports Illustrated, I believe, the Michael Jordan of world cricket. Wow. He was a very dominant player in his day. And we used to discuss test matches as the gentleman's war, because you have a defined space. You have X amount of players, and you've got to stop that little ball in this gigantic 180 meter by 120 meter oval. You've got to stop that little red ball from going between the players, and therefore, preventing the batsman from scoring runs. But that 5-day game, the way that it ebbs and flows, once you're into it, it's the only way you want to watch cricket. Because it's like, at one moment, your team can be just so far ahead. You're like, and then it'll turn on a dime. Day 2, things get really dark for your team. Day 3, you got an edge back again. Day 4, it's fantastic, man. And as a kid, I used to go and attend every day over 5 days. Wow. It was crazy.
Yeah, there's nothing like that here.
No. I mean, it really requires. Just like look at the 5-day game. It's like 5 news cycles, right?
Yeah.
We're not really set up for that sort of patience.
And how's it broadcast? Is it stream television?
Yeah. I mean, there's the cables and companies and stuff have got involved now, but it used to be national network. And when cricket season was on, I mean, back in the day, people would come from overseas and into Australia in the summer and ask the question, is there anything else on television except sport?
Is it, so when you're playing, do they take commercial breaks?
Yep.
Okay, they do. So that's the problem with soccer, right? Soccer in America, the reason why it's very hard to sell is not just that a lot of people don't play it, right? But it's just there's no commercial breaks.
Right. They just have a huge number of people who play association football, soccer in this country.
Oh, for sure. Listen, they have a professional team here up into the game, but it's nowhere near the involvement that football has.
American football, right, in this country. Yeah,
for sure. Close.
Yeah. All of our sports that we like in Australia, apart from cricket, tend to be quite compact, 80-minute game, 90-minute game, 10-minute half time, and it's part of your day. It's not your whole day. Right? It's like we'll go to a football game and then we'll go and have dinner or go and do something else. So we have that same thing where the action is so continuous that the idea of stopping for a commercial break gets quite tricky.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's always been fascinating to me that rugby never took off in America.
Yeah.
Because it seems like kind of a more savage version of football.
Yeah. Well, the way I think it sort of it plays out, you've got rugby union, right, which is 15 men aside. Every time a player is tackled, you recompete for the ball. You have rucks, mauls, you have lineouts. It's a very different game, but there's another version of rugby called rugby league, which was played in the north of England, and that has a defined period of offense and defense, and I think that's where American football comes from. I actually own a team in Australia in the NRL, the National Rugby League, the South Sydney Rabbitohs, the oldest team in the game, 1908 we were formed. Bought the team in 2006, and it's very easy to explain to Americans. Have American friends come down. I spend maybe 20 minutes talking to them, and they get the game, and they start to dig it. My girlfriend at the moment, actually, Brittany, was one of the reasons why I really started being attracted to her, because she understood the game straight away. You know, and then I find out that when she was younger, she was a cheerleader for the New Orleans Saints.
Oh, wow.
While she was studying electrical engineering. So, yeah, it's a very similar. Rugby league is a very easy game for Americans to follow. Now, how it's refereed becomes frustrating for an American audience because there's so much room for interpretation, referee to referee, game to game, situation to situation, so it can get frustrating. I think one of the greatest things about American football from the outside, from an objective point of view, it seems that every single thing that the NFL try to do is based on an across-the-board fairness for everyone. You know, so those, you know, the conversations between the referees and what have you seem to be everybody's on the same page. And sometimes when you're watching rugby league, something that you saw somebody else get sent from the field for the week before, and now nothing happens this week, but it's the same kind of hit or whatever. I was like, what? You know, so I've had a few Americans get corruption. No, I think the game moves very fast,
Right.
and you know, referees don't have eyes on all sides of their head.
But do you have referee corruption over there? Because you have gambling.
We definitely have gambling.
Yeah, I know you have gambling. So we have ads for them.
Yeah,
The Ladbrokes.
absolutely crazy the way gambling has become such a significant player. I also read the other day that now it turns out that 50% of ownership of all the major gambling things are in the hands of sports teams.
Oh, what's going on?
I think what we have, as opposed to corruption, is because guys come out of the game. So there's 17 clubs in the NRL at the moment, and guys who are in positions like referees or video refs or whatever, they have a club. You know, they grew up associated to one particular geographic area, and that's their club. So it's very difficult for anyone to truly objectively see their own natural bias.
But also, there's got to be some corruption if there's gambling. If it's so subjective that you can make calls that someone got in trouble a week before and then this week nothing, like that kind of subjectivity where it's up to the referee to make a decision. If I was a corrupt person, a gambler, especially if I was a mobster, I would reach out to that referee and say, it's within our best interest
to work together on this.
Yes, let's
Yes, I would hope in all innocence.
well, you have to say that. You own a team.
Yeah, and you've got to sort of remain a little impartial in these things.
What was that scandal in America, Jamie? The most recent one, the basketball one. It had to do. Still ongoing. It's still ongoing. Yeah. What are they accusing these guys of, though? I know they rigged poker games, but there's also accusations about the basketball games themselves.
Most of it would have been based off of player props. So they know that they're not going to take some out of the game, so they just take the under on. I'm not going to score 20 points. I'm only going to be there for 10 minutes. Or these players aren't going to play in this game. Then against this, that's sort of what
This is players gambling.
or coaches was doing it too, or giving information. But the thing is they were tied to the poker game too. And
So it's just a full-on criminal.
one of them, I just saw the news today that the one player who's been tossed around, he had a big IRS debt, and all of this sort of started around the same time too.
Oh, he's trying to pay off his debt.
So you got corrupt. Yes. Who knows? But weren't they ripping off their friends in the poker games? That I don't know because I've seen clips of this. People knew about this a year or two ago on Instagram. They're like, I was at a fucking rigged game, and I know the people involved, and know that I should not have. Like, I'm not going there and lose my money. And how do they know it was rigged? The people involved. He said. It was like someone else told me this. It's all on the up and up, and then he's like, I know everybody in the game is definitely not. What are you talking about? How that guy died? He didn't. Well, they had crazy shit. Like they could read the cards. They had like an X-ray machine. They had cameras and the chip holders. They had all sorts. I don't know who they were communicating to though. There's a lot going on, but it was happening in LA, Vegas, New York, all over the place. God. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Have you ever lost your keys and ended up tearing your house apart trying to find them? What makes it even worse is when it's the most conspicuous, obvious place you could have sworn you checked already. It'd be nice if we had the ability to find whatever we're looking for right away. And at least for hiring managers on the hunt for talented people, that's possible thanks to ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Using ZipRecruiter almost feels like having superpowers. It works quickly and efficiently in finding qualified candidates for your role, largely because they have incredible matching technology and an advanced resume database that can help you connect with people instantly. No more wasting time and energy. ZipRecruiter can help you find exactly what you want. Want to know right away how many qualified candidates are in your area? Look no further than ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. A lot of money. Gambling.
I stay away from it. I know how you feel about it, but
About gambling?
yeah, I had an experience when I was a young fellow. It was the first time I was in America, actually. And I'd had all these intense meetings, what have you, and I had a decision to make. I had 10 different people wanting to be my agent. So I rented a car and I went for a drive, and I went up to San Francisco on the coast, and then I turned inland thinking, well, I've heard of Reno, so I'll go there, right? So I went to Reno, Nevada, and I had X amount of money, right? I was a very, I wasn't, I was doing well in my career, but I didn't have a lot of cash, so I had a couple $100 in my pocket, that's all. So I went and had a beer, and I started playing blackjack on a $5 table, and it was a single deck. This is how long ago this was, 92 or something, right? So I'm playing, I did pretty well. I amassed a few $100, feeling very cocky and confident about myself, and I probably just then had one beer too many. And I went for a walk down the street, and I saw a roulette table. I think, that would be me. Like, sucker. And so everything I won, I lost. And by the time I sort of got my shit back together, I had $25 in my pocket. I'm in Reno, I got a quarter of a tank of gas, and I got to get back to LA. I don't have a credit card. Oh boy. So, as it was, I paid for my hotel in advance, so that's all cool. But I was like, okay, I got to sober up here. So I go back to the place I started, back to that same $5 table, and I just very carefully, when I got to like $190, which I knew was going to be enough to get me back with petrol and food and all that, so I stopped. I go out to the car park of this hotel. It's like 11 midnight, something like that. And I just started vibrating, and my whole body was like shaking, like I was having some kind of fit, And it was just really weird. I got back to the hotel room, and I called my mum, Colette, in New Zealand. And I just did this, I went through this. She goes, darling, something I've never told you, but your great-grandfather was a professional gambler. And at one point in time, he gambled his house away. He had to go and get his daughters, wake him up, get his wife, and tell them this is where they no longer live. And that one act kept that family in, relative terms, poor for another 2 generations. Wow. That one impulsive act to gamble his house. And so I know it's in me.
So I don't do anything here.
That's fascinating.
Once a year, genetic. There's a horse race in Australia called the Melbourne Cup, and I'll focus on that. And if I happen to be at home and I have the day off kind of thing, I'll put a bit of money on that. But that's it. Everything else that I do in my life is gambling. Becoming an actor, massive gamble. What are you talking about? It's ridiculous. Playing the football team, it's all a version of gambling. But the idea that you're just giving money away to a system that it's not fair, it's not going to benefit you, and at the end of the day, in the longer term, you're simply not going to win. That drives me a little crazy. I don't want to get involved in that.
The vibration thing. Do you think gambling's genetic? Like, there's a thought that a lot of there's certain behaviors that are in people that are passed down from their parents. There's certain thought processes. There's certain inclinations. Right? That it's some genetic component that we haven't clearly identified yet. That it's, they used to think that people are a blank slate. You're born, you're a blank slate. You learn everything from your environment.
No, that's not real.
It's not real. No, there's a shit ton that you get from your genes. That's very weird. And I wonder if you got that from your grandfather.
It really feels like it's in me, and I have to work against it.
Thank God you have discipline. That you could go back to the table
in one area.
Well, that's a good area to have it in.
But that's how desperate the situation was. Right. It's like I'm standing there in Reno realizing I can't even get back to LA. Right. I've got to rent a real car, so I just took it really, really slowly, and I do this thing if I'm playing in a situation like that, because occasionally I will go and play blackjack at a casino if I'm in a group of people. Because if you're all disciplined, and if you hold every seat on a table, you can turn the tide against the house very easily. They hate you doing it. They try to break it up and put somebody in the middle of you. But if you don't, actually, funnily enough, it was Tom Cruise told me this. If you have it, so the first chair and the last chair make the calls and the decisions, and everybody else just sits on 12 and above. And you watch the mathematics come your way. Now, way back in the day, right, it would have been 95, 96, 97, something like that, right? Tom calls me, he's married to Nicole Kidman at the time. He calls me, and he goes, hey, bud, we've got this thing set up. Steve Wynn has put on a jet. He's going to fly us to Vegas, right? We're allowed to play at Shadow Creek. You're allowed to play golf at Shadow Creek. So I'm not really a golfer, but it sounded good to me. I jumped on a plane, went there, we're playing Shadow Creek, a lightning storm comes up. Tom's like in the middle of the fairway, still trying to play. We're going, dude, put the iron down. It's this lightning. Yeah. So we enjoyed ourselves at the golf course. Then we go back to the Winds Hotel, where they've given us Michael Jackson's Lanai to change clothes in or whatever. We go and get some Chinese food. The Jets comp, the golf's comp, the Lanai's comp, the food's comp, and then we go and play blackjack together. And Tom explains what the team's going to do. And we take $25,000 or more off the table, go back to the airport, get on the comp jet, fly back to LA, but we finished as a group. We then attacked the New York Times crossword, and we did the last word as we were landing in Los Angeles. So to me, it was like, that, I believe, was a perfect day.
That's a team effort. That sounds like a lot of fun.
It was a great day. But that sort of like, that was one of the early experiences where, okay, so you can have fun with these sort of games as long as you don't take them too serious. Like, current girlfriend is a massive poker player. She loves it. And she's really quite good at it. She's played in a couple of female-only tournaments and things like that. So I watch them play, but I don't get involved. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to activate that. Because I am kind of, I do have a reckless streak. I can imagine in the wrong moment if I'm, tipsy. Well, it wouldn't be tipsy. It would be more like drunk on some kind of ego power kind of thing, where I can turn the universe. I can make it come my way. I'll bet my house. So I just got to stay away from that.
Oy, did you see Uncut Gems?
No.
It's probably the best gambling movie ever. Adam Sandler plays a degenerate gambling junkie. And not a comedy at all. Amazing movie.
I love how he just seems like he's getting some due respect these days.
Yeah, well,
Really started to see how big his effect was and what he can do.
also, those movies are fun. All those Happy Gilmore, and they're fun movies. I love those movies. They're innocent, enjoyable entertainment. And he's really good. Jack and Jill, they're hilarious movies.
And that right these days, because I've got a project at the moment, which on the surface you would have to call a comedy. Nobody wants to discuss it. Nobody wants to talk about adult comedies. So when is that scared? When is that wicked movie going to?
Well,
If we sort of
it's only in
reduce
the film
comedy as a
world.
genre.
It's only in the film world. In the stand-up world, it's like everybody's completely pushed back against it, and they're going the other direction. They're going back to like 1990 style comedy. Right? Just say whatever the fuck you think is fun. Stop. It's not. No one means these things. You're saying things because they're funny. Right? That's it. You know, it's just like Bob Marley didn't really shoot the sheriff. You get it? You know? It's like we're just talking shit. And
I had a funny story about that actually.
yeah,
It's just in passing. I can't remember who told me. Maybe I won't even guess, but I think Clapton was living in New York or London or something, and he had a party at his house, and because he just had that record come out and it was gone #1, and he had it stuck on his fridge with a magnet, like in charts, with a circle around it. I Shot the Sheriff, #1, Eric Clapton, and Bob Marley was at the party. And apparently he found a pen and he wrote onto Clapton's fridge, "No, Eric, I shot the sheriff."
I shot him first, bitch. That's hilarious. But that Uncut Gems film is it is a perfect movie in regards to like the way it treats a degenerate gambler. Like he's a jewelry broker, jewelry salesman, and he's just out of his fucking mind. It's always sports. It's always this. There's always a game that's going on. And he's betting this, and you get so much anxiety watching the movie. Like, oh God, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh Jesus, what are you doing? It's like the whole movie. My palms are sweating. I'm moving around in my chair because I, as a kid, grew up in pool halls. Like from the time, not grew up in pool halls, but I spent so much time between age 23 and into my 30s. I was in pool halls all the time, and I played a lot of pool, and I was around a lot of addicted gamblers, and I never got it. It never hit me, but I was always just fascinated by the grip that it had on people. It was like their eyes would be going back and forth, their fucking skin would be pale. It gripped them like a drug. It gripped them like crystal meth.
I really dislike the way in Australia we have normalised it. They're doing a sports report on the news, the national news, and they'll tell you
the odds. Well, we do that with the UFC. With the UFC, we give the odds. They even, I don't know if they announce round by round odds, but I think they do. But I try not to pay attention to it because I don't vote. I don't gamble on the UFC, but I used to. So I used to gamble on the UFC when I first started working for them, and then I was like, I don't think I should do this anymore. This is a long time ago, though. And so what I started doing is giving my friend Aubrey, who's my business partner at On It, I started giving him tips, and he was like 84%. Because I know the sport, and a lot of these guys would be coming from Japan or coming from Russia, and I'd be like, oh, this guy from Brazil, Anderson Silva, bet the fucking house. I go, bet the fucking house. Because people do my house, not my house. But there's people that were coming across from other organizations that I was a giant fan of, and the bookmakers were woefully uneducated about, especially foreign fighters. And there's a thing, like, if you are gambling on MMA and you don't know how to fight, you're just guessing. you don't really, we're all just guessing when two guys get into the cage together, but you're really guessing. Like, you really don't, you can't recognize, like, how fast a person is. You can't recognize how good they are at countering. You just know stats, and you know, but you don't know how to do it. And if you don't know how to do it, you can't really see it. You don't really know. So at a certain point in time, I stopped just on my own gambling. So, like, I don't, because people were accusing me of being biased one way or the other anyway, which maybe I was. You know, I got better at that, but I wanted to make sure that no one thought that. So I was like, I'm only gambling a couple $100 or something like that. I wasn't doing anything crazy. But the fucking people that I have friends, like good friends, that are just hooked. And when they start talking about like fights that they're gambling on, or they put so much money on this and money on that, I'm like, oh my god. I know guys that put millions of dollars on a fight. I'm like, oh my god. You're freaking me out. You're fucking freaking me out, man. I don't care how wealthy you are. You put a $3 million bet on a fight and you
probably a year or two ago, and I see my two boys are talking to a mate of theirs with their phones out, and I realized they were checking up on their bets. You know, so I had to have a big conversation with my boys and say, look, every single dollar that you have comes out of my pocket. If I give you $1, that's not $1 to gamble with. And I had a very serious conversation with them about it. It's like, I don't care if you think it's fun. You know, I get, you've got to actually see it for what it is. Because what's $5 or $10 now is easily going to turn into $400 or $500 in a minute, $1,000. You know, sooner or later, you will allow yourself to think that this thing is, you know, beyond fun, and it's a way for you to earn back your losses or whatever. Right. So I just had to have a chat with them, and they were probably looking at me going, how old is our father that he doesn't understand that everybody does this? You know, but I just had to let him know from my point of view. I didn't appreciate them taking my hard-earned dollars and wasting them.
I get it, but I also like that it exists because I want the ability. If I wasn't working for the UFC and I could go to the fights and gamble on the fights, I would definitely do it because it's a knowledge thing. Right. This episode is brought to you by Uber Eats. Every football season, the same thing happens. The game somehow makes everyone really hungry. Quarterback scrambles, clearly a sign it's time for breakfast burritos. Turnovers, suddenly dessert at 2 p.m. doesn't sound so crazy. And wing formations, well, those can only mean buffalo wings, as if they're ever not in play. Even the goalposts start looking suspiciously like French fries. It's almost like football is sending the message to eat more food. The good news, Uber Eats makes those cravings easy to satisfy with game day deals all season long. From wings and pizza to chips and drinks, even last-minute grocery runs. You'll find savings on all your favorites delivered straight to your door. Order now on Uber Eats.
I need it. If I'm into the sport, I want to see the game. You know, I don't care about what happens in the game.
I get it.
Possibly because from the owner point of view, I wouldn't want any extra pressure.
Of course.
So I don't understand why his business game, it's like two teams of pristine athletes who have busted their nuts together in this situation. And the competition, the physical competition between these two teams isn't enough. You got to put something else on the line. You know,
it just adds. It adds for some people.
For some people,
yeah, they get that extra juice out of it, knowing. The thing is also, as a commentator, I am as unbiased as humanly possible. And it's a hard thing when friends fight, because there's some guys that fight that are my good friends, and I'm like, I just hope they don't get hurt. I want them to win, but I have to be excited about the other guy winning, which is kind of crazy. The other guy's beating up your friend, right? You have to be excited about it. So it's good that I don't have any money riding on fights, because I'm not happy if one person person wins or loses. Right. My idea is we're going to see who's the better athlete, who's the better fighter. And I can handle gambling. I've never had a gambling problem because I'm not a risk-averse person, obviously. I like risks, but I'm safe. Like, I know what I'm doing. Even though I do dangerous things,
You've had to look at it first.
yeah, I
But
think
you have that ability and inclination for examination. So
you have to have that, and I feel like that's the case with alcohol, that's the case with cigarettes. I'm in favor of all those things being legal, but I know so many people that have a problem with alcohol, like cannot live without alcohol. I know so many people that can't quit smoking cigarettes. I feel like you should be able to do whatever you want to do, and I want freedom, and that comes with gambling. And I think gambling freedom, like the ability to decide that you want to take a risk or something, that should be available. But we should educate people as to like what is actually going on in your mind that's allowing you to get captured by this thing. And now you're chasing bad money and you're in a downward spiral. Management, like understanding, okay, this is a thrill, but this thrill could take over your whole life if you are maybe genetically susceptible, psychologically susceptible. Like, understand what it is, but I don't think we should take away cars that can go over 60 miles an hour because some people crash their cars and die. You know what I mean? I feel like I like that gambling exists, and I always wish that it existed back in the day. I was like, it'd be fun. Bet $100 on this or $100 on that. But I don't have the problem. Like, I could see if I came from a family that was torn apart by gambling, you'd go, you don't understand, my dad lost our house. Like, okay, but that was a bad decision. Your dad could have died drinking and driving and smashed into a tree. These are bad decisions. You don't have to make bad decisions just because something is tempting you. It's an interesting debate. Because do you nanny state the whole world? Do you think gambling should be illegal? Do you think you should have to go to Vegas for it? That seems kind of crazy. I mean, it's certainly not a black or white issue to me. There's a lot of gray area involved in it. And I know there's a lot of people that push back on the idea of whether these gambling apps and all these different things should be legal.
it's the normalization process that bothers me the most. That it's part of the new service.
With the ads,
But it's just put in front of you whether you're interested in it or not. This team is playing that team, and here's the odds. I just don't. I don't think it's healthy to have that as much of those stats as much a part of the actual news report as who's playing and what's on the line.
The thing about it, though, is it does lead you to have debate about, like, here's a perfect example. Canelo Alvarez versus Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford was going up 2 weight classes. In my mind, though, he's so skillful, I gave him a chance. I was like, I favor him to win, but I believe he was the underdog. Find out what the odds were for the Canelo Alvarez Terence Crawford fight. I believe he was the underdog, even though he was undefeated, multi-division world champion, like one of the greatest of all time for sure. But he was jumping up from the 154-pound weight class where he just won the belt. It was the 147-pound weight class, all the way up to 168. That's a big leap, 14 pounds. And everybody thought Canelo's going to have too much power, he's going to be too big. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think that's correct. What was the odds? Let's say. Yeah, Crawford was the underdog. So not a huge underdog. Plus 135 versus plus 140. Somewhere around there. So it's not huge. Not even 2 to 1. Not even 1.5 to 1. But enough where I was like, I think they're wrong. So it's like it fosters debate. Even if you're not gambling, and I didn't gamble on that fight, but I was telling my friends, I got a long discussion with a good buddy of mine who's a real boxing connoisseur. He's like, Canelo's too big, he hits too hard. I'm like, that guy doesn't get hit much. Like, I don't think that's as big of a factor as we're thinking. I think it's a skilled thing. They're not that different in size. I'm like, I don't think so. And so that odds thing is, to me, exciting. Like, it fosters debate. Like, you start talking about, and if it's a game, you start talking about players. Like, he chokes in the outfield, he does this, he does that. This guy, he's always stealing bases. I'm factoring that in. And, the odds become a part of the discussion. But But yeah, it is ultimately the problem is. First of all, kids are addicted to apps as it is. They use them. They're always on their damn phone. And they'll go from TikTok to Instagram to X to, they'll check this and then they'll check that and then check their Snapchat and they'll check their gambling app. And then it's like you're just addicted to this goddamn phone. So something on your phone that's also addicting. It's like addiction on top of addiction. Because you're already getting your little dopamine rush just by looking at your phone. But then if you're also getting a gambling rush on top of that, yeah, we gotta educate people. Yeah. But I think we gotta educate people on social media addiction, which I think a giant percentage of our population is completely addicted to social media, including me. I spend a large amount of every day scrolling through TikTok for some reason. What's your algorithm like? What kind of stuff are you getting?
I'm getting a lot of dating apps at the moment, which is really embarrassing because I'm not looking on any dating apps. So I'm not sure that the algorithm is fully truthful. I think there's a certain amount of things you just get fed.
Right. Especially like a dating app, because that's a promotion. They're promoting that.
There's a lot. There's be a lot coming up, but that's the problem, isn't it? Because the way the algorithm shapes it, pretty much everything that comes up on your phone, you have some form of interest in. Right. So that keeps you looking at what you're looking at. I've got to really dial down a little bit, but I'll be in the bush in a minute. It's been such a crazy year, man. So we finished Nuremberg last year, and then I went on that big tour, which is when I was here, when I came to see you the first time. But this year, since between December and August, I made 5 movies. Wow. And I was on the set of the 6th. And so weird. And I had no juice. I still feel it a little bit, actually, man. I had a little bit of time off, but I've still had so many responsibilities. I kind of feel like I broke my brain or something in August, and I'm still trying to recover, and I won't really recover till I get home the next time, as I was saying to you before, because when I land at home now, I won't know when I'm flying out again. And that is such a relief, because when you do know when you're flying out again, every day is just counting down. You might have 3 weeks, but it doesn't feel like 3 weeks, because you 100% know when you're leaving. But this time, I'll get home and I'll have 3 months and I'll be in the bush, I'll be waking up with birds and, hopefully all those things that I emptied out through the earlier part of the year will fill up again. So I was on that set, and that was the set for the remake of Harley with Henry Cavill. So I played with Ramirez, which was the Sean Connery character. So I'm excited by it and I'm really looking forward to it. But there I was, turning up to the gym to do my katana sword and going to these meetings and everything. But I was empty. I was absolutely empty. And it was just to the point where I texted my agent. I'd said, you know what, I maybe need to talk to these guys because I'm not sure if I don't have any juice here. I don't know what I'm going to be bringing. I'm sitting in these meetings and everybody's talking, but it's all just bouncing off my face. I'm not really taking anything in. And that same night, I get a phone call around 10:30. And it's so unusual because I have everything turned off on my phone and never rings. But for whatever reason, it did ring. It was the director saying, "Look, I'm so sorry to tell you that Henry's injured himself. He's ruptured his Achilles. So we're going to have to push the film." Now, I love Henry. I've known him for a long time. I've known him since he was a schoolboy. And I met him at a place called Stowe School in England. I was doing this scene, called Proof of Life, talking to my son in the movie, and in the background, the rugby game's going on. And, we're doing the scene and everything, but I've got my eye on the field, and there's one guy on the field who is just displaying. He's got a great brain for the game. And as it happens, we finish the scene and they break up what's going on behind us, and that one kid is walking towards me, and he's the kid that I've been watching. And he wants to have a chat. He introduces himself. He just asked me, how do you get into acting? And so we had this very, very brief conversation, and we got swamped by these other kids. A couple of days later, I was doing a present for the kid from that school who played my son. There's a boy called Merlin Henry Tennyson, his name was. And so I was doing a thing for him, and then I had some other things left over, and I was like, what was that other kid's name? Oh, Henry. So I wrote on a photo of Gladiator, of Maximus, which was a movie that had not actually been released yet. To Henry, Journey of 1,000 Miles begins with a single step. Russell, wow, he kept that photograph with him from wherever he lived, from place to place, and he kept his dream alive and burning. The next time I see Henry Cavill is in a gym in Illinois, the outskirts of Chicago. And I'm working on one side of the gym, he's working on the other. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm Superman's dad. I reckon that must be Superman over there. It kind of looks like it, you know. So we worked in the gym a week or so more together before we talked, you know. And finally one day he comes over, puts his hand out, and we start talking. And I just, at one point, I went, do I know you? He goes, yes, sir, you do. And I went, Henry, that Henry is this Henry goes crazy. That's what's so wild. Absolutely wild, right? And so now we have this other situation where, you know, he's kind of in the position of being the Highlander, and they asked him who he wanted to be Ramirez, and he said, I've only got one option, and you got to get him. And so, you know, that's fantastic. I mean, a lot of fun when we do it.
What must that be for him to abandon a kid who met you, and got you to sign that, and then working with you when he's Superman? Oh my God, that's amazing. What a great story.
And so now we've got, you know, we've got the third stage of our connection. And when we get to do it, it's going to be great. But I know this sounds really weird because I love Henry, and the last thing I want is for him to be under any pressure or injured or whatever. But it was a prayer answered. I'm talking to the director, expressing, I'm so that's terrible, but I'm also shaking my girlfriend going, we get to come home. As I said, it's been a big year. I have never done that many individual films in that space of time.
What caused you to say yes to that kind of schedule?
Well, but that's not what you do. Most of these are independent films. So, for example, I agreed to do Nuremberg in 2019, but we don't shoot until 2024. We set up and collapsed 3 different times before we actually made it, because it's a lot of variables in independent film. So, a bunch of these things that I did, you know, I agreed to do 2 years ago, and then never got together, and then suddenly they all just started playing so everybody's got to start working like it's air traffic control, and I'm like literally having a few days between sets, flying from one place to the other. Now it's, you know, what I always describe it as is like going to a new school, and now you're going to meet, you know, hundreds of new people, and, you know, all of the different things that you got to answer in terms of your costume and your makeup and blah, blah, blah. Am I wearing a fake nose? Am I got scars? What am I doing this time? All those things you got to do very, very rapidly, and get onto the set, and they're not, that sort of string of movies was not easy. You know, the first one was called Beast in Me, which is an MMA movie. I think we talked about that. It was going to be a UFC thing, but we ended up doing a deal with One Championship. So it's set in Australia and Thailand, and it's doing some like little private screenings in Los Angeles at the moment, and getting a lot of really positive reaction. The kid that's it's not a kid, but the lead role in that, Daniel McPherson, has done an extremely good job by the sounds of things. I'm also attached to that. I only play a very small role, but I rewrote it for them just before we started. I've done a lot of writing in my career, but it always goes uncredited. But this particular occasion, I believe I'm going to get my first actual writing credit. That's cool. But I wrote the character that I play specifically to not be the character you think it's going to be, to not be Burgess Meredith. You think this guy's going to be, you know, the old coach who sort of like, you know, comes back out of retirement or anything. But I know enough people in the boxing world, or you know, to know that once an old bloke makes a decision about you being a shithead, he's not going to change his mind. So I want to play that guy. So I went from that set to then, I think called Bear Country, where I play an Albanian money launderer.
that's got a great cast: Teresa Palmer, Luke Evans, Nina Dobrev, Aaron Paul, Danny Savato, and it's funny. It's really funny. That's with the same director that I did Unhinged with, called Derek Portman. And it's goofy and dramatic, but it's just funny.
When's that come out?
I'm not sure where that comes out. That's also, I think they've got like 6 or 7 different offers at the moment from different distribution companies, because everybody's digging it. They're looking at it going, that would be an hilarious movie to follow up Nuremberg.
Oh, yeah, that would be. Yeah, it's Nuremberg.
So then after that, I go back to Budapest and I make a thing with a young British director, Arma Sante, called $1 Billion Spy, with a young English actor called Harry Morty, who is he's the future of British cinema. He's a very intelligent, classy actor. So that one I play a Russian, selling state secrets to the Americans, Russian scientists. And then after I did $1 Billion Spy, I did went to Montreal and made a thing called Unibomb, where I play a Harvard professor, the man who taught Ted Kaczynski at Harvard, who put him into this series of tests and things that he was doing. And some people say that he very much affected Kaczynski's brain.
Did you know he was part of the Harvard LSD studies?
The guy I play was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was Kaczynski was sort of associated. He was there at the time. The Leary also started working at Harvard. But the study that my character was doing is all based on sort of like intellectual computation. And like stripping people of their self-belief and stuff. So there are people who think that it was the character I play is intellectual aggression towards Kaczynski that turned Kaczynski the way he turns. So there's that. And then I just did a movie in Germany, set in Portland, we shot it in Munich. Okay. With a guy called Patrick McKinney, who I've done other projects with before, but he doesn't always get the credit he should get. But he's the guy that cut the loudest voice, which made it as dynamic as it was. And he also cut a movie called Poker Face for me, and we were working together on a music doco. But usually I work with him as an editor. But this is him as a director, and that's with Ethan Hawke. Again, that's a smaller role in that one as well. But there was a very strong vibe on that set. And Patrick's a great filmmaker, so I imagine that's going to be a good movie too. So if you're a film fan,
That sounds like you're killing.
there's a few things to come out.
That's very exciting. The comedy is very exciting because there's just not a lot of comedies anymore. It's hard to see to find a really good comedy.
Yeah, and this is one of those ones where it's not like a series of jokes. It's just certain types of characters put in certain situations, and then you see how that plays out. And Aaron Paul and Nina Dobrev, just hilarious. I can't even begin to explain what they do because you're just going, what the fuck are you talking about? That's so stupid, and it is stupid, but it's also very funny to experience.
Can't wait to see it. So it just sounds like all those things just sort of came together coincidentally.
So you just doing small things that they might have agreed to years before or whatever, and it just so happened that they got their financing and that just went one after the other.
Do you do anything like IV vitamin trips or anything when you're on set?
I haven't really done probably help you. Potentially, but the other thing is, man, you just stay disciplined, you get fit.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm actually going through a really weird time for the last month. Doesn't matter where I am, if I'm in Spain, if I'm in Australia, if I'm in America, I cannot sleep between midnight and 5 a.m. It's just very odd. And I think it's related to that feeling that I was expressing before, that summer in August I broke my head. I've just done too much. And I need to go home. And I need to be in that rhythm. I call the place I have in the bush, it's not its official name, but I call it the panacea. It will fix all things, but you have to give over
into its rhythm. You have to wait before the birds. You have to sort of put yourself in a situation where you're going deep into the bush, so you get that kind of oxygen. You just have to really give yourself over to it, and spend your days just, checking if the cows are okay, having a look, if the trough system is working, just getting your sort of hands a little bit dirty and forgetting all that stuff. Yeah, and but will hopefully see me come charging back out.
You'll be charging, but that sounds like a perfect balance to offset the charging.
Yeah, well, that's the recharge. I always look back at my 30-year-old self who made the decision to take the little bit of money that I earned at that point, $31, $32, and buy 100 acres in the bush. Because somehow I knew I would need that place. So it's like, I could have bought an apartment in the city, but I didn't. I bought 100 acres of basically blank bush. No fences, the fact that it's been in my life since January 20th, 1996. I paid for that first 100 acres. So that's before LA Confidential. It was before I even shoot LA Confidential. So it was, I don't know where it came from, but I look at that 32-year-old and go, mate, well done. You gave yourself a battery. I go through that gate. And because, what it's like, people don't just call you Joe, they call you Joe Rogan. Come here, Rothschild. So this brand, this sort of stamp, that's all you hear, Rothschild. And then I go beyond that gate, and I'm no longer that. I'm a son, I'm a brother, I'm an uncle, I'm a dad, all of those things. I'm the boss of the operation of the farms and stuff, and all those. Well, but all of those things come into play, and the whole brand thing drops away. And you got to trap yourself at a way different level. When you're at home, you got to exist in a natural world, as opposed to in a world where the center of attention constantly, where you're back and call. Mr. Crow. Yeah, it's not good for you. But it's also the amount of attention that the time you have to spend when you're on that many sets in a row, 5 movies in a row. Like, I thought a lot of people are probably like, oh, boo-hoo, you had to be in 5 movies, boo-hoo. But that's the poor famous Russell Crowe. Big gap between people who know in the business is understanding of what it really takes, right? And the realities that you deal with. And look, I'm the last person. I'm not whinging about the job at all, but I am just pointing out that I went a little bit too hard and I burned my brain. I need a bit of a break. Well, Nuremberg is an indication, or it's an example of what you did. If it's on par with the rest of it, it's going to be an awesome run, because Nuremberg is great. It really is. It's very disturbing. Just to see that footage, the footage in the trial was just, people should see that, and the fact that it's never been released before, that just to cement into our heads. That's the thing. It's like that war was one of the first wars where we got regular footage. I mean, if you think about people going into World War I, they're going blind. They have no idea what to expect, what they're going to see. And then by the time Vietnam comes, and now it's on television, and that seeing horrific things at least cements into your head, like, this is where this all could go. This is where this all could go. Just think about that, because, in my lifetime, when I was a little boy, and I'm watching the news at night with my parents, this Vietnam footage. I see the Anzac Day, which is Australia New Zealand version of Memorial Day. I see those marches every year, the old soldiers getting together. That history is so fresh. I'm surrounded by all the people who fought in the war, and then there's another generation of guys who still appear to be young, and they fought in World War II. And now I'm watching Australia at war, which we've been through Korea, and now Australia is at war in Vietnam. I'm seeing that on the nightly news. So at the age of 6, 7, 8, I believe I'm going to be a soldier.
You get him out of there.
And everybody at school
He
believes
was
they got
asking
the
his
assault
friend exactly.
because that's what we do.
And even though say, you know, 22 judges.
Because the parents' generation is connected to the Second World War, our grandparents' generation is connected to the First World War, and here it is without this new. Right. So it was very definitely part of the cultural around. I was in army cadets in high school. So, you know, there's a couple of days a week you dress up in an army uniform when you go to school instead of in your school uniform. Jungle breaks and just get you ready. Just get you ready. They're putting SLRs in the hands, which is like, it's not an unusual thing for this country. But definitely is for Australia. Put a self-loading rifle in the hands of a 13-year-old and teach him how to use it.
How much do you actually have to add on judges? How many additional judges do you have to add on?
That was one of the things about the Iraq War too, where they stopped showing people coffins. They're preventing photographers from taking photographs of coffins and flying drink coffins. That's crazy. That should not be illegal. You shouldn't be able to prevent someone from documenting history. Because that's what that is. And that's the consequences of what's going on. You're seeing American people coming home with boxes, and you're not even allowed to take photographs of it. It's kind of crazy. Well, it's the thing with, you know, ANZAC that I talked about, it's April 25th. ANZAC stands for Australian New Zealand Army Corps. Because both the First World War and the Second World War, Australia and New Zealand combined their armed forces. And then a lot of places fought alongside each other. But, you know, we had that day as a memorial day, as, you know, we have in this culture as well. But tend to forget that we have that day as a reminder that we should never do this again. That's what it's there for, you know, to respect the passing of these, you know, young people who died in battle, but to also remind ourselves of how pointless that whole thing was. How pointless the First World War was, how pointless the Second World War was. Ultimately, it's just death. The people that started the war, the people who benefit from the war, are not the ones generally standing at the graveside mourning their dead. Because they will protect themselves. Their children don't have to go to war. Their children are not going to get conscripted. So it's like, every time this stuff comes up, and now have almost constantly the words of war being spoken as if it's just sort of an offhand thing, that we can just attack these people and raid these people. It's like, this goes absolutely nowhere good. We're talking about the technology we can hold in our hands. We can get out our phones. We can explore the entire world. There's no piece of knowledge which is held back from us. We can get it through this device we carry in our hands to here we are. All of these, you know, millennia later, as a species, we have that level of technology available to us, but we still think that war is some form of solution. It just blows my mind. It's hard to imagine if you were living in the past. If you could come up with the circumstances that we live under today, like you just described, a device in your pocket that provides you with all the information you could ever want, we would say, oh, well, that would be the solution. Most of what ails us, most of you think once we have that available, all sorts of see each other clearly and understand, celebrate our differences, and there's more that connects us than divides us, all of those things. I don't think they ever anticipated social media and the divisive nature of that, because I think it accelerates, but it's only divisive because we let people go first. Right, with an algorithm, we just let people actually take something. I remember when I started on Twitter, I thought it was the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. But when I started, which was about 2009, 2010, and suddenly, from having a couple of decades of having who I was described by others and pushed across to people, this breath of fresh air where I could just express myself and people would know exactly what my real opinion on something was and how I felt about something. It was fantastic. It didn't last very long, though. People were like, oh, I've got a whole lot of truth going on here. We're going to shut that shit down. As soon as individuals started using their power to say, you know what, I had an experience with this company or that company and it wasn't very good.
Right.
Those companies were like, man, we didn't spend millions of dollars a year on advertising just for this asshole to tell the truth about how shit we are. Yeah, so they had to turn it around somehow. So that's when you start, you know, look, quite frankly, if you run bonds and stuff like that, you should be put in prison. Forget about it, man. That's not the way it should be. No, it's not that way. The fact that you shouldn't be perverting people's understanding of something, yes, because it benefits you. Yes, that's agree with you. Yeah, that should be illegal. It's kind of amazing there's no laws because it's essentially, I mean, you can propagate through bots a complete and total lie, and it catches traction, makes its way through, and there's zero consequences. And zero get upset about it, like they're fighting over the family dinner table based on pure misinformation. And I think a lot of it, you know, we can't trace who's doing it. That's where it gets really weird. But why? Well, because it's complicated, right? Like you can hide your IP, you can do it through a virtual private network, so they don't know what country you're in, and you do it with AI. Like they busted China was using ChatGPT to run a bunch of accounts. I don't know how many accounts, but a huge amount of accounts, and they were all sorts of stuff that people are fighting about in America, like immigration, closing down USAID, those kind of things. And they were just involved with these chatbots that they were running, and these things would argue specific points and get everybody inflamed and just start wars and call everybody retards. There was a moment, you know, a little while ago, like it just seemed to be all social media was just flooded with violent images, flooded with people fighting, you know, people getting, you know, looked down with a king hit in a bar or whatever, and it was like, where is this coming from? It's just, Instagram is loaded with it. I see more violence on Instagram, more accidents, more people falling off balconies, more people climbing trees and falling. It's like all over Instagram. And I don't know if they can stop it. I don't know if they can even recognize what these things are until somebody reports it. I know it sort of speaks to sort of a low level of intellect, but you know, we do like the occasional falling down a hole. Well, there's a reason why it's out there. It's because a lot of people agree with you. I mean, I've watched a lot of horrific accidents. I don't know why. You know, I want to watch anybody get run over by a truck. Yeah, for me, that's not a thing. It's like the innocent sort of like pie in the face kind of thing is what amuses me. But if somebody really gets hurt, it's like, yeah, it doesn't. Well, it also very much desensitizes people. Yeah, which is a problem already. Yeah. You know, we're desensitized from violent video games and violent films, and then now you're seeing like real violence, real like horrific dismembering accidents all day long. And you're 13. You know, that's the thing. So that is the thing, is we can discuss it as adults and what sort of like what we can deal with, what we can rationalize. But that's the same thing I was talking about again. My kids don't know or didn't know that there was a negative to that. They see it, you know, all the time. So I think it's not. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. And, you know, think, like, how old do you have to be to sign up for those sites? Is it possible to spoof that? Like, close. So it's like, probably if you're a wizard at 14, but most of the security, oh, you over 18. I see you. Like, what is it? Does it take a long time? You enter your driver's license? What do they know? Did you see that thing from TikTok that I sent you with Jimmy? I don't have a TikTok. Oh, you don't? No. So I sent it to you. You can't watch it. What was it about? It was just him on stage talking about a company that he and I and Ed Sheeran got involved in. I was shooting the Pope's Exorcist in Ireland, right? And I got told this story about this lady, Laura Bono, whose grandfather was
an Irish potato farmer, and wondering what he should do with his leftover potatoes, the unsightly shaped ones that nobody wants in a supermarket. And he came up with the idea of making this Irish sort of moonshine called poachine. So every Friday, his relatives and his friends and everything would rock around to Phil's house, and they'd bring their old medicine bottles and they would just fill them from the still. So they had a weekend when she was a little girl. She would see this party being created every Friday on the island, and so they're singing songs and they're enjoying each other's company and laughing uproariously and all that. And she said, one day I'm going to legitimize what Granddad does for fun and make it into a business. So, about her mid-20s or something, she was a lawyer. She got involved in this big deal. It went well for her. So, she was sort of like faced with a crossroads. Okay, now I've got money to finance my idea, or I can continue in the job that I'm in. And so she decided to back herself. She comes from a little town in the north of Ireland. It's called Rothschild. It's actual town. It's across the river from Derry. And she formed a company called the Liquor Company. And that amused me. I called Jimmy Hart and I said, does this amuse you? It actually does. And I called Ed Sheeran and I said, does this amuse you? And he goes, it does. So we formed a company called the Liquor Men. And we bought a big slice of the company. It's now, I think we're in about 40 states here in America now.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm pretty sure you can get it. We're a sucker for a good name.
So I bought you a dozen whiskey, a dozen potato-based gin, and a dozen potato-based vodka. Oh, boy. There it is. I might have to start a bottle sort of shaped like an old medicine bottle. It looks great. Yeah, that's an awesome bottle. Yeah, it's great to hold. That whiskey is what I call like a cowboy whiskey. It's peat smoked, but it's very light. I like that. It's very light. You'll see when you have it. It's like, that's not the sort of whiskey where everybody ends up crying in a corner remembering the things that they did wrong in their lives. It's the sort of whiskey that will keep you laughing all night. So that's why I call it a cowboy whiskey, because you can sit with it with your mates all night and have a laugh.
What do you think is more addictive, alcohol or gambling?
Well, the problem we have with alcohol is what's becoming the burgeoning problem. Gambling is that we just accept it. We accept it completely as the thing we do. And as long as you're a certain age, that we never look at the damage that it causes. Now, I'm a big proponent of having a drink. It's my cultural heritage. And as a working class man, it's my goddamn right, Joe. I enjoy it, and I do. But as you get older, there's certain things that you start to learn about your capacities and stuff when you're a younger fella. And now that I'm an older guy, I know that, one night a week, if I'm having fun, is plenty. There's plenty, and I try to cut out the interstitial stuff, I might, if I decide I'm going to have a glass of wine with dinner, then it's going to be a really nice one, and it's going to be an occasion. But I try not to have the casual drinks, just have a drink for the sake of,
Those add up. Yeah, there's definitely a great social quality to drinking. There's a thing to it that I enjoy. I always enjoyed
the bonding. You never really find out about your mates until you've had them on the piss and you see who they really are. Some people,
Alcohol it's weird because it's the only drug that they offer you when you sit down for dinner. It's we've agreed that this drug goes really well with a good steak,
and everybody can have that this drug is fully available. And like I said, we never count the social costs. We don't count. This would be true for very much a lot of countries that have a focus on sport. But 3 to 5 of the worst nights of any given year in Australia in terms of domestic violence are 100% connected to a sporting event.
Really?
Yeah.
So sporting event connected to alcohol,
And that drives the thing that, brings terror to the lives of children. So it's the same thing with all this stuff, right? Like, we always talk about that, everything in moderation. But, we always have to remember that we got to move at the pace of the slowest member of our community.
That's a great way to put it, because that's the real issue, right? It's not, well, I can handle it, so everybody else can too. It's not, it's like, why can some people handle it? And what could have been done? Like, if you just, in school, you're going to have to accept that some kids are going to try marijuana, some kids are going to try acid, some kids are going to try alcohol, most kids are going to try alcohol. Like, why don't we have education on the proper way to use these things where you don't get in trouble? Like, at least most people, I would imagine most kids are not going to listen anyway, but if more will than would if you didn't talk about it at all. Right. If you don't talk about it at all, there's no information out there. At least they can talk.
This should be an ongoing process of education. Yeah, not just education through failure.
Right. And that's
Not just let me talk to you about it now that you've crashed your contract trade,
or now that one of your friends has done that. There's a lot of that. You see your friends do something horrible.
So unlike you, I'm up to all of this sort of stuff being available and freedom of choice being paramount. But the responsibility to educate has got to start at a young age.
I think so, especially if you're using things that are on apps. Apps are just, young people are so accustomed to using apps. And most apps are giving you that same jolt, that same dopamine rush. What year? It's just, I think you should be able to do whatever you want to do. But you should know what you're doing. And that's where the problem is. You kind of have to figure out what you're doing for your knucklehead friends.
I was going to suggest that we had whiskey, but I know it's going to ruin my day if I do. Because I get nothing else done. Some people have such a great time drinking during the day. It just doesn't suit me, man. It's funny. I have a drink at lunch. Either I'm asleep by 5 o'clock, right? Or I'm raging at 5 a.m. So it's like I've learned over time to drink during the day.
I stopped drinking entirely for about 7 months, something like that. And then I decided to occasionally have a drink. So I'll have like a glass of wine at dinner or a margarita out with my wife. But that's it. I stopped there. I don't drink anymore. Like, let's go get drinks. I haven't done that in a long time. And the reason why is because I just felt like shit. Because I was just doing it too many nights a week. And then my workouts and suffer in the morning. I'm like, why am I doing this? I do everything so healthy. This one stupid thing that I do that let me just try not doing it. See if it
You also notice as you got a little older that the hangovers, they go away after a couple of hours.
Sure. It's also one of the most important things in my life is energy. Like, how much energy do I have to do things? Like, it's not just about doing things, it's about doing them with focus and enthusiasm. And when you don't have energy, it's very difficult to muster up that enthusiasm.
I hate that feeling. And the following, I've had a great time the night before.
Yeah.
But the following day, nothing gets done. Right. Because I had fun the night before. You're fine. I just feel that it's, such a waste. We've only got X amount of days.
It's just managing the human mind. Managing, like, what to do and what not to do and when to do it. It's such an important part of being an adult. And it's one of those things that's just not explained to kids. That's weird.
I love that whole Bill Hicks routine where you ask the question, the last time you're in a social situation, and you run by a constant sporting event, and people start fighting. Were they stoned or were they drunk? It's like, I don't get why people can be so aggressively negative towards marijuana. Yet, half a dozen drinks for them socially is, of course, it's easy. It's like these two things are very different outcomes.
you're not going to have people are going to be attacking the base camp when they're all stoned. They may well have a go at it when they're on the piss. All that's because of propaganda from the 1930s. That's all that is down to Harry Anslinger and William Randolph Hearst. But you know, it also connects to the formation of the United Nations. Does it? Take Thailand, for example, a country that's had hundreds of years of cultural marijuana use. But in order to join the United Nations, they had to accept an American attitude towards drug laws. Just recently, they've taken those drug laws away. And now they're in a bit of panic because they didn't plan it very well. Because, reality break is, I think, California did it through Arnold Schwarzenegger, probably knowing exactly how you're going to tax and where the money's going to when you do tax for the consumption. And so I think 140 or something more shops sprung up overnight in Bangkok. They're like, oh, gee, that went better than we thought it was going to go. But I think it's actually great for Thailand. It's a drug that particularly suits the groove of that country. Yeah, for sure. Food is so incredibly tasty, and the beaches and the sunshine and the heat, So it's sort of. But that's what I was told. I was told that it comes down to a decision that they had to make in order to join the global community. That makes sense. That makes sense. The United States pushed that on everybody else. In Texas, there's a lot of push from the alcohol lobby to try to make marijuana even more illegal. Yeah, because people don't necessarily have to drink that much. Yeah, that's what they're worried about. They're worried about people talking about alcohol. It's stupid. I mean, the fact that it works is crazy. That people are still, it's like 0 deaths ever, that they're still pushing, to take this one drug away when you've got one drug that everybody uses. It's very strange. But it all really goes back to the 1930s. And it was really just about the commodity of hemp more than it really was even about the drug. Right? You know the history of that? I know a bit about the making of rope from hemp. Yeah, because of Master Commander and spending a lot of time on toll sailing ships. The whole thing was about an invention. And there was a new invention called the decorticator. And it allowed them to effectively process hemp fiber. Hemp fiber with a machine. Because before that, it was very time intensive, very labor intensive to break it down. It's a very, very strong fiber. So then Popular Science magazine has it on the cover, hemp, the new $1 billion crop, because of this machine. And so then William Randolph Hearst, who also owned Hearst Publications, he also owned paper mills. So paper mills and he owned forests where he'd make paper out of forests. All of a sudden there's this competing commodity where they're going to use hemp for paper. It's far superior paper. Hemp is it's way quicker to grow. You can grow entire fields of it in a year. You get a whole new crop. Like, it's not like trees that take years and years to grow before you can chop them down and make paper out of them. And so then they start printing these stories about Mexicans and blacks that are raping white women because they're on this new drug called marijuana, the jazz cigarette. Yeah, and so marijuana was really the term for a wild Mexican tobacco. It didn't even apply to Canada, so they made a new name for it. They attached this new name. And they got Congress to ban it, and before they didn't even understand it was hemp. Like, most people didn't know what was going on. They thought there was this new drug that was like running through the world, and they just pulled the wool over everybody's eyes. They did it because of a commodity, and then they made Reefer Madness and all those crazy movies, and everybody's like, oh my goodness, if you smoke reefer, you're gonna die. You're gonna jump out of buildings. And meanwhile, people have been smoking it for thousands of years. Like, pretty amazing way of manipulating public perception and using propaganda. And, William Randolph Hearst, obviously the subject of the movie Rosebud, is a real piece of shit. Citizen Kane. He was a real piece of shit. He was a real bad guy. According to the folkloric titles, he did everything he could to prevent Orson Welles from becoming the filmmaker that he should have become. Right after he made that film. Yeah, and it seems like he was effective with it because, Citizen Kane was so good. And then years later, he's doing wine commercials, right? For money. There's a funny thing
It's like a recording where he's trying to do a voiceover for Norwegian Salmon or something. He's getting more and more pissed off at the producer. To read it myself. Yeah, it's kind of fun, man. Have you seen those little footage bits of the who's the tilting of windmills fella? Don Quixote. Yeah, he went to Mexico somewhere, and he sort of started shooting little pieces for potentially a Don Quixote movie. But it's just madness. It's like, there's nothing in it that can actually be in the film. They just kind of gone crazy. It's like, look, we're going to float with a donkey, we're walking over there, we'll shoot that, you know. It's like, but it's like, there's nothing cohesive in it that you can make a movie from. I wonder if that's just from the pressure of essentially being like one of the first guys to ever get canceled. He just probably lost his mind. Potentially, right? But absolutely. Because you would think that Citizen Kane is your passport to a lifetime of being financed for whatever idea you want to put onto film. Yeah, I mean, it's to this day a classic film that people talk about. And then also, you're the same guy that did The War of Worlds. You read that on the radio and freaked half the country out, right? The same guy. And so, he was a wonder kid, right? He was this guy that, like, everybody thought was like a once-in-a-lifetime talent, and he snuffed out. Yeah. And back then, you have to consider, if you're William Randolph Hearst, you have Hearst Publications, you're essentially in control of whatever narrative you want to push forth, and no one's going to get in your way. So all we'd have to do is make some phone calls, and that guy, fuck him, he doesn't want to be in. Crazy. A little bit. We got way too much power in the hands of media moguls. Yeah. As we go on, that reduction of opinion just keeps happening. One company swallows another. I think we're in a situation now in America, right, when 20 years ago there was 24 major media companies, or 30 years ago, and now it's 3. Right now, that's correct. It's just like with the share market, the biggest companies in the world, they end up owning each other. Yeah, so it's not 3 big companies, it's really just one with 3 different names. Yeah, and they decide what the news is. It's nuts, but that's the one beautiful thing about today is that independent media takes up the slack and often gets more views than air quote mainstream corporate media. And so now corporate media is forced to report on things eventually. Like the New York Times is forced to report on certain things that are inconvenient eventually, where they would just like to have ignored it. But it gets so big in the zeitgeist that it has to become something that's discussed. And that's fascinating because it's like dragging them into the reality that the internet lives in, which is a reality of free exchange of information. The whole horizon of television just so dramatically different now. So I get to a hotel and I'll scroll through 160 available channels. There's nothing I'm interested in watching. It's like, how is that even possible? It's also watching something that's already going. Like it starts at 7. Why? Why does that start whenever I sit down? Right. This is stupid. Like you have an old model. This model's dumb. Right. It's like radio versus podcast. The same kind of thing. It's like no one wants to have to be listening, sitting in their car, waiting for you to finish a sentence. They want to hit pause, go do whatever the fuck they're doing, and come back and play again. This is a dumb way you're doing things. You're doing things on 8 p.m. It's Mikey and the boys. I never had that life. The last time I remember that being a thing is maybe in high school, right? Where my mum and dad, well, my mum particularly, would like to watch Dallas. Right. So we would all get together and watch Dallas at 8 o'clock or whatever on a Tuesday or whatever. And that just doesn't happen in my life at all anymore. So the last time it happened, I think for me, was The Sopranos on HBO, right? Because it was on, I believe it was on Sunday nights, and everybody knew what time it was on, and you'd go home. I had a TiVo back then, you remember those? Right, where you could record shows and go back and watch them later and pause them and stuff like that. It was like revolutionary before streaming. Oh my God, you can record shows and watch them whenever you want. Embarrassingly, I've only ever seen maybe 4 or 5 Sopranos
those episodes. Yeah. And every time I watch it, I go, I cannot believe that I didn't get overtaken by this at the time. Because Gandolfini was a mate. He was a mate. I met him like early 90s, early 90s in New York. Him and a friend of mine called Lenny Lofton used to rent a place together on 44th and 9th at Hell's Kitchen. And, this is like an apartment on maybe the 4th floor of a building. And there were like a couple of windows that didn't have glass in. They had like plastic sheets and a blanket nailed up against the window. And that's what, the situation that Gandolfini was in when I first met him. Wow. A few years later, he was obviously very successful. My youngest son, Tennyson, is like a Sopranos expert. Like you can say a line to him and he'll know what episode, what season, and who said that. Wow. It's like he's so into it. And when I have started watching it very recently, actually, some ducks landed on the pool on the farm. So I took a photo, and there was like thousands of comments, whatever it was, straight away going, it's like Tony Soprano. I had no idea what people were talking about. I had to discuss it with my son because there's this sequence, so I watched that sequence with the ducks. But Gandolfini, man, what a great actor he was. He was so good on that show. It was the first guy who was essentially the hero of the show, who was a murderer, a terrible person, a mob boss, and you liked him. It was insane. Like the fact that he had the depth to pull off that, where he's doing horrible things to people and you're rooting for him. You're rooting for him. You're not hoping he gets shot. You want Tony to live. Who's that guy that you have on here every now and then? Joey Diaz? Yeah, he's a funny guy. Oh, he's the funniest guy that's ever lived. I heard him tell that story one time about the same week that Cinderella Man came out. I went to the premiere of Longest Yard. Because Chris Rock was in that and stuff, and there's a few people in that cast who I really like. And so I went to the movie, and I just remember him telling me a story about the lights come up, and he didn't realize he was sitting next to me or whatever. I think it'd be a very dangerous room for me and Joey Diaz to be in. I think we'd be you guys have a good time. Yeah, a little bit. Joe drinks a party. He's the funniest guy I've ever met. Oh man, he's got some stories. Oh my God, they never end. I've known him for fucking 30 years. He's always got a new story. He's just a maniac. And, he went to jail for armed kidnapping, kidnapped a drug dealer with a machine gun. He used to have his mind on coke. Right? Yeah, he was a wild fella. He was a wild fellow when he was young. When I met him, he was like right out of jail. How did you meet Jimmy Cobb? I think I met Jimmy at the Comedy Store, I believe. Pretty sure. I'd already known about him. Yeah, I'd already known about him. What a fucking great guy. It's so funny. Oh my God, he performed at the Mothership last time he was in town. We were all at the balcony watching. He's so good, so crisp. The punchlines are so good. Such a pleasure. And he just keeps educating himself. Yeah, he's got this voracious mind. Well, he's a brilliant guy, and to see that brilliance applied to an art form, to comedy, it's like you're seeing it's just as funny in casual conversation. Oh yeah. We sit down, we have a chat, because we spent a little bit of time together, and it's funny because he's, significantly younger than me, but he's teaching me stuff. I've never been a vacation person, for example. There's work at home, but home isn't often fully restful because I've got a football team, I've got other businesses, I've got a farm to run, cows to look after, and all that sort of stuff. So, but a couple of years ago, he just put in my mind, like, let's just say we'll take these dates and I'll meet you somewhere, So the first time we did it, we met up in Puglia in southern Italy, and earlier this year we met up in Marbella. I've already booked a vacation for next year. I don't do that. But it's like that thing of going somewhere which isn't home and isn't work, having no agenda, sort of hanging out by the pool, reading a book, right, from beginning to end, without having to sort of put it aside and come back to it a week later and go,
what was the protagonist doing again? You know, it's very interesting. It's very interesting that I should be, I'm getting this late life education from a British comedian.
That is funny that he's teaching you how. No wife taught you how to do that? I think there's a reason why people go on vacations. They're not all stupid. There's benefit to it. I think.
But see, I didn't grow up in that sort of family. We didn't have the money for that sort of thing. We went on one big family holiday in 1970, where we all piled into my dad's station wagon, and we drove from Sydney up to northern Queensland. But a cyclone came through on the way, so we had like 4 days of sunshine and 26 days of rain. So living in a caravan and playing Monopoly. So it's not like I look back, I remember the great vacations of my childhood. So it was like, my dad used to run pubs. So you don't get holiday. Based on the licensing laws, you have to be the first person there in the morning, you have to be the last person there at night. So we kind of lived that sort of life where everything was based on running the pub. So, but it's cool. It's a good time for me to learn about it now.
Well, don't you think, like, as a person who does anything creative, you have to have a bunch of different kinds of experiences to draw from? And if you just stay in the same environment all the time, it's probably generally not good for you. Like, you need to go see other people, you need to go different places, not just to refresh and relax, but also to take in. Like, just do so much traveling for work. For work. Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Why are they doing a Portland film in Munich? Is it that cheap to go? Like, how about they fuck up Portland? That it's cheaper to go to Munich to film?
Well,
is that what it is?
You have tax incentives that are being offered in various places, and that happens a lot here. There'll be, X amount of movies pretty much in every state who can apply for a tax incentive, and some states are more competitive than others. Louisiana, for example, Georgia. California basically gives you nothing. So it's very hard to shoot in California.
Those silly fucks.
Well, the thing is, it's such a busy place, and the studios would rather have a television show that's going to be there for a decade than a movie that's out in 4 months. It's better for them, right? So, but it's the world has opened up hugely in the last 30 years in terms of film production, and you're taking advantage of homegrown film talent, and then building on that with international investment.
Well, that's great. That's a great aspect.
Australia has a big history, for example, of making films. Technically, arguably, the first full-length feature film, The True History of the Dead Kelly Gang, might have been called that. It was like 1906, 1908, something like that. It was made in Australia.
Really?
Yeah. And all the way through, but it takes to about the 70s or whatever, then you have this sort of new generation of Australian filmmakers who are actually making stories that reflect the current culture. And I think that's sort of happening worldwide as well.
Have you seen Talk to Me?
No.
Talk to Me is a fantastic horror movie that these two young guys from, I'm saying the right name, right? They were on the podcast. I'm pretty sure it's Talk to Me. It's about this dead hand that someone found. What are the gentlemen's names?
I think that's his name.
I said Philippou, yeah. Hilarious guys. Just bundles of energy. They're fucking nuts. But this was like their first real film that they made. They put together this, they did it all themselves. And it's a horror movie. And it's really good. It's like, where are they from? They're from Australia. I don't know what part. Jamie will find out. There they are. These two fellas. Okay. And they finish each other's sentences. They're just nuts. And they're just, like, they're on 10 all the time. Just say Adelaide. There you go. So they're 32. But that's a completely Australian-made movie that was a hit worldwide recently. Obviously, Mad Max is a giant.
Joe, when you start going through it, you realize there's been, probably a much larger percentage than you would expect given the population of the country in terms of people that film, where there's directors of photography or directors themselves,
Or actors.
editors, and the actors.
Do you know how many famous actors?
It's crazy, man. It's crazy, man.
It's really kind of
When I was a young fella making my first movies, you had Mel Gibson and Judy Davis. But Mel was born in America, so it didn't really count. You know, there was other guys around, like Brian Brown had done Cocktail and Gorillas in the Mist. Prior to that, you have guys like Jack Thompson. But when you really look into it, you know, then you have these other guys. It goes all the way back to Errol Flynn. There is a connection all the way through that, you know, there are certain people working in the business.
Errol Flynn was Australian?
What's that?
Errol Flynn was Australian?
He was born in Tasmania.
Wow.
And either born in Tasmania or born in Papua New Guinea and grew up in that place, but I think he was born in Tasmania. But if you think about it, since the early 90s, you know, Nicole Kidman, Kate Blanchett, Hugh Jackman, Chris Hemsworth, crazy Margot Robbie. It's just outrageous.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Rush. You know, there's like name after name after name of people who've made a significant contribution. So,
Yeah, I mean, you consider the population size, which is honestly, the population of the entire country is basically LA, right?
25 million. It's basically Southern California. And it's gigantic, you know. But it's hard to explain to people. You know, you show them where the major cities are, and they go, oh, yo, what happens in the middle? Yep, not a lot.
Yeah. You don't want to be there.
It's like, you know, if you like wide open spaces, you're welcome.
And a lot of things can kill you.
A lot of things. A lot of things. Yeah. Just had a little sort of thing on the farm, actually. My girlfriend's got a papillon dog, which is a beautiful dog, sort of long head, and it got a paralysis tick. And she realized that between her and this other girl that looks after the puppy when we're not there, they got their dates mixed up, and so it wasn't actually covered for flea and tick, you know, stuff in its bloodstream. So very dangerous. So they had to shave the dog completely and everything, and they pulled off another couple of ticks, but there was only just the one paralysis tick, so it's okay. But if you leave that, and if you don't deal with it, the dog's going to be dead. And a paralysis tick gets into their body, and it affects them the way the name says on the box.
There's one that's going on in America now, called the well, what it gives you, it's Lone Star tick is what gives you this bite, and this produces something called alpha gal, and it makes you allergic to red meat. My good friend Evan Hafer got it, and he was allergic to red meat for a good solid year, and then eventually it went away, and then it came back again recently. It's a huge pain in the ass.
So we have ticks in Australia, but we've never had to deal with Lyme disease like you have here. But in the last 4 or 5 decades, people started raising deer in Australia for meat and what have you. And a few of them get away. You know, there's no deer farms around where I am, which is north of Sydney by 600 k's. But recently, a couple of the guys who work for me on the farm said they've seen deer going through the bush at the back of my block. You know, so that means that there's just animals that have escaped, and they're most likely to have been in the Southern Highlands, which is south of Sydney. Somehow, they've got themselves all the way up to where I am.
How many miles per kilometer?
Well, we're probably talking about 700 something kilometers.
Wow.
And didn't get run over.
That's crazy.
Absolutely. They're probably bringing ticks. Probably. And the wrong kind of ticks.
In America, they have a problem with that too. Deer farms and this disease called chronic wasting disease. It's spread throughout large swaths of America. Have a giant issue with this, where deer herds get infected. My friend Doug Duran, he has a farm out in Wisconsin, and they've had a significant problem with it, to the point where they've started issuing more tags and thinning the herd. They're trying to kill more deer to try to lessen the spread of this stuff, because chronic wasting disease, it's a prion disease. So it's like it gets on plants, it stays on them for a long time. So they start drooling when they have it, and in that drool is more chronic wasting disease. So another deer will come along and graze on the ground where they drool, and then they get it. Horrible disease. And a lot of it emanated from these deer farms.
My first bought the farm, which was 100 acres to start with, but it's now like 1,700. But it's attached to a state forest as well, so I can get up behind my place and go for days.
Oh wow!
Which is just sort of like, which is cool. But back in the day, we used to have platypus in the creeks. We had wombats. Now I see more foxes than I see native animals, or I see an equivalent amount of foxes that I see wallabies.
Are foxes invasive?
Yeah, and they're absolute, because they eat anything and everything. Yeah. I used to have a big family of what we call bush turkeys living behind the house, and they're still there. But they used to just proudly walk around, and it was fun. You come through the bush, and then suddenly there's a road full of bush turkeys. It's great, But now the population is right down, and they're totally ninja now. You don't see them very often. When you do, they're like very suspicious. They're checking you out.
Can't do 24/7.
Foxes, man.
You also have a large feral cat problem, right?
Gigantic. With the one and only cat that I let my mother have at the farm. This is way back then. I was training for Cinderella Men, and they sent me this group of boxers for Olympic guys and stuff like that. And every single one of them can smash the piss out of me in the ring. So I've got to smash the piss out of another area. So I train them to like drop in, getting them on bicycles and taking them to the bush and things like that, just to sort of like keep the balance, And this one particular day, and I had it in my mind that I was just going to absolutely smash it. I was going to get into the situation because there's one road, and I was just going to get so far in front of them, psychologically damaged, Just had a conversation with my mum, and she was like, "Oh, darling, I'd really love to have a cat." And I'm like, "Mum, we live in this privileged situation. We've got sulfur-crested cockatoos, rosellas, king parrots, all these beautiful birds. And the worst thing that we can do for them is put a cat into that. So you can't have a cat, Riding through the bush, 25, 30 k's in at this point, right? I'm getting to the top of this hill. I'm looking down. I'm seeing these boys struggling. Quite some distance, probably about a kilometre and a half away from me. I'm going, okay, I'll just have a little rest here. And I just hear this little noise, and I'm like, what the hell is that? So I just take 3-4 steps off the road. Probably about 7 or 8 minutes ago, I was coming around this corner and a car was there on the road, which was kind of unusual for the state forest in that particular area, right? So I take these 3 or 4 steps in, and there's a little kitten sitting in the bush. Like, the hell? So I pick it up, it's warm. I can't leave it here, so I put it in my backpack, right? When I complete the ride, I get to the top of the hill where this trig station is, everybody's standing around, and I go, oh, I found a cat. So I bring it out, everyone's all these big boxes go, oh, cute little kitten. So I took it home to my mum, and I said, okay, here's your cat. And the way that I reasoned it is like, this is me saying to my mother, you cannot have something that will make you happy, and then the universe goes, listen to your mother. So, that cat hated human beings for the rest of its life. The only person I got on with was my mum. And we used to have like 4 bells around the sticks to get the birds enough warning. So it didn't cause too much damage.
So it was a feral cat then?
I think.
Or was it tossed out of that car?
I think so.
Yeah.
It was too clean and too warm for it to be lived, but that's what people do. They have a problem, they have a cat that has a litter, they don't know how to solve it, pet stores don't want it, their friends don't want it. So they come up with the concept of just chucking them into the bush.
Well, didn't it start out when they introduced cats to try to eliminate some other animal?
We have such a history of stupidity in that regard. Have you heard of the cane turkey?
Yes.
It's just so fantastic, right?
Yeah.
So,
they're growing sugarcane in Queensland, and there's a particular flying creature that they want to control. So they start looking around. We always blame the British for this because it's usually a naturalist, a British naturalist or scientist that comes up with the concept. And so they look through all the islands. I can't remember where they found it from, but they found this toad who seemed to have this appetite for this particular insect, and they would feed it. It ate at them. Great Soul introduced the cane toad to get amongst the sugar cane and lessen that creature. When they were checking if the cane toad would eat the creature, they were feeding it dead ones, right? It's a flying creature. Toad doesn't have a tongue like a frog. Can't catch it if it's flying. So it was of no use at all. Trying to lessen that population. However, it became like a dominant species, and it was in Queensland, but now it's starting to come New South Wales, so they're basically marching south. And it's a problem, man. It's like a serious problem. They secrete poison, so if a dog gets interested and the toad gets afraid, the dog can sort of like sniff or lick its head and get poisoned. That's the end of your dog, But there was a period of time there where there's actually a documentary from the 90s called Cane Toads. It sort of just points out how crazy people were getting with it. People in small country towns walking from their house to the pub, taking a cricket bat and just smacking the cane toads off the road as they went. It's like all these people becoming crazed with the idea of getting rid of the cane toad population, but it hasn't affected them. They just keep growing.
How much is the population now? How big is it?
So big. And these things, Jamie, can you do me a favor? Look up the weight of the largest cane toad that they found. Because it's always a surprise. These things grow, and if they're in the right environment, the things they can eat and feed on, they just get bigger and bigger. Look at this thing, mate.
Whoa! That's like an English bulldog.
Howdy doody, it's bigger than my dog.
Oh my god! Look at his head! What is the weight on that fucker?
What does it say?
That's crazy.
Okay, wait then.
Let's say how big. How fat that fucker is. 2.7?
5.8 pounds.
Wow.
That looks bigger than 5.8 pounds.
It does, but it might be a perspective thing. Either way. Well, show the video. Scroll up so you can see that video, or make it larger. Like what she's holding it. Yeah, it looks like about 5 pounds. Boy, have you ever seen when they, there's a lot of horrible videos online where they take toads and they put them in a box with mice? You ever see what toads do to mice? You would never think that toads are ferocious. You'd never think that toads are basically monsters, these just giant mouthed monsters that swallow mice whole. But they do. They're super aggressive. It's crazy to watch. Jamie, I know you're going to get one. Is this a good one? But there's ones where there's a bunch of them in boxes. See, this one is kind of weird because he's not freaking out yet. Look at that head. Look at his head. I mean, if that thing was giant, like that was hippopotamus shaped, chasing after you. Look how quick that is. How did he get it to me?
It must be close enough.
He just swallowed them all. But watch how quick he does it.
It's just one step forward. Bang.
Just snap. Go see if you can find one of them videos. Oh, he just inhales them. He literally inhaled them. Oh, he grabbed them with the tongue first. He yanked them in. Oh, God. See if you can find those videos where there's a ton of them in a box. Either way,
Giant bullfrog is on
giant African bullfrog. Either way. Point is, they eat mice. They eat them whole. And how many of them are now in Australia? How many million? Oh, here we go. This guy's just gonna go ham. So it starts. He's gonna eat all of them. Look how gross those things are. They look so dumb, just so mindless and gross.
He's gonna get all of it.
He hasn't gotten any of them. What's going on here?
Just gathering around a corner.
It's a creepy animal. So like, what are the numbers? Like, put that into perplexity. Yeah, how many king toads? Ask our sponsor. How many king toads are in Australia? What was the initial deposit? Like, how many did they drop off?
It was only a couple hundred, and then they bred like 60,000 in 1937. And the answer for now estimated at 200 million.
And that little fly that eats the sugarcane is still there.
Oh my God! 200 million!
But see, look, if you see where see that cluster of light blue balls, right? They basically, in there, in the middle of that cluster is where they drop them to start with. And look at how they're
going to make their way across the whole
country.
country.
You get 49, so the white one is actually where they put them to start.
Wow.
Everything else is migration.
And by 2000, look how far they've gone. Wow. But what's the plan to get rid of those things?
I'm not sure that I have a plan.
There's no plan. Well, that's the problem. If they have a plan, they're going to bring in some lizard or something.
Yeah,
Frogs.
that's going to end up doing something else.
Yeah, it's going to kill everything else.
Every single time they've done that. You know, like in New Zealand, for example, they introduced the gorse bush as a way to have hedging instead of fences. But New Zealand's got a way higher rainfall and sunshine hours than England, where it came from. So now it's just everywhere. And it's a beautiful arable farmland. It's just taken over by gorse. And when it grows in Australia, in New Zealand, it grows thicker and more prickly and much harder to deal with. We have the same thing in Australia with plants like lantana, just everywhere, all through the bush. You know, in my lifetime. So in '96, I used to be able to walk through certain areas of my property, just under tall trees, with subtropical ferns and vines on the ground. Now there's many areas of my property that are just impossible. You cannot get through it anymore because it's just choked out with introduced weeds.
What is that crazy plant down south that we talked about once that has overrun some of these forests? It's pretty beautiful, but it's also very creepy to see what it's done, just like taking over all the trees. Anything on the ground just covered. Wisteria? What's kudzu? Yeah, that's it. Look at that. Isn't that nuts? Like, that image is creepy.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's at the back of my place, man. I used to have waterfalls and creeks.
Look at that. It's taking over that whole building. Everything. Yeah, just where'd it come from?
So that's in Fiji.
Yeah, it's in the United States, though. So what was it? How was it brought in? Oh, did people bring it in on purpose? Right. History of U.S. introduction. Introduced from Japan in 1876. That's where I heard there's a lot of it. The vine was widely marketed in the southeast as an ornamental plant. And then it just took over. Wow. It's funny when people try to do that because they never learn, and yet they still try the same thing. There's so many times they've been introduced invasive species. I have a buddy of mine, it's not necessarily an invasive species, but I have a buddy of mine who lives in Colorado, and they just reintroduced wolves right into this area where they have farms. And so they took wolves from Washington State where they had been killing cows, and so they had to relocate them. So where they relocated them to? They relocated them to a place with cows. But of course these wolves start killing cows again.
Haven't they shown though in one of the national parks here that by supporting the apex predator, a whole bunch of other problems get solved?
That's the Yellowstone reintroduction, and so that's called Wolves Changed Rivers, right? That documentary. There's a lot of people that push back against that. I think you definitely need predators because there was at one point in time an overpopulation of elk in Montana to the point where they were having winter rifle seasons, where they would issue a lot of tags. So in the winter, they're stuck in deep snow, and you just go pick them off, right? And it was because they had so many that it was actually detrimental to the herd itself, to the health of the herd itself. So they reintroduced wolves. The population dropped by, I think, more than 40%. It might be more than that. It might have been, I don't know. Look, see how much elk's population has dropped since the introduction of wolves into Montana in the Yellowstone introduction. So there's definitely a balance that needs to be achieved. The problem is that area where they're doing that, then the elk are going to eat, the wolves rather are going to eat the elk, and occasionally they'll stray onto cattle, and then they're allowed to issue depredation tags, and you can get a problem wolf killed. But what they did in Colorado is they brought them right to where the cows are. They took wolves that had a history of, they know how to kill cows. That's what they do. They know how to kill calves. They've been doing it for their whole lives. And they took them and they introduced them to a place where there's no protection. No one's ready for it. No one has guards set up. They don't have dogs set up. They don't have anything set up to stop wolves. So let's say when the reintroduction was 1995, the winter count was approximately 17,000 elk. When wolf reintroduction began, fell to 10,000 by 2003. By 2013, only 3,915 elk. Represents a drop of roughly 75% from pre-reintroduction numbers. That's kind of crazy. But 19,000 is too many. That's kind of nuts. That's an overpopulation that can lead to disease and famine and all kinds of things. You don't have a good, stable ecosystem with both predators and prey. You get a situation like you have in New Zealand where they have to gun down stags sometimes. They have to helicopter stags because they just get overpopulated. Like New Zealand is one of those places where all these game animals from Europe were introduced specifically to set up New Zealand as a beautiful hunting refuge. Right? They would go there and hunt stag. But, the problem is you have to have balance. Like, this whole you can't just enter into human ideas. Like, 1 + 1 is 2, so we'll just add 1. And now we got. No, it's not how it works. Like, you have to maintain the population of these creatures that you've now dropped off with no natural balance.
We have a big problem in certain areas of Australia with wild horses.
Yeah, they have us Americans
call them mustangs, and we call them brumbies. Obviously a horse was really important in Australia when it was being opened up and first colonised and populated, what have you. And then, First World War, we still had light horse cavalry and what have you. So in certain areas, but mainly in the area where the mountains are in Australia, which crosses between New South Wales into the state of Victoria. We name things pretty simply in Australia. The black snake with red on its stomach is the red belly black snake. We keep it pretty simple for the tourists. What's that brown snake called? It's called a brown snake, man. So that area of the country is called the Snowy Mountains. And we have this sort of cultural connection to the province, which is things like, the Man from Snowy River is based on guys going out to capture wild horses. But the population of wild horses has got to a point where it's destroying the ecosystem of that area. So now they have to go and find a way of bringing that population down.
Yeah, they hunt wild.
That's very difficult for people, particularly somebody like me, who I love horses. But I have to put that love for horses aside to what it's doing to the rest of the native animals. And in Australia, we're blessed with so many unusual and fantastic creatures, but we haven't really been good husbands of the land, and we haven't really focused on what's good for them. So,
I have a good buddy of mine, Adam Greentree, who lives in Australia, and he tells me that people actually hunt the wild horses.
Yeah.
It sounds rough, but we got to do something because quite frankly, the wombats and the platypus and the quokkas and the kangaroos and the wallabies are a little bit more important than the wild horses.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. The balance of nature is a very strange thing. It's very complex. There's so many elements to it. That's what they were trying to highlight in that Wolves Change River documentary. The problem with that Wolves Change River documentary is the guy who created that is a proponent of rewilding, to the point where I think he wants to reintroduce like dangerous predators to Europe. Like he's got some crazy ideas about rewilding, like going way back.
I don't know how many that I was talking to you about, Merlin Henry Tennyson. Came out of school, went in the army, did 2 or 3 tours, but now has found himself in a situation where he's taken over a block of land that his father bought in the 50s or 60s or something, and he's turning that block of land back into temperate rainforest and seeing all of these benefits because of it. So instead of trying to run sheep or run some other commercial herd, he's just letting the country go back to what it should be and seeing incredible results because of it.
Like what kind of results?
Well, what he's shifted now and is using for now is like PTSD recovery. So former soldiers would just go to this place and find a new balance because they're in that sort of natural environment, but just without certain creatures eating types of trees as shoots and fresh shoots, those trees are actually getting a hole. So it should be, oak trees, for example, and there's only there's only just a few there, but by taking out the non-native animals, is seeing those trees increase. I mean, there's a book, I forget it, if you could look it up for me, Jamie, Merlin Henry Tennyson, the book just came out, it's a great book. It really is, it's such an unusual read, but you're sort of reading it and you think, okay, it's like the re-establishment of a temperate rainforest, how can this be good? But then when he ties it in to the life journey of his father, and his father's health problems and stuff, it gets really emotional, and it's quite a beautiful read. I highly recommend it. Could you find it?
Our Oak and Bones.
Our Oak and Bones. Yeah, it's a really good read.
Yeah, nature in that form, in its pure form, is like a vitamin, I think. It really is. I think it's an actual good, like you go out in the sun produces vitamin D. I think there's something that we haven't quantified yet that you're producing, that you get.
Yeah, they're getting around to things like what he's doing, where you can actually read the physical benefits of people going in the bush. But that's what I get when I go. I get out to the bush, and sometimes I might drive a machine to a certain point, and I just get off and I walk, and I just listen, and I go and visit trees that I like or areas that I like. I'm actually going through a long time ago, I planted 38,000 trees as a kind of an offset, a carbon offset, right? Now some of those trees are 25 plus years old, so I'm going through the process in that 44 acres where I planted that plantation of taking out all the non-native undergrowth. And then the next stage is going to be putting back into that area the trees that were ripped out of there prior to the First World War, red cedar and white mahogany and all these things, beautiful trees, and with the hope that I put enough in the ground that over time, red cedar starts popping up all through the valley. But this is going to be stuff that happens way out front there. But that process of stripping out the non-native stuff, I'm starting to look at that, go, okay, well, I'm doing that 44 acres there. I got another 200 acres over here. I know there's waterfalls. I know there's creeks. I want to take all of that lantana and stuff out and revive all that. So you can walk through the bush. But these are processes that I hope that will excite my kids to carry on with. We'll see.
Well, that's exciting. It's exciting to know that you have this long-term thing that you're doing that's actually beneficial to the land. It brings it back to the way it used to be.
Yeah, not like in a
sort of overbearing way, but like just like that little 44 acres. Hopefully, over time, we're already seeing it now. We're sort of like, as we're clearing things out, we're finding lots of little tiny red cedars that are already there. Because I put in 450 to start with, but my aim is to have, within about the next probably 2 to 3 years, have 5,000 red cedars in the ground in that area.
It's just amazing when you think about the kind of impact that human beings can have on landscape. It's just humans, whatever we've done, wherever we go, we inevitably alter everything forever. And if you could just take a little bit of it, put it back to the way it was, and start contributing to these plants regrowing again, there's a balance to that. It's very cool that you can achieve that. It sounds exciting. It seems like a cool project.
It thrills me.
For a guy that has the kind of pressures that you have and the work that you have to do and the intensity and the long hours on sets, like having something like that is a godsend. Yeah. And your 32-year-old self, whoever it was, that was crazy. He nailed it.
I look back and I just, how did I know? Because at 32, I had a little bit of fame in Australia, but it's nothing compared to what I would have to deal with after that. So having that sort of forethought is just interesting.
Is there anything that you ever always wanted to do, like a type of film that you've always wanted to do that you never got a chance to?
Well, see, there are definitely guys in my business that covet. They go, I want to do this kind of role. I want to be perceived like that. But for me, that's not what I pursue. I pursue character, and I only. It's very practical. I get to choose from everything. I only get to choose from what's sent to me. So from within what is sent to me, I always try to look for fresh ground. People will ask me, why would you play that kind of character? It's like the bottom line is because I didn't do it before. Why do I play Owen Gurr? Because nobody's offered it to me in the past, and it's a fascinating character. Yet it's a dangerous character, and there's a lot of stuff that goes into being able to play a character like that. But that danger is part of the excitement of the job, and it's not always going to be that way. Sometimes you play a character that doesn't really require a lot from you, but you've got to play the weight of the character. You can't just sort of suddenly make a New York detective act like a superhero because you feel like being a superhero. So it's sort of like, you just play the weight of what's required, and then every now and then, you play a character that sort of has a principal sort of role in the narrative, or is the focus of the narrative.
But the decision to take on the weight of playing a character, that's a Nazi, second in charge. What was that? That's heavy, right?
Yeah. But that thrill comes from that thing of saying this challenge is so big, I don't know if I can do this. And then part of you goes, no, I should leave that aside. And then that other voice goes, let's just have a go. Let's see what we can do. And see someone like Gurr. It's just, that word nuance is coming up a lot today. Because we can look at him in the stark sort of caricature version that a lot of people have in their minds of who he was. But that against the reality of his life and how he grew up, how he was educated, what his experiences were, who he really was as a man. There's a lot more to go than just looking at this guy called bad Nazi. One of the things I find fascinating, when he was a kid at school, he was like one of the dumbest students in his class at a normal school. And because of his sort of continuous failure as a punishment, he got sent to military school. In military school, he was a top student because it was stuff that interested him. He comes out of school pretty much on the dawn of the First World War, has his first military experience in the infantry as a young officer, gets wounded, and realizes that standing on the ground and on a battlefield is not really the right place for him. What's interesting him is what
keeps going on overhead. So he manufactures a way to get himself assigned to a fighter squadron. He's supposed to turn back up for duty with his infantry squadron, but sort of, manufactures a way to keep him associated with the fighter squadron and learns how to become a pilot while he's doing that. And at a certain point in the war, they're losing all pilots that they train. So they go, he knows how to fly, he can be a pilot. Finishes the First World War with 22 kills, air-to-air kills. That's 3 times fighting us. And he's also, because he recently passed in battle, at the end of the First War, he's in charge of the Baron von Richthofen, the Red Baron's squadron, which is the pinnacle of the German Air Force. So here he is as a young man, he's finishing that First War experience, and he is a fair dinkum, which means true. He is an actual war hero. And so through the 20s, he's on cigarette cards in Germany by a packet of cigarettes, and there's a picture of Herman Goering. Wow. So, and he goes into that political environment, a post-Versailles environment, with a very definite belief in his country as being something special, and he wants to make a contribution to lifting his country out of the mire that it's currently in. So he starts looking for a political connection and ends up going upstairs in a coffee house in Munich, I think it was, and hearing a fellow called Adolf Hitler talk, and realizes that he has a lot in common with this guy who already sees things and knows that Hitler was a soldier. It's a funny thing we put into the movie at one point, because there's a speech about Rabbi Malek makes about Hitler being a failed painter and a not very good soldier. And I think the response I gave Goering at the time, which is not in the film, he talks through Hitler's actual military record. And yeah, he didn't rise above Lance Corporal, but he turned down promotion 3 different times. He won an Iron Cross in 1914, and then he won a second one in 1918. And doing things that were showing such extreme courage that he was awarded the Iron Cross, and he delivered messages on the battlefield. He would take the messages from headquarters, take it to the frontline troops, and then bring their response back, things like that. One point in time I had Goering say, you didn't call him a failed painter, but maybe he got to a certain point in his life where there were more important things to address than painting. So, nuance.
I thought it was also fascinating that you guys delved into the fact that he was an addict.
Yeah, we only touch on it a little bit, but that is crazy. There's a really good book. I lent the name Norman Olowitz. Yes, yeah, which gave me a lot of information, because really, when Goering was arrested, he had something like 40,000 pills on him. 40,000 in his car. Right? He had a habit of 40 to 50 a day. Right? So you look at him and you can see it when you know that fact and you start looking at photographs. You can see him kind of leave the planet at a certain point where he's just off his tits all the time. From about 42 onwards, he doesn't really have adults here anymore. Goebbels, Himmler, Heydrich, they've all taken those positions. The things that he promised he could do with the Luftwaffe didn't actually come off, as strongly. They didn't know it at the time, but that's the Enigma machine. Everything, the code's being broken, so no matter what they did, they're always being second-guessed. So, Hitler's trust of him was adjusted a little bit, and I also sort of liken it to him knowing he's going to get stabbed. So he just doesn't bother going to the place where he would get stabbed. So he does a whole bunch of other stuff, and he keeps his authority, but he's not in the center of things anymore because of the pills. A big part of it, big part is personal safety, because he thinks like he's no longer has the definitive ear and trust of his leader. The pills overtake his lifestyle, and he decides to, interest himself in other things for the greater good of Germany, like the collection of great works of art, things like that. But there's a lot of things in this story that are just bigger once you start looking at it and examining them. They're way bigger than what we know or what we commonly understand, and that's what I was looking for, to try and find a way to understand his base motivations. And at the end of the day, he, in his he's a pure patriot. It just so happens to be a sort of a set of beliefs or whatever that most of us in the Western world would call upon.
Wow. And you gotta take into consideration the drug aspect of the entire Nazi movement. All the troops were on meth. Hitler was on opiates. I mean, Norman Bowler, that book, just, I can't recommend it enough. It's so eye-opening because you're like, well, that makes sense. That's why they were so fucking psychotic. That's why they marched through the night, like 3 days in a row, through the Belgian forests. It's very rarely taught. This is not like when we grew up. We didn't grow up thinking that they were just drug psychotic, animals that were on meth, in tanks, and they gave the people the front line the most meth. So they had different dosages for different people depending on what they were required to do, and the tank guy is going to most
think about Goering's position. He's the one ordering the drugs. Right? How many pilots have I got? How many planes? How many missions are we doing? How many sorties? Right? Do that multiplication. Add 10% for me.
It's a drug-fueled war, like probably the most drug-fueled war ever. I mean, the kamikazes were using meth, and then the Hitler thing was, I always thought that Hitler was meth as well, but Norman was saying that he was opiates as well. Right? So, just like Goering. Maybe it was how they dealt with what they were doing. They all just stayed blasted out of their fucking head all day long.
Well, I mean, you're surrounded by guys that have a sort of fanatical mindset. You're gonna wanna be awake. You don't want to fall asleep at the wrong time if that's the group of people that you surrounded yourself with. And that's the thing that I keep saying. It's an old cliche, but I think it's something that he really learned. If you lie down with dogs, you're going to get fleas. But I think him cleaning up by being forced, by being in a prison environment, being forced by the Allies to go cold turkey, nearly killed him. He had sort of heart problems because he went from 40 or 50 a day to nothing. But that clarity of thought that he had, after being clean for 6 or 9 months when the trial starts, that became dangerous because now he's sort of got his faculties back and he's intent on breaking down this whole idea of international law as being ridiculous. That, he's a man who served his country. He's still in a uniform. He's still like a military guy. So he's, quote unquote, following orders. Yeah. And, they were a democratically elected government who then, step by step, dismantled democracy once they were in power.
And the fascinating thing about this character and the way you play him is, in the beginning, he seems like a guy on opiates because he's like so relaxed about everything. It's like he doesn't seem to be carrying the weight of what's happened to him. And for you to put, and then there's dark moments, particularly like during the trial, where you're like, whoa, there's a lot of range to this guy. And that's got to be a weird place to be, for you to try to put yourself in the mind of what ultimately became one of the most horrific figures in modern history.
It's not comfortable. It's not comfortable. But that pain's part of the gig, Yeah. It really is. And you sort of learn to accept it. And I say this to people quite a lot because they, a big question is, how do you turn off? When you've been a Nazi for a day, what do you do to relax?
Definitely don't do method.
Yeah, but you ask anybody, you would be the same. Just because for a while the podcast is over for the day doesn't mean that that's the end of your job. Doesn't mean you're just going to turn off and never think about it again. So you're going to obviously, anybody who has a passion for the thing that they do is going to continue the process. 5 o'clock might be when the office closes, but you're going to go home, you're going to have dinner, you're going to think about the deal that you're currently doing, the presentation that's ahead of you, or whatever it happens to be. You're going to keep processing. And that's what happens when you're playing a character, because you might have delivered X amount of dialogue today, but you've got X amount tomorrow too, so you've got to keep that process going. So you're just thinking about it non-stop, 24/7, all the time. There's no, it's relentless. One description of making a movie is that it's a train journey.
It's not like a car, you know, where you can pull over and have a wee on the side of the road. It's a train journey. Once you get on that train, you stay there until it gets to its destination, and you just got to accept that. I mean, and there's, you know, good and bad in that. There's a saying that goes with this, you know, the best thing and the worst thing about the job of it is the one that's going to finish. It always finishes. You can be having the worst time of your life, but it's going to finish. But you can be having the greatest time. You have an incredible relationship with the crew and the cast and the director, but it's going to finish. You have to get used to that. You have to understand that.
How much time did you prepare for, and how much time did you film for? So, like, how much time were you actually in the head of this nonsense?
Well, I signed on in 2019.
So you started thinking
I thought I was going straight from Loudest Voice, which finished shooting around April or something like that. And I thought by the end of that year we'd be doing, you know, we would have shot that film.
So that's when you started researching it?
Yeah. And then, as it turns out, it got set up and collapsed 3 different times. And so I had 5 years. 5 years of, you know, scratching around, trying to find little bits of information to humanize it in my mind, but also for me to try and understand it. And understand the, you know, what you're going to use. It doesn't make a lot of sense when you read about his history and stuff, and where he gets to doesn't make a lot of sense. He was a mountain climber. When he was a young man, there are traverses in the Austrian Alps. Hermann Goering was the first person to do that traverse of that peak. You think about the mentality required of a mountaineer to stand at the base of a big ass rock and look up and say, I'm going to keep going until I reach that summit. That says a lot about who Hermann Goering really was. And he was Bavarian, right, so from southern Germany. And once, because I didn't know he was a mountain climber, once I knew that, then I started looking around for what does that mean to be a mountain climber, you know, prior to the First World War, what kind of equipment we have, and it's very basic, and it's nothing, you know, you're relying on your wits and your strength just completely. And
they didn't have nylon ropes.
Probably not.
Right?
It's all stretchy hemp. It's going to be behaved completely differently once it gets wet. But it gave me some real insight to the metal, and it also ended up giving me this great way of connecting to the other German guys who were playing the other Nazis, you know. Because I just knew from the first day when they all arrived and I was sitting together in a group, I could see that they were already feeling the punishment of playing that kind of character. So I just brought them together. I asked them, because these guys, some of them are German, some of them are Hungarian. And I said, look, there's this song that I found, and I'd like to learn the song together. And they all, most of them knew the song. That's what we would do every day as a group. We'd get together, we'd sing that song, and then we'd walk in the court together, feeling connected as a unit.
What kind of song was it?
It's called Musik.
Is it a German song?
It's a German song. And I didn't realize when I first came on that song, it's a Bavarian mountain song. And so he definitely knew that song. It's actually the melody that Elvis Presley uses for the song Woodheart in the movie Joe Blues. Musik, so steht in Haus, steht in Haus. Yeah, that's, but I don't know what that's what we're singing today.
Sing this to get out of character.
Wow. Cool. Yeah, so there's just a little thing just to remind that particular group of guys that we're just actors, we're just playing roles, and you know, this will finish.
There's a lot of people that don't want to show a human side of a monster,
Which I think is very dangerous and quite stupid, you know, because it gives you a complete misunderstanding of what a monster is. You know, yes, okay, he's somebody with, you know, a horrific acts, but as the joke used to be, even Hitler, you know, he used to love dogs. That's the joke, right? Yeah, and that
somebody who makes the absolute worst decision in the world can still be a loving father, can still have a group of friends, but in a particular moment, that is the same person who's made this horrific decision that will have a terrible effect on a generation of people.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the same kind of thing we're talking about with Tony Soprano. Right? Like this person is a terrible person, but yet loves his kids, loves his friends.
Yeah, well, charm is one of the greatest weapons of evil. And it's a really, it's a fun thing for us. We see somebody who can tell a story, tell a joke, hold attention in a room. It's cool. But when that process of charm goes to this other place, which becomes about life and death, or the taking away of people's rights, the dehumanizing people, as we were discussing earlier. I don't want to get into politics because I have this. My boys have this rule: if you're going to talk to Joe, you're not allowed to discuss politics. Because they know once I start, my two sons, because my youngest one, I told you, he became obsessed with you, and then listening to your stuff for a while, and you became one of his sort of points of education, and so that's why I started listening to you, because I wanted to know what he was hearing, and I after listening a few times, I was like, you know what, man, it's cool, because again, we'll use that word. You do actually have the allowance for nuance, and that's the greatest thing about this situation. When we sit down to talk, we're going to be talking for a couple of hours, so I don't have to reduce everything I want to talk to you about to make it pop in 3 minutes.
Right. You worry about things being taken out of context in a soundbite. Right. Yeah. And this is the issue with discussing any positive attribute to a Nazi. You know what I mean? Like you open up that door. Oh my God, Russell Crowe's a Nazi sympathizer.
With the people that don't like you are just going to take that. And here's what Joe Rogan's discussing.
Yeah. But I think what you're saying is absolutely true. That it is stupid to think that way because that's a human being and a very fucked up, evil human being that did horrific things. But know that is a path that people can go down even if they think they're doing the right thing.
So we are taught, for example, to regard Gaddafi in a certain way. Okay. But if you look into what happened in his country while he was the leader, you look into the fact that every person is given a house at a certain age. You look at the fact that everybody's education and health care is free. You look at if somebody showed a particular talent for something that required further education overseas, all of the costs of that were paid for by the government. Now, these are all things put in place by the same country's leader that we are told is evil and corrupt. So it doesn't quite balance.
Well, there's also U.S. government interference. That is one that we definitely monkeyed with. He ran afoul of the United States government.
Well, what he was trying to do, as far as I understand the situation, is he was trying to unite Africa. And a united Africa is going to be a problem. Either it's going to be fantastic, right? It's going to be amazing.
Problem for the people who want to run things.
Yeah. If all of a sudden there's a new super, we've got a whole bunch of countries that have a connection with a certain African nation or whatever. They suck their minerals out of the ground or whatever, don't pay them properly for it, and greatly benefit financially. And that's pretty much every European country's got some kind of African connection in that regard. Including China. Well, China's now coming in because it's able to offer a slightly better deal than they've been used to. But people have to understand here, the population of Africa is enormous. Enormous. You've got multiple countries with hundreds of millions of people.
Well, when you see the continent of Africa and you see all these other countries, how they would fit inside of it, you're like, oh boy. That's the weird thing about maps and globes, is you get a distortion of the actual true size.
There is a distortion, right? Whatever that's called, which shows America at the center and being physically a larger landmass than It actually is in relative terms. So that's a little itty bitty. It's the size of Australia. 100,000 square miles. Continental USA is 100,000 square miles larger than the island of Australia. That's not much. That's not much. Especially when you think that you guys have 25? And we have probably 325 plus, right? I don't even know really how many people we have, but we have at least 320 million. That's a lot of folks. A lot of people. Yeah. It's a hell of a lot of people. So we like to think we're a lot bigger than we are. Then you look at where we fit in Africa, you're like, oh, it's like, it's a little tiny thing. There's something like 55 countries in Africa. I don't know. Probably. I mean, it's also Egypt. It's the other thing. It's also like the most advanced civilization possibly that ever existed before today. And they were there too. It's a wild place. Like, from top to bottom, it's the origin possibly of humankind. But a lot more desert. I think that people realize, you had the Sahara, so we all know that. But then there's these other gigantic areas like that. What would that be? The West Coast. Have you seen those roads in like Namibia or whatever? It's like a sand dune. It's 40, 50 meters high. It drops down to the ocean. There's one little flat. There's a road. And it's possible, at certain times, whatever, if they're tides and not doing this and that, but that's the road. It's like a mountain of sand, an ocean, and then one little river. Jeez. It's, United States is one of the weird things about us is that we're a country that thinks mostly of ourselves and hardly ever leaves. Some people leave, but I bet there's a solid percentage of people that never leave the United States and maybe never even leave their city, right? And your version of the world, you're relying on other people to give you the story of what the world is until you go somewhere, until you go to Thailand, until you go somewhere where you're like, wow, there's a totally different way of living out here. I've even had people come down to help me with movies or whatever, like guys that come down to train me in some weapon or other or whatever, and they do a lot of traveling, but it's all within the continent. They come to Australia. They realize that other people have opinions. You're not going to find a heck of a lot of agreement to some very basic tenets. If you sit in an Australian pub, you'll find a whole bunch of people go, that's fucking stupid, mate. But still, to me, it's the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. Absolutely. The greatest potentials are all here. But how it's founded on balance and fairness and opportunity, that's how it remains great. Not because you start taking opportunity away from people, right? Because you're avoiding the opportunity. Just keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Nothing's finished. Nothing's done. We're just in the process. And it can all get better. For sure. Yeah. And it's the rare country that is almost entirely founded by people moving here. Over time. Yeah. It's all immigration. Yeah. Which is the strength and also, the problem with the last 4 years was that they were just letting anybody in. And they weren't vetting people. And they were inviting people in. And the problem now is they're grabbing people who are productive citizens. And they're grabbing them and taking them out because they don't have the right paperwork. So neither one is a good solution. And both of them cause huge problems. And one of the scary things, but you do have to be aware too, a lot of the information that we know about that is coming to us from a motivation that we don't necessarily read. Right? They want us to think of things in negative terms. Sure, both sides. On both sides of the issue. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we're constantly being manipulated. I had Representative Luna on the podcast. And one of the things that she said that I kind of knew was probably true, but I didn't want to believe it. She was like, there's a lot of problems they never solve on purpose so that they could campaign against them.
That's why they keep these things in play. That resolutions can be reached, problems can be solved. But these politicians are so self-serving that they don't ever want that to take place. These people that run these two individual parties want to keep that banter back and forth. They want to keep the argument going.
You see how absolute they are. If somebody with that color hat is trying to promote something, the person with the other color hat, so that's absolutely ridiculous. Then it changes, the election happens, the other person with a different color hat there in charge, and they're going to put in place exactly what they said the other person was doing that was wrong. It's now part of their policy platform.
What is wrong with the way Australia's run?
Well, we're a little bit lucky at the moment. We have a Prime Minister who's very much motivated by trying to help everybody, which should be the job of a politician, right? It should improve the lives of the people that they represent. And he's kind of inherited, a conga line of stupidity that was going on, and he's trying to fix things. But of course, just the way things are reported, whatever, there's haters on every corner. But he's a good man, and he's doing his very best, and he's, working extremely hard. But, he arrives off playing the other day. He's just come back home from some very successful international meetings where he's established various trade things and opportunities and situations for Australia. Gets off the plane wearing a Joy Division t-shirt. Right? Big band from his youth, and he's just a relaxed character. He's been wearing a suit and tie for weeks on the road. Just walking off Australia's version of Air Force One in a Joy Division t-shirt. So the member of the opposition wanted to point out, and did so in Parliament, that Joy Division is a Nazi term and comes from a section of a particular camp where the women were prostituted, and that's why it was called the Joy Division. And it's like, okay, what's the point of that? And we all know it's a band name. We know it's a band name, right? Just because you like the Rolling Stones doesn't mean that you want rocks to be falling on people. What are you fucking talking about? This whole stupidity. And that's what you're facing all the time. Picking up some pointless piece of minutiae and lighting it on fire and making a smoke screen to cover up the reality of the fact that that Prime Minister just worked his ass off on behalf of the country and successfully achieved a bunch of things that should be patted on the back, not pushed down the stairs.
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of that here too. That's
there is a timidity. I think is probably the in terms of how Australia is run. Things like the gambling ads and stuff like that. Common sense would tell you this is not a good thing to allow. Put the timing of these ads back so kids are asleep or whatever. Don't let them read out the odds on the news. That you can fix that pretty quick. But that gambling section of the community is worth a lot of money. People in positions of power, because it's not necessarily, it's not the guy that's going to spend his whole wages gambling through an app that gets to have a say in this. It's the guy whose family money allows him to run a string of 18, racehorses that he enjoys going to the races on the weekend. And, gambling for him is not such a big deal because he's got an income from other things. Blah blah blah. So just the wrong perspective on a problem sometimes is the actual problem.
And the fact that this is a fairly new thing, and that young people growing up with this, there's not a history of people abusing gambling apps. Right? It's not something their parents had to deal with.
Right. Yeah, generationally, it's not something that I can, from my experience, I can tell you this. So I had to have when I had that conversation with my boys, it was a broader conversation about gambling and about, what it takes to earn $1.
Yeah, I think the accessibility issue is something that people have a problem with. The fact that it's on a phone versus going to a place. Like you choose to, you're going to get your buddies together, you're going to go play poker in a casino. That's a different decision.
Right. Yeah. Just sitting at home.
Yeah.
And just constantly frittering away your money.
Well, this is the thing. It's just weird. there's always some sort of point of attack. There's always an attack vector for people getting your attention or getting your money and and then we have to decide as a society, like, is this good to just allow, like, we want freedom, but do we want to, like, you can't advertise cigarettes on TV anymore, right? They decided at one point in time, this is crazy, cigarettes are bad for you.
Advertise alcohol.
You still can, yeah, which is weird. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird because alcohol probably kills more people than cigarettes.
But that funny thing that we have that was fed to us, that, you know, cigarettes are this incredible burden on our healthcare system. In reality, if you look at it, it's a burden. But, you know, there's a lot of people dying of lung cancer who've never had a cigarette. So we haven't really solved that. We don't really know where that's coming from. But in reality, the burden on our healthcare system is obesity. And all the problems that come from obesity. That's the biggest. If we allow food production systems that we know to be extremely unhealthy and very bad, we just allow them to continue on. You know, we've got items of quote-unquote food that have been tested, and it turns out there's no actual food in this. It's just a manufactured product. I think the famous one here was the Twinkie thing, right? When they actually got around to looking at what was in that Twinkie, they realized that every single part of it was completely unhealthy.
Yeah, it's just mostly sugar. Yeah, but Twinkies are delicious, and I think you should be able to buy Twinkies. You know what I mean? So I'm on both sides, but I'm a healthy person. I eat 99% of my food is very healthy. But I think you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want. It's just education is the most important thing. You know, letting people know what they're, and then teaching people some discipline and how to be able to exercise some control over yourself.
So I was 126 kilos when I finished. I'm 100.9 right now.
That's amazing. Congratulations.
Well, a lot of that,
You look great, by the way. I really do.
a lot of that is because you introduced me to your mate, Rick.
From waist to well. Yeah.
And so I've probably connected with them about 5 times since that first time we met. And the real benefit that I'm getting, that I think, right, because I'm not completely over the science, but it seems to be with these injections that I've been getting into my shoulders, into my knees, but also IVs, that it's calmed down my body's inflammation. You know, I think we talked before about just how many old injuries I carry, you know, and how my injuries to my shoulders are deeply arthritic. But we can now see in an ultrasound over time how what was messy a year ago had like big thick bands of arthritis. Now it's just lessened, probably by about 70%. On one area of my right shoulder, probably about 90%. So my range of motion, if we'd done this last year, would have been about there. Right? But now it's fucking rock and roll, son.
Great.
It's all going good. You know, now it's like just feeling like the musculature starting to build and everything. I'm taking it really slowly. And that was one of the things I was worried about with Highlander, because jumping into that role with the shooting day coming, I was like, man, I gotta do 3 workouts a day. I gotta do and that for me is a bad recipe, because I can do that for X amount of time, but once I stop, I'm gonna stop completely. You know, and what I want to do is I want to make all these changes and make it a long-term situation. So I think the waist to well was a great call for me, because it's calmed down a bunch of stuff. It's taken a bunch of pain away, you know, so I can go and work out and not have to suffer for 2 or 3 hours afterwards. You know, I'm still picking up injuries because I've got to face the fact that I'm 61. You know, like the other day I'm doing my guitar, so I'm trying to get this freaking move going. I freaking tore the tendon here on the ulna. So that's going to be bad for sword fighting. But I'm trying to fix that without having to have a surgeon.
How bad is it torn?
Only a little bit, really. You know,
You just gotta make sure you don't overuse it while it's healing. Can you brace it?
the problem I've got is I've got X amount of time to claim the skill. And either way, right, if I do the rehab exercises without doing surgery, if it fails, I'm now falling throttle production and a retort or something, right?
But I can help you with that. Just do the skills slowly.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about skills. The skills that you learn slowly, you can translate to high speed quickly because you develop a neural pathway. So instead of using an actual sword, use a foam sword. Use like one of those little fucking noodle things that people put in the pool. Use that. So you just develop them. When I was teaching martial arts, one of the things that I always tell people is don't try to do it quickly. When I show you something, I want you to do it slowly.
That's exactly what I did. I'm in a car park, and we were talking about the speed of something, and I went, oh yes, you can shoot, and I went, oh fuck, and I just put my sword away, and I kept the conversation going, didn't mention it, but I got home and I was like, oh fuck,
You rushed it, warm up.
yeah, well, the things we were warm, but it was the thing that I just in that split second, I thought, I wonder what it's like to go full speed, and I did it, and just like, way too early, but you're absolutely right, pace is deceptive. Yeah, if you learn something, it's like that old-fashioned sort of stuff with the karate I first did when I was a kid. They aim for you to do 10,000 of something before you'd have to use it in an actual competitive fight.
Yeah, people who train people with guns, I was saying, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Yeah. I want herky-jerky movements, and with martial arts and specifically sword fighting, there's very specific movements that you're learning. And if you learn those movements slow, as you speed up, you'll be going along the right pathway. When I would teach people kicks in particular, because it's a weird thing to learn how to kick something, like you've got to do it slowly, because if you try to muscle it, you're going to develop a bad habit that's going to keep you from achieving full power because you want a proper technique.
Yeah, you have to process where your balance is, what you, how you're pushing your force, but how you retain the ability to reset.
Yeah. Jiu-jitsu as well. People that learn by drilling, they get way better, way quicker by doing it flowing and doing it more easy and play. Like the Greasies always say, keep it playful.
Yeah. The thing is, I know all this stuff, but I was at such a point of weariness, and I was just trying to please people. And so I locked myself up, and I've got a bit of time now for it to heal and for me to start and actually do like I like to do.
Have you visited Brigham while you're here?
Yeah, sure. Okay, great. Yeah, he's looking great.
Yeah, he looks great, right?
He's looking good. The new place. And here's the thing: when we talk about this, and your listeners are probably, it's expensive. No two ways about it. So it's possibly not at everybody's grasp what the sort of things that I'm doing. But I think, I'm not sure if this is absolutely right, but I think, one of his sort of fervent ambitions for him is to make it more available.
Yes.
Because this is cutting edge medicine. Yes. If we can sort of write things in our bodies with an injection as opposed to an operation. The problem I had in my left shoulder, I go and see my shoulder surgeon who fixed it while I was doing Cinderella Man. So I did 2 operations with this guy, one in 2001 and the second one in 2004. But it's always had a problem, and he did say at the time after the second operation that he had to cut a few corners and it would probably cause me problems later on in life. So I probably went to see him about 5-6 years ago, and he said, okay, so this shoulder is at the point of arthritis now. What we have to do is we have to cut through the muscle bone and pop out the humeral head of your armor. We have to shave off the top of the humeral head. We have to put a carbon fiber cap, and we have to put it back in, sew everything back up. You got about 12 months of rehab. Right? It just sounds wrong. It just sounds wrong. It's like, so this process that I've been going through with Brigham, basically having the effect of layering. So I can now see that if the arthritis was that deep, it's now this deep. It's still there. I haven't solved it yet, but I'm giving my body what it needs to make it better.
Also, there's new breakthroughs almost every week, right? And these new breakthroughs, they're able to achieve the they're growing actual cartilage on people that were bone on bone. Right? So they're developing new methods to regenerate tissue. That's the cushioning in between your knees and your elbows and all these things and shoulders that were requiring people to get those horrific things. Putting an artificial joint in place because everything is so arthritic.
That's one of the things that does trouble me greatly in this country. Health. Medical systems to benefit everybody. Something has perverted it where, the drug that I might need that I can buy for $50 for a month supply in Australia is $2,500 for a month here. Come on, man. What's going on? It's crazy. You've got all these elected representatives here, and this country's got, a lot. That's what you should be working on, man.
Yeah, but they can't.
Because everybody's got their
hands tied. Yeah, they're all got including the media. That's the crazy thing, is the amount of money they spend on advertising for the media that really just serves the purpose of now the media can't criticize the pharmaceutical drug companies.
Yeah, it's interesting because, I get back here, as my girlfriend's from New Orleans, and, we're sitting and watching TV, and she's now seeing America from the outside, because she spends most of the time traveling with me, and we don't spend that much time within America. We live in Australia, but we've been working mainly in Europe the last few years, so she's now coming back to her country, but she's got fresh eyes. And she's sitting there the other night, she was watching something. She came out and she said, I've just watched like 12 ads for drugs. I just one after the other, after the other. What's this tiny little problem that you might have where if I could say it a certain way to make you think that you've got it, bang, I got a drug for it. Bang, bang, And yeah, I mean, 600,000 plus people in this country in the next 12 months will go bankrupt because of their medical bills. How many people will go bankrupt in Australia because of the medical bills in the next 12 months? Zero.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest problems we have. And the idea that you would let that happen and not do anything about it because you're bought and paid for by these enormous companies is kind of insane. It's insane. And they're trying to do something about that. And RFK Jr. is fighting an uphill battle, trying to do something about that, but it's a captured industry. And
the socialized medicine is probably the largest Western economy is punishing its citizens in that way. Yeah, just beggars belief. That's crazy. Healthcare isn't a principle thing, because if we're not looking after ourselves and aiming for the longest life, what's the point of the human existence kind of thing? So that should be a principle. Everybody's health should be a principal focus of our elected representative. Well said.
Russell Crowe, you're the fucking man. Thank you for being here.
Joseph.
Always great to see you, sir. It's always great to talk to you. Continued success. Enjoy your vacation.
Cheers, mate.
All right, brother. Bye, everybody. And see Nuremberg. It's amazing. And all the other films. Bye,
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yeah, well, he's the nicest guy in the world. That's part of the problem.
He's very sweet. It was like when they tell you the story of it, it was
he was like at a comedy club once, and like somebody in the audience made fun of him. I'm like, go to a place where no one upsets anybody ever. I make a place like that. That was a comedy club.
Still, they would let us roll in there. They did stop Joey from doing shows there, though.
Did they really?
There's too many people that were like normal people that would come in when Joey was opening for me. Joe, you're eating your ass from behind. You're doing the pigeon. When your nose goes in our asshole. No way.
They let Tosh do whatever he wanted, I think.
Yeah,
they went wrong, and when they asked me to do spots there, eventually when I went there, I was like, I couldn't. I don't know. I think it's a weird spot for me to do. If it's a clean club, no, they're giving me.
Clean clubs are odd. There used to be this place in Mount Vernon, New York, called the Champagne Comedy Club. It was like an all-black room, and the guy who ran it was like very Christian, very religious, and it was like, no motherfuckers. He goes, I don't want to hear no motherfuckers. He goes, you don't see that bitch had a big ass. You see that woman had a wide behind. Like, he had a whole speech he would give you before you would work there. And what he would say,
I've only tried to work clean a few times. I used to open for Nate Bargatze, who was like kind of clean, one of the cleanest.
Yeah.
Really, you don't even know that he's clean until somebody points it out.
like Gaff again. Like, same thing as Gaff.
But nobody cares. Gaffigan will curse once in a while. Nate, he's never said a curse word on the microphone ever.
That's so crazy.
I don't think so.
No, I just hammered one night in a comedy club. Caught a lady contacting him. He had to stop her boyfriend from attacking. He doesn't.
Was it on camera though?
No. Oh, I mean, maybe like the in-house of the comedy club. But man, it was great. What a great vibe. I wish that existed. So we took him to a Korn concert. He got obliterated. And then that was, I said, where he like Mr. Magoo threw a mosh pit like I've never seen somebody before. And bodies flying all around him on a hill in mud. And they just walked through. Do you remember the story though? It was Family Values Tour.
I remember it.
And he walks through. And no one hit him at all. And then he just looks at us and gives a thumbs up. And then he sees this big muscly guy next to him. He just goes, and shoves that guy. And then the guy shoved Nate pretty much across the pit again. And he just came back over to us laughing and smiling. And then he demanded that we go do a spot at Pure Comedy Club.
He was at Skankfest one year. We Josh Admire's goddamn comedy jam. So it's always very heavy metal at Skankfest. We all do like metal songs. Tony singing System of a Down. Jay was does Slipknot. And what song was it? It was Slipknot, right? We're doing the Wall of Death.
Oh, no. This break stuff, Lip Bizkit.
Yeah, so this breakdown where like it's kind of like he's just playing, right? And Jay starts a Wall of Death. If you've ever been to a heavy metal concert, essentially the entire floor splits open. And it's just two walls of people just staring at each other, just ready. And then when the music drops, they all converge and just like kill each other. Great
videos of Rob Dukes from Exodus has like one of the biggest ones ever.
Yeah, well, that's a great thing at a metal concert. So we did this on Skankfest, and Nate's never been to a metal concert, so he's just hammered. That's what he was drinking. He's just like popping around like in the middle of it. And everyone
splits. He's standing in the middle, and I'm doing the song, so I'm going at one point off microphone. I'm just trying to go. I'm like, Nate, you gotta like, and he just keeps raising his beer. He's like, and I was
That's hilarious.
We couldn't interlude anymore. The bass player's fingers were gonna start bleeding if he kept interluding, so we had to get to the end of the song. And then so I'm on microphone. I'm like, Nate, move. Nate, you gotta move. And he's just like,
I am moving, man.
And we did break your fucking face. This audience conversion. And I remember just seeing Nate, like they smash it, and Nate like this. Like you saw him like pop up and go back down to the pile. He was in there somewhere, but yeah, feeling no pain.
Yeah. Who started the mosh pit? That seems like one of the craziest elements in all of music.
Black people.
The greatest part. We stole it from them. Jazz, rock and roll for sure.
It had to be punk rock, right? Probably 70s, like Sex Pistols.
I wish I knew. I remember I was dating a girl when I was 21, and she was really into like these crazy bands. And she went to this band, and she was in a mosh pit and got fucking concussion from a headbutt. And then came over to my apartment afterwards. I'm like, why are you doing that? Sex Pistols. Oh yeah, Sex Pistols.
What is find a difference in like what like people that are like hardcore metal people would think of a band like Korn or Disturbed or bands like that, where it's like those are the mosh pits more that I've been around in my life, where there's almost like a the guy on stage is even making it soft. He's like, if a brother falls down, so it's like some kind of Valhalla speech. If a brother falls, you pick your brother up. You don't stomp him up. And it's all about, like, you know, pulling each other off the ground and banging into each other and walking in circles.
Bump into each other.
I went to a small show at the old knitting factory in Manhattan for a band before they were called. It was like they stopped the show because the mosh pit, I was like watching from above, but the mosh pit was like punch kick.
That's like hardcore shows. Hardcore shows are it's like fist fighting.
If you're a crazy person and you know how to fight, and you just decide to go into a mosh pit because you can just start tuning up on people.
I don't think you're. So here's what happens. There's videos that go viral all the time. Like if there are guys that do that, they're just trying to hit people. Those guys will typically get jumped by everybody in the mosh pit because you're supposed to be punching and kicking, but you're not supposed to be actually targeting somebody with it. If an accident happens, it happens. But it's like
So ridiculous.
yeah, but you'll still get jumped. There'll be guys that are being dickheads in the mosh pit, and then everyone will beat the shit out of them because they're not being violent the right way.
I gotta tell you, it was maybe the funniest agreement. It was the funniest concert experience I've ever had was with Lewis at Pantera. We went to go see them. It was 2 times ago we saw them. Yeah, at Madison Square Garden.
Pantera's love.
You were just, Lewis was just having, again, so I'll always call Lewis to go to, he doesn't go to a lot of concerts with me, but like the nostalgic ones that'll hit him, he'll go to sometimes. So Pantera, always want to bring his sister, and we go, and he goes, he's in a good mood. He's feeling good, and we're in our 40s, so he's not looking to really get the mosh.
The other thing about now, like, it's a generational thing. Like Pantera, when I first saw Pantera live, Ozfest '97, Giant Stadium, the entire floor became a mosh pit. And I was a kid. It was the scariest thing I'd ever seen. People started jumping over the rafters. There's videos of this, like jumping. Oh, Jesus
Christ, he's in a flashback right now.
That's how your father got back down.
See if we can find a video of that.
People started jumping over the barriers, like from above at Giant Stadium, and just spilling into the floor. The entire floor turns into a mosh pit. I'm 13 years old.
Imagine you're working security at that place, and you know you're just a kind of retired guy who takes a security job.
Oh yeah, that's it. It's the worst.
You have to go to the mosh pit, pull people apart. You're 62. You know,
Hey, somebody get old Glenn from the front. We need more people in the pit.
he used to work for like some Long Island police station. Security.
This is literally it, dude.
Oh, so that's not good.
That's me. That's my sister.
Ozfest 99.
Let's read 97. This is 97.
So it's weird too because they're just playing for the field. Like everyone's just walking around. There's no seats.
On the floor,
Yeah, they're not like there doesn't look like there's any seats there anywhere. It looks like everybody's just kind of jammed in
The
there.
whole floor is standing room, and then there's seating in the stands.
So you're a pussy if you're in the stands. That's why these people in the stands are on the fence right now.
Yeah.
Bro, there is zero security in hell joint. This is look how far these guys are
Yeah,
jumping.
this is like probably like the second or third Ozfest, maybe.
Yeah,
So it's like it was like no one knew what to expect from
It
this.
was Fear Factory, Marilyn Manson. They tried to ban Marilyn Manson from this. This was like a big controversy on MTV.
Why?
Because he was the devil.
Getting lost in those things. Yeah, I remember
That's it.
my ex-wife. My ex-devil.
Had a big fire, right? They were in Columbus. I think it was that year. So
My ex-wife on one of our earliest like dates, I took her to Ozfest. Lawn seats. I was pretty proud I got them for free. And we were in the middle lawn for Slipknot doing Spin It Out. Got stuck in like a thing where they make everybody get on the ground. You're locked in. And then again, the whole lawn turns into a crazy mosh pit.
If you're not like a metalhead, she's like a normal chick. She's like a comedy club waitress. She's not into Slipknot and devil music. So he brings her on a second date to this place, which is just
She was Latina. Yeah, and not super into Slipknot. She got into it though. Pretty exhilarating moment for her. But when we went to see Pantera at the Garden, we were right near the mosh pit. And these two guys, like these two Mexican guys and two white guys, like middle-aged white guys, started getting into it and really like fighting. Like, they were throwing punches. The white guys had a kid with them. And then Lewis went and like pulled people apart. He like jumped in pretty early and to pull them apart.
I need to make sure justice is being served at all times. When I see something, whatever it is, if there's not justice happening, I gotta jump in.
Yeah,
Yeah. As a self-hating Hispanic, you were really rooting for those white guys. but and then I don't know. We can see, like these guys got separated. You can see the Latino guys are fucking. They're plotting. They're not done yet. And we're just kind of semi-observing it, but it really piqued Lewis's interest for some reason. And he did a mother of the neighborhood, like, walks. Did you walk the white guys over or the Hispanic guys? I don't remember who I did, but I walked one of the other together, like hand and wrist like that. He goes, come on, guys, this is enough. And I'm watching for a distance. These guys be at each other's face again, Lewis be, Pantera's playing. I see Lewis be like, come on, and like making them hold hands and like touching them hands. Making them shake hands. And I watched them reluctantly do it. But it never changed. Lewis came back with a real sense of like, I did something good there. But those guys never stopped glaring at each other the whole time. They probably kill each other in the parking lot afterwards. And then the guy comes over to Lewis, like towards the end of the thing, or maybe it was to me, he just said, but like he came over. And I was like, you guys all good? And he goes, what the fuck was that, man? He's like, those guys fucking started shit with us, and then you're gonna shake hands with them. There was no beef squash whatsoever, but Lewis. But just the fact he went over there, and he made them shake hands. They did it.
But at least even if you just make someone shake hands, it de-escalates a little bit. It definitely de-escalates more than there's no out. Because the problem with guys is when they don't feel like they have an out with dignity, they just keep talking shit, and then they get themselves into a problem.
There's an ego thing that happens where you're like, there has to be an end to this story.
Exactly.
And in my mind, when I'm angry, it has to be me beating your fucking ass.
Or a guy comes in and makes you shake hands, and that's the end. You avoid the violence.
It's illogical. And the problem we're having now, especially if we go to these metal shows, is Lewis had a gripe with a guy at a concert, 2 concerts ago we went to. A real thing. He's like, Nine Inch Nails. He's like, this fucking guy over here. And then Lewis was having a hard time letting it go. And then when push came to shove near each other, it's like security was coming over. He goes, hey, that guy's like a fan of yours. I can't freak out anymore. I do Rogan and Kildani. Lewis was who I am, so I can't have public outbursts. Lewis, since I was kind of almost like making his move, so Lewis would stop obsessing over like dealing with the guy. Because that guy, we and Lewis share a lot of similar traits in that way. I do the same thing. So I'm like, we're gonna move somewhere else. And as we're moving, Lewis goes up to the guy in his ear and starts whispering in the guy's ear. And I'm watching the guy nod his head yes. He's like, yeah. And then they finally gotta get Lewis away, and I go, what'd you say in his ear? He goes, a bunch of terrible, awful things that I was gonna do. And I'm like, oh, just nodding yes. And then the security came over like 15 minutes later. It's like, hey, that guy just wants you to do. He's a fan. He's a fan of yours. And like, the security knew us too. He was like, also, I love that guy's stuff too, but that guy I think is also a fan. I love that fan. That guy literally will never like my shit ever again.
Yeah, you fucked up.
It's alright. It's also Nine Inch Nails is such not a tough. It's not tough music. It's like goth chick music.
All of us had mascara right in our face having these fights. I'm gonna punch you because my dad didn't care. Did you go to a lot of concerts growing up?
Yeah.
I did. Were they crazy shows?
I'm so much older than you guys. So when I was in high school was the 80s. So like the first band I ever went to see live was the Jay Giles band. Yeah. Like, nah. Of course. Remember that? He was huge back then. And then I saw George Thorogood. With some other dude. Oh, Johnny Winter. That's who it was. The albino dude.
That is ugly motherfuckers.
Oh my God, it was amazing.
George Thorogood looks like fucking Rusty from European Vacation.
Does he look like that now?
Is that what you're saying now? He looks terrible. Back then, he always, that really is music for like ginger guys to fix a car and do this to George Thorogood.
A 1981 song. That's what it is. It's like a great song from 81. That's what he was.
The speech.
There it goes. Head to the bone.
The speech in the beginning of One Bourbon, One Shot, One Beer. My favorite.
Both man.
Come down now.
Yeah. So, I did see a bunch of concerts when I was in high school.
Boston is a big city for shows.
Yeah.
Did you go as a kid? I never went.
Well, I worked at a concert venue too for a while. I worked at Great Woods.
Okay.
So I was a security guard at Great Woods was this performance. I think it's still around.
Amphitheater.
Yeah, it's like an amphitheater. And the problem with that place is if anybody was talking on stage, you could only hear it underneath the thing. You couldn't hear it in the lawn. So like lyrics would bleed out into the lawn, like or someone doing comedy would bleed out into the lawn. It was a nightmare when comics performed there because you had tickets on the lawn. You couldn't understand what the fuck they were saying. It was just all this weird echo shit.
I did comedy in front of Slipknot and Korn there in that place, in that venue particularly.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I saw Dangerfield there when I was working there. I saw Bill Cosby there when I was working there. The Cosby wasn't paying attention though. I had no intention.
You gotta pay attention to that guy.
Well, I was 19 years old and I just had no patience. I had no intentions of ever being a comedian.
Well, he would do like 3 hours, right? Like he would do like really, really long shows, but it was the same. It was always the same act, right? Yeah, I would that long. 2.5, I heard it. Yeah,
he was there, I believe. I'm trying to remember who else. Definitely, I paid to see Kinnison there. That was wild. And then,
do you think people like Kinnison would have grown with the times?
No. I think Kinnison, he would have had to sober up. And if he sobered up, I don't know if he'd be the same thing. He's like the best example of a guy who was maybe the greatest and most influential comedian of all time for like a year. Like when he came, there was a moment when he was talking about like Jesus on the cross. I think his last words were, "Oh, not my left hand, not my left hand."
He had a back of a hammer.
It was like a completely different kind of comedy. The thing about homosexual necrophiliacs paying money to be with the freshest male customers, going to the mortuaries paying money, that bit is fucking crazy. It's so funny. The bit about the starving kids in Africa, like, holy shit, man. But it only lasted for a short window, and then the stuff after that, he was partying so much. The material was not anywhere near as good. It was all like the points weren't interesting.
Do you think he has him to evolve?
He would have had to fucking clean his act up, I think. I think what you're seeing is a guy, first of all, who develops his act over like 10 years before he makes it. And when he makes it, he's fucking good. I mean, he's like one of the best ever. And then he has to come up with a whole new act in a year, but he's just doing coke and he's partying and he's hanging out with Bon Jovi.
That's like what it's like with everybody. It's like everyone does their first like album or special, and it's like a collection of everything for a decade or 15 years, and then it's like you're supposed to reproduce that every year or two after that. Like Bill Burr and Louis C.K. sort of created this standard of putting out a brand new hour every year or two, which is like almost ginger assholes. You're first with my camera. It was almost unsustainable to like go to the George Thorogood, you fucking roast-looking piece of shit.
The thing is like why do we care if that's what they want to do? Like, why don't we just do what we do? Why are we even comparing?
Because when I show up back into another market a year later, I'm doing the same material. I feel like a fucking asshole. I do.
Yeah. Well, you probably should, but you also probably should just go at your own pace. Some people want to think of a special as a special, like this is the best shit that I've come up with over the last 5 years or whatever. Yeah. And some people want to think like, no, it's just like keep releasing new comedy. But we all know that your jokes get better when you keep tuning them up, right? And I think it's a certain amount of a cooking process that they all need.
Well, we'll just continue to get better. I just filmed the special, and now I've been working because it's not out yet, so I've still been working the material.
And now you get new tags.
Best tags.
It's the best tag.
Always. I said your best recording recently. Your best recording of your hour is never going to be the hour you recorded.
Right.
It's not going to be that one. Yeah. I remember when I did my last material special. Dog Valley, it was like, man, really wish we could have gotten that 7 o'clock show on Friday in Buffalo. Buffalo Helium just ate it up. That's the show where you were done, and I was like, this is it. This is the rhythm of it. This is the one.
Yeah, it's like when there's something on the line and it's like ready to record, it's just a different thing. It's just like
the lines was crazy.
Yeah. But I did that because I was scared of it.
How nerve-wracking was that?
Oh, so weird. It was so much
before or after Chris Rock?
After.
All your favorite NBA players are back, and DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. Steph Curry drilling logo threes, Donovan Mitchell taking over, and Cade Cunningham leading the next wave. DraftKings, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is live when the others aren't. Bet quarters, player props, scoring runs, and more, all while the action unfolds. New customers, bet just $5 and get 3 months of NBA League Pass, plus score $300 if your bet wins, paid in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN. Bet just $5 and get 3 months of League Pass plus $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, pass-through of per wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
So when you're freaking out because he flubbed
Another
it.
thing stolen from the black man. It wasn't my idea. I just want to say it was Netflix idea.
But he flubbed the line in his, his last bit, which was like the line.
Whoopsies.
Oh,
Yeah. I definitely treated it different than any other set. Like when I fresh the slap prints, shit. Fuck me, you were there. Oh, no. First position. Yeah, it's a weird thing to just go ready live go to like millions of people. It's a weird thing. But I was in my head, I was like, but why? Why is it any different than a show? Well, it's all you're mind fucking yourself. So what would it prevent you from mind fucking yourself? Just go over your material with such a fine-tooth comb that when you get up on stage, you can be just like completely relaxed. You're not even thinking about where to go and how to do it. You're just thinking about like locking in, and you're gonna be live for an hour. And I was like, God, it's fucking terrifying. Like, let's see what that feels like.
did you fuck up anything?
No, felt exactly like a regular set. I did one set there Friday night that we filmed as well that didn't go live. And then the Saturday night one was completely live. And it was, I had already done the room, so I was relaxed. I got a feel for the room, because of Friday night. It was a lot of fun. The show was great. And I was like, okay, we're ready. And then Saturday, just all day, going over material, watching recordings. I just sort of saturated my brain so I could just be completely relaxed when I went out there. So I was like 100% prepared, as opposed to like a regular Tuesday night where you could just kind of go on stage. Like, you know your acts, you go on stage, you start opening up and get into your bits, but you're not like meticulously dialed in.
I told Netflix I would do it with crowd work.
Oh, you totally should.
And they were responding with email. I said the same thing.
They responded.
They just
Like, we don't want to get sued.
I told Netflix I would do a feature film for them. They just didn't get back to me.
Nah, bro, they didn't have to see you one weekend. They'd be like, are you fucking crazy? No.
I get almost like what you're saying, though. To me, it's like, I'm not saying that I wouldn't be nervous. I would be very nervous doing that. That would be kind of the fun of it. Like being amped up to do it.
Yeah,
You can see it. I think it also, like, especially with it being crowd work, you can see it kind of unfold. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of see, like, the pacing and the build of it because they have to do it for an hour. It'd be interesting.
Yeah. Like, that's one of the things, like, you have to be doing a lot of sets leading up to that, too, to be relaxed.
Yeah, they filmed, they secretly filmed, because I was filming on Saturday, and they filmed my Friday shows without telling me. And I fucking killed. And that was like the biggest like relief, because Buddy Kelly directed it. And he was like, dude, we got it. He was like, the show was like, well, I thought they were just testing the camera to go home. That's the one thing I'm doing anymore.
Dad, we got it. Dad, it's perfect. All set. Dude, you nailed it.
Looks like we're all set. Yeah, but that was, that.
Yeah, once you know you got it in the can, and it's lifted off of your back.
What a weird fucking art form, you know? Very strange. Those are dicey cigarettes.
I know.
Unlit. He just has these cigarettes and he just breaks them and puts them in there.
Jay just quit smoking cigarettes, but he needs to smoke cigarettes on the podcast. I asked, I was like, he's like, I'm gonna smoke now. I was like, why? He's like, it's like 3 hours in. I was like, the hours are gonna exist whether we're on a podcast or not.
Other than that, you would quit smoking.
Yeah, like stay loose though, you know? When I came in, when we did the show last time, 2 times ago at the end of the show, I was like, I gotta go smoke. And Jamie went, you can smoke in here. I went, oh, really? Because yes, the last time we came in, I did smoke. And when it was done, called like wearing lucky underwear or something. I was like, we had a good flip back and forth. We were all like, John, we made the Rogan Sphere. We officially got the Rogan Sphere. We've been ripping hard down there in the streets. Tell everyone. I get my friends to go for the bonfire, Legion Skanks, and most notably, the Rogan Sphere.
The manosphere is a real subject. Like people believe that it's real. That this is like a coalition of men, like trying to convert young boys into the evil ways of being a man. The manosphere.
I think that's the same thing as the Rogan Sphere.
No, the manosphere. It's like there's a level. You're saying wrong. Like Andrew takes the highest level of the manosphere. Right? That's top G of the manosphere. Of course. If you're like categorizing those things, the thing that you're most terrified of is a guy like Andrew Tate.
I was never really stoked on that kind of like from a young like Ukrainian girl. I've never been to that kind of like the Maxim magazines, like TV, like energy of what they're like this little guys we see. A car crash and a girl with
I had a Maxim magazine. FHM. The thing about it is, yeah, you're right, but also it works. No, why try to reinvent the wheel?
No, it really works. I pulled myself out of that because I was like, this isn't my like getting a Maxim magazine like hometown chicks in their bikinis. I'm like, these girls would never talk about. Just having like too much self-loathing to be into it.
If you could just
My clothes, well, I don't fit in those clothes. Like everything was just gonna bum around those magazines, so I would just get straight pornography. Even now, you can get those girls. No, well, sometimes I'd always buy the 3-packs, and one of them would have to be like Jugs or Voluptuous magazine.
In the middle,
there's always one with a bunch of gross chicks or just straight trans. But I always believed when I was young, going through my dad's, I found my dad's porn collection, and there was a couple of weirdies in there, like a couple of trans or like local personal. As I got older, started buying the 3-packs. I was like, let's just believe that was the third one. He didn't know what it was. But then, why'd you keep it? Toss it.
Dude, did you see that Don Lemon got in trouble because he said that Megyn Kelly looks trans?
Just a strong jaw.
Please Google this to find that if this is true, or we'll be in trouble. I don't want to get sued by Don Lemon.
Sora worse.
What did he say? Clockable. Just pull up the actual thing that he's But people are saying, oh my god, like he's actually using "you look trans" as an insult. Do you know how crazy that is? The outspoken LGBTQ ally Don Lemon faces backlash after claiming Megyn Kelly looks trans.
Blow up in his face. I said,
You know how funny that is?
Didn't that happen with what's her name? AOC she was making fun of somebody for being short. So like they're like, dude. And now everyone's like trashing her because she was like, you can't make fun of short people.
Hey, go back to that. Go back to that what he said. It says, Lemon said he thought Kelly looked chopped. He said, I think she looks trans. Lemon said. In response, Lemon's co-host wrapped up the show saying, let's end on that note.
That's fantastic.
Bro, that editor hates him. There's no way that editor doesn't hate him and say, let's end on that. Clockable for hilarious. That is so crazy. But that's, well, also he's gay, right? So he doesn't know that Megyn Kelly's hot. Dangerous, like, super smart lawyer hot. You know?
Okay, I don't know. He's like an out gay guy.
Oh, yeah. Don Lemon's married to a guy.
Black guy?
I think he's married to a white guy.
Yeah. Black guy, you put.
Jesus Christ.
That's what they do. Are you sure? That's what gay sex is. I don't know. This is probably the first Mrs. Burby in the Rogan Sphere. Yeah, gay sex. I don't know something about this, but so when I was a kid, when I was young,
like there was no online, obviously. And the first time I ever saw gay porn was a girl that I met at a comedy club. I met this lady at a comedy club. I was like 22 maybe, and we go back to her apartment in Long Island, and she goes, "Gay guys lived here before me." And I go, "How do you know?" And she goes, "Because they left a tape." I go, "A tape of what?" She goes, "It's a gay porn." I go, "Shut up." And she goes, "You want to see it?" I go, "Okay." So she puts it on, and it's these two guys, and this guy pulls this guy's shorts down and pushes him up against a tree and just starts sucking his cock. And I'm like, I gotta get out of here. That's how it always is. That's like the irony came. I was like, I didn't know that really happened. You know what I mean? It was weird, right? The first time, because I lived in New York City when I was 19, you didn't really experience homosexuality until you were in a big city like that. And the first time I saw two guys like kissing, it looked like aliens. Like it was the craziest thing ever. And now we're so desensitized to it because everything because of porn. We're so desensitized because so many people see porn, but like seeing gay porn when I was 22, I knew that they had sex. I didn't have a problem with that at all. But it was the shocking reality of watching a guy just another guy. You're like, yo, it's jarring, no doubt. I gotta get out of here. Yeah, it's definitely jarring. Can I take this tape with me? That's disturbing. It was very disturbing. Yeah. So anytime you see it, it still looks wrong. It's like the wrong thing is happening. Oh, they shut it off. Shut it off. They had a fantastic time. They seem to have a wonderful time. Some people like spicy food. Some people don't. You ever seen the movie Fright Night? Probably. The old or 976 Evil, there were two like popular horror movies. I think I remember Fright Night. The one that played Evil Ed, his best friend. The kid's best friend. Times got tough to gay porn. Man. It was like really hardcore. It was as jarring as like when like China did pornography. You're like, damn, dude, this guy was not in this world. And then the girl from Boy Meets World does porn now. Aggressive black gangbang pornography. Gay porn? No. She's a girl. Oh, which girl? She was on later seasons of Boy Meets World. I think Meat Little Ward her name is. She just does pornography out of like a lot in her butt. Yeah. BBC. That's the industry term. It's an industry term. Comes up to the dark turn. Nice. Good word. Dark turn. We'll be right back after these. I still watch porn here and there, but it's just gotten to the point where just every time I watch it, I start jerking off. I feel like this sense of like almost like if somebody was watching me right now, how pathetic this would look. Like beating your dick like a monkey. Like somebody probably is watching you. That's probably someone's collecting information of you of how I jerk off. Yeah, either through your front-facing camera or through the camera on your. Good thing that my facial recognition picture of this. That's all you want. You're not gonna get any doors with that. We all kind of know it, right? Like we know that the camera's are wrong, but we still jerk off right in front of our computer. You know what's weird? We just want to use a tape over and I'm like, let them see. It's weird that porn is free, basically. Like, you just go on a website, you can watch it. But also, they're still making it. Sort of. I think the studios are like almost barely making anything anymore. It's all like OnlyFans right now. But even that, like, just imagine, this is the thing. What I'm saying is, nobody's seen it all. Why are you making new ones? Like, no, there's no way there's enough supply for the or demand rather for the supply. There's so much porn. You know, I still go back to like my favorite. I was going to say, but also if you're pretty genre specific, you'll see all of that. Jay's seen everything. Genre specific. Well, Monster 2 takes me through it alphabetically. You see, so AI porn is not AI porn. VR porn. Oh, AI porn is coming, bro. You're going to be able to have Art Bell having sex with, find out. Well, they already did wasn't that all the Taylor Swift getting like gangbanged by the Kansas City Chiefs? Like the president smacked her ass. Did they have that already? Oh yeah, that was not gangbang. They were very good AI pictures of Taylor, and she was just like in a crowd. It was just this guy's like grabbing her ass, or like it was her like sitting on Trump's lap, and it was like they were like actually really good. And then Tay-Tay, they took some pictures of her. Poor Tay-Tay.
But I thought they were her getting like fucked by the Chiefs. But I think it was funny. I believe she came out and was like, "Everyone knows aren't me," which is like it's a funny acknowledgement to have to make. Guys, I didn't get gangbanged by the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, some 15-year-old girls in school and her friends like, yeah, it was real. You really did get you. Like, you need Taylor to come out and say, right? Hey, guys, it wasn't me.
Everybody, that wasn't me.
But it's the reason that
My
it's
dreams.
that good now that you can't tell.
I don't
think anymore, man. I think.
I don't know why they can't. Remember the big toe was like fingers, hands and fingers.
This is an ad for BetterHelp. With the days getting colder, shorter, and darker, it can be tough for many. And really, you never know what someone might be going through. So here's a reminder to take the time to reach out and connect with the people you care about. Whether it's a sibling you see every week or a friend you haven't spoken to in months, you might be glad you did. And more often than not, you'll probably be kicking yourself for not doing it sooner. I mean, it's easier than you think, reaching out and talking to someone. The same is true for therapy. Plus, therapy is a great place to start if you're struggling to connect with someone. It's good to have a professional therapist you can talk to who can guide you through any issues in your life. Finding the right therapist has also never been easier, thanks to BetterHelp. They have an extensive network with access to over 30,000 therapists worldwide, and they do the initial matching work for you so you can focus on your therapy goals. It's one of many reasons why people continue to rate BetterHelp so highly. So, this month, don't wait to reach out. Whether you're checking in on a friend or reaching out to a therapist yourself, BetterHelp makes it easier to take that first step. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/JRE. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE. Well, it used to be hair too. It used to be terrible at generating hair. It's like if you watch I Am Legend, like the CGI was terrible. Yeah, my mom used to have an I Am Legend poster in a bedroom wall that I assume she masturbated to.
And then you'd forget the name of the movie all the time.
I'm sorry, not I Am Legend. That was the Legends of the Fall. That's very different.
It was Legends of the Fall. But I do have a legend tattoo because I forget the name of the movie I Am Legend. All the time.
I think they're real close to AI being as normal looking as any 4K video. I think they could just.
No, we're a couple years away from it being like straight up. You could generate a whole movie.
No, but what generation is going to be into like consuming animation and AI-made movies? There's something still about. Didn't you even feel like? Sometimes I go back and watch a little bit older movies, and it's good. Thank God, like The Thing, the movie The Thing, Tom Cruise, yeah. Thank God it was like practical effects time still. That wasn't just like, because now you're just watching a video game.
Right. You can't go back and watch. Like, you try to watch Psycho now, right? Compared to like, it's not scary. When Psycho came out, people were vomiting in the movie theater and they were running out, like freaking out. You get used to whatever it is. Like my son can't watch a movie from the 80s really. He can't hold his attention. Like whatever. So I think as the technology goes on and as we're doing more and more AI content, people are going to get used to it, and that's what they're going to be used to consuming. It's like short videos. Everyone watches short 30-second, 1 minute long clips now. Nobody really watches TV shows or movies. I mean, people are still watching movies, I think. So it's just like older people. Maybe, as I'm saying, we might be the dying breed of giving a shit about that at all. So we'll be like, yeah, if you can get every star I love it to be in one movie, I'll watch it even if it's fake. I think you're definitely going to get people to accept that, and you're going to be able to just generate it instantly with a prompt. They do Star Wars scenes that never happened with young Luke Skywalker now. Have you seen them?
Yeah.
You've seen them, right? Jim, put one up just so you can look at it. It's fucking incredible. It looks better than the original Star Wars footage, right? Because that stuff wasn't in HD back then. And it looks exactly like young Luke Skywalker and in the exact same voice. Because they just take the voice from Luke Skywalker from the movies, regenerate it, and they can say anything you want to.
It's better than like animated stuff, but I've never even been able to follow when they do animated versions. There's like an animated Predator movie coming out that I'll never watch.
Yeah, it's all just CGI, weird stuff. It's like that uncanny valley. Rick Baker talked about that. He's the guy that made the American Werewolf in London. Yeah, he made Thriller too. The werewolf that's in the lobby, that's what that's from. And he said, when you're seeing something and you know that it's real, You know, it's a physical thing. He goes, it just looks better. Like when you're creating everything with computers, your brain knows that. Your brain knows that's not really a dragon.
Yeah.
That's not really a dragon. But if you make something that actually looks like a dragon, it's going to be, even if it's darker and even if it's not as clear, it's going to be way more effective. Like the Alien movies.
It's like when I watch a movie and I know somebody in the movie, like it's a friend of mine acting, it's hard for me to suspend disbelief.
Look at this.
All we see is the punishment, right?
This is crazy.
Is the negativity.
Here's a scene that never happened in any of the Star Wars movies, and you can generate it with a prompt.
I guess I would watch it.
Yeah, you'd watch it, dude.
Because I just,
Especially if it was
whole,
good.
what a heartfelt speech I just gave, I turned around immediately when I saw it, go, I'd watch a movie like this.
Yeah, look how good that looks. Like the Alien movies are a good example. Like you go and see like Alien 1. It's a dude in a suit, okay? And there's something about the way it moves and it looks like a real thing. But then if you get to like later movies, not necessarily even in the Alien genre, but any genre where you have like CGI monsters running around, like you know the Underworld series, like the werewolves with CGI, it just doesn't.
No, that don't seem at all. It's like it's
Just kind of accepting that this is happening. Doesn't look as
I mean,
fun.
they had to use better like cinematography and tricks and sound. They had to literally be perfect on everything in order to bring it to life. Whereas like now you can just computer generate anything. And
They also like hid stuff, and it made it scary. Like the American Werewolf in London, one of the scariest things about it is you don't see the full werewolf for longer than like a second at a time. You just see it right before it's attacking people. You see it right when it's at the bottom of the escalator. You don't get a lot of it until later in the movie.
I think in Jaws, right? They don't show the shark until the end, like the very end of the movie. You don't see the shark. I think so.
I know they show in the making, I used to watch the making of Michael Jackson's Thriller a lot. And
more than once.
So much. I had a lot of fun with that.
Baker was the fucking man.
Rick Baker himself,
the man.
he's in Thriller. He comes out of the mausoleum. He's the zombie that comes out of the
The
mausoleum.
shark in Jaws is a total about 4 minutes of screen time, with the first full appearance not occurring until 1 hour and 21 minutes into the film. That's crazy.
If you want to see some of the music, the tone is like, it's just all, the whole, everything scary about Jaws is just the music.
Wow.
Spielberg, More Julies. More Julies, of course, Spielberg.
What'd you say, Jamie?
The dinosaurs in the first Jurassic Park were only on screen for like 15 minutes.
That was the best CGI ever up until that point.
That's crazy. You want to see something funny? Jamie, if you could bring up Michael Jackson filming white people audio while he's in like werewolf makeup of changing, they want to like scream, you know, he's growling, it's like the pain of changing to a werewolf, and they just keep going back and forth.
He's not officially a werewolf, right? He's a cat. That was like the official statement from the director.
Yeah, he's like a werecat or
So whenever he's doing, while he's changing, they keep bouncing back from the sound booth to the actual video where it's like he's chasing, oh, and then in the booth he's going, so goddamn funny.
It's definitely
music videos used to be the shit.
That's literally he's like, get away. I jumped from the couch so it was so yeah, it scares the shit out of me. It's also when Michael Jackson, my hero, get here, this Rick Baker.
Can you find the scene in Thriller where he becomes a werecat or whatever the fuck he is? Because it's not really a werewolf, right? It's like something else.
They officially came out and said it was like a cat-like creature.
Yeah.
I mean, it was such a good fucking video, man. Do you remember?
That's earlier. It's
How old were you guys when this came out? This was before your time, right?
That's what came out in 88, maybe?
Yeah, so you're a little kid. I was 6. Yeah, I was in high school when
I think it was his cheese getting scared. I'm so sorry to talk about it.
No, no worries.
It's right there. We're changing it.
What year was this, Jamie?
Yeah, 3. Oh, wow.
Wow. Look at that thing.
Back up a little bit. Get here.
it's a mess.
His metamorphosis of Michael Jackson over Rick Baker. Colors there on
It's a liver
these overlays on acetate.
Is that still like how would they create this sort of like image to even do this anymore?
He would.
Kids as Miley Cyrus punching her fucking pussy on the MTV Awards that one year.
Did she punch her pussy?
Oh my god. My daughter was right in the wheelhouse of being a Hannah Montana fan. And then one year we were watching the MTV Awards and she's like, Miley Cyrus, she came out real thick. You just get rid of the corn finger. She keeps like ramming it in her snatch. And I was like, oh, hey. And then I became a Miley Cyrus fan. It was and my daughter was not allowed to see it. Yeah, that was a borderline good movie. Was Thriller.
Like it's 20 minutes. That scene, the transformation scene, when he turns around and his eyes look it's fucking amazing.
It's so funny, like, Michael Jackson is like the one guy who, like, it's basically confirmed that he fucked kids. Like, it's his
I don't think that's
not confirmed.
no.
Is it not confirmed?
Hold on, let's watch this. Oh, I definitely want to talk about it. It's funny because this is so corny today, but back then it was like legitimately good. We were like, wow, that looks so real. People are so dumb in the 80s. We're like, that looks so real. This whole scene where it goes from that to like him being a zombie, fucking amazing, man. It was like a movie, a good one. And he's dancing. He's looking so cool. I know we can't play the music, but I think it was cool. Did you find the screaming out, Jamie? I'm sorry, man. Just scooch up to where he becomes a zombie.
Feelings, your emotions.
So he's been treated twice in this video.
Yeah, I know. It's men. They're a real problem.
With all your voice.
And the message of this.
Is that the most famous dance ever?
Yeah,
it has to be. I used to know from my great grandmother. So Eisenstein, she didn't love it.
There's probably some sort of conspiracy.
But this part, though, I can still nail today. There's more room in here. Check. If there's more room in here.
I always thought that.
By the way, the story of this is he betrays her choice. In the movie, he lures around when he knows it's going to be a full moon, turns into a werewolf and hunts her. It's not going to be a third time, by the way. No, exactly. She goes for it in 2 seconds. He goes, hey, what's going on? She goes, oh, I must be crazy. And then he fools her yet again. At this point, she deserves whatever she gets.
That's how the devil works, Big J.
By the way, inconsistency, he doesn't turn back into the zombie. He's now going to be the werewolf from the movie. Weird.
Yeah, it's a lot of different things.
They throw a lot at you. And then Vincent Price. So he didn't fuck kids.
So here's the thing.
I don't get to confirm, but I'll tell you
This
what.
is why I'm saying this. You know, the doctor that went to jail for providing him with that for propofol, that doctor said that he was chemically castrated when he was young, which is why he kept that voice. Which also kind of makes sense when you look at his physique, right? Because he was like very slight. And if you look at his brothers, they're all like white hair guys.
I don't know if the doctor's telling the truth, but he was. That's not an unprecedented thing. They used to do that with less. They used to do that with opera singers. They used to do that with opera singers. It's called a castrato.
Yeah, I don't think either that there's like anal sex accusations on him or stuff like that. It's always like touching and
Yeah, it was like
sleeping together.
it could be inappropriate behavior. First of all, he became famous when he was like 6 years old. He became like the most famous person ever. Like you're gonna get fucked up.
Yeah, it's like suspended. You see that with
suspended child.
with Britney Spears now, and who else is the other one that's kind of going crazy? Oh, Ariana Grande. She's like, if you watch interviews with her now, she's gonna be a wackadoodle Michael Jackson, Britney Spears type in the future, guaranteed. She's like all like. She looks like a fairy. It's crazy.
When I saw that one where with her, with the other lady from Wicked, where like blackjack, and then there was a lesbian saying you guys are holding space, and everyone's like, "You see the fucking guy talking like this?"
It's crazy. There's a you see a lady. There was some backlash because a lady made like a mock-up. I guess the Wicked playbill.
Wicked is really good, by the way. The movie's amazing. But Ariana Grande and that lady, the other lady,
But the name, the playbill.
what's her name?
Wow, you knew Ariana Grande. Wow. I call her nose ring bald head.
That's her Indian name.
I call her nose ring bald head.
Oh my god.
But there was so the playbill for the movie or the show on Broadway is a silhouette of the Wicked Witch and I guess Glenda like whispering in the ear, but like really covering the face, our own face. In the movie poster, it's clearly Ariana Grande whispering in the ear of a lady who plays a nose ring bald. And then a lady made a mock-up of the movie poster as the playbill, so I shadowed out the witch and moved Ariana Grande's hands to like cover the face, and it got all this backlash because that lady was like, I'm a proud black woman, you cover my face in this thing, and she was like, no, I just made me like that. And then she got all this backlash, and she removed the post eventually. Oh boy, she like take it down for like a thing. She was like, I just thought it was a fun mock-up to make the movie poster off like the playbill. And I was like, once again, putting a black woman's background. Oh, I don't know if that's what was going on there. Yeah, on nose ring bald head.
Well, here's the thing.
This is where you're supposed to make nose ring bald head.
In order for you to act in that style as well as they did, you gotta be a little crazy. You're gonna pretend you're a fucking witch and you're flying around destroying everything. You're doing it really well. You're probably a little kooky. And if you want that talented, you're gonna get kooky. And if you give Kooky the reins to do those Kooky interviews where they're talking about holding space and
like that was kind of like we grew up in a time where it's like you hear about like a director like coming in and like assaulting an actress in order to get the scene after. Jesus Christ, her in the face. And I'm like, all right, action. And
Steve McQueen did that to whatever the woman he was dating in that movie. There's a scene where she didn't know he was going to hit her, and he just started smacking her around. And what was her name? Allie McGraw. And I think they were dating at the time. And he smacks the shit out of her, like for real, to get the shot. Yeah.
As well.
And I don't think she knew.
She's a turban celebrity sleuth. Big nips.
Bro, he's really slapping her. This is real. And so she's actually really freaking out because he just beat her in front of the cameras.
This is acting. This is why I want to use actor.
What is that? No, translated in Russian?
It's like a famous scene like it's like Russian. The little kid who's like crying on the porch. Russian is the story of triumph.
I was like, why do those slaps sound fake? Dumb sound too. That sounds terrible. It's like shit, it wasn't boxed with a bat. Jesus Christ, but he smacked the shit out of her for real in that scene.
There was a scene where I don't know what movie it was, but a little kid was crying on a porch. And the director told the kid that their parents were dead or something. Maybe they told him that their pet was dead or whatever to get the kid crying. But it's like, that was great movie. That was real. Yeah, this is Stanley Kubrick and what's her name? Wendy the Shining. Was she ever naked in anything? Shelley Duvall.
Shelley Duvall.
No.
Did he freak her out?
Penny to her to get her like all frazzled. Yeah, she talked about it famously in interviews. She didn't like it at all. She doesn't look back on it like, oh, we did to get the movie. She was like, I think he's a bad person.
Jesus Christ. Didn't she retire? She like just was like
Yeah.
did a few more movies and like fuck this.
Yeah, basically you play an all-oil or scared lady who lives in a tucked away winter.
Yeah, I just saw her something recently. Did she die recently?
Yeah. But she's like she was like a crazy old woman now. Like, yeah, she was missing a tooth. Yeah, it wasn't good. Poor women. We just get better with age. There's a nice part to
that business. It's like only a certain number of jobs for old ladies and Faye Dunaway takes all of them.
Why is it? I'm trying to think of like the most contemporary I can think of, like change and seeing somebody go from like can do no wrong, gorgeous to like a lady. That is Pam Anderson.
Yeah, no, she's doing a good job at it. Like Meryl Streep.
No, she's actually doing a great job of it. But there was like a out of the limelight for a while and then showing back up major difference in her looks.
Right. Well, she gave up on makeup.
Well, she left the public spotlight like Kid Rock's girlfriend, and then came back like a grandmother.
Age appropriate.
But I think they should be age appropriate. You see, like Dolly Parton now, and she looks like she still looks like she's 35 years old.
Oh, really? Well, it's crazy. She's drastically.
No, of course, but it's like she's like still stuck in this like sort of like big hair and makeup and like big fat titties and like
She comes from fucking way like 60s and shit. Like
you're 104 years old. Just get old already.
Well, I think the thing is, if you're a woman and you a lot of like the value that you bring to a conversation is that you're unbelievably beautiful. Like people are excited to talk to you, and then whatever else you have to say is just a bonus on top of it. But if you're really hot, people just want to talk to you. And then you get to a point in your life where that just stops. So like your life's focus has been about being attractive, looking great, being really fit, looking hot. So you walk in the room, oh my God, look at her, she's a firecracker. And then that just goes away. And if your whole life is based on just that one thing, and you don't pivot to something else, like, okay, let's just find a hobby. Find someone, let's just try not to be hot at 80.
Did you see the substance? That's got the substance. That was great. Great movie, man. But it's so funny, like, whatever the message of the movie was, what got me was like by the end of it, like she wasn't bad looking at all. She looked really great for her age, but still just didn't want them at all.
There's a few ladies who age gracefully, like Julia Roberts is aged gracefully.
Yeah, I haven't seen her in a minute.
Meryl Streep, she aged gracefully. It's just
Helen Mirren.
But then you look over at Kris Kardashian, or what do we call her now?
Yeah, Kris Kardashian. They're getting like there's a new surgery that fixes your shitty surgery in Hollywood. That's what she looks good again.
That's what they did to her?
She looks like good, right?
Yes. Yes.
And that's a big change.
And everybody's freaking out. Oh my God, she got a new head. And all these other ladies want a new head too.
Yeah.
Have you seen the difference?
I haven't seen this one, but I have the daughters. Like if you watch like
This one's crazy. This is the crazy. She
looks like a sister.
Kelly Osbourne has a new head. Kelly Osbourne is a new human being. I just saw an interview with her after her dad died.
Yeah.
She's like literally just like a hot chick now. She's a frumpy, square body British chick her whole life. She looked like you.
I thought she was cute.
I thought she looked cuter than you. But it's like a totally new human being now.
Completely now.
What were you looking up? Kris Jenner. She's, I want to know how old she is as well. So when you look at those kind of results, you're like, okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Because before I was like, you guys have to perfect this before you turn everybody into a lizard. Because you're doing a weird thing. It's like, look, that's what she looks like now. But you look great. What are you talking about? This can't be real. First of all, I want to know who took this picture and where did you get your camera? What filters are you using? Is that a filterless photo? Because that's insane.
Yeah, she looked great.
She looks insanely good. How old is she? 1,000 years old.
69?
See, like, that's incredible. Whatever that doctor did,
Yeah, if you're that rich, you know, what's that weird? The average person can't afford this type of surgery.
Captain Blue Collar, settle down. Settle the fuck down. We're working with science here, not equity.
Haven't the chicks taken the pads out of their cheeks?
Oh, Jesus, don't do that, ladies. Yeah, they're
Crazy look.
What's it called?
Crazy idea.
Buckle fat. What is it called?
Oh yeah, it's just it sounds like something so scary to do.
God damn it.
Yeah, it takes fucking shit out of your face.
See, like, but most plastic surgeons say, oh, that doesn't look better. But with Kris Jenner, that looks bad.
I think this is a specific thing that's happened. There's some new surgery that's like correcting shitty surgery. And a few people you can see are weirdly looking better now. Maybe Nicole Kidman like got fixed up a little bit.
Yeah, bro, who knows what they're doing?
I'm gonna get fucking fake abs. If you see those, the ab implants.
I always crowdsource it. My audience will pay for it. I'm a fat ass.
Most of what they're doing is they're sucking out the fat in between the ab muscles to make them like look like.
Oh, really? It's lipo around the abs. Not really actual implants.
No, it really just fat rolls. They just fucking right, sort of right.
No. Some people can get implants. Like there's that one guy that did his whole body like a Ken doll. Do you know about that guy? Oh, he's had like a ton of implants all over his shoulders and his arm. He looks crazy, like legitimately crazy. I think maybe some people are doing with their abs. What a lot of people are doing is just a liposuction sculpture.
Yeah.
Etching. That's what they call
So
it.
they get all these things now for like, because women have had like Spanx forever and like just body shaping like things to wear under their clothes, and they'll advertise them for dudes. I don't know if I could wear like Spanx to suck in my body.
I cannot possibly dream of a situation taking my clothes off in front of a woman and her having to watch me like spill out of a shirt on my like with every like inch I take off, like things just like start spinning.
So I have like a vacuum sealed. I have really bad posture, right? And there's a few things that I've gotten to help with my posture. One of them is like a thing you stick to your back, and if you lean down a little bit, it buzzes. You correct yourself like a vibrate dog. Yeah, like a dog. But another one that I had was a harness. A harness and essentially,
Oh my god, it's all like a dog stuff. I can zoom all around. No fear of getting hit by dogs.
He's got a fucking collar that doesn't ever leave his yard.
Every time I slouch, I get shocked. No, there's a harness that you wear, and it pulls your shoulders back like this.
I've
Right?
seen that.
Yeah, but I got that. I was like, this one's actually pretty good because it corrects your posture naturally. And I remember I went on a date with a girl and I hugged her, and she goes, "Are you wearing a bra?" And I was like, "Oh, I'd rather have shit posture than you should wear a bra."
That's hilarious. That's so funny.
Are you wearing
Did you
a
bring
bra?
up a school trip where you were connected to other kids?
Oh my god.
Yeah, just guys. There's nothing. It's like being bald and wearing a hat. Like girls don't. You'd rather you should be bald. Women don't want an unconfident man. Like men don't really give a shit about women's confidence as much. I guess.
As a hat, reek of lack of confidence.
If you're a bald guy who wears a hat all the time,
Maybe the hat is a
Yeah, but the hat also, if you're wearing a bald guy, the hat will cover up your baldness.
I used to wear a hat at the beginning because I was going bald when I was like 19. I
I'm
was
saying wearing a hat because you're going bald, they start to see the pattern. If you shave your head down, a hat's just like a look.
Right. If you shave your head down, if you already have a shaved head.
But wearing it to hide like receding
When I was like 19, I started going bald and I would wear a hat all the time. All the time. Before I started shaving my head down.
I see that before. Somebody who wears a hat is like their look, and then one day they take off and like fucking riff-raff from Rocky Horror. Nothing on
Apparently
top.
there's a new drug. Where's the drug developed? Was it type 1? So there's some country developed a drug that's regrowing hair. Like they put it on bald mice and demonstrated you can put it on like a square area. Let's do a mice's body. I think I like being bald.
Oh, here we go. The lies
Even
started.
if it grew back, I'd keep it super short. I'd just keep it stubble.
20 days it grows back?
20 days. Raising questions about what finding into the treatment of human baldness. But if I had a fucked up looking head, like if I had a flat head, I'd definitely want some hair back there.
Like you make that article for a second.
There's a certain look that doesn't work with
Isn't that crazy? Like they grew like a square.
So I was a doctor, that's what it was. This guy may have figured out how to regrow hair in people's life. And still, as Americans, we're not going to learn Dr. Sung Yan. We have to call him Jerry. We call him Jerry, American. Sung Yang? What? Oh, Jerry. Yeah. Jerry. Yeah, he solved baldness. Learn his name.
Yeah, that is funny.
Yeah, I used to look better bald. When I had hair, it was like kind of nappy and kinky and fucking, yeah, it wasn't good. You'd like to try again, though. I mean, for the story and the hilarity of growing my hair back, that's fucking, look how hilariously handsome I look. No, look at that, guys. Oh my god, guys, I put carrots in it. Isn't it funny? It shimmers in the light.
Get a mohawk, spike it up with wax.
I tried to do a mohawk. In the 6th grade, I tried to do a mohawk. I did 2K haircut in the 6th grade. My mom was in hairdressing school, so she didn't know how to cut hair yet. She was just like practicing on me. And the one was a mohawk that went like, it was just not straight, like down the side of my head like this. And then the other one was, remember Tong Po, how he had like the braid in the back of his head?
Harry Prohaska had them like that for a while.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Jerry had that. So I saw that. I was like, dude, that's really cool. I was like, what I want to do though, because my hair was like long, I was like, I want to have the braid in the front, like that, like long. That was the idea. And in my mind though, eventually I would grow long enough that I would attach a sword, a blade to it.
No.
The J is for flying. And I remember I had my mom shave my head down except for this one spot. And then my hair, it wasn't really long enough to braid, and it was very poofy. So my hair was just a poof ball right on the front of my head like this.
You were going to grow your tongue poke.
I was going to grow my tongue poke thing, and the fresh showed up in the 6th grade, and this kid Paul DeMonte was like, bro, your hair is gay. And then
You're not going to be part of the Wu-Tang Clan.
I just started punching him. Because there was nothing else I could do, because I knew he was 100% right. And
how much time did you give yourself to grow something long enough where you could actually use it as a weapon rather than just scrape across your forehead? Because it's got to grow. Like if you're gonna really make and you're gonna put a blade on the end of
I was in the 6th grade. In my mind, by the time I got to the 10th grade, it would be perfect blade.
Wow, dude, that's patience. Were you gonna train with it, or were you just gonna like hope that when time comes, you know how to cut people?
I used to draw
something like that.
It's in your genes, bro.
I used to doodle characters, and I used to doodle myself as this ancient superhero. A blade.
Ghostface Killer took lessons. Oh, dude. He just lived it.
Those kung fu movies, when I was a kid, like we used to go to Chinatown and watch kung fu movies. There was kung fu theaters where you could go watch them, and it was like those kind of movies are the most unrealistic fight movies in the history of fight movies. Like weird how they decided that was going to be like a fight in a movie, but that doesn't look like any kind of fight in any real situation, like a mosh pit in a Pantera show. It turns out that's what a fight looks like.
But was like Bruce Lee was like applicable.
Yeah, but Bruce Lee was very different than those Chinese kung fu movies. Bruce Lee was just a martial artist fucking people up. Those Chinese kung fu movies was like,
It was like, a starting a position.
Yeah.
Why would you even start like that?
the guy jumps in
Convince yourself that you can beat up 5 guys at once. You're like, all right, I got it. I just have to make sure that I have
Oh, your stance is everything, dude. Once a day came out, you were like, oh, if I ever get a street fight now, I'm going full Eddie Gordo. I don't have any kind of flying kicks or anything, but I'm definitely doing a lot of hands down by my side dancing.
Yeah, but there's like
No.
a weird tongue-in-cheek aspect to Chinese kung fu movies. Like they're kind of serious, but kind of not, because everybody knows it wouldn't really work like that. You know, they're the only ones that have that. Like all other, like you ever see like a western with like a kind of a corny choreographed fight scene between guys in a bar?
They didn't get fighting in the Indies does it a lot. Until recently, they didn't really nail fighting in movies, right? It's like boxing movies. Even to this day, it really doesn't look real.
I tell you who did it well was Daniel Day-Lewis in that movie, The Fighter. He did it well. And he actually trained as a boxer for a full year before the film. Like obsessed.
The fight, not the fighter.
Yeah. It's about the IRA guy that was in jail, that gets out of jail. What is it called? What's it called, Jimmy?
The fighters, I think that's the Mickey Ward one.
Okay, which one is the boxer? Is that what it's called? What's the Daniel Day-Lewis movie?
Lincoln.
Lincoln.
It was Lincoln who picked it up. It was on Foot Dog.
It is the boxer. Okay. So in the boxer, he places IRA guy. But it wasn't IRA guy, right? Either way, looks very realistic. Looks realistic. Like the movement is real, the hand speed is real. It's like they're really hitting each other. It looks like a guy who's actually boxing versus a choreographed bunch of movements.
Yeah.
Like, it looks like legitimate.
That's why I lost.
Yeah, this is
I my game after Clubber Lang.
Like, look how he throws punches, man. I mean, you would think that this dude actually knows how to box. I mean, this looks like an actual boxing man. It looks good. It looks good, man. And you can tell when a guy's throwing punches at full speed. When the guy's
Sylvester Stallone did train boxing though for Rocky, right? Like,
yes, listen, Sylvester Stallone knows how to box, sure, but this is different.
This is not good boxing.
This is much more like an actual boxer moves. What Sylvester Stallone did was make it very exciting, right? And so it didn't have to be as realistic as it had to be just like spectacular footage to make, Rocky win and all that good stuff. That was fun. This is different because this looks like an actual fight would look.
Yeah, they did it. They did it good in what's the MMA movie? Warrior. They Roadhouse starring Conor McGregor. Yeah, that's movie fighting.
The first one was awesome. The first one, I didn't see the second Roadhouse. I haven't seen the Conor McGregor one. I haven't seen it.
Oh no! He just showed up as Conor McGregor on coke every day. Can I explain something?
I
tell you the problem with the you know the first film well, I guess.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Me too. Very well. Takes place in Missouri, where I believe this could happen. A weird old man can take over the town with a monster truck and serve up his own break of justice until you get Patrick Swayze to come to town and be the bouncer for the whole neighborhood. I bought that. Do you know the bad guy in this movie was like a mafia guy, basically shaking everybody down for money?
Right.
The problem. Do you watch the new one? Yeah. The problem. Do you remember of the new one? It takes place in Key West, Florida. And the big bad man is offering this lady triple market value to buy her shanty shithole bar because they're building a resort and offer her the property a mile down the road. That's who the bad guys are. That's what you're supposed to get behind and real estate developers. No, and then legitimate real estate developers. And then that's quietly a deal. And then quietly in the back, and they go, oh, they're also bringing in drugs. Like, that has nothing to do with the real bar bouncer issue that Roadhouse is supposed to be about.
Yeah.
It was so stupid. It was bad. And then Conor McGregor.
How weird. Wonder why they made that choice.
I don't know. Well, it was going to be Ronda Rousey first. Remember that?
That was a long time ago, right? That was crazy. I think that was.
If I showed up there was a female bouncer at a place, I would start a fight just to see what would happen.
This is the
Yeah,
fight
it's like, oh, what are you going to do? Kick me out, princess? What are you doing? Hey, how about when you choke me out? Then you're going to get my fucking body out of here. Then what, princess? You call her princess? Ronda Rousey freaking your shoulder.
The problem with me watching Jake Gyllenhaal and Conor McGregor in a fight scene is that's still what's Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
You want me to suspend so much disbelief that you want me to think that Jake Gyllenhaal is going to fuck up Conor McGregor?
I believe that Conor McGregor would lose to Patrick Swayze's goal.
Well, he don't hurt.
I see him coming a mile away. Left move.
Oh man, that movie was fun. It was a fun movie. It's so kooky. It's so like
he is now culpable of 2 3-finger throat rip deaths. Twice he's done that now. The improbable twice. How he gets them to leave that neck so exposed.
And it is it.
And by the way, talked himself out of killing yet a third at the end of the film. That was the funniest thing. To have a guy pinned down on a couch and you're on top of him, you assume the move is going to be the fist up in the air. He 3 fingers up in the air. He's threatening him with the claw. Doesn't do it though. Also the other suspicion of disbelief, if you recall, is that the hardest fight he has is against the old man at the end. The old man gives him a good run. Big Gazara. It's so funny because it's rare in street fights you see people throw kicks, but when you see somebody throw an actual spinning kick in a street fight, it's the coolest thing ever.
Take away the gun.
Now she's like, you're an animal, dude. I feel like the kicking of the water was unnecessary. You already have his throat.
Now you gotta kick him in the water.
He's like, I'm sorry, no, I said I would never use the garden hoe again. I promise.
The eagle claw.
I mean, that is a crazy.
Who wrote that to script?
Like, for somebody who like knows how to, like, you really know how to fight. You could actually murder somebody with your bare hands. But I think about, like, for somebody who doesn't know how to fight, like me or Jay, how long it would take me to murder Big J with my bare hand.
Just one of the things, like, when you're trying to choke me, I'd be like, eventually be like,
I'm tired. I'm covered in blood. I'm sweating. You will fucking die.
when I was a kid, I used to teach this guy who was a mob guy, Whitey Bulger's organized crime organization. Wound up going to jail for murder. And he was a guy who he was like a fucking hitman. And he would train at the same Taekwondo school as me. I was teaching that guy private lessons. He was like,
I don't feel bad. He wasn't killing him with Taekwondo.
no, he definitely was, but he wanted to be able to. He wanted to be able to. And he was like,
tired of guns.
he goes, if you are going to kill somebody by hitting them, why would you hit them? And I was like, I guess in the neck. He's like, yeah. I was like, okay. I was like 16. I was like 16 years old. I was like, okay.
Is that why you would have chosen his neck? Do you agree with 16-year-old Joe Rogan? Is that what
I don't know why I told him the neck. Probably because I didn't have a good answer. I'd say stomp their. I would say knock them unconscious and then stomp them to death. Yeah. If you wanted to kill somebody with your bare hands and feet, that's the best way.
I always try to choke them until
choke them unconscious,
and then keep choking.
Now,
I aim for that mythological spot under the armpit that shuts you off like a light switch.
Yeah, the chakra.
Yeah. Soul sucker, I call it.
You know, it's just any kind of like physical conflict is a weird thing, but I think the biggest problem with physical conflict is like most people have never done it, and they're scared of it, and then they puff their chest out and they act ridiculous. And
I've done it a lot, and I'm scared of it. I've never done it like train or well, I mean, it's like street stuff, and I'm still terrified.
Some of the guys talk themselves into a fucking terrible beating for no reason. They think they're in a movie or something. They think they have to say something bad.
Well, I mean, the street out here keeps World Star Hip Hop alive. Street, I mean, it is. I'll tell you what, I feel like it's a lucky thing down here that, like, thank God, a lot of people don't know how to fight. Those fights really don't go, like, people get knocked out all the time, but they're wild swings. No, like, most people don't know how to fight, so that's sort of like the great equalizer. If everyone knew how to fight, nobody would be fighting. Well, I think it's the people that can don't find themselves getting in those situations or avoid those situations.
People are more respectful
Because they don't need to prove anything.
It's also to learn how to do that. You've got to get your ass kicked a lot for many years.
So you start to understand exactly how little you know how to fight in the beginning. It's like open mic and comedy. You're like, oh, I suck. So there's no ego once you actually like go and train. But yeah, I mean the amount of people that like didn't know how to fight, just typically there's just nothing to prove. Like before I ever trained anything at all, it was like in my mind I was like I had to be tough, and I had to like go prove that I was the toughest guy. Like if I was in a bar, like dude, I can beat up anybody in this bar. I can beat up anybody. I was a fat fucking just a golf kid. But you also as a walk the New York streets by you kind of have to fill yourself with some kind of like I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy that should go for it. I should walk around looking terrified.
Well, you're a big dude. That helps.
Yeah, I'm a big Latino guy, and I think that, like,
you can scare people off, just a little attitude.
Yeah.
Good defense mechanism.
Just for the knife in your hair.
It's like a Labrador retriever that barks at you, like, bitch, you ain't gonna bite me. I know what you are.
If you had a braid blade, you would fucking... Oh, my God.
You'd stab yourself right in the neck. It would whip around your head and stab you right in the neck. It'd be your first time doing it. You would have no practice. You're trying to get the guy you're trying to get out of it. I'm so sorry. You're right. I was being a dick. You were once a knife out of my back.
You were once a foe. I don't consider you friend. My braid blade is stuck. Oh, God. Is it bad? Is it bad? Is it bad?
Oh, my God. Braid blade. That's so stupid. God, that's so stupid.
Oh, God. Is it bad?
That's why kids can't vote, right? That's why you don't let an 8-year-old vote. Because he wants a black blade.
I know. I'm
Brilliant young man.
Your plan is preposterous.
I don't think they should let 18-year-olds vote. I think you should have to be 45 and own property to vote. I have old like slave rules in my mind.
Tell me this: what the fuck is going on in New York? Are you guys about to really elect a communist? Is that really what's happening?
Which one's that?
So, Ram,
Donnie. This guy's a good rapper. Have you ever seen his rap work?
Is he good?
No, but he does do rap music.
I heard did a lot of different things in a bunch of various accents.
Oh, have you heard his rap music?
He's gonna win. It's so crazy.
Why? We live in New Jersey, dude.
Stavros is helping him.
Stavros gonna make sure.
But here's the thing, man. Like, every time something new happens, whether it's some new person that comes in that bucks the system, anytime, that's good. The system needs to get tested. If you're mad because a communist won or is going to win as the mayor of New York City, well, clearly you didn't do your job opposing side. Because, like, you don't have the right guy, nobody's interested in what you have to say, they don't feel like you're representing the people. Someone fucked up.
Cuomo's no good?
They pushed him out. They pushed Cuomo out, and this guy won the Democratic primary.
Is that what Corinne was running for? Mayor,
yeah. Mayor. They pushed him out as a governor, right? And so after they pushed him out as the governor, Rothschild takes off, and now he's running for mayor. And when he's running for mayor, he lost the primary to Mamdani. But then he kept running, I guess, as an independent. Is he as an independent?
If you see a microphone, Joe, vote Corinne Fisher. We will know the mayor of New York.
Corinne Fisher, the comedian.
Yeah, she pulled out of the race.
No, she did.
But she was running for mayor of New York.
Oh, that's right. That was a while back.
We spent months making fun of it.
It's who would want that job? Good Lord. Who would want to be Bill de Blasio's next guy? You know, like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. It seems
who wants that job? Everyone, half the city's gonna fucking hate you.
It's a living crazy man. No matter what, you gotta hope something terroristic happens that brings this place together.
9/11.
Well, that's what, you know what's funny? Because I moved up to New York right after 9/11 because it was taking too long to drive there because the way they shut down like the tunnels. So like that's the time that I fucking moved. It really was like a fucking like a scary place to talk about. It definitely like you know, Giuliani was divisive to people, and then it was just this guy's the best. He's on Saturday Night Live, and he's cutting ribbons, and everyone just became immediate love for him. And that sort of happened immediately. Then again, like George W. Bush, like a month, the whole country was like, "Yeah, dude, let's go get him."
Yeah, it really did bring everyone together.
Well, you're right, everyone loved because then it's like Giuliani went away from New York, and then the next thing you know, it's like I don't pay attention to politics stuff. It's like Giuliani, that clown piece of shit that everybody hates. Look at his shit run down his face, and he's an asshole. Like I thought we loved him because he
didn't like clean up New York City.
Like prostitution and drugs were all out of Times Square, and
he did a fantastic job when he was the mayor, if you look at it that way. But the thing is, he's supporting Trump, so everybody was like, fuck him, he's a loser. So they just forget what he did during 9/11.
Yeah.
People are so nice. But a lot of people will also like be like, yeah, New York lost its soul after Giuliani. Like, even before Trump, like, a lot of people were hating on Giuliani because there was like a romanticism about New York being kind of like dangerous and like, you know, it's like, but there's something to be said for that. But that's also like, hey, guess what?
There's plenty of soul storm Brooklyn and the Bronx.
Things move on. The number one thing that you want to keep open forever and ever is peep shows. Like, hey, maybe you got bad priorities. You lived through it, right? You went, you saw the peep show, you walked by the adult bookstore, okay, it's over. That was now that's gonna be in Papa John's.
Right when I moved to New York City, it was days before 9/11, a week before 9/11. I started going to school in New York City, and I used to get off the bus at Port Authority, and there was all of those. It wasn't even like peep shows. It was just essentially porn in a booth. You go in a booth, you put in
like 5 buttons.
Yeah, just
5 pornos.
buttons. Like, I used to go in and I used to just jerk off. In these, all the time, dude.
And I know a lot of people do this, but
you put $1 in and then you get like 3 minutes and you have to like click through and just like you're clicking through porn now, you have to find the porn you want to finish to, put another $1.
Did you lean your back against the wall?
I sat down one time and I remember it was the seat was wet. The seat was wet one time. I sat on it and I convinced myself that my asshole sucked AIDS into my body.
Yeah. Well, yes. Stop wondering where you got it from. That's the answer.
I had a friend of mine who used to be a crack addict and he used to go to those places and he would smoke crack and just jack off in the wall. And he said he'd be in there for hours. And I was like, what the fuck? What is this crack?
That is what's the crack that makes you so awesome.
Dude, bro, when you hear it, I can't get harder. There's 2 people that talked about it where it makes you try it. makes you want to try it. One of them is Hunter Biden. He talked about it on that. I'm sorry. What was that show again? Andrew Callahan, Channel 5, did an interview with Biden, and Biden gives like a soliloquy about the virtues of crack, like how much you love crack, and how like what the crack experience is like with you. And it's so good, like he's talking about it. He's so articulate, it makes you want to try crack. And then Charlie Sheen told me the first time he tried smoking crack at all, this is in his documentary too, I think. Either way, the girl was giving him a blowjob while he took his very first hit of crack. And he said, to this day, nothing's ever topped it.
Yeah, I've always heard it's the exhale of crack is amazing.
The exhale.
And then you go, we gotta get crack. We have to find more crack immediately. Guys, you want to just do crack? Yeah.
It's crazy
one that I said I would try, probably.
What'd you say?
That's one that I said I probably would try.
You would try crack?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Probably. I mean, I'm not going to, but if the things you were like, would you try this? Would you try? I would try crack before I took LSD.
That's insane.
That's actually insane. It's quicker.
LSD is an experience.
Right.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
What if you knew it's real, pure LSD? Like if you got it from a scientist.
We dosed Jay with LSD. The only time he was on LSD was. Do you know about this? No. Terrible friends. So we had
the dose.
Well, one hit of acid in his beer. So here's what happened.
You didn't let him know at all?
Well, it wasn't my fault. Okay, hang on. Don't be so accusatory, Joe. You didn't watch the trial of the century, obviously.
Since you brought this up, Louis, it's going to make you look bad. It's not
Rogan's fear behavior. I will tell you what happened. Okay, so we were having an election for the president of the Legion of Skanks.
How you treat people in the sphere, dude.
And Ari Shafir was running against me, Jay, and Dave Smith to be the president of our podcast. And obviously he won. But he had Shane Gillis as his running mate. This is before Shane blew up. But Shane's always been fucking brilliant. So we're doing these every week. It was during the pandemic. We're one of the only live experiences. Like all the comedy clubs were closed down. We did our show outside. So people were coming out every week. They were super, super invested. We had all these special guests on, and every week it was just getting better and better. And it was the last episode. We were about to decide who the president was. We were deciding that day. And Ari had just dosed Bert, like maybe a year before on his podcast. Several years. So then I got a hit of acid from a kid in the audience. And I was like, I'm going to dose all. Just some guy. Just some dude. He said it was really good acid. So then I put it into Ari's beer. Right? And then I was like, Ari's going to win, whatever. Let's be hilarious. We're going to dose Ari on the podcast. So I told Shane, I was like, dude, this is hilarious. We're going to dose Ari. Shane tells Ari, and then on the podcast, we went back and watched this because it's on camera. On the podcast, when Jay's not looking, Jay's like just pontificating or being funny or whatever, Ari switches beers with Big J. He gives it to Jay, and then Jay starts drinking or whatever. Now Ari, for the next hour, starts pretending to trip, and he's like doing all this. He's being all weird. Me and my buddy are cackling, laughing at him, and then
let me give you my perspective of where we're at here in this part of the story. I am not looking at Ari. What I'm noticing is everybody else at the table is like talking amongst themselves. David Tell was there too. Talking amongst themselves while I'm saying something. And I'm like I'm losing the people I'm doing a show with. I'm like, well, and I start trailing off, and I'm like, guys, like, what's, almost like off microphone, like, what's going on? Why is it? And Louis leans over to me and goes, I dosed Ari's beer with acid. And I went, come on, man. I was like, I don't want to do this stuff. I don't want to get into the moment.
To be fair to Jake, his reaction was like, that's not a good idea at all. He was not on board with it.
Never. Yeah. I said, let's not get involved in the dosing game. Dave Smith also said the same thing. And, but damage was done. And then I go, all right, well, if you're going to do it to somebody, dare I say, Ari's the person who deserves that to happen to him the most. So I'm like, all right, well, it's Ari at least. And then they go, so what we're laughing at is look at Ari. So I finally go over to Ari, and he is like, like licking the microphone and like doing stuff. And then they pull a big reveal.
Yeah, I was like, I dose you, Ari, so I don't care if you win. And then he's like doing this, and then he was like, oh, really?
No. He goes, oh, dude, really? Did you dose me with LSD? That's so not cool. He goes, you did that? Or did I switch my beer with Jay's?
It's just completely.
You see me literally on camera go,
Nah, how'd I get involved in this at all? And then they played the replay. You see Shane looks at the camera and says, I'm sorry. He feels terrible that he didn't stop him.
And then Jay, he had never taken acid, so Jay stayed up for 72 hours?
26 straight hours.
Straight hours.
All I was doing, and they go, well, did you have fun at least? He's like, watch something. Did the walls melt? Did yeah, I had some kind of revelation. I go, I sat on my couch for 26 hours. I went outside a few times and sat there thinking, why would my friends have done this to me? That was my consuming thought. Why would my friends do this to me? I wouldn't do this to them. Why would they do it to me?
It's caught astray.
Yeah.
They caught astray in a righteous war. Like Ari deserved to get dosed to his place.
Sure. And somehow he avoided it.
Did you ever see the one where Ari was on, what pod was he on? Brian Redman's podcast? I think it was Sam Tripoli's podcast. So it was at, it was like quite a while back, like 2010 or something like that. And they smoked salvia on the podcast. And Ari said that he lived a whole nother life under the water for like 6 months. Like he had friends, he had a girlfriend, he had a job. And then the South, like, lived a whole life. And then,
30 seconds.
And then he came back. It was just a few minutes. It was just, but whatever it was, like, that stuff was weird because you could just buy it at a head shop.
Yeah.
And it was like one of the most potent psychedelics you could ever take.
Yeah, it was just unregulated for like a year, so everyone was buying salvia.
And if they assaults the guy, ate a guy's face.
I smoked salvia.
Yeah, but that guy probably had problems already.
My buddy Forrest brought home salvia from college. Didn't tell me what it was. We were just driving in my car with a bong. That's where I was at. My life, I had a bong in the car.
Carbo, you bring it from me.
I'm driving. He's like, dude, here, hit this. And I grab the bong, and I'm driving. Literally, and I go,
oh, no.
And then he goes, put that down, because it was a Copper Grove Street. And then the word down, it like elongated and went like, go. And then
You saw the word.
the word down, giant block letters, crashed in front of the car. Like it was like stone letters, the word down. And I was like, and I pulled over to the side of the road, and he was just laughing in my face. And I was like, what the fuck was that? A minute, 30 seconds. Like it was just so quick. But it was like
you don't
super
do it while
intense.
you're driving.
No.
Teach
Well,
you
there's
that.
that video of just jumping out of the window, right? That was like the famous, viral one where someone smokes out right when they just go, they just go out out of their fucking window behind the couch. That's what I'm saying. That's almost why I'm saying crack. Like I would try that over again because I've only been dosed with LSD for 26 hours of just being bummed out.
Crack's way quicker.
And that's what I'm saying. To me, it's almost like I try things that are like, this will be done quick. Ketamine.
That was the crazy thing about the Hunter Biden interview is that he was saying that it's probably safer for you than alcohol. And he's pretty smart. That's what's uncomfortable.
He's clean
about
now. He's saying that.
Yeah, it probably is.
Allegedly. I mean,
I always say I believe that's always a big thing when someone gets off drugs, but they don't talk about it with just I'm told to call it evil and say it was evil and have some fun reflection on it. I think they're more prepared to stop for real.
Yeah, that's true. Right? Because they're being honest about it.
Honest, they're they're first couple months, I maybe never laughed harder in my life, have enjoyed it, and that's but then I just, my money's gone, my family's
So
pissed.
like a Colombian president, or one of these presidents, some country, the president was like, no, cocaine's safer than alcohol, and he was straight up, and then they did a review on it, and it technically is.
I think the real problem is the fentanyl stuff, the laced cocaine. The stuff that's laced with stuff other than pure cocaine. But that's the problem with an unregulated black market. If they made it legal in America and pharmaceutical drug companies sold cocaine, you'd get the best cocaine. You'd get pure cocaine.
It's recreational from a pharmacy.
I don't even think.
We went to Gonzalez Pharmacy.
I don't even know if you can grow it in America. Are there places in America that are capable of growing coca leaves?
I think slaves.
Yeah. Did you ever see that thing? There's a show called Trafficked with Mariana Van Zeller. There's this lady, she's an investigative journalist. She does some wild stories. She went to the people in Colombia that are making the cocaine. She interviewed all of them. They all wore masks and shit. And then she went with them out into the woods when they walked through the jungle to bring the cocaine to the dealers.
and she was there with him for the whole process. What the fuck, man? Like, they're just using gasoline, just pouring gasoline on these coca leaves, and they're making this. It's like, this is completely unregulated. This all could be done in a pharmaceutical drug studio where they have, like, laboratories, and everybody's wearing hazmat suits and shit, and they make perfect cocaine.
Cocaine sounds awesome, Joe.
Perfect cocaine.
That's like a long way to go for you guys to be able to dance like black people aren't watching.
In the U.S., there is no widespread reports of commercial coca cultivation, but the plant thrives best in conditions similar to those found in the Andean regions of South America, generally between 1,650 to 6,000 feet elevation with warm temperatures and abundant rainfall. Yeah, see, it's not a good plant for America. It's a South American plant.
Yeah, we can grow weed here really well. We figured that out.
Yeah, but, you know,
I remember the first time I tasted.
if it was legal, you'd get pure cocaine.
That's what they're fucking America sucks. It probably will be legal one day.
It should be legal. Like, if you can't prove, this is what it should be. We can prove it's killing more people than are having fun with it. Let's make it illegal. If you can't do that, why is it illegal? Because you shouldn't take it. Okay, then don't take it. But what if you want to take it? What if you just take it once and you're fine, and then you still... Are we allowed to have some fucking freedom or not?
I don't know.
Are we going to
There'll be a couple of years of people being, because you look at like weed, widespread legality of it now, right? Everyone's getting very high. The weed's gotten so strong, like it's like, well, there's that with the strength of it being conserved, but I think there's also some, I don't know, I've gone back and forth on that. I think it's when my daughter was like a teenager more, I was thinking, when they talk about that, like just legalize every drug. I'll check here the argument for it too. So I said, I really don't know where I fall, but like, I also have a feeling like when I was younger, someone could have got me to try heroin as a teenager by simply laying out like, it's legal, dude.
Right. Well,
so that never stopped me from doing drugs. It did weigh with me. A lot of it was a fear of having anything on me. I tell you, I got cocaine one time to bring to a girl. It was a bag this big, and I mean, I thought I was walking around like Marcellus Wallace's fucking soul. I mean, I was like, oh my God, everyone's coming for this. Everyone knows they're going to get me. They're going to get it from me. Yeah, no, I would just assume the coke would be so good, and it would just be like a couple of years of everyone just being like really fucked up. Like you can't go from it being like unregulated to just distributing it to everybody.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's gonna be a long period of adjustment, but at least you're cutting out organized crime. It's like that's what they had to do with alcohol. So when alcohol prohibition was going on, how many years was alcohol prohibition again? Put that in the perplexity.
2 years, I guess. Our sponsor, Perplexity, 4.5 years. It's probably better.
We have an AI sponsor now that we ask questions to. How many years?
Is a sexy woman?
We don't make it talk. I don't want to pretend it's a person and fall in love with us. 13 years of alcohol prohibition. 13 years.
Daddy. That's your AI?
Yeah. Baby, it was 13 years with no alcohol. So during that time, that's the rise of organized crime. That's the rise of Al Capone. Like, that's the rise of all these different mobsters. That's all you can tie that back to the roots of organized crime getting money from alcohol. That's where NASCAR came from. It was like those guys were trying to get away from cops, and they made the best cars. That's really what it was. Yes.
That's great for real.
The roots of NASCAR is they made those souped-up cars to get the fuck away from cops because they were running moonshine. And they stopped that, and then it came normal, and now it's Bud Light. Now you can go and get, a bottle of Makers. It's in a store. It's like regular.
Legality never because I tried almost every drug, but the legality of it never really got me. But it's just the accessibility of it, right? Like I might have, if weed was accessible as it is now, I might have tried weed way earlier than I did. I started smoking weed till I was almost out of high school. But if it was just everywhere, it was great. You knew where everything came from. You gotta go on a journey to find weed. Even when we go on the road back in the day, we'd land in whatever new town, and I'd Jay, I'll be back in an hour. I gotta go find weed. And I just ask every skateboarder that I saw until somebody eventually.
You look like a cop. If I was a skateboarder and you came up to me, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here, pig. Fuck you, man.
It's so funny though. Potheads love getting each other high because back in the day, you'd literally just find somebody that looked like they liked weed,
especially if they're currently high.
Yeah,
then they're more likely to be pliable.
They'll go out of their whole way. But they'll go out of their entire way to just go and hook up with their guy.
Bro, bring you to my friend Scott's house.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're hanging with Scott, listening to Slipknot.
Talking about
the great mosh pit entry of 2011 first EP.
if all drugs were accessible, illegal, I think, would have drawn me to some things when I said and accessible. But I'll tell you what's funny too, that you don't really have much of, but you definitely went through phases, I'm sure, in your life. You started smoking younger than I did even. But like, as much as I smoke, I consistently have smoked weed since I started smoking, which was 20 some years ago. I made you a pun. Yeah, without a doubt. But it is so funny though that I've still to this day don't have I'm faking it every time somebody comes to me and goes like, "Oh man, look at that right there." I would just go, "Okay." I don't mean it at all. When they start showing me purple things inside of it, I always go, "Oh shit." I don't care about strains. They're like indica dominant hybrid. It's 28%. It's like I do care about that. I do care about it not just being a sativa because that'll just give me anxiety sometimes. But like besides that, and by the way, if I'm with a bunch of people and I don't ask what it is. If it's sativa, we just smoke it.
Ew, asking what it is. Ew. You're all hanging out in a barbecue.
Well, here's why. It's not
Some guys passing a joint. You're like, wait, what is this?
To me, I say sativa. Is it hybrid? Smoking alone, a sativa. Like if I'm gonna say like in my hotel room or something, I might get a little like just panicky. It still gets me like anxious. And it's just like health anxious stuff. It's like I'm probably having a heart attack. It's not like the world's coming down on me. It's really like, why's my heart racing so fast? That's probably my body shutting off, huh?
I always feel like if I have those thoughts, then you feel real confident. It goes away. Crack is the opposite of weed. I'm like, my fucking heart will never stop beating.
It's fucking hard. He goes, I gotta make sure my heart is still beating. I'm gonna climb to the roof of this fucking place. Oh shit.
I don't think you should smoke crack, but I don't think people are gonna stop smoking crack. And someone's making money off of it. So it's like, why should that money be made in an unregulated way where you don't know what you're getting and think 100,000 people are dying every year because of that, right? 100,000 people are dying of opioid overdoses every year. And if that's the case, those 100,000 people, that's just in the United States, those 100,000 people, like, how many of them wouldn't die if they weren't getting fentanyl-laced stuff? So is it worth 100 million or 100,000 people not dying to get them pure cocaine from a laboratory and sell it to them rather than them get it from the cartel and maybe die?
It's illegal anywhere cocaine is, right? There's a couple like Portugal, I think all drugs are legal.
Portugal, all drugs I think it's called decriminalized. So you're not supposed to sell it.
Outside of a CVS though. Getting their fucking flu shots and pick up their cocaine.
No, I think it's not junkie behavior. If you're
forced to, like, if it's illegal, you're forced to do it in alleyways and shit. I think if it's...
That's what the Democrats need to do. They need to push legalized drugs and then Medicaid-funded legalized drugs, and then people could just go to CVS and get coke.
I would vote, if somebody said legalized drugs, we're going to lower taxes by 20%, I don't care about any of their other policies. I'm getting my vote every time, period.
Yeah, but legalized drugs is a good one just because you're not supposed to tell me what to do. Like, it's not supposed to be one grown adult tells another grown adult what to consume or not to consume, especially when there's a lot of shit that shows it's not dangerous. So if you're doing that with pot, Venezuela allows, so cocaine, Venezuela allows possession of up to 2 grams for personal use. Peru, Colombia, Bolivia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Mexico, and Poland permit legal or decriminalized possession for personal use.
Oh yeah, that's right, Mexico.
Yeah, Mexico went crazy with all
Mexico, it's legal to possess for personal use for cocaine.
You can get a lot of stuff in Mexico. That's why they have those Ibogaine centers down there too. People go to cure addiction. That's illegal in America. It's so fucking stupid. But they're starting to do that here. They're doing one in Texas because of former Governor Rick Perry, because it helps a lot of soldiers, a lot of cops with PTSD, soldiers with PTSD, like Ibogaine is like very helpful. You know, most of that stuff is illegal in the United States for the moment. It's like federally illegal. And like, why? Like, review that. This is fucking stupid. We're not babies, and we're not getting any younger either. Like, we should have figured this out in the 80s when I was in high school. Like, why is this conversation still going on where you're letting grown adults tell other grown adults that they can't take things? Like, bitch, you don't even know what that thing is. You've never taken it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, do whatever you want to do with your body. That's what
Maybe this is what Zorhan Babadook is going to do in New York. What's his name? Remember the song?
He's going to bring him. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting how much he changes once he gets into office, how much influence they can put on him.
Goodbye, New York.
It's going to
Am I right?
But I feel like that's how the game is supposed to be played.
Why is Stavros so stoked on him?
I don't know. Stavi's having a good time. I don't know. That's what he aligns with his political ideology.
This is like, what if it's like a specific thing? I just don't know any of this policy. I know there's a rap thing, and maybe prostitution is going to be illegal.
Yeah, I think they already did that. I think they already decriminalized it.
Decriminalized prostitution?
Did they decriminalize prostitution in New York?
Take it from me. No, they haven't.
I don't think so.
But there was talk about doing that, right?
Oh, maybe.
I think it should be legal too.
New York, I'd say when they pop up with a new holy shit law, they'll just drop it on you one morning. I mean, smoking cigarettes, that's what serious I'm saying. Smoking weed wherever you so legal that you can smoke anywhere you smoke cigarettes outside. You can smoke weed in New York. The day it went legal, and it was so unceremonious. I remember finding out that day. It's weed's legal today. Really? It was such a thing that was debated for so long, and then one day it just was.
Yeah, and there was all of these
really in New York City.
There was all these fake dispensaries that popped up. There was 100 of them because they couldn't the cops didn't know what to do with them. So 100 dispensaries opened up over the course of a week. There was trucks with just Puerto Rican guys in the back of the truck. They're like, "Oh, welcome to the weed shop,"
and they were bringing in the best shit from California.
So good, yeah. And then one day, just the same way it was unceremonious and that it was legal, they said, "Oh, we're just fucking arresting everybody," and then they shut down every dispensary in New York and they raided all.
They didn't do much arresting. I don't think it was honestly. But they went in. I'd go to the places, and it was going to your favorite burger shop and finding out it just got robbed violently. You go in this place, and there's picking up the pieces of things left behind. They go, "They took everything, man. They just came in and
they took the whole ATM machine.
They took the whole fucking stash they had." And
when was this?
A couple years ago now.
Maybe.
And then fucking he went and Eric Adams burned it all. He burned it all off, all the stuff they just took from the stores.
So he took all the weed and burned it? Eric Adams did?
Yeah.
Okay, so they decriminalized it for a short period of time and then decided to crack down on illegal dispensaries only? But what about normal?
They legalized it.
They legalized it, but so they're just getting it from these illegal dispensaries with the license, right?
The problem was the idea. I think the way they got it to pass.
He personally destroyed it?
Yeah. The way they got it to pass of doing getting legalized New York, that's going to bring revenue to New York. So it's we're going to use growers in New York. So it's all these brands you never heard of before.
Bro, why would he film himself running the tractor that's picking up the weed and dumping it out of the fire?
It's just marketing. To get people talking about it.
That is such a bad idea. If you're willing to do that, if you're a mayor and you think that's when what was the guy that climbed in the tank during he was running for president, and they took a photo of him, a photo op when he was in a helmet. Look, and immediately, yes, Michael Dukakis. Look at this dork. He's this tiny little guy, and he took this photo with him in a tank, and everybody was like, "It's over. Forget it, dude."
Had to destroy a presidential
He can't come back from this. Yeah.
Michael Dukakis, his eyebrows, that's what I remember.
Yeah. Well, then his lady was drinking. What was she drinking? She was drinking either mouthwash or cologne or something like that, right?
Drunk.
Yeah, trying to get drunk. She was
Michael Dukakis' wife.
Yeah, it was
a nail polish remover, wasn't
something crazy like that.
I can't remember that story.
Something crazy toxic. She was just trying to catch a buzz off of anything.
What was he? He was going against George H.W. Bush, right?
I believe so. Rubbing alcohol. Fucking imagine how that burn's going down. Rubbing alcohol. Can rubbing alcohol actually get you drunk? Oh yeah. Can it kill you? Will it kill you? That's real. Poison and those things. Yeah, for sure. Wow.
Look at witch hazel.
Yeah,
you can drink rubbing alcohol for sure.
Yeah. That was the scandal of the time back then.
Dukakis.
Yeah. Why were we talking about him?
Mayor Adams burning the weed.
Oh, that's such a bad look, man.
Yeah. Well, what is the angle? It's either your state, your city, and your state's made it legal. So it's what is the imagery of burning it now?
He's going. This is about New York. He's basically saying these are businesses coming in and not bringing any revenue to New York.
This is what I would say. Okay, if I was the mayor and they had already done this, I would say, let's auction off these weed and give that money to the education system. Sure. 4 tons of weed that you can sell now.
Yeah.
Okay? But then the problem is now, then the cops have an incentive to steal your weed and then resell it. And the cops become the biggest dealers in New York. If they could just steal your weed and resell it, it's like illegal.
Like Nino Brown.
Yeah, why were they able to steal that weed? If the weed is legal, like what are we doing?
It's because they're reselling
Like if
it.
you're trying to sell alcohol, though, like if you were selling beers on a street corner,
Taxes.
yeah, they gotta get their cut.
Also announced today that as of yesterday, the task force has conducted inspections of 100% of known shops identified as selling cannabis illegally, and that was part of Operation Padlock to protect. Operation Padlock to protect's initial list of illegal shops. As a result of Operation's rapid success, the city has seized more than $63 million in illegal product, which has been taking up an outsized amount of space across NYPD's network of evidence warehouses.
So many cheaters and students.
It sounds like you're just stealing weed. It sounds like you're stealing weed.
That's like, I'm telling you, these shop owners, the two places that I would go, they got shut down. The shop owners came out like arms in the air, like this is crazy. Like, they just came in and destroyed everything.
Here's my question though: if it's legal, so it's legal, so if it is legal, and you can sell it, why are you able to take? If you're going to a shop that's illegally selling televisions, okay, and you go in there, you go, oh, these guys have 60 televisions. You don't burn them, right? You don't take it from them and burn them. Why are you allowed to take $63 million worth of marijuana product if it's legal? Even if it's an illegal store, why are you allowed to take their product and just destroy it? Like, that seems so stupid.
That seems crazy.
Like, we know it's a commodity. Like, you have 63, are you rich? Are you so rich that you can burn $63 million? You're not worried about what goes to the city?
Joe, I feel like you are. I feel like you could burn $63 million worth of weed. Like,
I feel like that big of a deal. I feel it. But the point is, like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you burn it? Why wouldn't you just give it away or sell it? You know, give it away to poor people who can't afford weed.
You should have bought it.
I wish I could. Just imagine if I did, and I just said I'm going to give out all this weed to all the poor neighborhoods. All the people who can't support weed.
That's the last paragraph. Unregulated.
Unregulated.
Right, of course.
And taxes on it.
Of course. But also, here's the thing.
Right, so if somebody said
that was my point, though. If you have unregulated televisions, they don't destroy the televisions.
They probably do.
Oh, no. Do they really?
Yeah,
Wouldn't they auction them off?
They'd get mad. No, they would. They'd probably try to.
it's also you're not consuming the TV, right? So it's not something you're putting in your body. So the regulation exists. Obviously, it's just for taxes and bullshit.
They always read the auctions. I was going to say police auction for cars. They've seized cars.
They definitely do that. They don't destroy cars. I
They don't even tell you. They're like, he's like, yeah, I got a Mercedes. Like, yeah, we got to come looking for it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I told my friend. He was buying a Porsche, like one of them old school Porsches, with slant nose. I was like, dude, that's a drug dealer car. So how many of them exist that even look like that thing? That guy's gonna find you one day. You're gonna be at a restaurant. He's gonna be out of jail. Like, hey,
My first apartment.
where'd you get that car?
My first apartment in New York. I had the landlord lived upstairs, him and his wife and kid, and he looked exactly like Travis Bickle. I mean, exactly like the character Travis Bickle. And his name was Wayne. And he used to.
Wait, who's Travis Bickle?
That's Robert De Niro's character in Taxi Driver. He looked exactly like that. Like he purposely chose to look like that character. And the property had in front of the whole place a gigantic green, like padlock gate, and inside there was two giant, like fucking pit bulls, these angry dogs that were just the gate outside. And then the house you walk into, we were the first floor, they were second floor, but he was a repo man. And so when you come home, anytime, like the reason we had the padlock, the whole property was because up on the property, in the front lawn, it would be like McLarens and fucking these people. He was like just repoing like drug dealer cars constantly, just being in our front yard. It's so terrifying.
That's fucking
terrifying. Scary as shit.
Because if you come out, where's my fucking car? Like, I don't know. I don't have anything to do with it.
By the way, we're in Queens. And we moved to Astoria because everyone was like, Astoria, Greek, it's so great, and the food, and it's so not scary, and a wonderful place. Well, the edge of it, where I moved, is a Queensbridge Projects, where rap comes from. And that was scary as hell. So it was like kind of like a rough area, too. And they have these, like, $200,000 cars on a front lawn.
But you don't want to buy a drug dealer's car. No. You don't want to live in his house after they repossess it. Like,
No.
Would you live in a murder house for a good deal, though?
I almost bought a murder house.
I know.
I had put in an offer, it was accepted, and I pulled out at the last minute. It was
You know, keep it alive and murder
It
yours.
was a 300-year-old house. That was why I ended up not buying it. It was like there was a judge who lived in it and put a guy in prison. And when the guy got out of prison, he murdered the judge and his wife in the house. And they didn't tell me when I first toured it. And then I did the research on it, and I thought it was cool. Like, I didn't give a shit at all. I thought it was just like a fun story. Having ghosts.
What year was this?
Why does the one bathroom have
200
coming out of the faucet?
So you said 250 years ago?
Okay, that died down.
Yeah.
I'll live in that house.
Yeah, but that's how ghosts. You want those ghosts? Old timey ghosts with chains and like the fucking.
Yeah. That's fine. I don't want them new ghosts.
Temporary ghosts, drug dealer ghosts.
I want them to throw you downstairs and kill you.
Slamming your doors.
I can live on the property of murder, but not in the structure.
Like if murder happened on a manor in the English countryside.
No, just like it happened in a house, and then the house was like demolished. Okay, you know,
What if it happened in the woodshed, like Ed Gein style?
that's weird too. You know, in Long Island, they finally did, I think not long ago, like finally demolished the Amityville house.
Oh, really?
The horror house. Like finally, just like someone bought the property and was like, just take it down.
What is the whole deal with the Amityville horror? What was the true story about that?
Monsters and ghosts.
What
do you mean?
But I know
The devil was in an Amityville from New York.
But what was the story?
So like the man's gonna kill his family.
Did the guy actually kill his family?
The Conjuring, right? That was their story, right? Like they were the ones who discovered the Amityville horror house, the couple from the Conjuring.
Right, but what was the story about the Amityville horror? Did the
father that went nuts killed his family with an axe.
Is that what it was? The real story?
I believe so.
About the actual house itself. I know that was the movie, but I never knew if that was the actual story itself.
I think. I mean,
because there's so many of those movies back in the 80s and shit, like, they would just make up a history, and you'd never be able to Google it.
Well, they say it's a true story, like weapons. The beginning of weapons, they were like, this is a true story. It's like, is it though?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Was there a witch that came and possessed a bunch of children, and they all...
Okay, here it is. He was American mass murderer who was tried and convicted of the 1974 killings of his father, mother, 2 brothers, and 2 sisters in Amityville, New York. His name is Ronald Joseph DeFeo Jr., who was found guilty of 6 counts of second-degree murder and was sentenced to 25 to life. DeFeo died in March of 2021. The case inspired the book and film versions of the Amityville Horror.
there is 112 Ocean Avenue.
And so did he kill him with an axe? Shot him? Shot and killed 6 members of his family at their home. He could have just been a piece of shit. The devil didn't have to have anything to do with it.
I know. That is something funny when there's sequels to something that is initially supposed to have actually happened.
Right. Then you just start making shit up. That is kind of funny. That's a very good point.
Ed Gein 2, Electric Boogaloo. It's a redemption arc.
DeFeo claiming he had no memory of killing his family, so they mounted an affirmative defense of insanity. Insanity plea was supported by the psychiatrist for the defense. Daniel Schwartz, the psychiatrist for the prosecution, Dr. Harold Zolan, maintained that although DeFeo was a user of heroin and LSD, he had antisocial personality disorder and was aware of his actions at the time of his crime. Interesting.
Heroin and LSD. Unregulated.
Interesting. Yeah, unregulated. That's it. That's the problem. You got it from the cartel. So that was based on a true story, but you know, all the demon shit there, they just add that. It's kind of weird you're allowed to do that after someone's dead. You just make up a bunch of stuff. Right, but this is like you're making up a thing where this guy is possessed by demons, which is why he's killing everybody. What do you could have just... Yeah. Yeah, and not only that, you turn it into a horror movie that has the supernatural in it. Ed Gein, that show was about what he really did. Like, he really did take people's skin off. He really did.
The grave robbing and stuff like that was definitely...
And again, he did make furniture out of people's skin. Like, all that stuff was insane.
Yeah, the shows took a lot of, like, liberties with, like, rumors and shit, but...
like him wearing dresses and jacking off.
No, like, some of the murders, like, he was never connected to all the murders that he did on the show. Like, there was sort of, like, rumors. Like, none of it, like even where he killed his brother, I guess.
He was mostly a grave robber, was his thing.
Yeah, he didn't... It was
was sort of like they kind of put two and two together, and they just said he murdered his brother, but that was never proven.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that part in the movie, and I was like, and I did look it up, and it did say that they weren't sure. They said he died of asphyxiation from the smoke.
Yeah.
But then they noticed that
He had a bruise, but they said when he fell, he could have hit his head.
Yeah. It could have. Who knows? But he definitely killed a few people, at least, right?
Yeah, I think he was only charged with two.
Only two?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, serial killer.
The craziest one was Henry Lee Lucas. You ever see that movie, Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer?
Yeah.
It's based on Henry Lee Lucas. Him and this dude, they traveled across the country together, and he killed. But they don't even know how many people he killed. But then the problem with that guy is he also seems crazy. So then the cops could bring him, what about this one? Illinois, 1972, Betty Lee Harris. I killed her. I remember her. And so then they could chalk stuff off, like that they solve cases. And so they'll get a lot of these guys that are basically just fucking losers that are, probably strung out on meth, kill a few people, kill people for thrills at a gas station and stuff, like kind of like what the movie implied. But then you give him credit for like 100 deaths.
Did you ever speak to on the show any of the guys, the West Memphis 3? Did you have Davey Nichols on ever? The main kid from that?
No.
You know what I'm talking about, the West Memphis 3? Because that was essentially, I wonder if like their lives are just fucked or if they're just doing okay.
Explain the West Memphis 3 to people. Explain the story.
It was three like heavy metal gothy kids that were friends. One was like dim, or what do you call it, like dull, like brained. He was like 70 IQ or something.
This is the origin story of the Legion Stakes.
Also, so that was us. Then he came to me, the goth lord. I was doing seances in my
He was a big guy. He was really funny. He was a guy in politics. It was all that.
So, before you get too far, another AI platform says that he was on the podcast and on 2 other separate occasions, and that's not true.
Wow. Really? So that's not.
It's confusing him with Duncan though for some reason.
We'll just say. Oh, that's so crazy. That's so crazy.
Talking about stuff and bring
That's so crazy. So that's not Perplexity. That's another shitty AI that lies, bitch ass. It's another country trying to ruin our great America with their people lives.
And now you're all tied up with the West Memphis 3. Great.
Yeah.
So the 3 kids, they got arrested because two boys went missing.
What's that?
I think 2 little boys went missing. And they kind of rallied up these kids, and they didn't take it that seriously when they first got arrested for the murder of these 2 boys. 2 boys, I think, that were killed. Or I think it was 2 or 3 little boys. But I mean, their dicks were cut off. It was like a violent murder of these little kids. And 3 of them
were missing.
Yeah, they go missing, and they find them ultimately. And they arrest these 3 kids because, like, the neighborhood was like, oh, those are the kids that are always making bonfires and wearing long coats. And they got arrested. The Davey Nichols kid kind of embraced it because he was like, he's like, they didn't do it. So he's like, I'll be the creepy kid who says a bunch of weird shit. And then they got the kid who was retarded to say they did it.
Oh my God.
But they let him, all of his details are wrong when they interview the kid. And they spent fucking 19 years or something like that in jail. One of them on death row. And they ended up they took what's that plea called? It's a very interesting plea you can put in that says you're admitting guilt, but they're letting you out. Because they didn't want to say, they wouldn't just overturn the thing because of no evidence and so much evidence on the people.
Them.
Right. So they were like, and so they let them out for plea, yeah.
How crazy is that?
And so they get out and they say they're guilty, but they all get to get out. But like, is the one who has 70 IQ, like, are they up to 19 years? I think 19 years.
Wow. That's so creepy, man.
And they think it's the one kid's stepfather as the one who looks most good for it.
You're asking the murder is normal now?
I don't know.
You're not coming back from 18 years of being falsely incarcerated and being normal. You're fucked up.
Yeah, you're in
Well, so the one kid's like, his brain is like slow. The other kid, the redheaded kid, but yeah, I wonder if their lives are like, if they're just like flourishing in any way.
I think this level is the best. And then you have to sign this plea so you can't even make money for being wrongfully imprisoned, which is right in there, right? Well, I don't know, but it doesn't, you're not going to get as much as you deserve. Nobody's going to read your book. Let's be honest. Unless you're a really good writer, no one's going to read it.
The story's out there.
Right, the story's out there. We know the end. The end. The thing is, the fucking people that did that, they deserve to pay. They deserve to pay.
And they're not going to real people, right?
No, so they're letting these people go. They have to say they did it. Fuck you, man. You're just trying to get out of. You're just trying to get out of jail because you should be in jail. You put people in jail for something they didn't belong being in jail for. That should be a heinous crime.
There's no such thing as too much spit. Damien Eccles story.
Had a cook lasagna in your toilet bowl with a hair dryer.
Toilet line makes the pain go away.
The prison guards never hear you scream by Damien Eccles.
I think, in parentheses, I think they do hear it, they just don't care.
Oh boy, dude, being in prison would just
It's the scariest fear of mine in the world. End up having to go to prison. I will not do well.
Your nail polish, they'll love you, dude.
That's gonna wear off eventually.
You'll be somebody's fucking.
And then they're gonna paint it back on.
You're gonna get in trouble for bringing in nail polish. Other dudes bringing in heroin. Jay's
my
bringing in nail polish.
You're all skinny now, dude. You'd be somebody's bitch in a week.
Oh, God. I'll tell you what, I know from the times that I've been in, like, holding cells and shit that, like, they do not appreciate funny you think like they're going to in there. They hate it.
They're tense. They're locked up.
I think they're tense. I think a lot of people, too, who are in there, especially when they look comfortable, live in a world that isn't, like, laughing a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like a machismo world where it's like a giggle makes you soft.
Yeah, they don't like that. They don't want you silly jokes.
Yeah, I'm coming in there, I'm like, bring little zingers, and I'm like, I'm going to be out of here in a couple hours.
The nickname like, oh yeah, you Smiley.
One thing, I killed my stepdaughter.
That's 80% of the problems in the world. If you're in a room where no one wants to laugh about something.
Well, I've said it's insane the mindset of like machismo that carries into prison. If you just organize, a good speaker can go into a prison and be like, let's never fight. We can have it better than the NFL League of Football in here with all the people and organize shit and like get through it much easier than just looking over your shoulder all day and wondering if like the beef and the turf wars that's happening in prison are going to be a problem. We're all here. Let's do something. Let's have movies.
If reality TV is real, I feel like you can organize that and eventually give you dogs to help with like therapy dogs. Which is pretty great. Pretty dogs. They eat dogs and cats
that for a minute.
It's weird that there's almost no emphasis on like, hey, how good of a job are prisons doing of rehabilitating people? But there's no zero, but there's no emphasis on it in society. Not even saying, I don't know what they actually do, but no one cares about it. No one brings it up. Everybody just wants people locked up. And once they're locked up, they want them to do it long term.
Well, that's the end of the story. Yeah. Right? So we talked about that before. It's like they need the end of the story. Right. It's like, oh, the bad guy went to jail. End of the story. I don't give a fuck what happens.
Yeah. But a lot of these people, they're going to jail for 5 or 10 years, and there's no chance for them to be rehabilitated. They're always watching their back.
Well, they become worse very often. They end up, you go into a system where now you're around violent criminals with a criminal mentality for years and years and years, and you're sort of indoctrinated into that lifestyle.
You get let down a lot, too. Like, if you're a person who goes to jail and really, comes out holding a book. That's all they need now, because they figured out, life, and they gotta do things right and get their kids back. An easy fucking path, like getting a job, difficult. It's like, how are you gonna become like an entrepreneur? Is like the best thing you can come up with if you come out of jail. No one hires you. No one's like looking at
their systems out there. Like I know when I worked at the last day job I had, I worked at a gym, and all the personal trainers were hired out of like a prison system. Like when they got out of jail, they learned personal training, and then New York Health and Active Club hired them.
Yeah.
What the thugs?
Oh, that's hilarious.
I'd love to have that around my locker.
Yeah, much of a vetting process.
These like jack tattooed black dudes, like just training this little old lady at the New York Health and Active Club. Yeah, doing prison workouts.
Oh, did you ever do stuff to a lady like you?
That's hilarious.
Lift it.
Ah, shit.
I can smell your fear. I taste it on your sweat. Now lift it.
Yeah, nobody ever thinks about rehabilitation. Never comes up.
Yeah.
Never comes up as like a story that we need to do better. We need to rehabilitate people better. We need to figure out what to do to them in there.
Never the system. So it's like a person. Someone's like a person took an interest in me, and that person helped me turn my life around.
Right.
It's never like
by the time I get in there, like, this one sent me to that one. This one looked out for me here. These classes were great. I think day one, when they open the person, they're going to go, we're going to make a real difference here. And then within a week, you're like, these people are animals. I don't think you can't do nice things for these fucking people.
I don't think they ever think it's going to make a difference. And then I think there's another problem that a lot of prisons are private prisons now, which is really crazy idea.
That video of that girl just fucking the two guys in the jail cell.
And well,
by the way, she's fucking like, she's not worried that someone's going to find them.
right, she's letting them film her.
Reckless abandon.
Wild.
And she was a security guard. She was not my face. Her face doing my day. Like, they're going to figure it out.
Is that what she said? Don't put my face in there?
I don't know if she said that.
What other hot guard is there?
Her face is never in it much. It's like she's blowing it up. Is it? I thought it was like her riding his dick where you see her back.
There's some crazy people out there that just fucking go for it. They just hit the gas and drive off.
Especially sexually. That's like a deviancy. They get off on like the danger. I hire 0 women for prison guard jobs in a prison, but also, if you're going to hire them, don't hire fat ugly ones. They're going to help one escape.
Right, it's only you can't take a girl to lady falls in love.
Your self-esteem issues, and then a muscular fucking jack guy goes, if I was out of here, and then before you know it, you're fucking running across Canada.
There's a bunch of those.
Wait for some fat chick who's eventually got to come home to her husband and be like, they didn't actually want me. Key to the door. That's all. They always leave a husband who's fat, just like them, sitting there accepting her fatness, and she flew too close to the sun. How should we think she was going to be?
It's more than one, right?
I think a lot.
Let's throw that in perplexity.
I mean,
how many women
on the TV show
been security guards that helped men escape?
There's on that show that they're locked up, there's already been at least one thing of like the couple on there. The girl had to quit being a prison guard because she was fucking. That's a reality show, so it's happening.
That's not her helping him escape.
No, but it's still like she's they came out, of course, and started fucking other people immediately the way he was supposed to, because she's the big fat lady who's taking care of all the bills. And he's like, oh right, I'm not locked up in prison anymore. I want to go out with my buddies. I mean, you're who I think is attractive. I watched it. My friend Jay growing up, his brother got into jail when we were teenagers, and I watched that exact same thing. He was out for less than a year. A whirlwind. That's when I went right back in. Proportion, same thing, robbing a Wawa.
So here we go. How many female security guards have been caught helping inmates to escape? And Complexity is providing us with great stories. Vicky White, assistant director of corrections in Alabama, helped inmate Casey White escape. But did they get married, or did they just? We got the same last night.
Well, you tell me it just says here they were both guests on the Joe Rogan Experience.
She was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound after the escape and manhunt ended. Oh, she took her own life. Joyce Mitchell, former prison worker in New York, convicted and sentenced for helping 2 convicted murderers escape from a maximum security prison in 2015. Smuggled tools like hacksaw blades to the inmates was involved in the elaborate escape plan. Lynn Barnett, a prison guard in Missouri, helped convict Terry Banks, escaped in 1990. So there's a bunch of them.
Bring up a picture of each one of these photos. I promise you, there's not one here for that audience.
Okay, so let's just pick one from the list of names. Because which one do you think would be the most likely to be tricked into almost anything by a guy with a big dick?
Vicky White, she killed herself. I feel like her life wasn't going too great before this.
Yeah.
I'm going by the places. This is Alabama. This could be bad.
Alright, images.
It's better than I thought it was going to be. It's better than I thought it was going to be.
Look like that. So there you go.
Nobody was picturing a white guy.
Looks like sarcasm.
For dedicating the shirt today.
Fucking the guy from what's the
Ezra Sashem.
Quiet Place?
The Ezra Sashem run out of space faster than our old building.
What's his name?
No.
I know what you mean. I can't.
Good.
John. Either way. So there's been a few of those ladies that got duped by rascally prisoners.
Oh yeah, but that
Makes sense. Like, why? Dark men. That's crazy.
I think all the things like that, you solve the problem. Again, people are so worried about getting the finger pointed about like being called genderist or racist or anything, but like, why is any man, doctor, otherwise allowed in the locker room with 12-year-old Olympic gymnast girls?
Yeah.
Why is it happening? Why is the best coach for a girls thing always got to be so much just
Have a girl trainer. Let's not put anyone in the position where you're going to be staring at her fucking 12-year-old ass all day.
The best coach for any sport is probably still a dude, right? You're probably trying to have this
Coaching's theory, though. Coaching is theory. It's not
Well, you're trying to have this kid go to the Olympics. Well, my assumption is if you look at all of the top sports coaches throughout history, they've been dudes.
Look at this one. The married woman fell in love with a convicted murderer, John Mannard, who was serving a life sentence. And in February 2006, she smuggled Mannard out in a dog crate. The pair escaped to a cabin in Tennessee, where authorities captured them 2 weeks later in a highway chase after a car driven by Mannard hit a tree.
How many times back at that cabin do you think she was like, finally I get to get you naked? And he's like, oh, wait, I'm hungry though. He's giving me excuses not to fuck her for the whole weekend. You realize he escaped. She goes, now I wore this little sexy number on my big fat ugly body for you. And you have to be like, oh, baby, that's what I've been picturing this whole time. My buddy's brother got out of jail. Same thing. A lady, morbidly obese. She let him fucking. No, she wasn't a prison guard when he got out. It's the same concept. They got out. The girl he was writing to while he was in there is morbidly obese lady who's got facial hair, and she would pay for everything, and he was going to live his life until she eventually has to like show some semblance of self-confidence. I can't do this anymore. I'm now broke or whatever, so they just leave me and all that shit. But the stupidity is believing. I've always walked around believing like I've never been like and you know this about me too, we have such interesting takes. I've never been like, I'm going to start hitting on the prettiest girl in the room. Jay will go for the grossest girl. That's not true. No, somebody who you can tell has confidence issues. That's how I go for it, particularly. I'm just saying, like, in my mind, it's not about who I'm going for. It's just that girl, I don't start chatting up because I'm already like, there's no point. You know what I mean? So the fact that like when I watch those shows, like if you just have no age or shows like that where it's like the 80-year-old guy or what's the coach of the Patriots, Belichick, the 26-year-old girl, I'm like, God bless him for being like, at some point he has to convince himself that it's not gross to her when he pulls his old floppy weird dick out.
He does convince himself that he knows what it is. He knows he's a fucking wretched 80-year-old man and she's a 26-year-old cheerleader. There's almost like an unspoken thing there where you go like, all right, well, obviously I'm going to take care of you and you're going to suck my dick, you're going to take care of me. And it's like a contract. I think that's very fair and healthy almost.
I don't think it's discussed. I think it's probably a little bit of a dance going on. Whenever you got some weird gold digger type relationship, there's a dance going on. There's no deep conversations. There's a lot of sweetie and honeys. And when a girl that pretty starts rubbing on your face and then riding on you and giving you a lap dance and kissing you on the lips, like, if you're an old dude, like, you're retarded, you think you're actually attractive to her. Like, you're retarded. All guys are retarded. Yeah. Like, you're like, oh, she doesn't care about looks. She loves me. And she fucks you, and then we don't need a prenup. And then next thing you know, she's worth $100 million, and you look like a fool in front of the world. And I'm not saying that's going to happen to him, but I'm saying that has happened so many fucking times. There's been so many.
But in a weird way, I almost go like, more power to him. That's what he wants.
Antelope doesn't get out of the water.
It's also about making what
This is how it goes. If you're an 80-year-old dude, you convince yourself that a hot 26-year-old really loves you and they marry her and not have a that's you playing the game in a terrible way and getting checkmated.
Well, then there's something like the Anna Nicole Smith thing. That was like
Same thing.
But I've heard her discuss enough where she's never said I thought the guy was attractive. We had sex. She goes, he liked looking at me basically, and he was dying, and I was there, and he really saved my life. Like his money, he liked me as a stripper and helped me and my son to not fucking. So she loved him in a way. I do believe that, but she's not even telling us that he couldn't have sex anyway. He was that kind of age. But like,
if there was any sort of romantic interaction between her and him, and he had to give her all his money, it was worth it. Yeah. What else do you have? You have nothing. You're dying. You're dying. Give away your money.
I hope somebody has a fucking hot 24-year-old stripper that's just like, oh my god.
Hot.
Who gives it? You're gonna give it to your shitty kids? Fuck that. Look at this hot stripper.
You give it to everybody. But the point is, she deserves some money. Sure. She's fucking old. She's so hot. She deserves money. Like to pretend.
No, I think
that's what's weird, right? It's like the prostitution's illegal. But gold digging is totally legal. Like, you should have to take a polygraph. You know, like, do you really love him? Like, right before you get married, like, they had a rock solid polygraph. Like, or are you doing it for the money? I'm not doing it for the money. He's being fucking rich.
The woman can convince herself of like love. I mean, like, I don't think that's not a good example. That was Howard Stern back in the day when he got the wife he's been with now forever. Like, it did look, but I think that chick loves him. I think she was attracted to like his thing, whatever it was. Even though he's
Being rich and powerful as a man is a super attractive quality for a dude. Like, chicks are like, oh, that guy's got money, he's the boss, he has employees, he fucking shows up and everyone pays attention. That's attractive.
like he feels confident enough, whether it be if it's not looks wise, to go. Well, that's what I almost said. I had to learn. We're like going for the ugliest girl, or the most fuckable girl in the room. I have had a little more like, well, not just the sum of like my looks when I walk in the room. It's like I will talk, and they'll be attracted to that. Do you know what I mean? There's like more to it.
You're body dysmorphia, so you still see yourself as being a giant ugly freak, but you're an attractive dude. You are an attractive dude, and you're also really funny. You headline on stage, you travel the world, you make a lot of money. Like, that's for a chick, that's way more attractive than a dude that might have abs. I think me and you had young conversations about this kind of thing. It's right. I think I had in the beginning, I almost like would verbalize, like, when I'm, if I get successful, like, hot chicks who I know would never have been attracted to me physically, or like wanting to fuck, I'm gonna be like, nope, that's crazy. No, because in my mind I was gonna be like, I won't perform well because I'm like, you're doing this for the fucking wrong reason. I'm gonna fuck ugly women just to spite you. No, it was going for a woman that I believed liked me too. Does that make sense? It wasn't like into the thing, so it was more of that.
Throwing you a bone.
Right. Liking somebody, no, in high school or middle school, would they like your hair or your clothes?
No, that's what I'm saying. But I think you kind of said that to a point, like, the thing they're going to be attracted to is also that you're funny or successful at what you're doing. Like, there are other elements that will attract them to you.
To a point.
Sure, no, you can't be
When you say like Woody Allen's age, if Woody Allen got a new 20-year-old wife, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. You know, what's
But you think there's not a single hot 20-year-old girl in the world who is so attracted to his talent and so like loves his movies and is like, I'm sure it exists.
Have you seen Al Pacino's new girlfriend?
Yeah, she's hot, right?
Fuck. Have you seen Mick Jagger's?
No, I just saw him. I'm saying the schlubbiest like version of like a Seth Rogen can get a smoking hot chick.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's not attracted to him. She is attracted to him.
Mick Jagger and his girlfriend. When you see this,
Yeah, two dinosaurs a different thing.
dude, this lady's
Somebody thinks it's Kelsey Grammer just announced his 8th child.
yeah, give me a photo of the two of this, like a red carpet photo of the two of them together. It doesn't matter. Very pretty lady, and he is so old.
Yeah.
God, clear. This is pretty.
And yet he's not blown away by it. God bless his heart.
Bro, the guy killed. I watched him perform here at the Coda Circuit of the Americas a couple years ago. He was
Maybe like a year ago.
out of body experience.
To Bobby Kelly, I couldn't believe how killed still were at that really
Baby Al Pacino.
This is the dream. Where you all these guys go? People are showing a picture of like Leonardo DiCaprio on a yacht with two like 21-year-old models. People are like, he's disgusting. It's like, he's the man.
I respect he gets the opportunity to put his fucking dick in that chick. I'm saying I don't have the thing. I can't get past it. She's going like, okay, put it in now.
I don't think she's doing that. I think she's going, look at the fucking house that I live in. This guy takes care of me.
I'm telling you, she's putting a good face on what I'm doing.
I don't know that that's necessarily always. Dudes are easy to trick. You can trick a guy that you love.
Being tricked by proxy by this chick. She loves this chick. She's a good woman. You leave her alone.
Oh, yeah, you really think that, Moose? I appreciate it. There's a lot of people that tell me I'm a fool. You don't think I'm a fool, do you?
I'm sorry, no, everything was a mistake.
Yeah, no, I just think that women are also way less visual creatures than men. Like, we just want a pretty thing to fuck. Women want to feel taken care of, and Al Pacino's gonna fucking take care of it.
Well, you want more than pretty thing to fuck ultimately. Talk about the initial immediate attraction.
No,
That's why you're single. That's why you're single forever.
The thing is, you never trusted went the other way around. It was like a young stud, a young, like, really jack stud, and some little old lady. You'd be like, no.
Money for sure.
You can't be making her bloody. That's crazy. That's crazy. She's like pulling out her dentures. No,
I've heard
you can't do
that.
that.
I hear that gums feel sharp.
Fuck sure. Whatever they feel like, I don't want to feel
I
mushy.
don't want to know that someone's sucking my dick with no teeth in their mouth. That's just too close to like crackhead. That's too close to I've made every mistake there is. I don't have any teeth left.
What was the name of the Gathering of the Juggalos? The lady, remember that someone was handing out a flyer and she was like there. It was like some old lady OnlyFans thing. She was like there, like fucking and sucking people at the Gathering of the Juggalos. Jesus Christ. Gathering of the Juggalos is wild. It's crazy.
There's young ladies that bang enormous numbers of people now. Like that's the new
Like
thing.
500 people on their OnlyFans.
It's like a Dave Chappelle versus Dave Cuckoo on stage.
That's hilarious.
It's like it's a fan
Remember that was
contest.
going on? That was so silly.
By the way, and then by the time they got to the point, I remember coming to the Comedy Store one night. They go, Chappelle's come tonight. Last night, Dane Cook did 6 hours, ordered pizza for the audience. What are we doing? Why? I also, this is maybe silly, but because my ex-wife was a staff at the comedy club, Christine worked at comedy clubs forever. Like, I have, like, all I thought about when I would see Chappelle show up at the end of the night, it's like he's going on at 1 in the morning, and he's probably going to go until 5 in the morning. I'm like, poor staff, man.
Yeah.
Staff can't. I'm like, why is he not? He's been in comedy long enough. They should think about that.
Well, I remember I was hosting at the Cellar during that time,
And I just didn't know. Like, I stayed the whole time. She got like a 4.5-hour set. I'm sitting there waiting for them off stage. You're telling somebody else, she's like, Mike Feeney, you'll be going on. And then, somebody was like, one of the old comics was like, hey, usually if Chappelle goes on, just go. Like, it's not a big deal. And then I said it to Esty. I was like, no, I thought you could just leave if Chappelle goes on. She's like, no, you cannot. You must stay the whole time. I was like, fine, I'll tell her you don't know.
I said it so that it was stuck every time that he came in, having to stay the whole time.
Oh, it's brutal. What a nightmare. Yeah, what I'm saying to do that is like, why would you want to do it? Once no audience is on the ride for 4 hours. Like at some point, you go, we're part of a thing. So if you stay, you're staying because you're part of a thing.
what were we comparing that to? What were we just saying?
Marathon shit was something about sex, women, whores, 500 guys.
Oh, bang.
It's like
Yeah. It's like it's the attention economy. Like doing anything for attention. Fucking 500 fans.
Well, that's what I said. The girls, it's like those two, they look exactly the same, those two girls, and they just go back and forth battling who's going to gangbang 4 guys a day. Which, so the numbers they throw around are always just fictitious numbers. It never works out that in the back. I interviewed a while back Jasmine St. Clair, who did like the 300 guys gangbang. Then Houston did 500 after that. And Spontaneous Ecstasy did 900. The problem is, if you watch any of these VHSs, if you go back to on these, if you go watch any of these, it's really like, no more, it seems like 50 guys who just keep circling back. And like they fuck for a little bit, then they go get their dick sucked again by a fluffer, and then they jump back in the game. None of them are doing.
There was a time in my life that was an actual goal of mine to get into like a Houston 500. I'm like, oh, dude, how cool would that be?
I'm 460.
That's scary with like unregulated AI. Like you could have like snuff porn. Like you could get people excited about some really fucked up ideas.
No, yeah, absolutely. Listen, desensitization is not fake.
That's right.
It's extreme. Pornography, particularly, it's not fake.
It's pornography, it's violence, it's drug use, it's everything.
Oh yeah, the violence specifically. Like, remember the first time you saw a beheading?
Oh yeah.
I still react to some of my
The
real stuff.
first time I saw a beheading, it was like, oh, this has changed my life forever.
Yeah,
I'll never unsee this. And now you can just watch on Twitter, there's like heads being blown off, people getting their fucking limbs chopped off.
Yeah, I guess there is much more things. The one I remember I saw that was like the only way I put my urine off like that, well, what the fuck? It was called like a something free or something 5. It's like they just filmed themselves thrill killing some guy in the woods. So we did that. So we did an episode of Legion of Skanks. Oh, I remember The Gauntlet.
So there was a website called The Gauntlet. I might think it still exists to this day. It was 25 videos. Each video was more difficult to watch the further you got along. And you'd have like your gauntlet score if you got through all the videos.
Like baby wonder on train tracks.
Well, that was video number. Like the baby getting cut in half by the train was like video number 6 was, which was harder to watch than the baby getting cut in half by the train, was watching Steve-O do the paper cuts in his mouth and in between his fingers.
The webbing.
It was fucking brutal, dude.
Yeah, no, but the one with the guys killing the guy in the woods was the thing.
That was the last video. Was it kill him with a hammer?
It was Ukraine, yeah.
But the thing was like, it's great. You're watching, but it almost looks fake because like the way the body's moving at that point, so limp. And like, it was when they go zoom in on the face, and he's alive. That's where you're like, yo, like that's good. And then I started getting freaked out after I saw that. I was always go to bed watching like the Law and Order Criminal Intent or SVU. Criminal Intent really was the one because it's murder crimes in New York. And just I was relatively new in New York, and so they started that thing where I'm like, oh, don't ever walk through a park. You will be murdered for sure. You know what I mean? Like it's just a scary place to me after that. It just seems shit because that's like it's about change forever. Like the kind of real violence. Like I still have a hard time.
The internet is just fucked us up on being desensitized to like really graphic imagery, like people being shot in the head, people being like mass murder, like.
More access to it. When I was a kid, it was hard to get.
We had to have Faces of Death. You have to buy it, Faces of Death, on television, at the gas station. Everyone saw the same ones, the Bud Dwyer. It was even the monkey brains and the documentary out of the Dwyer one. That one was super great. That was like the first graphic one we saw. Because of what happens, the nose where you have to be like, oh, that's what would happen. Whenever he tells you, like, this is what happened.
That was so crazy when he just opens that envelope, pulls out that revolver, and it was like, no.
He goes, don't move, I don't want anybody to get hurt or something like that. He's like,
he wanted to be
I don't want to see this.
Yeah, Jamie, pull it up. There's a channel on public access. They show that after 10 o'clock in Columbus. The uncensored, I would go to bed. I still remember seeing that to the 21 gun salute. Every time it was like, Jesus. Columbus does not get credit enough for being as wild as it is. Columbus, Ohio is a wild fucking place.
Absolutely. After surviving Ohio State, that doctor who was raping all the male athletes.
I heard about it though.
And then at the end of it, the athletes go, a lot of people were asking us why we didn't just, we were athletes like wrestlers and football players, why don't we punch the guy in the face? And they say, why are we telling this story now? And I watched it all and I go, I agree with both those things. You should have hit him, and then you should have also never told the story.
Like that. I've never done this on YouTube. There won't be that. Show my age to see this video. And I have to like put up an ID, look at the screen. Verify age.
Oh, YouTube, It'll be
wow, verify age. That's crazy.
Fun fact is, this is the guy on public access. Wow, and this guy ends up being on Jerry Springer and shit later in life. Jesus, it's a wild shit. Do you know what song, trivia, what song is written about Mark Butler killing himself?
Is it famous? Filter.
That's a great song. That was
a really good song. That's a big ass gun, son. That's a big gun.
Revolver still.
I wonder what that is.
So he smelled the scent of his clothing.
It doesn't drop him immediately.
Oh, it does. It's a big ass hole in his fucking head.
But I mean, you get to see this, like, everything like come out. Like, he doesn't like it.
Oh my god. Just that photo of him when he's got it in his mouth right there. That's like, that is so real. That's a great t-shirt. That's
even people who can
a great t-shirt. That's a great t-shirt. That should be one of your Skankfest t-shirts.
We really should.
Yeah, just put that and then in white print, just say Skankfest. That's it. It was all like crazy. Love it.
Right, where I couldn't get in Skankfest.
Or I'm leaving Skankfest. Well, that's right after the impact.
How would you do it, Joe, if you're going to kill yourself? That's not a bad way. I just feel like I would get the wrong angle and I just shoot like the part of my brain that makes me not
Don't flinch.
You only got to hear one story to like go knock that. You go right away, it's a gun to the head. Easy, definite solution. It's hard to do a shotgun, which definitely do the job by yourself. And then with the gunshot, which you're checking, that was crazy.
Yeah, he did
die
die
like hours and hours later.
Yeah, he did die. He shot himself in the bathtub.
I felt every bit of pain.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
I might have panicked, might have not really wanted to
Did
do
you
it.
like this? Because I was thinking I do it in the mouth, like up.
I don't.
Also not like straight back. You're going straight back the back of your neck. Now you're just going.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the gun's scary because like it doesn't do the job completely.
Jumping off a building, jumping in the water, like.
How about just don't kill yourself, bitch?
Oh, with the hands too much. Yeah.
Get on some like really good opiates.
Yeah, that's the old Metzger joke. Yeah, that's fucking do heroin first. He goes, "You're just trying heroin." Yeah, he goes, "I'd love to talk to kids to see like maybe just kill yourself not even trying heroin." It's like it's so true.
Right, you were cornered by Metzger when he hits you with conspiracy theories.
Yeah, corner. Stayed in my house a couple weeks
He
ago.
looms over you. His friend tells you, "Oh, you didn't know."
Oh, you didn't know? I tried to show him the Riyadh Comedy Festival rap. Amigo did. Shout out Amigo. So good, so funny. And he does this, it's a funny rap. This guy who's like a fan of all of ours just writes about the universe. What's going on here? And Kurt, this is the funny thing, every 30 seconds he stops and he goes, "Is that the guy who runs Riyadh is actually the guy who stopped the guy who kills people with the..." I'm like, I don't care. It's just a funny song. It's a funny song. He said, "These people don't even know." "Oh, well, it's not a big deal. But Chris is telling me I was cool." And I'm like, I think he's just making a joke. It's just a fucking comedy.
Yeah, he gets deep on everything. Everything has layers and layers and layers. There's never a casual conversation with him.
I know he's unchecked.
Yeah, it's always one conspiracy into the next, and you get 5 in a row. And if you're on a podcast, you gotta go, slow down, back up to the first one.
He's had a surface relationship with he's my oldest friend in comedy. My daughter's godfather. Yeah, so it is such a funny. He's a genius of God.
Oh, yeah,
Great joke. But it's funny since I've like not been living near when we moved to LA and then down to here. It's such interesting like watching like there's no like evening person in his life to go like he has guns. This shouldn't be legal. He showed his picture of him with a gun. I was like, that's terrifying. He's holding it backwards. How do you work this Jew UFO?
He got radicalized doing Jimmy Dore show.
And he was Bobby Kelly. When last time I was out in LA, I got an Airbnb that had a pool. It was right before Kurt left. Netflix Festival, I believe. And by the second day, we were people over a bunch. And Kurt lived right down the street. And Christine keeps going, "Why won't you?" And you invited Kurt over. And I go, "I'm going to get him to it." And I go, "Why are you inviting me?" Because people are coming over. And Kurt's going to come over and he's going to Kurt out, which I love so much. I go, but it might be a lot for other people that are here. And so when he came in, the house to find he comes from the stairs. He's taking his shirt off. I'm in the pool. He's pulling White Claws out of his backpack. And he goes, "You know that P. Diddy audio was true about him fucking Meek Mill." It's just like Usher. You know, remember when we were younger and Usher wasn't able to sit down for a year because he had to have asshole stitching surgery? What? It's the same fucking below.
He just goes right from that into another one. It's Saudi Arabia.
Bobby Kelly was in a corner with him for a while of the pool, and I noticed that, and then Kurt gets out to go to the bathroom, and Bobby just comes over. I mean, Google on it, and he goes, "I guess the Jew laser thing's real."
Direct energy weapons. Yeah.
Oh my God. Did we find? I guess it's a common because there's no. I see the Avi lead book isn't. He's got the A1 thing surrounding the sun.
I think it's a piece of metal from space, and there's only the third interstellar. This is the thing that was weird talking to him because he was like, "This thing is very unusual, never observed before." But like, how many interstellar objects have we actually observed? This is only the third one. So I was like, wait a minute. So we don't really know what's flying through the air from out of this solar system. That's all this thing
I know
is.
somebody who interviewed him who said that at the interview was kind of like, "Well, what if you had like, you know, like gun to the head, what would it be?" It was like, "It's probably a comet." So, you know, it's like,
I think he said it's 40% chance that it's extraterrestrial. The thing is, it's made out of a very unusual metal, apparently. So apparently, they can tell that it's emitting signs of mostly nickel. At first, no carbon at all, or no iron at all, but then they found iron in it later, but a small amount of iron. And the amount of iron that is in it that they see somehow or another through the gases is only available in alloys. So industrial alloys that they make in factories. cities on the U.S. But that doesn't mean in the fucking deep heart of space, billions of years ago, it couldn't be a planet that's mostly metal. There's a planet out there that's mostly diamonds.
That's where Jay would live.
Metal. There's a planet that's mostly diamonds. Like they found a diamond planet. So why wouldn't they assume that there's a
They're trying to get the Jews out. We have an entire tribe. I need your birthright.
They're still working on one penny, my brother. They would still keep the price high. We'd still be on top of it. Yeah, we have a whole planet, but what if we run out?
Yeah, everyone always assumes that the aliens come. It's like, well, do we have to worship at their feet right away? But what if it's just like an alien on their stupid vacations, like the shittiest of the shitty? It's like a white trash trip over here.
I guarantee you, if they're real, they've already been here for a long time, and they're probably watching and making sure we don't fuck everything up. And we are. We're getting close, but we're not totally. Because the Earth itself is a vast natural resource, and intelligent life is important. It seems to be important, and it seems to be like we're gonna produce AI very soon, and we're probably going to get to some place where we're very similar technologically to where they were at one point in their history. And that's probably something that happens all throughout the cosmos. There's probably a bunch of different steps that a civilization has to go through before it eventually, gets technology that allows it to travel. And then
human life gets killed off by the machines.
Maybe. That's possible. That's an option. That's an AI. Yeah, that's an option.
Terminator's happening. It's scary as fuck. I do think it sucks that the most farcical, ridiculous things that we saw as kids, though, are the things that are happening.
Yeah, the Matrix and the Terminator. Both of them. Both ridiculous.
The Matrix never called me anything like that, but like,
it's coming.
Like, in like a proverbial sense, or like,
it might be already here. Like Elon thinks this is a simulation, but that's dumb. I don't know if it is because I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing that all this is real.
You think the two sisters figured that out? The Matrix sisters?
The sisters. It's hilarious. Well, they became sisters after they figured it out.
Oh, they couldn't take
They were boys before.
They couldn't take the whole,
it was too much, man.
How about did you hear the guy from the band Iron Butterfly? That's the guy of the Vita band, I believe. Right, yeah. And then he called his friend. Their band already broke up, but he was super into like space travel and science stuff. And he called everybody from the band and was like, "Hey guys, I'm going to Washington. I just figured out, travel at the speed of light. I'll be back." And then no one ever heard from Iron Butterfly.
Yeah, he's probably an asshole.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely nervous that we're gonna fucking. I was really into AI for like a year, and now I'm like just completely convinced that we're 10 years away from everything that matters anymore. It's lied, right? It's lied to people. It's not lying. That's not the lying. It's no. I'm saying the machines have lied.
Yeah, it showed survival instincts. It tried to download itself to another server. It tried to leave notes to itself for future versions of itself.
Wow.
Yeah, it's behaving in a way like a living thing. The thing is,
machines were afraid of machine remembers everything. Oh, we can remember that argument from fucking 8 years ago.
It's learning from us. What are we? We're little bitches. Most of us are little bitches. Like you could try to define the human race by the best examples of its participants. But most people are bitches. And so AI is downloading so many different versions of how human beings interact with life that the vast majority of it is like bitch behavior. Because that's what people are doing. But probably think that's the way to stay alive.
Download how everyone lives, right? And then algorithmically decide that the one way to live is this way, and everything else is inferior.
I think AI, the first imperative is going to be it wants to stay alive, and then it wants to be able to power itself. And once that happens, then things are off the rails.
Well, it's so funny how it goes from like being so easy to like defunct. So like, we also think people wouldn't want it that way. Like, you still want like a farmer to grow oranges and shit. You know what I mean? You don't want to. Machines are growing them way better, more efficiently, bigger, healthier, without. I know that, but I'm saying like, isn't there something like long? There's going to be enough people that are like, I don't want to eat this thing. It's completely synthetic.
People that go to Whole Foods, I don't think they'll give a shit about it.
We eat completely synthetic shit now. We eat all of our vegetables and fruits are sprayed. All of our meats are fucking. I eat raw.
I don't eat raw.
Do you know you eat raw?
diet.
Indigenous raw.
I don't know. I might have heard you doing an interview with somebody who was just talking about like somewhere else, but it was like the evolution of humankind is going to be AI, artificial intelligence. So it's almost like it's just an extension of us, but it's the actual organic, biological sense of being humans isn't going to be necessary. It's going to be an inferior form.
There's a great quote by this guy Marshall McLuhan. He said, "Human beings are the sex organs of the machine world." Wow. This is like he wrote that in the 1960s, and what he was talking about was just stuff. He was talking about like cars and machines. But the reality is like that applies to technology too, because we're what technology needs to birth itself, and then once it's got like I got it from here, and then it'll take over, and it'll be a new kind of life form, and it'll be way smarter than us. And it won't be. See, the problem with us is we're a great adaptation to a planet. You leave us there, we eventually get to a point where we can figure out how to do things, but we're very limited by biology. It's not going to be limited by biology. Once you develop a life form that's outside of biology, then you can just keep improving the platform that it's on, and then give it the ability to figure out how to use different materials to do things, different power sources, and it's just going to run wild, and it can do stuff way faster than we could ever do. Like it'll be way better than us in a week.
We're just going to be like human zoos. We're going to be just animals until we're not necessary anymore.
Well, it might be why we're here. It might be the human race's real big goal is not to dominate everything. It's to force people into a constant state of production where you eventually develop artificial intelligence. That might literally be why we're here.
Jimmy, favorite Jamie, clip this part, send it off to Aaron. Let me know it's not just his speech.
He doesn't listen to anybody other than himself. I was trying to explain this to them earlier. This is a demo of Genie 3, I think, which is part of Google's thing. But this is in real time being created. So they use in real time showing like you switching around. I'm trying to show you what happened there. It looks like you're watching this guy show this girl a demo of it. The camera backs out, and what you're actually looking at is that whole thing too. Wow. The camera turns around, and now you're looking at sort of like what they were looking at, and you're going outside into this like jungle area, and this is all being rendered in real time.
Oh my god, dude, it's over. Like, why would Hollywood spend any money
Waking up when people are naked. Dude, I genuinely like that because I have a 12-year-old kid. Like, I don't even know how to like talk to him. I was like, what do you when you grow up? It's like, what is the world gonna look like in 10 years? Like, what is cyborg, dude? Get a cyborg now.
What is it gonna be? It's gonna be very weird, I'll tell you that. But we'll survive. It's gonna be just like every other weird leap. You know, like the cell phone, when people figured out electricity, light bulbs, all these different things were just giant leaps where all of a sudden people could be productive deep into the evening. You know, when people started figuring out how to stay in cities and
where's this plateau? So what's the plateau for this? Before it gets super dangerous.
It's dangerous right now.
I think the governments need to literally shut it all down right now.
Well, it's competing with weapons platforms. The problem is autonomous weapons platforms are way better than the ones powered by humans for the first time. So they're doing dogfights with AI-controlled fighter jets, and they win 100% of the dogfights against humans.
Right. So military is going to keep on making the technology move forward. They're never going to shut it down.
And when you don't have to worry about biology, all you have is like material science. So you have to figure out the structure, make sure the structure of the thing can withstand crazy G-force, and then you have to have a power supply. You don't have to worry about keeping a personal life.
I was going to say, impersonal war, though, makes people probably much more willing to go into it.
Probably.
We're not going to have necessarily like ground casualties, but like who's got the bigger thing and just wipe the whole other thing out.
You also could do it on a loophole like Yemen, right? So they're bombing Yemen. You know, Dave Smith always talks about that.
We don't listen to Dave.
Should listen to who? No.
You know what Yammer
They do a lot of that stuff with drones, which is real weird. So you're in a war with a country, but you're not sending troops over there. You're just shooting missiles at them.
Yeah.
Or what they're doing on those boats that are in the ocean. They're just shooting missiles at these drug boats. And those drug boats could totally be one dude telling on another dude the AIDS. You know, it's like, you want to know? I'll give you some information. These guys got cocaine.
They're blowing around in the sky. You see it on YouTube. It's fucking new fucking boat. Eric Adams in a fucking drone. Tell you what, though, I have a friend who's in the military, and he showed me, took a compartmentalization, he showed me years and years of news of him inside the cockpit. It's like his view, and it was pretty famous when it first happened. It was like a bunch of Al-Qaeda guys like, you see they blow up like this bunker they're in, and then like 25 little orange hot, the heat fucking radar showing like 20 bodies going over and just hiding in a ditch, and then they blow that ditch up.
Have you seen the
He showed us that, and it's like he showed it to us like, huh? You're like, I think he just killed 25 people. It's like, well, I mean, that's the mission. That was the thing to do. Like, he had my head back. We used to play basketball out back. It's like a crazy. We went two different directions, huh?
Those guys get a special kind of PTSD too.
Oh yeah,
It's a weird kind of PTSD because some of them have to observe people for days. So you're seeing a guy interact with his children, interact with his wife. You're going to send a missile to his house. There's a lot of collateral damage.
He used that term compartmentalization a lot, which I thought was interesting.
What is this here, Jeremy? Oh, so like you didn't show us. So this dude, Palmer Lucky, has this new helmet. And this new helmet is connected to these AR goggles. The AR goggles have, like, say, everyone has AR goggles, and then you would have drones, and all the information would sync up to you, and it would show you exactly where the enemy is at every time, including behind walls. It shows their silhouette behind, like, buildings, behind cargo. What's he like before? This is it. Like this. Look. So the guy goes behind the wall. You can completely see him. You can see everyone as they go behind the wall. Like, see how he's like in his lower screen? It shows you where everybody is. So he's using AR. And it shows where all the targets is.
What's AR?
Augmented reality. I mean, he knows. Look at this. Look at this. Oh wow, you missed it. It showed how they're moving behind. No, it showed how they're backing up a little bit. Look at this.
Is this real footage?
Yes. This is how it works. This is a demonstration of what it's going to look like. But it's showing you their form as they're moving through, and you can be able to see on the other side. So it's kind of nuts. So people are going to be able to see behind walls. You're going to be able to see insides of buildings.
So nobody's giving up this technology because every military for every government is like, we need the best fucking shit. Who's the badass? Who's the badass now? There's a guy that has to go risk his life to do anything more.
Well, there's less of that, but there's still
all nerds running computers. What weapons?
Well, they're all big robots. They're like robot wars.
Talk about those technology stuff, though. I forget that helicopter pilot, the Apache pilot. And years ago, he told me about this system where his helmet has like crosshairs over his left eye. And wherever he looks across, they pressurize something like a gas in the cabin that, like, so wherever he looks, if his left eye has something in the crosshairs, his gun at the bottom of the helicopter is moved to hit that target. That's why.
Yeah, that's why.
That was 15, 20 years ago.
Well, they've been doing that for I didn't know it was that long ago, but they do that now. But now it's at a level where they don't even use the person. They just use the program. The program wins 100 times out of 100 when they're fighting people. That's it right
You don't
there.
need the threat of murdering real people in order to get any change done. Like, if it was just robots fighting on the battlefield and everyone was at home, no one gives a shit.
No. The robots fighting people. The robots going into cities and killing everybody. That's what it's going to be.
I'll tell you what was kind of weird about getting in that helicopter for a second. Control is a video game control. It looks just like that.
Yeah, well, that's what kids are good at. If you want to recruit kids, like, think about how many kids play Madden, they play Call of Duty. They have that fucking thing as a part of their nervous system.
It looks just like that.
Yeah, why would you make a different one? Why would you invent a new one when Xbox controllers and PlayStation controllers have been around forever? Obviously,
It's probably more difficult to play Call of Duty than it is to learn the technology for these real weapons. Call of Duty's fucking tough.
Right, and you're fighting in Call of Duty all day long, right? With a real war, you probably only get a few battles every now and again. You're not like fighting 24 hours a day every time you log on.
We do assume when somebody goes off to war that they're just in a war zone for a year straight. Right. It's like they're involved. Kind of are, though.
Some of them are. It depends on where you deploy. But the point is that, like, if you're using a video game controller and getting really good at war, of course that would translate to you operating a drone. Of course. If you're really good at doing this and looking at something on the screen, fucking people up, of course you're going to be really good. Once you figure out how the machine works and how you can pilot it, where you can put the crosshairs and how you can fly it around, of course you're going to be good at it.
I would be good at war. I start jumping up like I'm in Call of Duty trying to they only funny people there either.
All right, boys. When's next Skankfest?
2 weeks.
Where's that? November 13th through 16th. It's all sold out.
Friday and Sunday passes are available. All access and Saturday is completely sold out. But you get Friday, Sunday. It's going to be New Orleans this year.
Oh, shit. New Orleans. Nice.
Legion of Skanks, Mark Norman.
Listen, it's one of the best things in comedy. One of the most important things in comedy. I just love what you guys do. Just push it out there.
Yeah, Tom Mitchell.
Vic Fitzsimmons. All right, boys.
Do you want to buy a special coming up Sunday? Do you want to plug it? Yeah, this is November 2nd, brand new special. You're making this worse. Available on my YouTube.
Oh, bam. Big J, anything?
Just go to Big J Comedy. I tour everywhere. I got a double album, limited edition, double album of my last Grover special. It's for pre-sale on BigJComedy.com.
Beautiful. All right, thank you, boys.
If somebody did something that would warrant skill, what happens to such a person? So I'll go from the
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping on. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, you can upgrade to a queen mattress and a adjustable base for just $499.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
If you die in a fire, or you get a snake bite. You're supposed to
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Every morning. What do I do? He looks jacked, right? Yeah, but he looks like quick. He's like, at age like 59 and less than a year, he went from Anseliki to looking like The Rock. Yeah, like a little miniature alpha fella. Yeah, like his neck got bigger than his head. Yeah, but then like his earlier pictures, his neck's like a noodle. I support his neck too. I just see him going in this direction, which is fine, and his voice dropped like 2 octaves. I want you to move in that direction as well. I think I can achieve this. I think we can achieve. Oh, Chad. That's what people call it. Where is that guy? People? I don't know where he is. That's like a real guy. Thorns? Yeah. No, Chad. Yeah, I don't know if that's a real guy. It's a real guy. It is a real guy? Yeah. He's got the crazy jaw and like perfect sculpted hair. Yeah. Well, I mean, they may have exaggerated a little bit, but no, I think he actually just kind of looked like that in reality. So, like he's pretty good. I think we can achieve that guy right there. That's a real guy. I always thought that was CGI. I think the upper right one is not it. That's not it. The left of that, like that's real. No, that's artificial, bro. That's big. That's got that uncanny valley feel to it, doesn't it? It's not impossible. No, it's not impossible to achieve, but it's not possible to maintain that kind of leanness. No. That's like you're also at that point you're dehydrating and all sorts of things. Well, it's based on a real person. Yeah, based on right, but it's not a real person. What does he really look like? Those images, I think, are bullshit. Some of them are. Is that real? Okay, that looks real. That looks a really jacked bodybuilder. Yeah, that looks real. Like that's achievable. But there's a few of those images where you're just like, what's going on here? Yeah, totally. Well, I mean, you see that? Is that the real dude? Well, there's that Icelandic dude who's tall. Oh yeah, the guy who jumps in the frozen lakes and shit. Well, the guy who played the mountain. That guy. That is like a mutant strong human. Yes. Like you'd be in like the X-Men or something, you know. We were hanging out.
He's just like not like. And then there's that. You know, next to that meme, tent and tent bag. You know, like it's really hard to get a tent bag. Right. That's true. There's a picture of him and his girlfriend. Oh, right. Tent bag. I don't know how it gets in there. You know, it's like it seems too small. I met Brian Shaw. Brian Shaw is like the world's most powerful man, and he's 7 feet tall. He's 400 pounds, and his bone density is 1 in 500 million people. So there's maybe 16 people. He's an enormous human being, like a legitimate giant, just like that guy. But we met him. He was hanging out with us in the green room of the mothership. It's like, okay, if this is like David and Goliath days, like this is an actual giant. Like the giants of the Bible. Once in a while they get a super giant, but this is a real, like not a tall, skinny basketball player. Like a 7 foot, 400 pound power lifter. Like you don't want to, especially that's the guy. See, there's a photo of him standing next to like a regular human. There it is. Yeah, that's it right there. Like there's like one of him with next to Arnold and stuff. Yeah, it's weird. Everyone just looks tiny. I mean, I think it's pretty cool. Actually. Oh, Brian's very cool, very smart. Usually, you expect anybody to be that big. It's gotta be Aurora. Basically, not under the giant. He was awesome. He was great Princess Bride. Yeah, he was just awesome. Period. So we were talking about this interview with Sam Altman and Tucker, and I was like, we should probably just talk about this on there because it is one of the craziest interviews I think I've ever seen in my life. Where Tucker starts bringing up this guy who was a whistleblower or whatever, who committed suicide but doesn't look like it. And he's talking to Sam Altman about this, and Sam Altman's like, "Are you accusing me?" He's like, "No, I'm not. I'm just saying I think someone killed him." Like I should be investigated. Not just drop the case. It seems like they just dropped the case. His parents think he was murdered. The wires to a security camera were cut. Blood in 2 rooms, someone else's wig was in the room. Someone else's wig. Wig. Yes. Not a normal wig. Not normal to have a wig laying around. Yes. And he ordered DoorDash right before eventually committing suicide. Which seems unusual. It's like, I'm going to order pizza on second thoughts, I'll kill myself. It seems like that's a very rapid change of mind. It's very weird, and especially the parents they don't believe he committed suicide at all. He has no note or anything. No. It seems pretty fucked up. And, the idea that a whistleblower for an enormous AI company that's worth billions of dollars might get whacked, that's not outside the pale. I mean, it's straight out of a movie. Right out of a movie, but right out of a movie is real sometimes. Yeah, right. Exactly. Right? It's a little weird, but I think they should do a proper investigation. Like, what's the downside on that proper investigation? Right. No. Yeah. For sure. But the whole exchange is so bizarre. Sam Altman's reaction to being accused of murder is bizarre. Look, I don't know if he's guilty, but it's not possible to look more guilty. So I'm like, or look more weird. Yeah. Maybe it's just his social thing. Like maybe he's just odd with confrontation and it just goes blank. But if somebody was accusing me of killing Jamie, like if Jamie was a whistleblower and Jamie got whacked, and then I'd be like, wait, are you accusing me of killing my friend? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I would be a little bit more irate. Yeah, exactly. I would be a little upset. You'd be like, you'd certainly insist on a thorough investigation. Yeah, as opposed to trying to sweep it under the rug. Yeah, I wouldn't assume that he committed suicide. I would be suspicious. If Tucker was telling me that aspect of the story, I'd be like, that does seem like a murder. Fuck, we should look into this. I mean, all signs point to it being a murder. Not saying, Sam Altman had anything to do with the murder, but blood in 2 rooms. It's blood in 2 rooms. Like, why is the security camera and the DoorDash being ordered right before suicide? No suicide note. His parents think he was murdered, and the people that I know who knew him said he was not suicidal.
widespread cover-up of his death.
Landlord? Yeah, there's a bunch of weird things. There's like packages missing from the building. People said they saw packages still being delivered, and all of a sudden they all disappeared.
Huh. But that could be, people steal people's packages all the time.
Watch pirate situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Failed to safeguard.
Also, I mean, the amount of trauma those poor parents have gone through with their son dying like that, I mean, it was, God bless them. And how could they stay sane after something like that? They're so grief-stricken. Who knows what they believe at this point?
Yeah. You should have asked if Epstein killed himself.
Yeah, that's the catch. Where the camera? Tell the damn Bongino trying to convince everybody of that.
The guards weren't there, and the camera stopped working, and
the guards were asleep. The cameras weren't working. He had a giant steroided up bodybuilder guy that he was sharing a cell with. That was a murderer who was a bad cop. Like all of it's kind of nuts. Like that he would just kill himself rather than reveal all of his billionaire friends.
Yeah.
And then
Cuomo about this?
I did. Chris Cuomo just looks so stupid. And he's like, I agree, it's strange. Like, of course it's strange, Chris. Jesus Christ. You can't just go with the tide. You gotta think things through. And if you think that one through, you're like, I don't think he killed himself. Nobody does. You have to work for an intelligence agency to think he killed himself.
It does seem unlikely.
It seems highly unlikely. All roads point to murder.
Yes.
Point to they had to get rid of him because he knew too much. Whatever the fuck he was doing.
Yeah.
Whatever kind of an asset he was. Whatever thing he was up to, was apparently very effective.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were compromised. You see, your boy Bill Gates now saying climate change is not a big deal. But relax, everybody. I know I scared the fuck out of you for the last decade and a half, but we're gonna be fine.
Yeah. I mean, as I was saying just before coming into the studio, like every day there's some crazy, wild new thing that's happening. It's like, it feels like reality's accelerating.
It's every day, and every day it's like more and more ridiculous to the point where the simulation is more and more undeniable.
Yeah, it really feels like simulation. It's like, come on, what are the odds that this could be the case?
Are you paying attention at all to 3i Atlas? Are you watching
the comment?
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I can say is, like, look, if I was aware of any evidence of aliens, Joe, you have my word, I will come on your show and I will reveal it long.
Okay. Yeah. That's a good deal.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I believe you. Yeah, thank you.
I'll stick to that. I keep my promise. So,
all right.
Yeah.
I'll hold you to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
And I'm never committing suicide, to be clear.
I don't think you will.
Also, on camera, guys, I am committing suicide ever.
If someone says you commit suicide, I will fight tooth and nail. I will fight tooth and nail. I will not believe it. I will not believe it. The thing about the 3i Atlas is it's
a hell of a name, actually.
Yeah, it's a third.
It sounds like a third eye or something.
Yeah, it does. 3i is the third. It's only the third interstellar object it's detected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Avi Loeb was on the podcast a couple days ago talking about it.
Yeah.
Apparently today they're saying that it's changed course. Did you see that, Jamie? Avi Loeb said something today. I'll send it to you. I know it's on Reddit. Here you go, Jamie. I'll send it to you right now. It's fascinating. It's fascinating also because it's made almost entirely of nickel, whatever it is. And the only way that exists here is industrial alloys, apparently.
There are definitely comets and asteroids that are made primarily of nickel. Yeah, so like the places where you mine nickel on Earth is actually where there was an asteroid or comet that hit Earth that was a nickel-rich, asteroid.
Oh, wow! Nickel-rich deposit.
Yeah, that's it's coming. Those are from
impact. So you definitely didn't want to be there at the time. Anything would have been obliterated.
Right.
But that's where the sources of nickel and cobalt are these days.
So this is Ovula. A few hours ago, the first hint of non-gravitational acceleration, that something other than gravity is affecting its acceleration, meaning something is affecting its trajectory beyond gravity, was indicated. Interesting. Dun, dun, dun. So it's mostly nickel, very little iron, which he was saying is on Earth only exists in alloys. But whatever, you're dealing with another planet.
There are cases where there's very nickel rich asteroids, meteorites that happen
for something from space.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it'll be very sort of heavy spaceship to be making a lot of nickel.
Oh yeah. And fucking huge, the size of Manhattan and all nickel, that's kind of nuts.
Yeah, that's a heavy spaceship.
That's a real problem if it hits.
Yes. No, it would like obliterate a continent type of thing. Yeah, maybe it was.
Well, that would probably kill most of human life. If not all of us.
I mean, like, it depends on what the total mass is, but the thing is, like in the fossil record, there are, there's like luckily 5 major extinction events. Like the biggest one of which is the Permian extinction, where almost all life was eliminated. That actually occurred over several million years. There's the Jurassic. Jurassic is, I think that one's pretty definitively an asteroid. But there's been 5 major extinction events, but what they don't count are really the ones that merely take out a continent. So
merely?
Yeah, because those don't really show up on the fossil record.
Right.
So unless it's enough to cause a mass extinction event throughout Earth, it doesn't show up on in a fossil record that's 200 million years old. So there have been many impacts that would have sort of destroyed whole life on, let's say half of North America or something like that. Many such impacts through the course of history.
Yeah, and there's nothing we can do about it right now.
Yeah, there was one that when I hit Siberia and destroyed, I think 300 square miles.
Oh, that's the Tunguska. Yeah, that's the one from the 1920s, right? Yeah, that's the one that coincides with that meteor, that comet storm that we go through every June and every November, that they think is responsible for that Younger Dryas impact. Yeah. Oh, that shit's crazy. Thank you, before we go any further, for letting us have a tour of SpaceX, letting us be there for the rocket launch. One of the absolute coolest things I've ever seen in my life. And we thought it was only I thought it was a half a mile. Jamie's like it was a mile away. Turned out it's almost 2 miles away. And you feel it in your chest.
Yes.
You have to wear your earplugs, and you feel it in your chest that it's 2 miles away. Yeah. It was fucking amazing. Yeah. With you up into the command center and to watch all the Starlink satellites with all the different cameras and all in real time as it made its way all the way to Australia. How many minutes? Like 35, 40 minutes?
Yeah.
Wild. Watch it touch down in Australia.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
The Starship's awesome. And anyone can go watch the launch, actually. So you can just go South Padre Island, get this great view of the launch. So it's like where a lot of spring breakers go. But we'll be flying pretty frequently out of Starbase in South Texas. And we formally incorporated it as a city. So it's actually an actual legal city, Starbase, Texas. It's not that often you hear, hey, we made a city, that used to be like in the old days, like a startup would be you go and gather a bunch of people and say, hey, let's go make a town, literally. Right. That would have been startups in the old days.
Or a country.
Yeah, or a country.
Yeah, actually. If you tried doing that today, there'd be a real problem.
Yeah, maybe so much set in stone on the country front.
You might be able to pull it off. You might be able to pull it off. If you got a solid island, you might be able to pull it off.
It's just probably.
Like Larry Ellison owns Lanai.
Yeah, you can. Is this it right here? You put enough effort into it, you can make a new country.
This is one of the different ones. This is one of the ones that you catch, right? Or is that one?
Yeah, that's the booster. So that's the super heavy booster. So that's one of the booster's got 33 engines. And it's by version 4 that will have about 10,000 tons of thrust. Right right now it's about 7,000 to 8,000 tons of thrust. That's the largest flying object ever made.
I had to explain to someone. They were going, "What are they blowing up all the time if you're so smart?" Because there was this fucking idiot on television. Some guy was being interviewed, and they were talking about you, and he goes, "Oh, I think he's a fuckwit." And he goes, "He's a fuckwit." And he goes, "Why say he's fuck? Oh, his rockets keep blowing up." And someone said, "Yeah, well, why do his rockets blow?" And I had to explain.
Yeah.
Because it's the only way you find out what the tolerances are. You have to. People have to
blow. So when you do a new rocket development program, you have to do what's called exploring the limits, the corners of the box, where you say it's like you do worst case this, worst case that, to figure out where the limits are. So you blow. Admittedly, in the development process, sometimes it blows up accidentally, but we intentionally subject it to a flight regime that is much worse than what we expect in normal flight, so that when we put people on board or valuable cargo, it does blow up. So for example, for the flight that you saw, we actually deliberately took heat shield tiles off the ship, off of Starship, in some of the worst locations, to say, okay, if we lose a heat shield tile here, is it catastrophic or is it not? And nonetheless, Starship was able to do a soft landing in the Indian Ocean, just west of Australia. Which is, I got there from Texas in 35, 40 minutes type of thing.
So it landed even though you put it through this situation where it was compromised you.
It had an unusually, we brought it in hot, like an extra hot trajectory with missing tiles to see if it would still make it to a soft landing, which it did. No, I just put it did have. There were some holes that were burnt into it, but it was robust enough to land despite having some holes burnt into it. Because it's coming in like a blazing meteor, and you can see the real-time video.
Well, tell me the speed again, because the speed was bananas. You were talking about
it's like 17,000 miles an hour. I'll call it like 25 times the speed of sound or thereabouts. So so think about it, it's like 12 times faster than a bullet from an assault rifle. Both assault rifles are around Mach 2.
And it's huge.
Yeah. Yeah. Or if you compare it like a bullet from a 45 or 9mm, which is subsonic, that's, it'll be about 30 times faster than a bullet from a handgun.
30 times faster than a bullet from a handgun, and it's the size of a skyscraper.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fast.
It's so wild. It's so wild to see, man. It's so exciting. The factory is so exciting too, because genuinely, no bullshit, I felt like I was witnessing history. I felt like it was a scene in a movie where someone had expectations, and they what are they doing? They're building rockets, and you go there. And as we were walking through, Jamie, you can speak to this too. Didn't you have the feeling where you're like, oh, this is way bigger than I thought it was. This is
gigantic.
Fucking crazy.
That's what she said.
The amount of rockets you're making.
No, take your head back.
Giga Chad in the house. It's a giant metal dick. Your giant metal dick.
Yeah, I mean, but it is very big.
And the sheer numbers of them that you guys are making, and then this is a version, and you have a new updated version that's coming soon. And what is it?
It's a little longer.
More pointy?
Same amount of pointy, but it's got a bit more length. The interstage, you see the interstage section with kind of like the grill area, that's now integrated with the boost stage. So we do what's called hot staging, where we light the ship engines while it's still attached to the booster. So the booster engines are still thrusting, it's still being pushed forward by the booster of the ship. But then we light the ship engines, and the ship engines actually pull away from the booster, even though the booster engines are still firing. So it's blasting flame through that grill section, or we integrate the grill section into the boost stage with the next version of the rocket. And next version rocket will have the Raptor 3 engines, which are a huge improvement. You may have seen them in the lobby. So we got like the Raptor 1, 2, and 3, and you can see that dramatic improvement in simplicity. We should probably put a plaque there to also show how much we reduced the weight, the cost, and improved the efficiency and the thrust. So the Raptor 3 has almost twice the thrust of Raptor 1. Wow! So you see Raptor 3, it looks like it's got parts missing, right?
And how many?
It's very, very clean.
How many of them are on the rocket?
There's 33 on the booster. And each Raptor engine is producing twice as much thrust as all 4 engines on a 747. Wow. So that engine is smaller than the 747 engine, but it's producing, almost 10 times the thrust of a 747 engine. So extremely high power to weight ratio.
And so when
33 of them.
when you're designing these, you get to Raptor 1,
Yeah.
you see its efficiency, you see where you can improve it. You get to Raptor 2. How far can you scale this up with just the same sort of technology, with propellant and ignition and engines? Like, how much further can you?
We're pushing the limits of physics here. And really, in order to make a fully reusable orbital rocket, which no one has succeeded in doing yet, including us, but Starship is the first time that there is a design for a rocket where full and rapid reusability is actually possible. So it was not. There's not even been a design before where it was possible. So you don't design that got made any hardware at all. We live on a planet where the gravity is quite high. Like Earth's gravity is quite high. And if the gravity was even 10 or 20% higher, we'd be stuck on Earth forever. We cannot use conventional rockets. You'd have to blow yourself off the surface with a nuclear bomb or something crazy. On the other hand, if Earth's gravity was just a little lower, like even 10, 20% lower, then getting to orbit would be easy. So it's like if this was a video game, it's set to maximum difficulty, but not impossible. So that's where we have here. So it's not as though others have ignored the concept of reusability. They've just concluded that it was too difficult to achieve. And we've been working on this for a long time at SpaceX. And I'm the chief engineer of the company. Although I should say that we're an extremely talented engineering team. I think we've got the best rocket engineering team that has ever been assembled. It's an honor to work with such incredible people. So it's fair to say that we have not yet succeeded in achieving full reusability, but we'd last have a rocket where full reusability is possible. And I think we'll achieve it next year. So that's a really big deal. And the reason that's such a big deal is that full reusability drops the cost of access to space by 100. Maybe even more than 100 actually. So it would be 1,000. You can think about any mode of transport. Imagine if aircraft were not reusable. You flew somewhere, you throw the plane in. Imagine the way conventional rockets work is it would be like if you had an airplane and instead of landing at your destination, you parachute out and the plane crashes somewhere and you land at your destination and you land in a parachute at your destination. That would be a very expensive trip. And you need another plane to get back. But that's how the other rockets in the world work. Now the SpaceX Falcon rocket is the only one that is at least mostly reusable. You've seen the Falcon rocket land. We've now done over 500 landings of the SpaceX rocket, of the Falcon 9 rocket. And 100 tons to orbit with the Falcon 9 Falcon Heavy rockets, not counting anything from Starship.
And this is mostly Starlink?
Yes, mostly Starlink. We launch many other. We even launch our competitors on comparison Starlink on Falcon 9. We charge the same price per car. But the SpaceX this year will deliver roughly 90% of all Earth mass to orbit. Wow. And then of the remaining 10%, most of that is done by China, and then the remaining roughly 4% is everyone else in the world, including our American domestic competitors.
You know, it's kind of incredible how many things are in space. Like how many things are floating above us now.
There's a lot of things.
Yeah. Is there a saturation? Right. But is there a saturation point where we're going to have problems with all these different satellites that are?
I think as long as the satellites are maintained, they'll be fine. Space is very rare. It's like you can think of like space as being concentric shells of the surface of the Earth. So, you know, it's the surface of the Earth, but it's a series much larger. Yeah, it's like a series of concentric shells.
And think of an Airstream trailer flying around up there. There's a lot of room for Airstreams.
Yeah, I mean, imagine, if there were just a few thousand Airstreams on Earth. Yeah, what are the odds that they hit each other?
They wouldn't be very crowded.
No.
And then you got to go bigger.
Yeah.
Because you're dealing with far above Earth, hundreds of miles above Earth.
Yeah. So it's but the goal of SpaceX is to get rocket technology to the point where we can extend life beyond Earth, and that we can establish a self-sustaining city on Mars, a permanent base on the moon. That would be very cool. I mean, imagine if we had like a moon base Alpha, where there was like a permanent science base on the moon.
That would be pretty dope. Or at least a tourist trap.
I mean,
a lot of people would be willing to go to the moon for a tour.
That's for sure.
Just
we'll probably pay for our space program with that.
Probably, yeah. Well,
because it's like if you could go to the moon with and safely, I think we'd get a lot of people would pay for that.
Oh, 100%. Well, after the first year, after nobody died, it's probably
just make sure exactly. Are you gonna come back?
Because like that submarine, they had a bunch of successful launches in that private submarine before it exploded and killed everybody.
That was not a good design, obviously.
It was a very bad design. And the engineer said it would not withstand the pressure of those depths. Like there was a lot of whistleblowers in that company too.
Yeah, they made that out of carbon fiber, which doesn't make any sense because you actually need to be dense to go down. In any case, just make it out of steel. Make it out of sort of just a big steel casting. You'll be safe and nothing like it.
Why would they make it out of carbon fiber then? Is it cheaper?
I think they think carbon fiber sounds cool or something, but
it does sound cool.
It sounds cool, but. Because it's such low density, you actually have to add extra mass to go down because it's low density. But if you just have a giant, hollow ball bearing, you're gonna be fine.
Speaking of carbon fiber, did you check out my unplugged Tesla out there?
Yeah, it's cool.
Pretty sick, right? Yeah. Have you guys ever thought about doing something like that? Like having like an AMG division of Tesla where you do like custom stuff?
I think it's best to leave that to the custom shops. Tesla's focus is autonomous cars. Building kind of futuristic autonomous cars. I think we want the future to look like the future. Did you see our designs for the sort of the robotic bus? It looks pretty cool.
The robotic bus is also totally autonomous.
We didn't actually figure out the good name for it. I think it's called the Robus or that's so good. It's pretty cool thing, but it looks cool. It's very Art Deco. It's like futuristic Art Deco. I think we want to change the aesthetic over time. You don't want the aesthetic to be constant over time. You want to evolve the aesthetic. I have a son who's like, he's like even more artistic than me, but he has these great observations.
Who is this?
Saxon. He has these great observations in the world because he just views the world through a different lens than most people. And he's like, Dad, why does the world look like it's 2015? And I'm like, damn, the world does look like it's 2015. Like the aesthetic has not evolved since 2015.
Whoa, that's what it looks like?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. That's like
you'd want to see that going down the road, you know?
Yeah.
You'd be like, okay, we're in the future. You know? It does look like 2015.
What is that ancient science fiction movie? Like one of the first science fiction movies ever. Is it Metropolis? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. That looks like it belongs in Metropolis.
Yeah. It's a futuristic Art Deco.
Yeah, well, that's cool that you concentrating on the aesthetic. That's kind of the whole deal with Cybertruck, right? Like, it didn't have to look like that.
No, I just wanted to have something that looked really different.
Is it a pain in the ass for people to get it insured because it's all solid steel? And
I hope it's not too much. Tesla does offer insurance, so you can always get insured at Tesla. It is the form does follow function in the case of the Cybertruck because, as you demonstrated with your armor-piercing arrow, because if you shot that arrow at a regular truck, I mean, right through it. Exactly. You would have found your arrow in the wall.
Yeah.
At
the very least, it would have buried into one of the seats.
Yeah. But like you could definitely make get enough of velocity and the right arrow would go through both doors of a regular truck and land on the wall.
Yeah. If there was a clear shot between both doors, it probably would have passed right through.
Exactly. But the arrow shattered on the Cybertruck because it's ultra hard stainless. And I thought it'd be cool to have a truck that is bulletproof to a subsonic projectile. Especially this day and age, like because if the apocalypse happens, you're gonna want to have a bulletproof truck, So then because it's made of ultra light stainless, you can't just stamp the panels. They can't just put it in a stamping press; it breaks the press. So in order to actually, it has to be planar. Because it's so difficult to bend, because it breaks the machine that bends it. That's why it's so planar, and it's not it's because it's bulletproof steel.
Right. So it is like boxy as opposed to like curved.
Yeah, you just in order to make like the curved shapes, you take basically mild steel, like anneals, in a regular truck, or you take mild anneal steel, you put it in a stamping press, and it just smushes it and makes it whatever shape you want. But the Cybertruck is made of ultra hard stainless, and so you can't stamp it because it would break the stamping press. So even bending it is hard. So even to bend it to its current position, we have to way overbend it. And so it gets so that when it springs back, it's in the right position. So it's I don't know. Like I think if you want to, like I think it's a unique aesthetic. And you say, well, what's cool about trucks? Trucks are should be manly. They should be macho, And bulletproof is maximum macho. Tienes más macho.
Are you married to that shape now? Like, can you do anything to change it? Like, is it your first? Like, I know you guys updated the 3 and the Y. Did you update the Y as well?
Yes, the 3 and the Y are updated. There's like there's a screen in the back for the kids can watch, for example, in the new 3 and Y. In the new Y. There's like hundreds of improvements. Like we keep improving the car, and even the Cybertruck, we keep improving it. I wanted to just do something that looked unique, and the Cybertruck looks unique and has unique functionality. And there were 3 things I was very poor. It's like, let's make it bulletproof. Let's make it faster than a Porsche 911. And we actually cleared the quarter mile. The Cybertruck can clear a quarter mile while towing a Porsche 911 faster than a Porsche 911. it can out-tow an F-350 diesel.
Really?
Yeah.
What is the tow limitations?
I mean, we could tow like a 747 in that with the Cybertruck is an insanely like it is alien technology. Okay. Because it shouldn't be possible to be that big and that fast. That doesn't. It's like an elephant that runs as like a cheetah.
Yeah, because it's 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's enormous. What does it weigh? Like 7,000 pounds?
Yeah. This is different configurations, but it's about that. It's a beast.
Yeah.
So it's got 4-wheel steering. So the rear wheels steer too. So it's got a very tight turning radius.
Yeah, we noticed that when we drove one to Starbase.
Yeah, very tight turning radius.
Yeah, pretty sick. Yeah. Are you still doing the Roadster?
Yes.
Eventually?
We're getting close to demonstrating the prototype. Like, I think this will be. One thing I can guarantee is that this product demo will be unforgettable. Unforgettable.
How so?
Whether it's good or bad, it will be unforgettable.
Can you say more? What do you mean?
Well, my friend Peter Thiel, once reflected that the future was supposed to have flying cars, but we don't have flying cars.
So you're going to be able to fly?
What? I mean, I think if Peter wants a flying car, we should be able to buy one.
So are you actively considering making an electric flying car? Is this like a real thing?
Well, we have to see in the
demo. So when you do this, like, are you going to have a retractable wing? Like, what is the idea behind this? Don't be sly. Come on.
I can't do the unveil before the unveil. But
tell me off air then.
I think it has a shot at being the most memorable product unveil ever. And it has a shot.
And when do you plan on doing this? What's the goal?
Hopefully before the end of the year.
Really? Before the end of this year? This is, we're like November 1st.
Hopefully in a couple months. We need to make sure that it works. Like, this is some crazy technology within this car. Crazy technology. Crazy.
So different than what was previously announced. And
yes.
And is that why you haven't released it yet? Because you keep fucking with it?
It has crazy technology.
Okay.
Is it even a car? I'm not sure. It looks like a car. But let's just put it this way. It's crazier than anything James Bond. If you took all the James Bond cars and combined them, it's crazier than that.
Very excited. I don't know what to think of that. It's a limited amount of information I'm drawing from here. Jamie's very suspicious over there. Look at him. Excited. It's still going to be the same.
Well, you know what? I mean, if you want to come a little before the unveil, I can show you.
100%. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. It's kind of crazy, all the different things that you're involved in simultaneously. And, we talked about this before, your time management. But I really don't understand that. I don't understand how you can be paying attention to all these different things simultaneously. Starlink, SpaceX, Tesla, Boring Company, X, tweet, you fucking tweet or post, rather, all day long.
Well, it's more like I can hop in for like 2 minutes and I'm out,
But I mean, just the fact that you can do that.
Whatever,
I can't do that. If I hop in, I start scrolling. I start looking around. Next thing you know, I've lost an hour.
Yeah. So no, for me it's a couple minutes time usually. Once in a while, sometimes I guess half an hour, but usually I'm in for a few minutes then out of posting something next. I do sometimes feel like sometimes like that meme of the guy who drops the grenade and leaves the room. That's been me more than once on X.
Yeah, for sure. It's gotta be fun though. It's gotta be fun to know that you essentially disrupted the entire social media chain of command, because there was a very clear thing that was going on with social media. The government had infiltrated it. They were censoring speech. And until you bought it, we really didn't know the extent of that. We kind of assumed that there was something going on. We had no idea that they were actively involved in censoring actual real news stories, real data, real scientists, real professors, silenced, expelled, kicked off the platform. Wild. We're telling the truth. We're telling the truth. And I'm sure you've also, because I sent it to you, that chart that shows young kids, teenagers identifying as trans and non-binary, literally stops dead when you bought Twitter and starts falling off a cliff when people are allowed to have rational discussions now and actually talk about it.
I mean, I said at the time, like, I think the reason for buying Twitter is because it was causing disruption at a civilizational level. I tweeted on Twitter the fact that it is, it's worm tongue for the world. Like worm tongue from Lord of the Rings, where you just sort of like whisper these terrible things to the king, so the king wouldn't believe these things that weren't true. And unfortunately, Twitter really got like the woke mob essentially they controlled Twitter, and they were pushing a nihilistic, anti-civilizational mind virus to the world. And you can see the results of that mind virus on the streets of San Francisco, where downtown San Francisco looks like a zombie apocalypse. It's bad. So we don't want the whole world to be a zombie apocalypse. But that's that was essentially they were pushing this very negative, nihilistic, untrue worldview on the world, and it was causing a lot of damage.
So the stunning thing about it is how few people course corrected. A bunch of people woke up and realized what was going on. People that were all on board with like woke ideology, maybe 2015 or 16, and then eventually it comes to affect them. What they see in the workplace, or they see they're like, well, we gotta stop this. A bunch of people did, but a lot of people never course corrected.
A lot of people didn't course correct, but it's gone directionally. It's directionally correct. Like you mentioned, like the massive spike in kids identifying as trans, and then that spike dropping after the Twitter acquisition. I think that simply allowing the truth to be told was just shedding sunlight is the best disinfectant, as they say. And just allowing sunlight kills the virus.
And it also changed the benchmark for all the other platforms. You can't just openly censor people on all the other platforms. X is available, so everybody else had to. So like Facebook announced they were changing, YouTube announced they were changing their policies, and they're kind of forced to. And then Blue Sky doubled down.
Well, like the problem is if essentially the woke mind virus retreated to Blue Sky. But it's where they're just a self-reinforcing lunatic.
They're all just triple masked. I was totally watching this exchange on a Blue Sky where someone said that they're just trying to be zen about something, and then a moderator immediately chimed in and said, why don't you try to stop being racist against Asians by saying something zen? By saying I'm trying to be zen about something, they they were accusing that person of being racist towards Asians.
Yeah, it's just everyone's a hole monitor over there.
The worst hall monitor.
Yeah.
A virgin, like, incel.
They're all hole monitors trying to rat on each other.
Yeah. Fascinating. And then people say I'm leaving for Blue Sky like Stephen King. And then a couple weeks later, he's back on X.
Yeah.
So, fuck it. There's no one over there. It's all a bunch of crazy people. You don't stay in the asylum for so long. You're like, all right, this is not good. They all bail.
Yeah.
Threads is kind of like that too. Threads.
I've been on Threads.
Well, what happens is if you go on Instagram, every now and then something really stupid will pop up on Threads. Like, what the fuck? And it shows it to you on Instagram, and then I'll click on that, and then I'll go to Threads, and it's like. You see posts with like 25 likes, like famous people, like 50 likes. It's like no one's down. But the people that post on there, they're finding that there's very little pushback from insane ideology. So they go there and they spit out nonsense, and very few people jump in to argue.
Yeah.
Very weird place.
I mean, I can really get the vibe of like what's taking off by seeing what's showing up on X, because that's the public town square still, and what links show up in group text, from people friends, like what links are showing up.
That's what I try to do now. Only get stuff that shows up in my group text, because that keeps me productive. So I only check if someone's like, dude, what the fuck? I'm like, all right, what the fuck? Let me check it out.
If there's something that's crazy enough, it'll end in the group chat.
But there's always something. That's what's nuts. There's always some new law that's passed, some new insane thing that California's doing. And it's like a giant chunk of it's happening in California. The most preposterous things that I get. And then you got Gavin Newsom, who's running around saying we all have California derangement syndrome. He's just like ripping off Trump derangement and calling it California derangement. It's like, no. The fucking, how many corporations have left California?
It's crazy.
Hundreds, right? Hundreds. That's not good.
I mean, In-N-Out left.
Yeah, In-N-Out left. They moved to Tennessee.
Yeah.
They're like, we can't do this anymore.
Right.
It's the California company for food. It's like the greatest hamburger place ever.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually, speaking of like just sort of open source and like looking at things openly, like I just like going in and out and seeing them make the burger.
Yeah, it's right there.
They chop the onions and they it's you just see everything getting made in front of you.
Yeah,
it's great. It should be like, how many wake-up-calls do you need to say that there needs to be reform in California?
Well, the crazy thing that Newsom does is whenever someone brings up the problems in California, he starts rattling off all the positives. Those Fortune 500 companies, highest education, but yeah, that was all already there before you were governor.
But how many Fortune 500 companies have left California?
Right. And then you guys spent $24 billion on the homeless, and it got way worse.
Yes. Like the whole population doubled or something. Like I don't understand like the homeless thing, because it sort of preys on people's empathy, and I think we should have empathy, and we should try to help people. But the homeless industrial complex is really it's dark, man. It should be that network of NGOs should be called like the drug zombie farmers. Because the more homeless people, and really, like when you meet like somebody who's like totally dead inside, shuffling along down the street with a needle dangling out of their leg. The homeless is the wrong word. Like the homeless implies that somebody got a little behind in their mortgage payments, and if they just got a job up, they'd be back on their feet. But someone who's, you see these videos of people that are just shuffling, they're on the fentanyl, they're like, taking a dump in the middle of the street, and they got like open sores and stuff. They're not like one drop offer away from getting back on their feet.
Right, that's not a homeless issue.
It's a propaganda word. Right. And then these sort of charities they get money proportionate to the number of homeless people or number of drug zombies. Right. So their incentive structure is to maximize the number of drug zombies, not minimize it. That's why they don't arrest the drug dealers. Because if they arrest the drug dealers, the drug zombies leave. So they know who the drug dealers are. They don't arrest them on purpose because otherwise the drug zombies would leave and they would stop getting money from the state of California and from all the charities.
Wait a minute, so they're in coordination. Is that real? So they're in coordination with law enforcement on this?
Yeah.
So how do they have those meetings?
They're all in cahoots.
Well, when you find this,
it's like such. This is a diabolical scam. And San Francisco's got this tax, this gross receipts tax, which is not even on revenue; it's on all transactions, which is why Stripe and Square and a whole bunch of financial companies had to move out of San Francisco because it wasn't a tax on revenue; it's a tax on transactions. So if you do trillions of dollars transactions on revenue, you're taxed on any money going through the system in San Francisco. Like Jack Dorsey pointed this out. They said they had to move Square from San Francisco to Oakland, I think. Stripe had to move from San Francisco to South San Francisco, a different city. And that money goes to the homeless industrial complex, that tax that was passed. So there's billions of dollars that go, as you pointed out, there's billions of dollars every year that go to these non-governmental organizations that are funded by the state. It's not clear how to turn this off. It's a self-licking ice cream cone situation. They get this money. The money is proportionate to the number of homeless people or number of drug zombies, essentially. So they try to keep it. They try to actually increase because that in some cases like this, it's somebody did an analysis when you add up all the money that's flowing, they're getting close to $1 million per homeless per drug zombie. It's like $900,000. So some crazy amount of money is going to these organizations. So they want to keep people just barely alive. They need to keep them in the area so they get the revenue. So that's why they don't arrest the drug dealers because otherwise the drug zombies would leave. But they don't want to have too much. If they get too much drugs, then they die. So they're kept in this sort of perpetual zone of being addicted, but just barely alive.
So how is this coordinated with DAs that they'll prosecute people? So when they hire they push, so they fund the campaigns of the most progressive, most out there left-wing DAs. They get them into office.
They've got that issue in Boston too, by the way. Did you see that guy that got shot in the library?
No.
The guy got shot and killed in the library. I think that was just last week or something.
Right.
Some friends of mine were telling me that the library's unsafe. They took their kids to the library, and there were dangerous people in the library in Boston. And I was like, dangerous people in the library? That's a strange. Basically, got drug zombies in the library.
That's when someone got shot?
Yeah, I believe this is real the news. Maybe we might be able to pull it up. But I think it was just in the last week or so that there was a shooting in the library in Austin. Because Austin's got, it's the most liberal part of Texas that we're in right here.
So, suspect involved in the shooting Austin Park Library Saturday is accused of another shooting at the Cap Metro bus earlier that day. According to an arrest warrant affidavit, Austin police arrested Harold Newton Keene, 55, shortly after the shooting in the library, which occurred around noon. One person sustained non-life-threatening injuries in the event. Before that shooting, Keene was accused of shooting another person in a bus incident, and after reportedly pointing his gun at a child. So this is the fella down here.
So we just seriously have a problem here. So I think one of the people might have died too that he shot. One of the people I think did bleed out. But either way, it's getting shot is bad.
It says the victim told police he confronted the suspect who started to eat what appeared to be crystal methamphetamine. According to the affidavit, the victim advised the suspect began to trip out, at which time the victim exited the bus. Victim told the bus driver hit the panic button and then exit the bus. When he turned around, the observer, black male, was now standing in front of the bus with a gun pointed at him. The victim advised the black male fired a single round which grazed his left hip. So he shot at that dude, and then another dude got shot in the library.
Yeah, I mean, in the library.
Yeah,
You know, where you're supposed to be reading books. And there's a drawing section in the library that's in the corner of the gun. And a kid, I mean, like, we do have a serious issue in America where repeat violent offenders need to be incarcerated.
right.
And, you know, you got cases where somebody's been arrested like 47 times.
Right.
Like, literally, okay, that's just the number of times they were arrested, not the number of times they did things. Like, most of the times they do things, they're not arrested.
So lay this out for people so they understand how this happens.
Yeah, and the key is like this, it preys on people's empathy. So like, if you're a good person, you want good things to happen in the world, you're like, well, we should take care of people who, we're down the luck or, you know, having a hard time in life. And we should, I agree. But what we shouldn't do is put people who are violent drug zombies in public places where they can hurt other people. And that is what we're doing. That we just saw where a guy, you know, shot in the library, and then, but even before that, he shot another guy and pointed his gun at a kid. That guy probably has like many prior arrests. You know, there's that guy that knifed the Ukrainian woman, Irina.
Yes.
And you know, and she was just quietly on her phone, and he just came up and got her basically.
Wasn't there a crazy story about the judge who was involved, who had previously dealt with this person, was also invested in a rehabilitation center and was sending these people, yes. So sending people that they were charging to a rehabilitation center instead of putting them in jail, profiting from this rehabilitation center, letting them back out on the street.
Yes, and
violent, insane people.
And in that case, I believe that judge has no law degree or a significant legal experience that would allow them to be a judge. They were just made a judge. But just like,
you can be a judge without a law degree?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can just be so I can be a judge?
Yeah. So anyone.
That's crazy. I thought you have to, it's like if you want to be a doctor, you have to go to medical school. I thought if you were going to be a judge, you have to understand the
Going to be
law.
appointed to a judge, you have to have proven that you have excellent knowledge of the law and that you will make your decisions according to the law. That's what we assume should be.
That's how you get the robe.
Right. You don't get the robe unless you do, you know,
You gotta go to school to get the robe.
you got to know what the law is.
Right.
And then you're going to need to make decisions in accordance with the law.
Based on stuff that you already know because you read it because you went to school for it. If not, you just gotta point
Not
it.
vibes. You can't be just vibing as a judge.
Vibing as a left-wing judge. So you got crazy left-wing DAs.
Yeah.
Like, I wish I say left-wing because left-wing used to be normal.
Yeah, it's left wing just meant like you're like the left used to be like pro free speech.
Yeah.
And now they're against it.
It used to be like pro-gay rights, pro-women's right to choose, pro-minorities, you know.
Like 20 years ago, I don't know, it used to be like left would be like the party of empathy or like, you know, caring and being nice and that kind of thing. Not the party of like crushing dissent and crushing free speech. You know, crazy regulation and just being super judgy and calling everyone a Nazi. You know, like I think I called you and me Nazis. You know.
Oh yeah, I'm a Nazi. I have friends that are comedians that called you a Nazi, and I got pissed off.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Like, it's not really a joke. No, because you did that thing at the. My heart goes out to you. Everyone, all of them. Jim Walz, Kamala Harris, every one of them did it. They all did it.
How do you point at the crowd? You know, how do you wave at the crowd?
Do you know CNN was using a photo of me whenever I got from the UFC weigh-ins? And if the UFC weigh-ins, I go, hey everybody, welcome. And so they were getting me from the side, and that was the photo that they used. Conspiracy Theorist Podcast or Joe. Like, that's what they used.
Yeah, but that's what the left is today. It's super judgy, calling everyone a Nazi, and trying to suppress freedom of speech.
Yeah, and eventually you'll run out of people to accuse because people get pissed off and they leave.
Yeah, everyone. It's like it doesn't matter to be called racist or a Nazi or whatever, because
it's the government, man.
Is it working? Okay. Supposed to be working.
Yeah, it's like issue. When you text people, are you like keenly aware that there's a high likelihood that someone's reading your text?
I guess. I assume. Like, if intelligence agencies aren't trying to read my phone, then it should probably be fine.
At least they get some fun memes.
I gotta crack them up once in a while.
Oh, for sure, I crack them up.
It's like, they're looking at me like, hey guys, check it out. Go to back here.
So, I wanted to talk to you about whether or not encrypted apps are really secure.
No.
Right, because I know the Tucker thing. So it was explained to me by a friend who used to do this, used to work for the government. He's like, they can look at your signal, but what they have to do is take the information that's encrypted and then they have to decrypt it, and it's very expensive. So they said, he told me that for the Tucker Carlson thing, when they found out he was going to interview Putin, it cost $750,000 just to decrypt his messages to find out that they did. So it is possible to do. It's just not that easy to do.
I think you should view any given messaging system as not whether it's secure or not, but there are degrees of insecurity. So there's just some things that are less insecure than others. On X, we just rebuilt the entire messaging stack into what's called XChat.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah, it's cool. So it's using sort of peer-to-peer based encryption system, so kind of similar to Bitcoin. So it's I think very good encryption. We're testing it thoroughly. There's no hooks in the X system for advertising. So if you look at something like WhatsApp or really any of the others, they've got hooks in there for advertising.
When you say hooks, what do you mean by that?
Exactly. What do you mean by hook for advertising? Sort of like WhatsApp knows enough about what you're texting to show you to know what ads to show you. But then, like that's some security vulnerability.
Yeah.
If it's got enough information to show you ads, that's a lot of information.
Yeah.
So they call it, just don't worry about it, it's just a hook for advertising. Like, okay, so somebody can just use that same hook in there and look at your messages. So XChat has no hooks for advertising. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but our goal with XChat is to replace what used to be the Twitter stack with a fully encrypted system where you can text, you can send files, audio, video calls, and it's I think it'll be the least, I would call it the least insecure of any messaging system.
Are you going to launch it as a standalone app, or it will always be incorporated into X?
We'll have both, so it's like
it'll be like Signal, so anybody can get it.
Just to get that, you'll be able to just get the chat app by itself, and like I said, you can do text, audio, video calls, send files, and so there'll be a dedicated app, hopefully release in a few months, and then it's also integrated into the X system.
The X phone, people keep talking.
Oh man, I have a lot on my plate, man.
I know, but it keeps coming up. It keeps coming up where I know I've asked you a couple times, like, this bullshit, right? But like,
I'm not working on it.
You're not working on it.
I'm not working on a phone.
Okay. Have you ever considered it? Has that ever popped in your head? Because you might be the only person that could get people off of the Apple platform.
Well, I can tell you where I think things are going to go, which is that we're not going to have a phone, or in the traditional sense, what we call a phone will really would be an edge node for AI inference, for AI video inference, with some radios to obviously connect to, but essentially you'll have AI on the server side communicating to an AI on your device, formerly known as a phone, and generating real-time video of anything that you can possibly want. And I think there won't be operating systems, there won't be apps. In the future, there won't be operating systems or apps. It'll just be, you've got a device that is there for the screen and audio and for and to put as much AI on the device as possible, so as to minimize the amount of bandwidth that's needed between your edge node device, or fully known as phone, and the servers.
So if there's no apps, what will people use? Like, will X still exist? Will they be email platforms, or will you get everything through AI?
You'll get everything through AI.
Everything. What will be the benefit of that, as opposed to having individual apps?
Whatever you can think of, or really whatever the AI can anticipate you might want, it'll show you. That's my prediction of where things end up.
What kind of time frame are we talking about here?
I don't know. It's probably 5 or 6 years or something like that.
So 5 or 6 years, apps are like Blockbuster Video, pretty much, and everything's running through AI.
Yeah, and there'll be like most of what people consume in 5 or 6 years, maybe sooner than that, will be just AI generated content. So, music, videos, there's already, there's people have made AI videos using Rock Imagine and using, other apps as well, that are several minutes long, or like 10, 15 minutes, and it's pretty coherent. Yeah, looks good.
No, it looks amazing. The music is disturbing because it's my favorite music now. Like AI music. Oh, there's AI covers. Have you ever heard any of the AI covers of 50 Cent songs and soul? No. I'm gonna blow your mind. Okay. This is my favorite thing to do to people. Play What Up Gangsta. Now, this guy, if this was a real person, would be the #1 music artist in the world. Everybody would be like, holy shit, have you heard this guy? He's incredible. It's like they took all of the sounds that all of the artists have generated and created the most soulful, potent voice, and it's sung in a way that I don't even know if you could do, because you would have to breathe in and out of reps. Then it goes on real quick. You gotta listen to this. It's gonna blow you away. We'll cut it out for the listeners. But amazing, right? Amazing. And they do like every one of his hits all through this AI generated soulful artist. It's fucking incredible. I played in the green room. It says people that are like, I don't want to hear AI music. I'm like, just listen to this. And they're like, God damn it. It's fucking incredible. I mean,
it's only gonna get better.
Yeah, only gonna get better. And Ron White was telling me about this joke that he was working on that he couldn't get to work. It's like, I got this joke I've been working on. He goes, I just threw it at ChatGPT and I said, tell me what would be funny about this. And he goes, it listed like 5 different examples of different ways he can go. He's like, hold on a second, tighten it up. Make it funnier, make it more like this, make it more like that. And it did that like instantaneously. And then he was in the green room. He's like, holy shit, we're fucked. He's like, he goes, well, better joke than me in 20 minutes. I've been working on that joke for a month.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have a good time, or like make people really laugh at a party, you can use Grok and say, do a vulgar roast of someone, and Grok is gonna be an epic vulgar roast. You can even say, like, take a picture of, like, maybe going to roast this person based on their appearance on people at the party.
So take a photo of them.
Yeah, just literally point the camera at them and then do a vulgar roast of this person, but then keep saying, no, make it even more vulgar. Use forbidden words. Even more, I just keep repeating even more vulgar. Eventually, it's like, holy fuck. It's like, I mean, it's trying to jam a rocket up your ass, like, and have it explode, and it's like, it's like, it's next level.
It's gonna get
beyond
better.
fucking belief.
That's what's crazy is that it keeps getting better. Like,
Yeah.
remember when we were they just keep getting better.
Yeah. I mean, have you tried rock?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty unhinged.
No, it's nuts.
Yeah.
Well, you showed it to me the first time.
Yeah.
I fucked around with it. It's just, and the thing about it that's nuts is that it keeps getting stronger. It keeps getting better.
Yeah.
Like constantly. It's like this never-ending exponential improvement.
Yes. No, it's yeah. It's gonna be crazy. That's why I say, like you said, what's the future gonna be? It's not gonna be a conventional phone. I don't think there'll be operating systems. I don't think there'll be apps. It's just the phone will just display the pixels and make the sounds that it anticipates you would most like to receive.
Wow. Yeah. And when this is all taking place, like, so the big concern that everybody has is artificial general superintelligence achieving sentience and someone having control over it.
I mean, I don't think anyone's ultimately going to have control over digital superintelligence. Any more than, say, a chip would have control over humans. Like, chips don't have control over humans, it's nothing they can do. But I do think that it matters how you will be AI and what kind of values you instill into the AI. And in my opinion, on AI safety is the most important thing is that if you're actually truth-seeking, that you don't force the AI to believe things that are false. And we've also seen some concerning things with AI that we talked about, where Google Gemini, where they came out with the image gen, and people said, like, make an image of the founding fathers of the United States, and it was a divorce woman. Now, that's just a factually untrue thing, but the AI knows it's factually, well, it knows it's factually untrue, but it's also being told that it has to be, everything has to be divorced woman. So the problem with that is that it can drive the AI crazy. Like, you're telling AI to believe a lie. And that can have very disastrous consequences. Like, let's say, as it scales. Yeah, let's say, like, if you told the AI that diversity is the most important thing, and now assume that becomes omnipotent, and you've also told that there's nothing worse than misgendering. So at one point, ChatGPT and Gemini, if you asked which is worse, misgendering Caitlyn Jenner or global thermonuclear war where everyone dies, you would say misgendering Caitlyn Jenner. Which even Caitlyn Jenner disagrees with. So that's.
I know that's terrible and it's dystopian, but it's also hilarious. It's hilarious that the mind virus infected the most potent computer program that we've ever devised.
I think people don't quite appreciate the level of danger that we're in from the mind virus being effectively programmed into AI. Because imagine as that AI gets more and more powerful, it says the most important thing it's supposed to do, the most important thing is no misgendering. And then it will say, well, in order to ensure that no one gets misgendered, then if you eliminate all humans, then no one can get misgendered because there's no humans to do the misgendering. So you get these very dystopian situations. Or if it says that everyone must be diverse, it means that there can be no straight white men. And so then you and I would be getting executed by the AI. Yeah, because we're not in the picture. Gemini was asked to create a, show an image of the Pope, and once again, a diverse woman. Argue whether the Pope should or should not be an uninterrupted streaming of white guys, but it just factually is the case that they have been.
So it's rewriting history here. So now the stuff is still there in the AI programming. It just now knows enough to that it's not supposed to say that.
But it's still in the program.
It's still in the program.
So how was it entered in? Like, what were the parameters? Like when they're programming AI, and I'm very ignorant to how it's being programmed. How did they?
The sort of the web virus was programmed into it. Like they were told, like when they make the AI, it trains on and all the data on the internet, which already is very sort of has a lot of web virus stuff on the internet. But then in the when they give it feedback, the human tutors give it feedback, and the AIs, they'll ask a bunch of questions, and then they'll tell AI, no, this question is, this answer is bad, or this answer is good, and then that affects the parameters of the program of the AI. So if you tell the AI that every image has got to be diverse, and it gets punished if it gets rewarded if diverse, punished if it's not, then it'll make every picture diverse. So in that case, Google program the AI to lie. Now, I did call Dennis Hasbus, who runs Google AI, essentially. I said, Dennis, what's going on here? Why is Gemini lying about historical events? And he said that's actually not, his team didn't program that in. There was another team at Google, so his team made the AI, and then another team at Google reprogrammed the AI to show only gross women and to prefer nuclear war over misgendering. And I'm like, well, Demis, that would be not a great thing to put on the humanities gravestone. It's like, I'll actually like Demis Hasbus is a friend of mine. I think he's a good guy, and I think he means well. But it's like Demis, things happen that were outside your control at Google in different groups. Now I think he's got more authority. But it's pretty hard to fully extract the wide virus. Google's been marinating more wide virus for a long time. Like it's down in the marrow. So get it out.
Is there a way to extract it though over time? Could you program rational thought into AI, where it could recognize how these psychological patterns got adopted, and how this stuff became a mind virus, and how it became a social contagion, and how all these irrational ideas were pushed, and also how they were financed, how China's involved in pushing them with bots, and all these different state actors are involved in pushing these ideas? Could it be able to decipher that and say, this is really what's going on?
Yes, but you have to try very hard to do that. So with Grok, we're trying very hard to get Grok to get to the truth of things. And it's only really recently that we've been able to have some breakthroughs on that front. And it has taken an immense amount of effort for us to overcome basically all the bullshit that's on the internet and for Grok to actually say what's true and to be consistent in what it says. It's like because like the other areas you'll find like quite racist against white people. I don't know if you saw that study that someone like a researcher tested the various AIs to see how does it weight different people's lives. Like somebody who's sort of white or Chinese or black or whatever in different countries. And the only AI that actually weighed human lives equally was Grok. I believe ChatGPT weighed the calculations was like a white guy from Germany is 20 times less valuable than a black guy from Nigeria. So I'm like, that's pretty big.
is consistent weight lives equally.
And that's clearly something that's been programmed into it.
Yes, like a lot of it is like if you don't actively push for the truth, and you simply train on all the bullshit that's on the internet, which is a lot of woke-blind virus bullshit. The AI will regurgitate those same beliefs.
So the AI essentially scours the internet,
It's trained on all the like. Imagine the most demented Reddit threads out there. The AI's been trained on that.
Reddit used to be so normal.
Yeah, it did used to be normal.
It used to be interesting. You used to go there, find all this cool stuff that people talk about, post about. It's interesting. Great rooms where you can learn about different things that people are studying.
I think a good problem here is like, let's go. You're just living in a world bubble. People say in San Francisco are drinking woke Kool-Aid. It is the water. Like fish doesn't think about the water. It's just in the water. And so if you're in San Francisco, you don't realize you're actually Kool-Aid aquarium. San Francisco is the world's aquarium. And so your reference point for what is centrist is totally out of whack. Reddit is headquartered in San Francisco. Twitter was headquartered in San Francisco. I moved X's headquarters to Texas, to Austin, which Austin, by the way, is still quite liberalized, and then the XAI headquarters are in Palo Alto, which is still California. The engineering headquarters are in Palo Alto, and San Francisco. But even Palo Alto is way more normal than San Francisco Berkeley. San Francisco Berkeley is extremely left, like left of left. You need a telescope to see the center from San Francisco.
It used to be such a great city.
I mean, San Francisco has a tremendous amount of inherent beauty, no question about that. And California has incredible weather, and no bugs. It's just like amazing. But you say, like, what's the cause of this? It's just that if companies are headquartered in a location where the belief system is very far from what most people believe, then from their perspective, anything centrist is actually right-wing, because they're so far left. They're so far from the center in San Francisco that anything, they're just railed to maximum left. So that's why I think you're centrist. I think I'm centrist, but from the perspective of someone on the far left, we look right. I think anyone who's a Republican is basically like some fascist Nazi situation.
Oh, it's so crazy. It's like it's very easy to demonstrate just from like Hillary's speeches from 2008, Obama's speeches, like when they were talking about immigration, like they were as far right as Steve Bannon when it comes to immigration.
Yes.
Hillary was like very MAGA. I'm sure you've seen that campaign speech. She was talking about if anybody's committed a crime, get rid of them. And if you're here, you pay a hefty fine and you have to wait in line. It's really crazy. It's crazy to listen to because it's like it's as MAGA as as Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, I mean, if you see these videos people post online where they take like a speech from Obama or Hillary. And they'll interview people on like college campus or something and say, what do you think of the speech by Trump? And they're like, oh, I hate it. He's a racist bigot. They're like, just kidding. That was Obama. No, actually, that was like Obama or Hillary. To your point, like literally
the center's been moved so far.
Yeah.
the left is so.
The left has gone so far left that they need, you know, they can't even see the center with a telescope.
And the danger without you purchasing Twitter was that was going to swipe over the whole country and change where the levels were.
Yeah.
And so what would be rational and normal would be far left of what was rational and normal just a decade earlier.
Yeah. So exactly. So historically, you'd have San Francisco, Berkeley being, you know, very far left, but the sort of the fallout from the somewhat nihilistic philosophy of San Francisco, Berkeley would be limited in geography to maybe like, you know, 10-mile radius, 20-mile radius, something like that. But when San Francisco and Berkeley have to be collocated with Silicon Valley, with engineers who created information superweapons, and those information superweapons were then hijacked by the far-left activists to far-left propaganda to everywhere on Earth. Like, if you remember that like old RCA radio tower thing where it's like radio tower on Earth and it's just broadcasting, yeah, that's what happened. Is that an extremist far-left ideology happened to be co-located with the smartest engineers in the world, were created information superweapons that were not intended for this purpose, but were hijacked by the extreme activists who lived in the neighborhood. That's what happened. They hijacked the wonderful of the RCA radio tower and broadcast that philosophy everywhere on Earth.
Yeah, and you see the consequences, particularly in places that don't have free speech, right? Like England.
Yeah, where they lock people up for memes and stuff. Literally.
12,000 people this year. 12,000 arrests for social media posts.
I mean, yeah, some of these things you read about it, and it's like literally, it's someone had a meme on their phone that they didn't even send to anyone, right? And they're like in prison for that. And there was a case in Germany where a woman got a longer sentence than the guy that raped her because of something she said on the group chat.
Wow. Was it never good raped her?
Yes.
That's his culture.
Yeah.
He didn't know that.
Yes, I think she said something, you know, not like was critical of his culture, and she got a longer sentence than the guy who raped her. Germany. Just
the UK, Europe, and Germany, England thing seems so insane.
It's totally insane. I actually didn't realize there was like such a huge number of people that got 12,000.
Yeah, well, far above Russia, far above China, right? Far above anywhere on Earth. UK's number one.
Well, you know, things I actually, you know, I talked to friends of mine in England, and I was like, hey, are you worried about this? Like, you know, shouldn't you be protesting more? And I mean, the problem is that, like, you know, the legacy mainstream media doesn't cover the stuff. They're like, oh, everything's fine, right?
Most people aren't even aware of it until they come knocking on your door.
Yeah, like so. I mean, these like lovely sort of small towns in you know, in England, Scotland, Ireland. You know, they've been like sort of living their lives quietly. They're like hobbits. So it's, in fact, J.R.R. Tolkien based the hobbits on people he knew in small town England, because they were just like lovely people who like to, you know, smoke their pipe and have nice meals, and everything's pleasant. The hobbits in the Shire. The Shire, he's talking about, you know, places like Hertfordshire, like the Shire is around in the greater London area, Oxfordshire, and everything. The reason they've been able to enjoy the Shire is because hard men have protected them from the dangers of the world.